Su-Mo traversed into an era marked by the resurgence of the supernatural, where he unexpectedly received a heartfelt letter from a female, Gasta, most surprising and poignant encounter. Indeed, fraught with peril. Fortunately, the awakening of a super-enhancement system bestowed upon him the power to vanquish malevolent spirits and eradicate the monsters that roam the earthly realm. Chapter 1. A Ghostly Love Letter? Enhancement, the Nine Suns Devouring Heaven Divine Art. Youth. I perceive a dark omen upon your brow. You are surely beset by sinister, foresees a harbinger of great misfortune. Within 3 days, you shall encounter a calamity of blood. As Su-Mo stepped out of the school gates, a frail, elderly Taoist priest seized his sleeve with an urgent grip. Turning around, he beheld a gaunt figure clad in tattered robes, his beard disheveled and wild. How dare you? You are the one who shall face a calamity of blood. Your entire family is doomed. Your entire lineage is cursed with misfortune. Su-Mo was left speechless. Who could remain in good spirits after such an unwelcome greeting? Youth, my words are indisputable. The old priest's expression turned grave as he spoke with solemnity. The world has undergone a transformation. Strange occurrences abound. Those lurking in the shadow of malevolent spirits and specters can no longer contain their hunger. You have already been marked as their target. Su-Mo rolled his eyes, bemused by the lack of originality in the priest's opening gambit. Was the next step to sell him talismans for protection? And what follows? Su-Mo inquired. I possess the means to counteract this threat. The old priest rummaged through his robes, producing a crumpled tome and waving it before Su-Mo. With clarity, Su-Mo discerned the prominent title emblazoned on the tattered cover. The Nine Suns Divine Art. Well then, he was a bookseller. Su-Mo nearly rolled his eyes. Young man, this Nine Yang Divine Art I possess is genuine. If it proves counterfeit, I shall compensate you thrice. By practicing this technique, you shall harness the vitality of the morning sun, rendering you impervious to any malevolent spirits or uncanny entities. All you need is 1,000. No, given our fateful encounter, merely 100. Gurgle. An unwelcome sound echoed, and the old Taoist's face turned awkward. He hadn't eaten in 2 days. His stomach grumbled. 20. Su-Mo gestured toward a nearby stall. That should suffice for a bowl of pig's trotter rice. Deal. The old man hastily thrust the manual into Su-Mo's hands and produced a QR code. Scan or cash. Su-Mo. Once Su-Mo departed, the elderly man gleefully ordered a bowl of pig's trotter rice, devouring it entirely. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He straightened his garments and briskly approached someone. Classmate, I observe the darkness of your fate. Upon returning to his dormitory, Su-Mo tossed the Nine Yang Divine Art onto his bed, devoid of any desire to peruse it. The martial arts manual, purchased for 20, was undoubtedly a counterfeit. Glancing at it would be a waste of time. Just a gesture of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. However, the old man's words weren't entirely nonsensical. Indeed, recent events have been rather unsettling. Numerous eerie incidents circulated online, soon to be silenced, followed by official denials. Su-Mo powered on his computer. An ominous red envelope has appeared in your city. Those who claim it shall perish that very night. 13 lives have already been claimed. Do not pick up the red envelopes on the ground. Do not pick them up. Have you heard about the incident at the South District Funeral Home? There are pictures to prove it. Strange occurrences at Yuching University. Somos cursor post. Yuching University? Isn't that my school? He clicked to open the page. Deadly love letters. Brothers who have recently received love letters should be cautious. It is said that something has happened at Yuching University. Someone received an anonymous love letter and met their demise that very night. It is rumored that officials have already sent personnel to address this matter. It's quite eerie. What a shocking claim. Is it really that exaggerated? Just as Su-Mo intended to read further, the page automatically refreshed and the post had vanished. Could it truly be a supernatural revival? Su-Mo's heart raced. But I don't have a system, after all. Having been in this unfamiliar world for 18 years, he had yet to witness any system activation. If I truly encounter a ghost, wouldn't I be doomed? Hey, are you in your dorm? A tall, chubby boy burst into the room. This fellow was Su-Mo's roommate, A.I. Rui, a quintessentially innocent young man of affluence. You startled me. Su-Mo turned around, only to see AI Rui holding a book titled Jin's Hongzhou, and his entire demeanor shifted. Another one who venerates the elderly and cherishes the young. Suemo, guess what I brought you? AI Rui tossed the Jin's Hongzhou aside with an air of mystery. I want to guess. So what do you believe? Come on, just take a look. AI Rui pulled something from his bag and slapped it on the table in front of Suemo. Suemo looked down at a delicate pink envelope exuding a faint fragrance, adorned with a heart motif. Within the heart, a line of text was inscribed. Suemo, I like you. A love letter. Sumo's mind exploded as he recalled the deadly love letter he had recently encountered online. Good grief. Had it come crashing down upon him so swiftly? This thing, where did you get it? Sumo pointed at the love letter, his expression turning rather grim. In this day and age, who would pen a love letter? Hee hee. AI Rui beamed with pride as she replied. I just returned to the classroom, and this was lying right at the spot you often occupy. I figure it must have been written by some girl secretly admiring you, perhaps even a beautiful senior. AI Rui winked and chuckled. Suemo, I have a premonition that you are about to become single no more. What do you say? Isn't that a good friend for you? I truly am. Thank you. Suemo gritted his teeth, realizing that this harbinger of doom had been specially brought back for him. Of course. AI Rui tossed her hair flamboyantly, glancing at her watch. I can't chat any longer, it's Friday, and I must return home for dinner. See you. With that, she hurriedly departed, slamming the door behind her, leaving Suemo in a state of disarray. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, Suemo felt an eerie chill permeating the dormitory, sending shivers down his spine. The delicate pink love letter lay silently before him, akin to a death warrant. According to the usual pattern, the system should have activated by now, Suemo mused inwardly. If it didn't arrive soon, he truly might consider deleting his account. Ding. A sound echoed beside him. An anomalous force has been detected in proximity to the host, currently matching the existing environment. Loading the system. Environment match successful. System loading complete. Congratulations, host. The super-enhancement system is now activated. You may utilize this system to enhance items and combat malevolent entities. By vanquishing these entities, the host can earn virtue points. Accumulate 10,000 virtue points to exchange for one enhancement attempt. Given the host's current perilous situation, the system will grant one enhancement attempt free of charge. Virtue points, 0. Enhancement attempts, 1. The voice fell silent, and Suemo felt a surge of emotion. At last it has arrived. 18 years. Do you know how I've spent these 18 years? His gaze swept across the dormitory. He must use the system's granted enhancement attempt wisely. The table, the stool, the kettle. Surely, I cannot enhance the trash bin? Wait, the 9-yang divine skill. Suemo sprang to his feet, seizing the 9-yang divine skill from his bed. This is the one. A counterfeit. Can be enhanced. Enhanta. Nina yang define skill. Sumo's heart raced. What if the enhancement fails? That would be disastrous. Ding. Commencing enhancement target is the 9-yang divine skill. Buzz. A beam of golden light surged forth, and the pirated 9-yang divine skill instantly radiated brilliance, illuminating the surroundings. Wow, this is impressive. Suemo was taken aback. The effects were indeed remarkable. The golden 9-yang divine skill flipped its pages rapidly in the absence of wind. Golden figurines, each striking various poses, emerged before Suemo, subsequently lining up to merge into his brow. Boom! As the enhanced 9 Suns divine art reached its final page, the tome ignited in a blaze of golden flames, reducing to ashes. Ding! Enhancement of 9 Suns divine art successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the new technique 9 Suns devouring heaven divine art. Chapter 2. Could you perform a Sadako crawl? The 9 Suns devouring heaven technique. Utilizing oneself as a furnace, cultivating vital energy and blood. Condensing the blood chi sun. When perfected, one can condense 9 blood chi suns within, annihilating the malevolent forces of the world with unmatched might. Shall one cultivate it? A stream of information appeared in Sumo's mind. Incredible. Sumo couldn't help but exclaim, truly, it is a system. Even a counterfeit manual can be enhanced to such an extent. Terrifying indeed. Condensing the blood chi sun. Shall I give it a try? Su Mo closed his eyes and began his cultivation. He was already well versed in all the postures. The vital energy surged within him like a roaring river. After several breaths, all the vital energy began to coalesce, transforming into a crimson sun in Su Mo's dantian. The first blood chi sun has been formed. Boom! An overwhelming force surged into his limbs and bones, continuously cleansing his flesh. Su Mo felt his physical prowess escalating exponentially. Astonishing! Su Mo opened his eyes and clenched his fist, realizing that his physical abilities had more than multiplied tenfold. His vision seemed to have improved as well. The intricate veins of the leaves outside were vividly discernible, and he could clearly see the antennae of the ants nestled in the crevices of the stones. This was merely the first blood chi sun condensed. If he were to condense 9 in the future, would it not be utterly extraordinary? Ding! The system implored the host to diligently cultivate daily, slaying demons and monsters to earn merits, which could be exchanged for enhancement opportunities, allowing further refinement of the technique. Current enhancement opportunities for the blood chi sun 010. Su Mo understood instantly. Only after 10 enhancements could he condense the second blood chi Sunday very well. Now, I am compelled to confront the specter. Su Mo cracked his knuckles, preparing to open the ominous love letter, when a putrid stench assaulted his nostrils. Glancing down, he noticed he was covered in grime. Enlightenment struck. A thorough cleansing was in order. Cursing under his breath, he hastily took a shower, changed into fresh attire, and opened the window for ventilation. Only then did Su Mo return to his desk. What on earth? Which dormitory left the door ajar while attending to nature's call? Goodness. This odor could practically be thickened into a paste. Quickly, where are your cigarettes? Light a couple. I need some fresh air. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Su Mo feigned ignorance and began to read the love letter. The elegant script unfurled slowly. Dear Su Mo, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was smitten. I realize this is quite abrupt and lacking in decorum. However, I genuinely, truly adore you. May I have a chance to go out with you? I shall come to find you tonight at midnight. Up to this point, the writing remained relatively coherent. Yet, the subsequent line devolved into chaos, even taking on a grotesque form, with the ink transforming into a vivid crimson, reminiscent of blood. Do not refuse me. I will seek you out. I will find you. At midnight, let us not be apart. Indeed, this is a lethal love letter. Su Mo inhaled deeply, placing the letter down. The other 2 students in the dorm had gone out to revel. Tonight, he was alone. This offered a rare opportunity for solitude. Armed with newfound skills, Su Mo could hardly contain his eagerness to meet this female classmate. A somber atmosphere enveloped the entire dormitory, with the computer screen flickering ominously. The lights had long been extinguished, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Su Mo opened her eyes. She had arrived. Wasn't this supposed to be a date? Yet, she made no effort to reveal herself. Greetings, fellow student, Su Mo remarked with a smile. Within her, a pulsating essence of vitality coalesced, rendering her fearless against the ominous forces lurking behind the life-threatening love letter. Suddenly, the oppressive energy in the dormitory seemed to falter. The flickering computer screen displayed an image, a girl, adorned with glasses, possessing a demure appearance. Hello, Su Mo. My name is Wang Wenjing. It is a pleasure to meet you. The girl smiled shyly, yet there was an unsettling and sinister undertone to her demeanor. Wang Wenjing? That name rang a bell. Hello there. Su Mo greeted enthusiastically, leaning closer to the screen. So, this date of yours involves a video call? How utterly dull. The girl replied, I. Su Mo interrupted her, speaking earnestly. Could you possibly crawl out of the computer? Just like Sadako? She gestured dramatically. The girl's smile froze, and silence ensued. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Am I a ghost? Are you a ghost too? Why do I suddenly feel a twinge of fear? No. She was merely an ordinary person who had accepted a love letter and agreed to a date. She must die. She must die. Wang Wenjing lifted her gaze, fixating on Su Mo with an intense stare, her lips curling into a sinister grin as her tone grew increasingly cold. Classmate Su Mo, I have crawled out from here. Are you not afraid? Afraid. Su Mo nodded earnestly. I'm concerned that you might get stuck halfway, wedged against the computer screen. The girl stared at him with a perplexed expression, puzzled by his train of thought. She felt a twinge of annoyance as her smile grew increasingly peculiar. Then allow me to show you the style of Sadako. Sumo. Classmate. I shall. Emerge to go on a date with you. He he he. She pushed her head forward, her delicate features contorting as she squeezed through, and astonishingly, her entire head actually emerged from the screen. Next came her upper body, then her lower half. She truly crawled out of the screen. Wow, impressive. Sumo stepped back a couple of paces to grant her some space, utterly immersed in the experience. However, in Sumo's heart, there was little fear. Perhaps it was the confidence bestowed by his pirated version of the 9, Yang divine skill. Classmate, the ground is cold, which could lead to discomfort. Quickly, get up. Sumo grasped the girl's hair and pulled her up. The girl, once again adorned with question marks, protested, but I was just about to strike a contorted pose. Why did you pull me up? And what do you mean by discomfort? You seem quite knowledgeable. Hold your tongue. Let me take a good look. Sumo firmly covered her mouth, his gaze deeply scrutinizing her. This was a female ghost, and it was his first encounter with a living one. You, let go of me. The girl squirmed, feeling somewhat uneasy. In that instant, she forgot her ghostly identity, her cheeks flushing. She felt as though she were on the brink of falling in love. Classmate, why not let me see your true form? The young woman's body stiffened, and she looked up in terror. You know what I am? I discerned you were not human at first glance. Sumo activated his lifeblood, and scalding yang energy erupted, enveloping the entire dormitory. A miserable scream echoed as the demure and bashful girl before him transformed. A long tongue, pallid and drooping, hung before her chest. Her eyes bulged forward. Her cheeks were ghastly cyan, and grayish-white eyeballs protruded outward. A hanged ghost. She shrieked. Are you cultivator? She cried out, turning to flee back into the screen. In Sumo's eyes, she saw a blazing sun, his fiery lifeblood threatening to melt her entirely. Don't even think about leaving. Sumo seized her hair, flinging her violently. The hanged ghost's body arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the floor. Spare me. She whimpered, prostrate and trembling, unable to muster the courage to meet Sumo's gaze. You sought to end my life, yet you ask for mercy? Farewell. Sumo waved his other hand, smiling faintly. Wang Wenjing, it was a pleasure courting you. Until we meet in the next life. With a punch, his lifeblood surged, carrying a billowing heat wave. Bang! The hanged ghost shrieked. Her face contorted, her body vaporizing instantly, the scream abruptly silenced. A wisp of energy flowed into Sumo's body, and a notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 1 ghost, the hanged ghost. Reward, 100 merit points. So meager? Sumofronith. Perhaps. The hanged ghost was too weak. With the hanged ghost vanquished, the Een energy within the dormitory dissipated, and the pale pink love letter turned to ashes. At present, I have only condensed a single solar essence of vitality, and my strength remains woefully inadequate. Should I encounter a formidable malevolent spirit, it would spell danger. I must vanquish more of these vile entities to accrue merits and enhance my power. Sumo resumed his seat before the computer, seeking traces of malevolent spirits. Yet the internet had been scrubbed clean of such information. Nothing could be found. Wang Wenjing. Sumo accessed the campus forum and conducted a search. In no time, a photograph materialized before his eyes, depicting the very individual he had just dated. However, Wang Wenjing had been deceased for 6 months. 6 months prior, she had hanged herself in the women's restroom, an event that sparked considerable alarm. It was rumored that she had taken her life due to the rejection she faced after confessing her feelings to a crush, unable to withstand the emotional blow. So fragile, so pitiable. Yet, who prompted her to write me a love letter? Sumo closed the webpage, letting out a sigh. In this day and age, who among the virtuous would pen love letters? The following morning, a knock echoed at the dormitory door. Sumo opened it to reveal a man and a woman standing outside, exuding an aura of intimidation that clearly marked them as no ordinary individuals. The woman was strikingly beautiful, standing at approximately 7 meters tall, with her hair tied back in a single ponytail and clad in a black trench coat. her figure tall and well-proportioned. She possessed the kind of beauty that would cause men to steal glances as she walked by. The man, on the other hand, was robustly built, with a grotesque scar etched across his face, extending from the corner of his right eye to the left corner of his mouth, as if carved by some sharp instrument. With such a visage, a mere glare from him could easily frighten a child to tears. Suemo, the woman inquired, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Yes. Who are you? Suemo asked. The Bureau of Malevolent Entities. A woman produced a small notebook and handed it over, stating, "This is what you refer to as Bureau 749. Suemo, may we have a word? Chapter 3 Bureau 749. The cursed abandoned building. Bureau 749. Is there truly such a department? Indeed, their understanding of malevolent entities must surpass my own. Perhaps they could provide some valuable information." Of course. Suemo nodded. Before long, the three of them arrived at a conference room. The woman extended her hand and said, "Suemo, please reintroduce yourself. Bureau 749, l'Inxion. This is my colleague, Wang Tianlei." Wang Tianlei forced a smile, the scar on his face contorting menacingly. "A pleasure to meet you." Suemo shook his hand and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Well," Lin Xianxian produced a photograph and placed it before Suemo. "We would like to confirm whether you have received this." Suemo glanced at it. The deathly love letter. "Yes," he admitted without reservation. "I received it yesterday afternoon. It came to seek you out? It arrived in the middle of the night. And then? I eliminated it." Lin Xianxian's eyes flickered slightly as she asked, "Are you a practitioner?" "Well, I suppose so. I have some connections. So that counts, right?" "Very well. We have no further questions." Lin Xianxian responded decisively, "Mr. Su, since you're a practitioner, I trust you are familiar with the rules. We shall not interfere with your freedom. However, I must remind you, as a practitioner, one must not take advantage of their abilities to violate laws and regulations. Otherwise, our Bureau 749 will have personnel assigned to rectify the situation. This is not a threat, but a benevolent reminder that I hope Mr. Su understands." Suemo nodded, grasping this principle. Without any constraints, those who acquire power might easily become reckless. "Mr. Su, I apologize for the disturbances today. The bounty for your elimination of the hanging ghost will be delivered shortly," Lin Xianxian stated. "Is there a bounty?" Sumo's eyes lit up. "Is it really that gratifying? By the way, have you registered for the forum?" Lin Xianxian suddenly recalled something. "Huh? What forum?" Suemo shook his head. "The forum specifically developed by Bureau 749 for practitioners, featuring a wealth of information on malevolent events and the opportunity to undertake strange tasks." Lin Xianxian produced her phone, opened a QR code, and handed it to him. "Please scan this." Suemo complied and found an app named 749 appearing on his screen, only to discover that registration was impossible without a referral. "If you do not mind, may I act as your referrer?" "Thank you." In no time, Suemo completed his registration. Upon entering, he was greeted with a plethora of posts regarding sinister occurrences. It appeared that this world was far more perilous and enigmatic than he had imagined. He would need to diligently exorcise spirits to enhance his strength. "Mr. Su, upon completing the malevolent tasks in the forum, you will earn points. Points can be exchanged for official rewards or converted into cash, with each point redeemable for 10,000 yuan. The unfortunate soul who met their end yesterday was a level 1 specter, carrying a bounty of 20 points, equating to 200,000 yuan. Now that Mr. Su has registered, the process will be straightforward. The points will be credited to his account promptly. He may redeem his points for cash at any time, with immediate effect." After posing several inquiries, the representatives from Bureau 749 took their leave. Perusing the forum for a while, Suemo discovered that his access was limited to browsing only level 1 supernatural events. This restriction likely serves as a safeguard for cultivators, preventing reckless individuals from undertaking perilous tasks for the sake of lucrative rewards. Through a pinned post, Suemo also gleaned insights into the general composition of cultivators in this world. There are practitioners of Buddhism, Taoism, and body refinement, alongside a unique category known as spirit tamers. These practitioners are distinct because their strength does not stem from their own abilities, but rather from the spirits they harbor within. The more powerful the spirit, the stronger the practitioner becomes. The hierarchy of a cultivator's strength is categorized into 9 levels, with level 1 being the weakest and level 9 practitioners revered as masters. The classification of supernatural entities parallels that of the cultivators. Moreover, the forum encompasses not only bounties for supernatural entities, but also addresses malevolent cultivators. For instance, there exists a prominently marked post regarding Blood Butcher, a level 3 evil cultivator, with a bounty reaching 300 points. Unfortunately, Sumo lacked the requisite permissions to access the details. With just a finger, I could vanquish a level 1 supernatural entity. I must at least be a level 2 cultivator, Sumo mused. If one could condense 9 solar energies within oneself, one might indeed become a master in the eyes of others. As I browsed through the forum, I discovered a marketplace filled predominantly with various tools designed to combat spectral entities, all purchasable solely with points. The prices were exorbitantly steep. A barrier-breaking talisman from Longhu Mountain demanded 50 points, translating to a staggering sum of 500,000 in currency. A single Maoshan corpse nail cost 500 points, while a lightning strike wooden talisman was also priced at 500 points. The book titled 9 Methods to Suppress Silver-Armored Zombies was listed at 1,000 points, and the Shun Shao Purple Thunder Talisman commanded a hefty 5,000 points. I felt utterly impoverished, with a mere 20 points unable to procure even a feather. The West Suburb Ruined Building Incident. Within a month, 9 individuals had plunged to their death from a derelict structure located in the western suburbs of Yuching, suspected to be haunted by malevolent spirits. Task Level 1. Task Reward, 30 points. After perusing the listings, I resolved to venture out to the western suburbs that evening. Suddenly, my phone rang. Sumo, how is your progress? Have you managed to arrange a meeting? Is it with a senior? A voice, laced with mischief, belonged to AI Rui. Yes, it's with a senior. I replied. Seriously? Is she beautiful? Indeed she is. Sumo, you are insufferable, enjoying such fine company. Oh, how I wish someone would write me a love letter. I couldn't help but twitch at the corner of my mouth. If someone did write to you, you would probably reject them. By the way, what is your senior's name? Does she have a roommate? Could you introduce one to me? I would pay handsomely. Oh, her name is Wang Wenjing. Wang Wenjing? That name rings a bell. Wait, wasn't she found hanging 6 months ago? Sumo, don't scare me. I have a fragile heart. I was merely jesting. In truth, I have yet to encounter anyone, Sumo remarked. Phew, you nearly terrified me. I thought you had gone on a date with a ghost. Sumo continued. Young man, your intuition is quite keen. Soon enough, as evening descended, Sumo resolved to venture to the western suburbs. He casually hailed a taxi at the school gate. Where to? The driver queried. A pancake wrapped in his mouth. After a few hurried bites, he swallowed. To the western suburbs, the abandoned building area. Coughing violently, the driver struggled to regain his composure. Taking several gulps of water, his expression one of disbelief. Where did you say? The western suburbs, the abandoned building area. Sumo reiterated. Brother, I dare not go there. It's haunted. I've heard several have perished. The driver's face turned pale with fear. 100. 200. It's not about the money. 300. If you refuse to go, I shall exit the vehicle. Boss, hold on tight. We are, in fact, atheists. There are no ghosts in this world, only the destitute. The driver pressed down on the accelerator, and Sumo felt a rush akin to being pushed back in his seat. Indeed, he was a true driver of Chongqing. Brother, that place is cursed. Are you truly going there? On the journey, the driver cautiously resumed the conversation. In what manner is it cursed? Sumo inquired. Well, I heard that half a year ago, someone jumped from there. He was a gambler, having squandered his entire fortune, losing even his wife and children to the vice. He found life unbearable. It is said that when he was about to leap, he hesitated and decided to wager with himself. He took a coin. Heads, he would jump. Tails, he would not. The result, alas, was unfavorable for him. He lost once more. In despair, he leapt, landing in a crumpled heap. Recently, there have been a succession of jumpers. It is said that they were all lured by that gambler, losing not only their bets, but their very lives. Sumo chuckled. Master, are you not an atheist? Well, I am indeed an atheist, but not a ghost denier. Let's not dwell on that. It sends shivers down my spine. An hour later, the taxi came to a steady halt. Boss, we have arrived. The driver gestured toward the distance, stating, "That is the abandoned building. I can only take you this far." Su-mo lifted his gaze, peering through the window into the nocturnal scenery. An unfinished structure loomed amidst the overgrown weeds, resembling a malevolent specter lying in wait. Chapter 4. The Gambler Eye seemed to have been struck down by the sun. As Suemo took a few steps, he was once again called back by the taxi driver. "Young man, may I inquire if you are troubled? You can share your thoughts with me." He continued, "You are still young. Please do not despair. That place is truly not worth visiting. What if we do this? I shall waive the fare, and you can join me for a drink, or perhaps partake in a lively diversion." On the way, the driver grew increasingly uneasy. This location was notorious as a suicide hotspot and was rumored to be haunted. Several had jumped from its heights. The young man, appearing so youthful and with such a clear destination, could not possibly be contemplating a tragic end. Could he? No. He must intervene and save this young soul. As Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of an exhilarating program, he declared, with such an enticing proposition, "I can hardly feel weary." Cast a glance at the dilapidated building. He resolved that confronting malevolent spirits to earn merit was of utmost importance. "I'm not the sort to succumb to despair, my friend. Rest assured, I have not yet exhausted my days." With that, Su-mo turned and strode purposefully toward the abandoned structure. He pondered to himself, hailing cabs back and forth is rather inconvenient. Could I possibly drive myself to vanquish these spirits? That would be too exhausting. Perhaps hiring a driver? That seems rather troublesome. If only I could find a driver who would work pro bono, always available at my beck and call, and obedient to my requests. The thought evoked a chuckle from Suemo. To secure such a driver would indeed be a fantastical notion. Yet, on second thought, this world is already inhabited by spirits. Observing Sumo's retreating figure, the taxi driver appeared to have made a resolution and dialed number. "Hello, is this the spirit hotline? I am a concerned citizen. It seems a young man at the West Suburban Abandoned Building is contemplating a leap." The air turned cold, chillingly so. The path ahead deepened into darkness. As Su-mo treaded upon the overgrown weeds, he approached the dilapidated edifice, only to find himself shrouded in a veil of shadow. As he drew nearer, the outlines of the crumbling structure became increasingly obscured. The atmosphere was thick with malevolence, quietly channeling his inner strength. Su-mo felt the turbulent energy within him quelling the bone-chilling aura that surrounded him. Advancing further, he finally reached the entrance of the derelict building, where a rusted chain dangled ominously. With a gentle nudge, the chain snapped effortlessly. He pushed the door open and ventured inside, moving deeper into the silence. The stillness enveloped him, yet he could sense the oppressive aura intensifying all around. It must be on the rooftop. Su-mo tilted his head back, and he could distinctly perceive a thick, unyielding shroud of black mist enveloping the dilapidated rooftop. Upon reaching the terrace, he observed 4 or 5 individuals gathered around a table, their expressions fraught with anxiety. They paid no heed to his arrival. Each side of the table was occupied by a person, seemingly engaged in a game of mahjong. With a sharp crack, the man facing away from Su-mo slammed a mahjong tile onto the table, the sound tinged with a morbid excitement. "Self-draw. All 3 of you have lost again." The other 3 displayed expressions of despair, their faces ashen, their eyes betraying a creeping terror. "Ha ha ha, you've lost. Losing comes with a penalty, so hurry up." The trio, seemingly entranced, rose and approached the edge of the rooftop. They leapt off. Hud, hud, hud. The sound of their bodies striking the ground reverberated through the air. Moments later, 3 mangled figures reappeared on the terrace, their demise gruesome. Was this truly the punishment for losing a bet? Reliving the agony of their own deaths repeatedly was indeed a torment for them. "Newcomer." The man remained motionless, abruptly turning his head a full 180 degrees to fixate on Su-mo brother. Care for a gamble? For an ordinary person, fear would have taken hold. Yet Su-mo remained unperturbed. He strode forward confidently. "Sure." Su-mo seated himself, facing the man, who exuded a palpable aura of malevolence. It was far more intense than that of the ghost who had once professed his affections. "Brother, it seems you met a grim fate, didn't you?" Su-Mo suddenly inquired. The man paused, momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, his flesh writhing grotesquely, blood oozing profusely. "Jumping off could it not be tragic? Don't fret, your turn will come soon." He shook his head and transformed into the guise of a man, declaring, "This is my domain. If you enter, you must wager. Win, and you shall depart. Lose, and your life remains. Of course, until now, no one has ever bested me." He pointed at the surrounding wicked spirits. His smile sinister. "They all lost, and now stay here to accompany me." "Oh, such bravado!" Su-Mo scoffed. "Do you know what others call me?" "What?" "The little gambling god of Yuching." With that, Su-Mo retrieved his phone and played his theme music, almost complete with sunglasses and chocolate. Throughout his life, Su-Mo had never lost a card game. His luck was extraordinarily abundant. Perhaps this was a benefit of being a transmigrator. Yet, he had never contemplated using gambling as a means to wealth, for he despised it. This vice had led many to ruin. Now, however, a gambler sought to challenge him. The man, speechless, thought, "Your bravado is hardly impressive. Your claims are soaring to the heavens." The little gambling god? Perhaps you've watched too many Hong Kong films. In my lifetime, I've never encountered a true gambling god. Everyone I've known who dabbled in gambling has met a dismal fate, myself included. I once gambled before my demise, and still lost. "Very well." The man grinned ominously. "Since you are so confident, let this great gambler test you, the little gambling god. How would you like to play?" "Let us keep it simple. Texas Hold'em," Su-Mo replied, reclining comfortably with his legs propped on the table. "As you wish." The gambler waved his hand, and a deck of cards materialized on the table. "Deal." A female ghost, trembling with an eerie grace, stepped forward and began to deal cards to both players. The scene was undeniably unsettling. The dealer, drenched in blood, had her head grotesquely twisted to one side, droplets of viscous fluid incessantly dripping down. With 3 cards in hand, Su-Mo refrained from examining them, instead lightly tapping the surfaces with his fingers, exuding an air of assured victory, accompanied by the triumphant theme of a gambling deity. He indeed radiated an aura reminiscent of a victorious champion. "Let us see you flaunt your bravado." The gambler smirked ominously, solemnly picking up his cards. He blew gently on the corner and peeled it back, his eyes widening in astonishment. A remarkable hand. 3 kings. Such a combination was exceedingly rare. He had never drawn such a hand in life. To think, in death, fortune smiled upon him. "Look closely, kid. I'll lay these down." The gambler slammed his cards onto the table with a flourish, brimming with arrogance. 3 of a kind, kings. You'd need 3 aces to beat me. I doubt you possess such luck. Reveal your cards. Wow. Su-Mo raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive. To draw such cards is truly commendable. Huh. What was it I said earlier? If you lose, you must pay with your life. Will you take the leap yourself, or shall I assist you? Why the rush? What if I do have 3 aces? Su-Mo replied, his tone leisurely. I don't believe it. With a calm smile, Su-Mo stated, I don't believe it either, but what if? With that, he flipped over 1 card, the ace of hearts. The gambler was taken aback. No way. Could it truly be 3 aces? He felt the tension rise as Su-Mo revealed the 2nd card, the ace of spades. The gambler could no longer contain himself. There's still 1 more. Su-Mo picked it up, glanced at it, and displayed a look of disappointment. As expected, there was not a hint of novelty. The buff that guaranteed victory in gambling remained remarkably strong. Ha ha ha. You certainly do not possess 3 aces. The essence of Dodiju lies in psychology. And judging by your expression, you must be holding a weak hand, right? The gambler became increasingly excited. I apologize. That was not my intention. Su-Mo threw the 3rd card onto the table, revealing a glaring ace of spades that dazzled the gambler's eyes. How could this happen? The gambler slumped in a chair, his eyes devoid of life, utterly despondent, in that moment almost personifying despair. He bore no resemblance to a gambler, but rather to a pitiful wretch. You said it. If you lose, you must accept the consequences. Suddenly, Su-Mo stood up, seized the man by his collar, and hurled him off the rooftop. "Ah, you!" A scream pierced the air. Moments later, the man's face turned pale as he contorted his body to reappear on the rooftop once more. It was as if he faced death repeatedly, an ordeal he dreaded most. "Shall we try again?" "Sorry, but you have lost once more. Off you go. Straight. It seems I have the upper hand again. Depart. Are you even capable? With such pitiful skills, how dare you call yourself a gambler? Get out of here." After 10 suicidal leaps, the gambler finally cracked, an overwhelming aura of despair enveloping him. "Are you cheating? Damn it. To lose 10 times in a row, each time inferior to your hand. This fellow is truly uncanny. His cards always surpass mine. Albeit slightly. He draws 3 8s, and he draws 3 9s. He forms a straight with J, Q, K, while he counters with a straight of Q, K, A. Truly, it is as if the leg of a limping donkey bears a curse." Suemo chuckled. "The cards you played were yours, and the dealer was also your specter. I have not touched a single card, yet you accuse me of cheating? When skill pales in comparison, one must acknowledge it." The gambler's expression fluctuated, and suddenly he plopped down onto a chair, waving his hand dismissively. "Wager and accept defeat. You may leave." However, Suemo remained unmoved, his fingers drumming lightly on the table, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded him. "What do you intend to do?" The gambler felt unnerved under his gaze. Growling menacingly, "I have already been quite civil. Do not seek to provoke me." Suemo clapped his hands and replied with a grin, "I wish to. Become you. Become me? Then you may as well perish first." The gambler seethed with fury, his hands sweeping through the air, exuding a chilling aura. "Kill him." In an instant, the surrounding spirits, too fearful to defy, transformed into wisps of green smoke and lunged at Suemo. A gust of ominous wind swept across the rooftop, accompanied by wails of despair. "I have nurtured 9 spirits, while that fellow stands alone. The advantage lies with me." Boom! A wave of scorching energy erupted amidst the swirling shadows, engulfing the entire rooftop. "Ah!" The shrill cries echoed incessantly, startling the gambler, who could only witness the little gambling god descending like a divine being, his fists striking like a mighty dragon. With a single blow, one spirit was destined to dissipate into smoke. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 spirit, the Leap Ghost. You have gained 100 merit points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 spirit, the Leap Ghost. You have gained 100 merit points. In the blink of an eye, besides Suemo, not a single ghostly entity remained. How exhilarating! He shook his fist, reveling in the sheer delight of such an effortless annihilation. You! The gambler, terrified, turned to flee. Such ferocity could indeed be his undoing. "Do not run. Meet your demise." Suemo summoned the vital energy from his dantian, his blood surging with vigor, akin to the rising sun, as he charged toward the gambler. "What on earth is this?" The gambler glanced back, only to behold a radiant sun hurtling towards him. Before he could evade, his consciousness faded away. In his final moments, a singular thought crossed his mind. Am I being struck down by the sun? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain the level 2 ghostly entity, the gambler, earning 500 merit points. Disperse. With a mere thought, Suemo unleashed the blazing solar energy across the rooftop, incinerating all lingering malevolence. No trace of the eerie remained. In the distance, a taxi driver anxiously awaiting fares suddenly heard a chilling scream emanating from the derelict building, sending shivers down his spine. Turning back, he noticed what appeared to be a ghostly silhouette flickering atop the darkened rooftop as a crimson glow ascended slowly. Was it the sun? The driver was taken aback, instinctively checking his phone. It was well past 10 in the evening. Unbelievable! How could the sun possibly be out at this hour? Chapter 5. Midnight Whispers of Ghosts. The spirits are listening, and so are the mortals. Merit points, 2,400. Level 2, ghostly entities. I can vanquish them in an instant. It seems my strength exceeds my expectations. Suemo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He felt that the presence of spirits in this place was rather scarce, especially considering that each enhancement required a staggering 10,000 merit points, a goal still far from reach. Opening the app, he submitted a task, specifically noting that the malevolent entity haunting the abandoned building was a level 2 spirit. He mused that requesting an additional 30 points would be rather impolite. With that, he departed. As Suemo exited the dilapidated structure, he noticed that the taxi driver had yet to leave. "Master, are you waiting for me?" Suemo inquired with a smile. The taxi driver, his gaze filled with uncertainty, glanced between the abandoned building and Suemo before cautiously asking, "Brother, was that disturbance at the abandoned building caused by you?" Suemo merely smiled in response. The taxi driver slapped the steering wheel in realization. "I knew it. This world surely harbors extraordinary individuals. Novels do not deceive. I understand now. Some questions are best left unasked." Suddenly, he smacked his forehead in dismay. "Oh no, what's wrong?" Suemo asked. The taxi driver, looking quite embarrassed, replied, "Well, I thought you might have been contemplating something drastic, so I called the police. They should be arriving shortly." Suemo raised an eyebrow. "Do I appear to be someone who would consider such actions?" Just then, a police car pulled up nearby, and 2 officers approached, their expressions marked by caution and tension. "Did you call the police?" One officer inquired. "It's all a misunderstanding, The taxi driver floundered, hurriedly explaining the situation until he managed to clear the air. "Have you lost your mind, wandering around such a place without a care for your safety? Get out of here." The officer shot a stern look at Suemo. He cast a trepidatious glance at the distant, unfinished building and couldn't help but offer a cautionary remark. "Next time, don't come here, this place. It's not safe." He was well aware of the grim history. Several individuals had plunged to their demise from that very structure, their deaths horrifically tragic, and a dedicated team had taken over the investigation. Thankfully, no incidents had occurred recently. This young man was fortunate enough not to have ventured inside. Otherwise, tomorrow would necessitate another grim task of retrieving his remains. The mere thought of collecting human remains in plastic bags made him feel queasy. "Excuse me, esteemed one." The taxi driver cautiously ventured to speak on the way back. He was no fool. He feared offending Suemo. He often read novels depicting formidable figures, and the last thing he wanted was to invoke the ire of such a person. A mere flick of their wrist could bring about a year of misfortune for him. "Not at all," Suemo replied with a smile, understanding the driver's good intentions. After a moment of silence, the driver could no longer restrain his curiosity. "Esteemed one, may I pose a question?" "Ask away." "Is it true that such entities exist in this world? Ghosts?" "Yes." The driver's voice trembled slightly. Discussing such matters in the dead of night was indeed unsettling. As the saying goes, at midnight, when one speaks of ghosts, both the living and the dead are listening. The air conditioning chilled him, as though unseen hands were caressing his skin. He adjusted the airflow downwards. "What do you think?" Suemo countered. "I believe they do." The driver hesitated before continuing, reflecting back on that incident. "It couldn't possibly have been a mere figment of my imagination. That incident?" Sumo's interest peaked as he raised his gaze, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Have you encountered ghosts? Where did you see it? Was it numerous?" The taxi driver nearly pressed the accelerator to the floor. How could one even pose such a question? Moreover, why such excitement in your tone? And to inquire if it was excessive? Is this a query befitting a rational individual? Upon a moment's reflection, it dawned on me that the person in the back seat hardly resembled a typical person. He had observed the commotion near the unfinished building quite clearly, particularly the last sun that rose and dissipated, resembling a special effect from a television show. "Zhou Yuanshan, are you aware of him?" The taxi driver lit a cigarette and lowered the window slightly. "Zhou Yuanshan?" Suemo nodded. Having heard the name, it belonged to the Yuanshan Group. The Yuanshan Group is a relatively prominent developer in Yuqing, known for several upscale projects, and has a commendable reputation. He's from my hometown, and according to the lineage there, Boss Zhou is my distant cousin. The driver continued. "Wow," Suemo expressed surprise. "With such a notable relative, why are you still driving a taxi?" The driver seemed to anticipate Suemo's thoughts and waved a hand dismissively. "Even emperors have a few impoverished relatives, though we share a familial connection. It is not particularly close. About a month ago, I attended Boss Zhou's mother's birthday celebration. He has a daughter named Zhou Yuran, tall and graceful, Truly a beauty. Get to the point. The crux of the matter is his daughter. That night, I had a bit too much to drink and stepped outside for a restroom break, and I happened to bump into her. In my dazed state, I seemed to see someone on her back. I was utterly terrified, but after rubbing my eyes, that person had vanished. Initially, I thought I was merely seeing things and dismissed it. However, recently, I overheard others discussing. That young girl had fallen ill, her frail body resembling little more than skin and bones. Even more skeletal than a mere skeleton. Boss Joe had taken her from hospital to hospital, yet no remedy could be found. Esteemed one, do you believe this predicament is the result of some malevolent force? Suemo felt a stirring within. The way it was described bore a resemblance to possession by a spirit. Once Boss Joe's daughter exhausts her vitality, the malevolent spirit clinging to her would surely seize the opportunity to take root. It is highly probable, though confirmation is necessary. Suemo articulated, esteemed one, is this ailment within your power to heal? The taxi driver could no longer restrain himself. Noticing Sumo's gaze upon him, the driver sighed and said, regardless of our distant relationship, that girl is still my second cousin. If her illness could be cured, it would bring solace to my heart. Esteemed one, you must believe me. My intentions are not fueled by greed. Driving a taxi is sufficient to support my family. We've arrived. There is no need for payment. 300 is enough for the round trip, and I will still make a profit. Suemo contemplated for a moment, then scribbled a phone number and handed it over, saying if there is a need, please have Boss Joe contact me. Whether the other party believes, it is a matter of fate. Once Suemo had walked away, the taxi driver finally took out his phone and scrolled through his contacts for quite a while. He dialed a number. Nanshan Villa, Zhou Yuanshan, in a state of turmoil, had not ceased smoking as his daughter's anguished cries echoed hauntingly through the air. That sound was enough to chill anyone to the bone. The thought of his once beautiful daughter, now reduced to a skeletal form, resembling a ghost with skin stretched over bones, filled Zhou Yuanshan with profound sorrow. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. Heaven, he lamented, if I, Zhou Yuanshan, have committed any immoral deeds, let the repercussions befall me alone. Why must my daughter suffer? He raised his head, tears streaming down his aged face. For half a month, his daughter's condition showed no signs of improvement. Even the most esteemed doctors at the top-tier hospital were at a loss. Watching his daughter wither away day by day, teetering on the brink of death, Zhou Yuanshan's hair turned completely gray. A friend had informed him that his daughter's plight might not be due to illness, but rather the result of malevolent forces. In desperation, Zhou Yuanshan spent a fortune to hire a so-called expert to exorcise the evil, but to no avail. This so-called expert merely sprinkled some talismanic water and gestured aimlessly, leaving Zhou Yuanshan in utter despair. My dear daughter, I'm so sorry. The shrill ring of the phone broke his reverie. Frustrated, he picked up the device, noting the unfamiliar number. Initially, he intended to hang up, but reconsidered, realizing that few knew his number. By some twist of fate, he answered. Who is this? Cousin, it's me, Chen Dagong, the one who runs the taxi service. Oh, Dagong, what brings you to call at this hour? Zhou Yuanshan furrowed his brow, questioning the motives of this distant relative. Has Yuan's condition improved? Same as before. Cousin, I know a person with extraordinary abilities who might be able to cure Yuan's illness. Dagong. Zhou Yuanshan's tone grew stern as he interjected. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Goodbye. Cousin, please hear me out. This person may truly possess remarkable skills. His phone. The decision lies with you, and I'm doing this for Yuan's sake. Hang up. Zhou Yuanshan silently recited the phone number, lost in thought. If given a choice, he truly wished not to believe in the so-called masters. Yet what if he tried? What if? In Yuqing, at the 749 Bureau, Captain, the mission at the unfinished building in the western suburbs has been completed. The submitter is Sumo. The staff member spoke. Lin Xianxian stepped forward and inquired. Is he newly registered? Registered just this morning. Is it really him? He even noted that the trouble at the unfinished building is caused by a level 2 ghost. Offering 30 points would be rather impolite. Lin Xianxian immediately dispatched personnel to inspect the scene and measure the residual ghostly energy concentration. Half an hour later, the news returned. The concentration of residual ghostly energy was identified as level 2. Chapter 6. When the ghost fire ignites, parents raise their children in vain. Captain, not only that. We discovered that the battle traces here are very shallow. The ghost seems to have been annihilated in an instant. The yin energy here has almost been completely dispelled. Lin Xianxian's gaze flickered. To annihilate a level 2 ghost, just how powerful is that cultivator named Su Mo? A level 3 cultivator? Or perhaps a level 4 cultivator? After pondering for a moment, Lin Xianxian stated, based on the level 2 task settlement, Sumo's authority level shall be elevated to level 2. Keep a close watch. Understood. Soon, the staff completed their operations. Lin Xianxian's slender fingers tapped on the desk. She couldn't shake the feeling that Su Mo was anything but ordinary. Ding dong. Su Mo received a notification from the app. Dear practitioner, congratulations on completing the task of exterminating the malevolent spirit. Spirit designation level. Level 2. Task designation level. Level 2. Task reward. 100 points. Your authority has been elevated to level 2, allowing you to view level 2 spirit events. Please continue your efforts in vanquishing malevolent spirits. Together, let us strive to safeguard the tranquility of the human realm. Good night. Su Mo was momentarily speechless. He felt a peculiar sensation akin to receiving a birthday greeting from a promotional service. However, 100 points was quite gratifying. When converted, it amounted to nearly 1 million. Within a few short hours, he found himself richer than ever before. Yet, in comparison to the points, the true treasure lay in the merit value obtained from vanquishing spirits. Merit value was the genuine wealth. As Su Mo closed the app, a pop-up news alert suddenly appeared on his phone. Ghostly fire youth perishes in midnight drag race. Innocent car owner entangled in legal woes. Intrigued, Su Mo clicked on it. 2 months prior, 3 underage youths, each accompanied by a female companion, ventured out for a late-night stroll. The 6 pooled together 30 yuan to purchase 2 bottles of subpar white liquor, accompanied by several bags of peanuts, and soon became intoxicated. By chance, they spotted a few motorcycles on the road. The 3 ghostly fire youths, skilled in the art of theft, each absconded with a bike. The drag race commenced. The video was accompanied by dynamic visuals. The trio, with their female companions, roared through the night, accelerating, leaning into turns, and performing stunts. It was a sight that would compel anyone to exclaim, "What a waste of parental care." The reckless youth, consumed by the thrill of speed, found himself unsatisfied with mere urban escapades and, accompanied by a female companion, ventured into the mountains. Alas, this reckless endeavor resulted in a tragic demise, claiming 6 lives. 3 motorcycles careened off the winding mountain roads, completely wrecked, leaving no chance for rescue. 3 men and 3 women met their untimely fate, perishing on the spot. The unfortunate motorcycle owners faced lawsuits from the families of the deceased, seeking compensation for their lost loved ones or financial reparation. The sound of the motorcycle's roar heralded a grim reality. The parents' sacrifices seemed in vain as their children lay lifeless. Su Mo shook his head and turned off his phone. He felt little sympathy for these reckless youths. It was the motorcycle owners who bore the brunt of this calamity, and they would surely face dire consequences. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Su Mo felt invigorated, as if the energy within him had reached new heights. A pang of hunger struck him. After practicing a pirated version of a 9-yang divine skill, he found his appetite had significantly increased. He dashed to the cafeteria. "Boss, I'll have 100 buns." "What, 100? "Yes, 100. You must be bringing breakfast for the whole class, right?" "No, I'm eating them myself." "Young man, are you kidding? You really think you can finish 100? What happens if I do? I'll 1T charge you, and I'll give you another 100 for free." "Well, that is quite the deal. Let us make it official. No backing out." Under the astonished gaze of the boss and his classmates, Su Mo devoured the buns with remarkable speed. The pile of buns before him diminished rapidly. Goodness, was this fellow a reincarnation of a hungry ghost? He ate as if he were Zhu Beiji, and one might wonder if he even tasted the meat inside. If this fellow were to become a food streamer, he would undoubtedly achieve great fame. He truly has an appetite. Could this be the legendary gourmand? He does possess a certain charm, though his manner of eating is rather reckless. Consuming 100 buns in one sitting, I cannot afford such a gluttonous junior on my living expenses. An hour later, the toilet. What an extravagant affair. Soon enough, after devouring 100 buns, Su-mo let out an unrefined burp and patted his belly. Just 3/10 full. What do you say, boss? The owner was utterly stunned. He had never witnessed such an impressive eater before, and gave a thumbs up. Incredible. The owner, being quite forthright, without any hesitation, promptly brought out the remaining buns. Come on, my friend. Eat to your heart's content. It's all on me. How could I possibly accept this? MMM. The taste is exquisite. The boss is truly skilled. After annihilating over 200 buns, Su-mo finally felt satiated and contentedly patted his belly. He could sense the food he consumed transforming into vitality, continuously nourishing the energy reservoir within him. His strength seemed to have increased ever so slightly. What delight! In life, sustenance is paramount. No matter how powerful one is, one must still eat. Su-mo had no intention of taking advantage of the generosity. However, as he attempted to pay, the owner stopped him. Do you look down upon me, brother? A man of honor keeps his word. If I say no charge, then there is no charge. This meal is on me. Next time, well, I shall pay next time. One can bear the cost once. But should it happen again, it would truly be a financial strain. Henceforth, Sumo's moniker as the god of eating spread throughout the school. It is widely acknowledged that there exists an extraordinary individual at Yuching University who can consume over 200 dumplings in a single sitting. Furthermore, a video featuring Su-mo has been uploaded online, swiftly eclipsing numerous food vloggers in popularity. The dumpling stall has consequently gained immense popularity, as everyone is eager to experience the exquisite taste that could allow one to devour such a staggering quantity. Amidst the admiring gazes of onlookers, Su-mo exited the cafeteria, intending to wander into the city in search of a residence. His primary objective now was to eliminate spirits, and residing in the dormitory proved to be rather inconvenient. With a substantial fortune of 1 million in hand, Su-mo felt quite confident. Young man, I observe a dark aura around you, a familiar voice echoed, and I sense. A prominent chest. Su-mo scoffed, abruptly turning around. You are the one with a prominent chest. Your entire family is. The individual before him was none other than the old Taoist who had previously peddled his pirated version of a 9-yang divine art. To his surprise, the old Taoist appeared startled upon seeing Su-mo, quickly followed by a look of embarrassment tinged with guilt. Ah, young man, it's you again. How absurd. Su-mo rolled his eyes. On another note, I must express my gratitude to this fellow for the pirated 9-yang divine art, for it has significantly enhanced my abilities. Young man, I see a bright aura around you. It seems the calamity has been averted. Have you mastered that unparalleled scripture? Has it yielded results? The results are remarkable. Old Deng, I extend my heartfelt thanks to your entire family. Su-mo's smile was one of mockery, yet was laced with genuine appreciation. Ah, the old Taoist chuckled awkwardly, stroking his beard. As long as it proves effective, that is what matters. My efforts in performing rituals and spells were not in vain. Su-mo rubbed his forehead, bemused by the sheer audacity of the old man. Madam, prepare a bowl of pig trotter's rice for this old fellow. Scan the code, and let us be on our way. The old Taoist rushed forward, addressing the voluptuous proprietress. More pig trotters, extra rice, plenty of gravy, and additional vegetables. Please. The proprietress rolled her eyes, her ample bosom swaying, as she replied curtly, Got it. You're quite the demanding one. Just wait over there and don't obstruct my sign. This old man lingered daily at the school gate, peddling those worthless martial arts manuals, feasting and drinking at others' expense. His gaze lewdly wandering over himself. How shameless. Madam, another plate of pickled vegetables, if you please. The Taoist remained unfazed, casually finding a table to sit. His gaze shifted to Su-mo's retreating figure, and he stroked his beard, muttering to himself, curious indeed. Chapter 7, Is that ghost around? Care to chat for a moment? Hello, who is this? Greetings, I am Zhou Yuanshan, referred by Chen Dagong. Does the gentleman truly have a solution for my daughter's predicament? While en route to the city, Su Mo received Zhou Yuanshan's call. It's hard to say until I meet her in person. If it's a malevolent spirit at play, I can handle it. If it's a genuine ailment, I can only observe. May I inquire your name, sir? Su Mo. Mr. Su. When might you be available? This concerns my daughter, so I must take a humble stance. Tonight, at 8. Very well. I shall send someone to fetch you. Where's the location? At the entrance of Yuqing University. Are you a student? Is there a problem? On the other end of the line, Zhou Yuanshan felt a chill in his heart. What could a university student possibly achieve? Yet what if? Zhou Yuanshan exhaled heavily. Even if the chance were minuscule, he had to try. His daughter's situation could not be delayed. Mr. Su, I have no issues. I will ensure someone is there to pick you up at 8 o'clock tonight. With that, he hung up the phone, and Su Mo entered a real estate agency named Love Home. Perhaps due to Su Mo's youthful appearance, several staff members glanced at him before returning to their tasks. Sir, are you here to view properties? A youthful-looking girl hurried over. Su Mo glanced at her name tag. Zhang Xiaotao. She appeared to have recently graduated, her face marked by exhaustion and heavy dark circles under her eyes. Zhang Xiaotao stepped closer, prompting a slight frown from Su Mo. She emanated an indistinct chill, an aura he recognized well. In energy, sir? Zhang Xiaotao felt a twinge of anxiety. She did not want to miss a sale, especially with her mother in the hospital. They needed money. Oh, Su Mo nodded and said, do you have any quieter neighborhoods? A rent of 4,000 to 5,000 is acceptable. Yes, Zhang Xiaotao replied cheerfully. If this deal went through, she would earn half the commission. Take me to see. Zhang Xiaotao led Su Mo to several neighborhoods, but he found none to his liking. After pondering, he decided to wait a little longer and perhaps rid a few more spirits before purchasing a property outright. Mr. Yapalagos. Zhang Xiaotao expressed her regret. I haven't been able to find a suitable property for you. A minor issue. Su Mo smiled, harboring a considerable fondness for Zhang Xiaotao. Throughout their journey, he had not displayed any impatience. Have you been experiencing frequent nightmares lately? Su Mo suddenly inquired on their way back to the shop. Huh? Zhang Xiaotao was taken aback, her complexion paling and her eyes betraying a hint of terror. How do you know? She stammered. Perhaps if you share, I might be able to assist you. Su Mo offered. Really? Zhang Xiaotao bit her lip, replying, Mr. Su, may I treat you to a cup of coffee? Mr. Su, do you believe in ghosts? Zhang Xiaotao's hands trembled slightly as she held the coffee, her gaze growing increasingly fearful. I do. Su Mo responded, do not worry. I am quite adept at dealing with such matters. What exactly transpired? A flicker of hope crossed Zhang Xiaotao's eyes as she raised her head and began to recount the events of the past few days. A month prior, her stepfather had passed away, dying in their home after consuming an entire can of pesticide. Zhang Xiaotao felt only a twinge of sorrow, for her stepfather had treated her poorly and often abused her mother. Upon graduating from high school, he had wished for her to work and marry, but her mother had opposed this, providing for her education until she completed university. On the 7th day after his death, Zhang Xiaotao had seen her stepfather at home. She had been terrified. He had already been buried. His figure was hazy, with a bluish-black hue, his face contorted in a grimace as he shouted something at her, though she could not discern the words. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. She thought she might have been mistaken, yet the following night, he reappeared once more. As before, she silently unleashed a torrent of curses at her. Zhang Xiaotao understood that this was no mere illusion and hurriedly relayed the incident to her mother. Upon hearing this, her mother's face turned ashen, urging her not to dwell on it. Her stepfather was deceased. That very night, her mother packed their belongings and left the village with Zhang Xiaotao. Life grew tranquil. The stepfather no longer made his presence felt, and her mother found work. It seemed that the two of them were faring better. However, one night, Zhang Xiaotao dreamt. In her dream, she clearly saw her stepfather, his malevolent gaze piercing, his mouth twisted in a grimace, and his skin a ghastly shade of greenish-black. Taodao, that wretched woman, why did she seek to harm me? Her stepfather demanded. Again and again, Zhang Xiaotao awoke in terror, too frightened to close her eyes, feeling an unsettling chill in the room, as if a pair of eyes were perpetually watching her. In the days that followed, every time she shut her eyes, her stepfather would materialize, incessantly questioning her. You are a harlot. Your daughter is a harlot too. A treacherous wolf that cannot be nurtured. You deserve to perish. And so does she. You shall pay with your lives. You two wretched souls shall join me. A chilling laughter echoed in her mind. Zheng Xiaotao's eyes widened in fear. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. I do not comprehend what transpired. Why he said such things, she exclaimed. Su Mo gently grasped her wrist, offering comfort. Do not fear. Speak slowly. What happened next? Tears brimmed in Zheng Xiaotao's eyes as she recounted. A few days ago, my mother was in a terrible car accident and was gravely injured. In recent days, has he not appeared in your dreams? Su Mo contemplated. The death of Zheng Xiaotao's stepfather likely harbors deeper secrets. Which hospital is your mother in? Would it be convenient for you to take me there? Su Mo inquired. Before long, they arrived at the second municipal hospital, where Zheng Xiaotao's mother resided in room 307. It was a triple occupancy room, yet she was the sole occupant, with the adjacent beds vacant. Su Mo, possessing keen hearing, caught snippets of conversation. What is up with 307? The doctor just advised against wandering around. Haven't you heard? Room 307 is haunted. It feels chilling even in broad daylight. They say there was a patient there who, in the dead of night, was frightened into a heart attack, screaming about ghosts. TSK. They claim the woman in that room is tormented by a malevolent spirit. How pitiful. Speak softly. Look, that is her daughter. She comes every day. Oh, today she even brought a friend? Quite handsome indeed. As Su Mo approached the door of room 307, a chilling aura enveloped him, the temperature plummeting significantly. Mr. Su, Zheng Xiaotao expressed her trepidation. If not for her mother's need for care, she truly would prefer not to enter the room. Fear not. Su Mo strode confidently to the window, drawing the curtains shut, then closed and locked the door behind them. Zheng Xiaotao complied. Instantly, the room was shrouded in darkness. Su Mo gazed into a dim corner and softly remarked, Is that ghost willing to converse for a moment? Chapter 8. At one moment, arranging into in shape and, at another, into ape shape. Zheng Xiaotao's eyes were filled with terror as she gazed into the corner, where no one was present. Mr. Su, who are you speaking to? Su Mo remained fixated on the corner, an eerie silence enveloping the room, save for the sound of breathing. Not coming out? With a mere thought, Su Mo felt a surge of energy coursing through him, causing the entire hospital room to radiate warmth. Suddenly, Zheng Xiaotao heard a faint, anguished cry in her ear, followed by a chilling sight. From the shadows emerged a figure, its face a ghastly shade of blue-black, with menacing eyes and a twisted mouth, exuding a peculiar and foul stench. It was her stepfather. Zheng Xiaotao gasped, covering her mouth in fright as she stumbled back, nearly losing her balance. A ghost. There truly is a ghost. Who are you? She demanded. The malevolent spirit, shrouded in black smoke, fixed its gaze intently on Su Mo. A concerned citizen. Su Mo replied with a faint smile, gesturing toward the unconscious woman on the hospital bed. Pray tell, what grievances linger that compel you to haunt your wife, and also your daughter? Moreover, allow me to offer a word of caution. Do not attempt any tricks, or else. Su Mo's aura erupted, appearing to the malevolent spirit like a radiant sun, as if it could incinerate him in an instant. The spirit staggered back, pointing at the woman on the bed, exclaiming, This wretched woman took my life. I seek merely vengeance. What is wrong with that? And her. It pointed menacingly at Zheng Xiaotao, seething, She is the spawn of this harlot, not my blood. Now that I am dead, she must be reveling in her joy, until both of these wretches meet their end. The resentment within me shall not dissipate, and not even the mightiest of beings can halt my wrath. Zheng Xiaotao, filled with terror, exclaimed, What were you saying? Mother never mentioned that you committed suicide. Suicide? The malevolent spirit spat disdainfully. I have yet to exhaust my life. What reason do I have to end it? That night, I was inebriated, and it was she who forced the pesticide down my throat. No, it can't be. Zheng Xiaotao could not fathom this outcome. How could her mother suddenly transform into a murderer? Su Mo approached the woman, who was gravely injured. With the infusion of vitality, he discerned the swirling dark energy enveloping her. Disperse. Su Mo struck with his palm, dissipating the ominous aura and awakening her gently. Upon seeing the malevolent spirit, she became agitated. Do not harm my daughter. A life for a life. I shall trade my life for hers. Wretched soul. Witnessing the woman awaken, the spirit was engulfed in rage, ready to pounce. But Su Mo swiftly intervened, sending it flying with a single slap. Mother, what on earth is happening? Zheng Xiaodao cried. My dear daughter, you have suffered so much. The woman wept as she recounted the entire ordeal. For many years, she had grown accustomed to the man's abuse. All she desired was for her daughter to thrive, to graduate from university, secure a good job, and marry well, freeing her from her own suffering. Yet, she never anticipated that the man, having lost money to gambling, would set his sights on their daughter. One fateful night, she inadvertently overheard him negotiating a price to sell their daughter, intending to consign her to the depths of the mountains, to a fool, reducing her to a mere vessel for reproduction. The woman could no longer endure. She had to put an end to it all. Only with his demise could her daughter be liberated from this torment. That fateful night, an opportunity presented itself. The man, seemingly in high spirits and having reached a tacit agreement on the price, indulged in a copious amount of liquor, becoming utterly inebriated. The woman seized the pesticide she had meticulously prepared and poured it relentlessly into his mouth. To her dismay, Zheng Xiaodao never anticipated the truth would be so brutal. Su Mo fell silent, casting a glance at the malevolent spirit. Merely a worthless pawn. What does it matter if he is sold? I have raised her for so many years. Surely I deserve some recompense. Do you have any inkling of her worth? 30,000. A staggering 30,000. That would allow me to revel for quite some time. You wretched creature. I initially intended to torment you slowly, and then her. But now I have changed my mind. I shall end your life this very moment. With that, the malevolent spirit bellowed, enveloped in a swirling mass of dark energy, lunging towards the sickbed. Do you think I am invisible? Su Mo executed a powerful kick, sending the spirit flying backwards with a howl. With a resounding thud, he placed his foot firmly on the spirit's head, which struggled futilely to break free. Why do you assist her? I see it now. You are that woman's lover, and you are all in cahoots. You are all wretches. Su Mo spoke earnestly. You are unworthy of being human, let alone a spirit. Do you comprehend? In a flash, flames ignited upon the spirit, consumed entirely by Su Mo's fierce aura. A notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a level 1 malevolent spirit. Reward, 100 merit points. Su Mo casually waved his hand, causing the ominous aura within the hospital room to dissipate entirely. He drew back the curtains, allowing sunlight to cascade in and illuminate the woman's face. He would not appear again. After speaking, Su Mo turned and opened the door, striding away. Mom. Zheng Xiaodao rushed to the bedside, burying her face in tears. Tao Tao, Mom is fine. The woman, struggling, lifted her hand to stroke her daughter's hair. Mother has made mistakes and deserves punishment. But my dear Tao Tao, you will have to face the world alone from now on. Promise me to live well. As the woman ceased to breathe, a smile graced her lips, her face illuminated by sunlight, pale yet blissful. With a deep breath, Su Mo exited the hospital, exhaling heavily, his mood far from pleasant, devoid of any inclination to linger. He found it unimaginable what kind of mindset would lead someone to betray their own daughter for a mere 30,000 yuan. They deserved no sympathy. Death would be too lenient. At 8 in the evening, Su Mo arrived at the school entrance, where a black Maybach S680 came to a smooth stop. Su Mo misted. The driver's window slid down, revealing a capable young man. It's me. Su Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Good evening, Mr. Su. Boss Zhou sent me to pick you up. The driver promptly exited the vehicle, his tone respectful, even personally opening the car door for Su Mo. The boss instructed me to be courteous. Thank you. Su Mo nodded as he entered the car. Wait, is that Su Mo? From a distance, AI Rui, holding a bowl of cold noodles, thought she must have been mistaken. Rubbing her eyes, she recognized the figure all too well. It was indeed Suimo. AI Rui gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, striving to suppress her tears. Ah, Suimo, you rascal. While my brothers and I share a bond of camaraderie, you toy with our minds. The S-680, a vehicle worth several million. And it even comes with a chauffeur. AI Rui contemplated calling him to confront this wealthy scion, questioning how long he intended to deceive his friends, especially since he frequently indulged in her barbecued meals and cola. However, she decided against it, thinking it would be far more satisfying to confront him in person upon his return. The luxury of the Maybach was undeniable. The spacious sofa and the quality of the ride were exhilarating. This was Sumo's first experience in such an opulent vehicle, and he couldn't articulate why, but he found it immensely comfortable. These affluent individuals truly knew how to relish life. Such decadence. I, too, aspire to be wealthy. In the future, I will vanquish more spirits to earn points and purchase 10 of these cars, arranging them in an S shape one moment and a B shape the next. Chapter 9. Are you truly adept at ghost hunting? Why haven't you arrived yet? Zhou Yunshan's expression was fraught with concern as he paced back and forth by the roadside, frequently checking his watch. To be frank, he harbored little hope for the imminent arrival of this expert. Yet, he clung to the notion of what if. Therefore, he had arrived early, yearning to meet this esteemed figure as soon as possible. Old Zhou, rest assured, Xiao Yuan will be fine. Do not let worry take a toll on your health. A middle-aged man gently reassured him. This man, named Wang Dajuan, was a close friend and partner of Zhou Yuanshan, and they had known each other for decades. Dajuan, I appreciate your support during these trying days, Zhou Yuanshan said, patting him on the shoulder. What are you saying? We are brothers. Wang Dajuan chuckled, patting his belly. Yuan is also my daughter, after all. Sighing, he continued, I understand your current emotions, after all. At this point, he shook his head, his expression tinged with sorrow. A few years ago, Wang Dajuan's daughter tragically lost her life in an accident. Zhou Yuanshan patted his shoulder firmly, unsure of how to offer consolation. In this moment, the two shared a bond of mutual sorrow. Alas, a dire omen indeed. A sudden voice pierced the air from behind, startling both men. Turning around, they discovered an elderly Taoist priest, gaunt and clad in tattered garments. What a beggar! Go away! Wang Dajuan frowned and reprimanded. The old priest merely chuckled, ignoring him entirely, and scrutinized Zhou Yuanshan with keen eyes. Dajuan, Zhou Yuanshan waved his hand and asked, Master, what do you mean by a dire omen? Hee. The old Taoist grinned lewdly and replied, If my intuition serves me right, there is someone in your household suffering from a grave illness. Am I correct? Zhou Yuanshan's eyes brightened, and he stepped forward anxiously, inquiring, Master, how did you discern that? I possess an innate vision that allows me to see such things. The old priest gestured towards Zhou Yuanshan and continued, There is a malevolent aura surrounding you, and your forehead bears a subtle dark hue. A calamity looms over your home. If not resolved promptly, it may lead to a heart-wrenching farewell. Zhou Yuanshan's heart raced. Had he encountered a true sage? Master, is there a remedy? Not for me to disclose. The old Taoist chuckled softly. First, let me investigate who is afflicted and the nature of their ailment. Zhou Yuanshan glanced at his watch. An hour had already passed, and the young master should be arriving soon. Yuanshan, this fellow is clearly a charlatan. Wang Dajuan, unable to contain his indignation, rummaged through his pocket and produced a wallet, extracting 2 red bills to offer. Is it money you seek? Hurry up and leave. The old Taoist scoffed, saying, What I seek is not mere riches. Unless you present me with 2,000, I shall depart at once. Wang Dajuan's eyes blazed with fury. What an avaricious old man, demanding such a sum straight away. Dajuan, enough. Zhou Yuanshan pressed down on Wang Dajuan's hand and earnestly said, Master, if you can truly cure my daughter's affliction, I shall reward you handsomely. Now, that's the spirit. The old Taoist exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Let's not linger. Lead me to the patient. Master, could you kindly wait a moment? I am expecting another person. Meanwhile, Su Imo gazed through the car window at the fleeting night scenery, feeling somewhat disoriented. In the span of a night, The world had transformed. He had transitioned from a powerless university student to an extraordinary cultivator. How much longer until we arrive? Mr. Su, we have approximately half an hour left, the driver replied. Suddenly, a cacophony of roaring engines erupted in their ears, and 3 motorcycles zipped past, nearly brushing against the sleek body of the Maybach. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Goodness! The driver was startled and couldn't help but exclaim, "These fellows drive too recklessly, truly unafraid of death." The speed of those 3 motorcycles just now must have exceeded 200 kilometers per hour. Half an hour later, Mr. Su, we have arrived. The driver brought the car to a halt, and as Suemo stepped out, a middle-aged man approached him. "You must be Mr. Su? I am Zhou Yuanshan." Suemo nodded, preparing to speak when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure not far away. The old man who had been selling his 9-yang divine skill. The old man's eyes widened upon seeing Suemo, clearly astonished to encounter him here. "What the heck? What are you doing here?" They both exclaimed in unison. Zhou Yuanshan was taken aback and cautiously asked, "Taoist, do you know Mr. Su?" "Well, ha." The old Taoist chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I have had a few encounters with this gentleman. I never expected to meet him here again. It truly is a remarkable coincidence." Suemo, disinterested in further pleasantries, turned to Zhou Yuanshan and said, "Boss Zhou, please take me to see your daughter. This way, please." Zhou Yuanshan led a few people as they made their way home. "Old Zhou, I can't shake the feeling that these two are swindlers." Wang Dajun expressed his concerns. "One is a Taoist looking more destitute than a beggar, and the other is an inexperienced youth. Can they truly heal?" Zhou Yuanshan shook his head, opting not to respond. After all, the situation had progressed to this point. "Let's give it a try. What if?" Sighing, Wang Dajun shook his head, lamenting, "Heaven truly is unfair, forcing Yuran to endure such suffering. However, I firmly believe that Yuran will recover. Once she is well again, I shall treat her as my own daughter." What a torment it has been. In his heart, Zhou Yuanshan felt a deep sense of gratitude. Ever since the incident with Yuran, his dear brother had remained by his side, tirelessly running about and worrying over her illness. The old Taoist quietly leaned closer to Suemo and whispered, "Classmate, what brings you here? This place is not suitable for you." Suemo cast him a sidelong glance and inquired, "Why is that?" "Look." The old Taoist pointed at Zhou Yuanshan, whose aura was shrouded in ominous energy. It was evident that there were malevolent spirits haunting his household. His daughter's illness was most likely the result of being ensnared by such entities. In other words, his family was troubled by ghosts. "Aren't you afraid?" Sumo's expression turned grave. "Are there truly ghosts? Is that even a question?" The old Taoist's countenance radiated righteousness. "Oh, however, when I previously mentioned that your brow was dark, I must confess I was exaggerating. I was simply famished after 2 days without food. You know, pig estrada rice is truly delectable," he said, patting his belly with a greedy look. "Let us return to the matter at hand." The old Taoist suppressed his appetite, glanced at the nearby villa, and cautioned, "You must find a reason to leave quickly. The resentment in this place is palpable, and the spirits within are likely formidable. If a confrontation arises, I may not be able to attend to you." Suemo was taken aback and asked, "Wait, you can really exorcise ghosts? Is there any doubt? I'm a bona fide Taoist, duly certified. I am honest and trustworthy." The old Taoist priest pulled out a small notebook, revealing his certificate of qualification for practicing Taoism. Suemo was rendered speechless. This document appeared to have been printed by a counterfeit operation at East Tadeo Bridge, didn't it? Impressive indeed. Suemo gave a thumbs up and declared, "This place is haunted, and I shall not leave." "Why?" "Because I too capture ghosts." "What ist? And how do you intend to catch ghosts?" "I possess the 9 Suns divine skill. Isn't that the martial arts manual you sold me?" Chapter 10. Fake? Yet I have truly mastered it. The old Taoist was taken aback, his forehead adorned with an array of bewildering question marks. What 9 Suns divine skill? Could he be referring to the very manual he had given him? Good heavens! That manual was something he had painstakingly obtained from a competitive auction, costing a mere 8 yuan with free shipping, and a promise of tenfold compensation for any counterfeit. The vendor had even sent him 10 copies along with a 3 yuan rebate for positive feedback. The old Taoist's face twitched slightly. Could this lad genuinely believe such nonsense? What could one possibly achieve with a counterfeit manual? My dear student, the old Taoist began awkwardly. The truth is, the manual I provided you is a forgery. Utterly ineffective. What? Su Mo exclaimed in shock. A fake? That can't be true, for I have indeed mastered it. Not only that, but he had attained an enhanced version, boasting remarkable efficiency in ghost hunting. The old Taoist was at a loss for words, and he earnestly replied, Student, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? Listen closely. The world is not as simple as you perceive. There are indeed ghosts out there. Soon they would encounter that malevolent spirit, and the old priest feared he could not protect you. Do not lose your life. Su Mo chuckled softly, offering no response, but simply followed Zhou Yuanshan onward. Alas! You! The old priest wore a helpless expression, silently reflecting. One must bear the consequences of one's own misdeeds, even if it means kneeling. No matter what, he could not allow that wicked spirit to harm him. Oh, what a lamentable plight. For the sake of a bowl of pig trotter rice, I have suffered greatly. The group swiftly arrived at Zhou Yuanshan's villa. The estate was vast and nestled in a tranquil location, adorned with an array of unfamiliar flowers and plants in its garden. By now, it was nearly midnight, and the expansive villa stood eerily silent, creating an unsettling atmosphere. We have arrived. Zhou Yuanshan reached the wrought iron gate, unlocking it with his fingerprint. My daughter's illness is rather peculiar. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I have kept others at a distance. Indeed, the aura of resentment is palpable. The old priest cast a grave glance at the villa. As they passed through the iron gate and ventured deeper into the villa, they were met with piercing, anguished screams. Such sounds, in the stillness of the night, were particularly chilling. It was Yuran. She was having another episode. Zhou Yuanshan's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried inside, making his way to a room on the second floor. His close friend, Wang Dajuan, wore a look of anxiety and followed closely behind. The old Taoist stood firmly in front of Su Mo, gravely stating, This place is saturated with malevolent energy. The spirit that has entangled Boss Zhou's daughter is likely formidable. Stay close behind me, refrain from wandering, and remain silent. Do you understand? Su Mo replied. Very well. Then I will let you lead the way. You ran. A startled cry echoed from within the room. Su Mo and the old Taoist swiftly rushed inside. The room was illuminated with bright lights, revealing a pristine white bed. There, propped against the headboard, was a figure so emaciated that it seemed barely human, her mouth agape as she struggled for breath. Her hair was nearly all gone, her eyes bulging like those of a toad, their irises clouded beyond recognition. Lying there, she resembled a once majestic goldfish that had long ceased to struggle. She was Zhou Yuran, the daughter of Zhou Yuanshan. Sumo's gaze lingered momentarily on the desk beside the bed, where a picture frame rested. Inside it was a portrait of a girl, strikingly beautiful, clad in a loose school uniform, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, radiating vitality and youthful exuberance. Su Mo found it nearly impossible to reconcile the vibrant girl in the photograph with the frail, cadaverous figure before him. You ran, don't frighten your father. Zhou Yuanshan's trembling hand caressed Zhou Yuran's face. Wang Dejun stood nearby, seemingly at a loss, his expression filled with sorrow. Dad, let me die. Zhou Yuran turned her head listlessly, and upon seeing Zhou Yuanshan, a flicker of light ignited in her murky eyes. She grasped her father's hand tightly and weakly implored, Dad, please end my life. I wish to die. I cannot endure this torment any longer. Zhou Yuran wished to say more, but suddenly let out a piercing scream, clutching her head in agony, her cries transforming into a dissonant wail. Mr. Su, Taoist. Zhou Yuanshan, his face a mask of pain, slowly inquired, Is there still hope? If rescue is impossible, His gaze shifted to his daughter, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. She had endured relentless torment, and it was uncertain when her suffering would end. The sight pierced Zhou Yuanshan's heart with anguish. What do you intend to do? Wang Dajuan seemed to grasp Zhou Yuanshan's thoughts, startled, gripping his hand tightly. There must be a way. There has to be a way. Old Zhou, please remain calm. Suemo was somewhat taken aback. This individual's response was more frantic than Zhou Yuanshan's. Could it be? Was it akin to a melodramatic tale of the affluent? Zhou Yuanshan's head adorned with an emerald hue? Yet, that shouldn't be the case. Suemo had read in the news that Zhou Yuanshan's first wife had passed away long ago, and he had remained unmarried ever since. Of course, being unmarried did not equate to celibacy. At his level of wealth, countless individuals, both women and men, would vie for his attention. With a mere beckon, he could have his fill. Suemo harbored a nagging suspicion that Wang Dajuan's reaction was somewhat peculiar. Or perhaps, was he merely thinking too darkly? This young girl had absorbed too much malice, teetering on the brink of losing her life. The old Taoist was equally startled, hastily rummaging through his robe to retrieve a plethora of talismans, each a different hue. Suemo even noticed a few adorned with golden edges, exuding an air of formidable power. How impressive! The purple talisman? Suemo was taken aback, thinking to himself that this old man truly possessed remarkable skills. Playing the part of an ostrich, the old Taoist tossed aside the Zhang Jinwen purple talisman, and with keen eyes, Suemo noticed the small words Xin Printing Factory inscribed in the corner on the back of the talisman. Sumo. Well, it appears to be mass-produced after all. Finally discovered it, and it hasn't been discarded yet. The old Taoist rummaged through a pile of talismans and retrieved a crumpled one. The symbols on it appeared crooked and even somewhat faded. With wisdom and tranquility, he recited a few incantations, and with a flick of his wrist, the talisman soared into the air and floated down to Zhou Yuran's chest. Buzz! A yellow glow emanated from the talisman, enveloping Zhou Yuran's body. Her scream abruptly ceased, and then, with her eyes closed, she collapsed into a deep slumber. So Montag vetchet in astonishment. This old man is serious? Phew! The old Taoist wiped the sweat from his brow, secretly relieved that the genuine calming talisman hadn't been sold. Otherwise, it would have been a significant problem. Zhou Yuanshan and Wang Dajuan were both taken aback by the old Taoist prowess, momentarily frozen in place. It was Zhou Yuanshan who reacted swiftly, excitedly stepping forward. Taoist. My daughter, this. The old Taoist chuckled softly and replied, Rest assured, Boss Zhou, your daughter's spirit is harmed, and she is entangled in malevolent energy. I have employed my sect as magical arts to temporarily preserve her life. Whether she lives or dies depends on fate. Suemo cast a glance at Wang Dajuan. At this moment, the man's eyes flickered. If he was not mistaken, there was a hint of anger in them. Chapter 11. I am not joking. I truly possess the 9 Suns technique. How intriguing. Wang Dajuan's demeanor was exceedingly abnormal. The talisman held by the old man had seemingly preserved Zhou Yuran's life temporarily. Why then did he appear so furious? There must be a grave secret behind this. Sumo's gaze shifted towards the deeply slumbering Zhou Yuran, whose body was enveloped in a distinct dark aura. Even an ordinary person could discern that her life was hanging by a thread. Taoist, please save her. Zhou Yuanshan had initially lost hope, but upon seeing the old priest's prowess, he felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, nearly kneeling in reverence. As for Suemo, he was momentarily overlooked. Indeed, Taoist, if there is a way, you must save Yuran. Regardless of the cost, I, Wang Dajuan, shall provide. Taoist, what exactly is the situation with Yuran? Wang Dajuan spoke with concern. This is troublesome. The old priest sighed and replied, This girl is entangled with a malevolent spirit. To rescue her, we must first subdue the spirit. Moreover, the old priest hesitated. Taoist, please speak plainly. Zhou Yuanshan urged. The old priest stepped forward, placing his hand on Zhou Yuran's forehead. Instantly, a dark bluish mark appeared on her brow. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a human face, a woman's face, to be precise. Hiss! The old Taoist inhaled sharply, his expression darkening as he spoke. The vengeful spirit tormenting her does not seek to kill her. Instead, it aims to usurp her. What? Zhou Yuanshan and Wang Dajuan's faces paled at these words, particularly Wang Dajuan, whose lips trembled. Taoist, what does usurp mean? Zhou Yuanshan inquired. Look, the old Taoist gestured toward Zhou Yuan, saying, your daughter is infused with malevolent energy, her vitality nearly drained. Under normal circumstances, she would have long since perished. How could she still be alive? The reason she still draws breath is that the vengeful spirit forbids her demise, simultaneously siphoning her soul while prolonging her existence. This is clearly an attempt to seize her place. In a few days, that spirit will likely fully merge with her body. Your daughter will merely exist thereafter, yet, at that point, she will no longer be your daughter. Upon hearing the old Taoist words, Zhou Yuanshan's eyes turned red. Taoist, I implore you, take action and vanquish that vengeful spirit. Save my daughter. The old Taoist shook his head, sighing it may be somewhat late. What I can do is force out the vengeful spirit, but I cannot directly slay it. If that spirit refuses to relinquish your daughter's vitality, killing it will result in her immediate death. This is quite a predicament. Zhou Yuanshan clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze. Taoist, please act, regardless of the cost. I shall not permit a malevolent entity to dwell within my daughter's body. If it is truly impossible to save her, then slay that malevolent spirit and avenge my daughter. Whether successful or not, I shall bestow a generous reward. The old Taoist waved his hand and replied, you have misunderstood, Master Zhou. The purpose of my cultivation is to subdue demons and exorcise malevolent entities. It is not for the sake of compensation. Old Zhou, I perceive this fellow is merely spouting nonsense. In this world, can there truly be such fierce ghosts, transforming into other beings? I refuse to believe such things. Trust my words, Old Zhou. I have already arranged for top-tier experts from abroad to arrive in Yuqing tomorrow. There will surely be a turning point in Yuran's condition. Suddenly, Wang Dajuan stood up, grasping the old Taoist by the collar and bellowing, Old man, if you continue with your absurdities, believe me when I say I shall throw you to the dogs. Dajuan, refrain from such actions. Zhou Yuanshan rushed over to intervene. Yet Wang Dajuan was unyielding, convinced this man was a fraud. Hey, release me. The old Taoist, frail in stature, nearly dangled in the air from Wang Dajuan's grip. After struggling for a moment without success, he pleaded, let go. Su Mo approached and firmly grasped Wang Dajuan's wrist. You dare to, Wang Dajuan began, but his expression abruptly changed as waves of excruciating pain surged through his wrist. It felt as though his hand were caught in a vice, threatening to shatter his bones. Reluctantly, he released his grip, allowing the old Taoist to escape and gasp for breath, utterly devoid of any dignified aura. With a gentle flick, Su Mo sent Wang Dajuan reeling backward, colliding with the cabinet behind him. Her face turned pale with pain. You, what do you mean? I am genuinely curious. The Taoist priest has discerned something. Why are you so anxious? Could it be that this matter pertains to you? Wang Dajuan's expression shifted dramatically. What nonsense are you spouting? My feelings for Yuran are akin to those for my own daughter. Dajuan, enough of this. Zhou Yuanshan took a deep breath and said, I understand your concern for Yuran, but you have seen her condition. Ordinary medical interventions are utterly ineffective. I trust the Taoist priest. If you continue to cause trouble, it will be better for you to leave. Wang Dajuan's eyes dimmed, and with a heavy sigh, he ceased to speak, directing his gaze towards Zhou Yuran on the bed. His eyes filled with worry. Taoist priest, please. I am eager to discover what entity is tormenting my daughter. The old Taoist adjusted his robe and remarked, the scene we are about to witness may be quite horrifying. Are you certain you wish to observe? Zhou Yuanshan remained silent, and Wang Dajuan did not move. The old Taoist turned his gaze towards Su Mo, as if inquiring whether he also wished to watch. Unafraid? Why would I watch you? Su Mo replied, did I not mention? I truly possess the 9 yang divine skill. I'm not deceiving you. The old Taoist was left speechless. You truly consider yourself a peerless master? If the 9 yang divine skill, purchased by your father, could be cultivated, that would indeed be extraordinary. Wait, this world does have ghosts. Could it be that he has genuinely mastered it? A terrifying thought suddenly crept into the old Taoist's mind. Impossible. That version is a mere fabrication. The old priest shook his head, dismissing such absurd notions, and rummaged through his bag for quite some time until he unearthed a crumpled talisman. Everyone, step back, he commanded. I shall attempt to use this exorcism talisman to see if we can compel that malevolent spirit to reveal itself. There may be some commotion shortly, so do not be alarmed. The trio retreated, and the old priest stepped forward, pinching the talisman between his middle and index fingers, muttering incantations under his breath. It was then that Su-Emo noticed the old priest had only 3 fingers on his left hand. His ring and little fingers appeared to have been severed by some sharp instrument. The heavens are clear, and the spirits are manifest. Swiftly, upon completing his incantation, the old priest uttered a sharp command and abruptly flung his hand, sending the crumpled talisman soaring. Buzz! The talisman, seemingly guided by an unseen force, floated in midair, illuminating with a radiant glow before gently descending onto Zhou Yuran's forehead. Boom! At the very moment the talisman made contact, a peculiar black mist erupted from Zhou Yuran's nostrils and ears. Chapter 12. Just now I saw the ancestral master. A scream pierced the air, but it did not emanate from Zhou Yuran. Rather, it was the black mist that had surged forth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The exorcism talisman radiated with golden light, illuminating the surroundings as it trembled slightly, enveloping the swirling black mist. The mist writhed and contorted within the golden glow, eventually morphing into the visage of a human face. While the features remained indistinct, it was evident that it belonged to a woman. The mist, now in the form of a face, emitted continuous shrieks, seemingly distressed by the golden light emanating from the talisman. This old man possesses some genuine skill. He is no mere charlatan. Su-Emo observed this spectacle with astonishment, recalling that he had only witnessed such effects in the films of Lin Zhengying from his previous life. The scene was profoundly immersive. Zhou Yuanshan's face turned ashen. Although he had steeled himself for this moment, the sight before him filled him with despair. His daughter, she had truly been ensnared by a malevolent spirit. Wang Dajuan's expression darkened to an extreme degree, and Su-Emo noted the tension in his tightly clenched fists. Upon witnessing the dark visage, his breath quickened noticeably. Fiend, why have you targeted her? If you cease your torment now, I shall grant you a reprieve, aiding your reincarnation and sparing you from becoming a wandering spirit. The old Taoist shouted, yet within, he felt a chilling dread, his fingers trembling as they held the talisman. This face, at least a level 2 specter, was a formidable foe, while he possessed powerful means to vanquish it. Reclaiming Zhou Yuran's essence from the clutches of this ghost was an entirely different challenge. The apparition disregarded the old man's words, struggling fiercely, causing Zhou Yuran's body to quiver violently. Suddenly, the face opened its mouth, and Zhou Yuran, who had been in a deep slumber, jolted awake, her mouth agape. Her body arched unnaturally like a boiled shrimp, and black mist erupted from her eyes, mouth, nose, and ears in a frenzied torrent. Abomination! The old Taoist's expression shifted in horror as the spirit relentlessly siphoned the last remnants of Zhou Yuran's vitality. Boss Shou, I fear I cannot save your daughter's life. The decision to confront this malevolent spirit lies with you. The old man urged hastily. Zhou Yuanshan appeared utterly drained, leaning against the wall, tears streaming down his face. Kill it! Kill it! He cried out, desperation lacing his voice. Yuran would never wish to transform into a monster. It must be vanquished. By the end, Zhou Yuanshan's voice had escalated to a near roar. No, it cannot be. Wang Dajuan's pallid face betrayed his dread as he implored. Master, must we truly kill it? Is there truly no alternative? The old Taoist shook his head, responding, if we delay any further, this malevolent spirit will merge with her, resurrecting her in a ghastly form. At that juncture, will you choose to kill or spare? Wang Dajuan, ashen and seemingly devoid of strength, slumped against the wall in silence. Wretched creature! The old Taoist prepared to act, but suddenly, Wang Dajuan lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a swift motion, a folding dagger sprang open in his grasp. He lunged forward. Then you shall perish first. What on earth? The old Taoist's focus was solely on the malevolent entity, and he felt a chill creep down his spine. As he turned, he was met with the sight of Wang Dajuan, a fearsome visage rushing towards him, causing him to startle. His hands trembled, disrupting his incantations. The dark aura enveloping Zhou Yuran's face seized the opportunity to retreat, slithering back in her body via her nostrils and ears. Zhou Yuran's form fell helplessly onto the bed, emitting a pained moan before her eyes slipped shut. Infinite, O celestial sovereign! The old Taoist's expression shifted as he realized that while he possessed adept skills in exorcism, they were limited. He was no warrior in a physical confrontation. He even caught a glimpse of the glimmering blade. With this volley, he estimated he would immediately collapse. Bang! The old Taoist was momentarily blinded, as Wang Dajuan's body suddenly soared through the air. Su Imo stepped upon Wang Dajuan's chest, while the latter continued to writhe on the ground. What the hell? What madness possesses you? I am here to save someone, the old Taoist exclaimed in fury. Just moments ago, he had seen his master. Let go of me. Wang Dajuan, with bloodshot eyes, howled and struggled. Not a chance. Crack. Su Imo showed no mercy, ruthlessly shattering his bone. The sound of the fracture was rather grating. Ah! Wang Dajuan screamed, anguish causing cold sweat to pour from him. Hiss! The old Taoist observed this scene, reflecting on a young man's fierce resolve. Well done. A couple more kicks would do nicely. Get lost. With a swift kick, Su Imo sent Wang Dajuan crashing against the corner, halting only when he hit the wall. When he stood again, he was already spitting blood. Wang Dajuan, what on earth are you doing? Zhou Yuanshan, having been momentarily stunned, finally reacted and pointed at him with accusation. Why? He could not comprehend. The Taoist was clearly saving Yuan, yet his good brother sought to kill the Taoist. It was evident he did not want the Taoist to save anyone. Ha ha, what a monumental failure. Wang Dajuan stood there, laughing and crying, a picture of profound despair, gazing at Zhou Yuanshan with a pained expression. Old Zhou, do you love Yuan? What nonsense are you spouting? Yuan is my daughter. Of course, I love her. She is more important than my own life. Wang Dajuan forced a sorrowful smile and said, Old Zhou, we are the same. For her, I would do anything. This old man intends to murder my daughter. What should I do? Zhou Yuanshan instinctively responded. Isn't your daughter already dead? As the words left his mouth, his expression shifted to one of terror, as if he had realized something. His gaze turned toward Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuanshan looked back at Wang Dajuan and said slowly, Wang Dajuan, I need you to tell me. This cannot be true. Wang Dajuan closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face, laughing through the pain. It was so close, just a little more. Zhou Yuanshan, why must you be so stubborn? Why? It was almost there. My daughter could have returned. Did I not tell you? Yuan will be fine once she recovers. I will treat her as my own daughter. By then, Yuan will still be Yuan, and my daughter can come back. What a perfect outcome. Why do you not believe me? Why must you bring these people to ruin everything? He wants to kill my daughter. Can I just stand by and watch? I truly despise it, despise my own helplessness. I loathe you all for thwarting my daughter's chances. Chapter 13. Borrowing a corpse to return to life. Raising ghost cards. Wang Daju and you. Zhou Yuanshan pointed at him, his finger trembling with rage, and without hesitation, he threw a punch that landed squarely on Wang Dajuan's face. Wang Dajuan staggered back, his cheek immediately swelling, yet he merely offered a sorrowful smile. Bah! Spitting out a tooth, Wang Dajuan lamented, Old Zhou, I have wronged you and also betrayed Yuan. But I truly find myself at a loss. I yearn for my daughter to return to life. The thought drives me nearly to madness. She was so young. Why must the heavens be so unjust? I cannot accept this. His gaze turned towards Zhou Yuan, his voice quivering with emotion, on the verge of tears. Just a little more, and my daughter could have inhabited Yuan's body. In that scenario, both Yuan and my daughter could live on. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Old Zhou, I implore you, I beg you. He crawled, clutching Zhou Yuanshan's pant leg, pleading, please let my daughter live. I am willing to relinquish all my shares. If that does not satiate your anger, once Yuan awakens, I shall willingly take my own life. How does that sound? Zhou Yuanshan's expression shifted dramatically, and he could no longer contain himself, delivering a forceful kick to Wang Dajuan. What the hell? I ask you, by what right? Why should your daughter live while Euron must perish? Do I covet your meager shares? Wang Dajuan, I have always regarded you as my closest friend, my brother. Even if one day you were to stab me in the back, I would not harbor a trace of resentment. But you must never, under any circumstances, set your sights on Euron. From this moment forth, our brotherhood is at an end. Wang Dajuan's eyes reflected despair, as if all strength had been drained from his being, causing him to collapse to the ground. Daughter, it is the fault of your father. Suddenly, the old Taoist priest, who had been standing by, let out a cold laugh and said, reviving the dead, a deluded fantasy. Mr. Wang, do you truly believe that the being you encountered moments ago was still your daughter? Utterly foolish. Wang Dajuan turned in confusion and asked, what do you mean? The old man replied with a smirk, tell me, how long has your daughter been deceased? For years and 3 months. Wang Dajuan responded. Then how is it that you have managed to keep her by your side? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dajuan recounted. At that time, my daughter perished in a car accident. I was despondent and ventured to the land of elephants. Someone informed me that my daughter's wandering spirit had been following me. Can you imagine? I was both terrified and astonished, pondering whether ghosts truly exist in this world. That person claimed they had a method to keep my daughter with me. In the future, there might even be a chance to revive her. The old Taoist scoffed, huh? The land of elephants? Did that person provide you with a ghost-rearing talisman? Indeed, Wang Dajuan affirmed. The old Taoist continued, do you know what a ghost-rearing talisman is? It is an accursed object that nurtures malevolent spirits. You believe you have retained your daughter by your side, yet in reality, she is no longer your daughter, but a thoroughly vengeful ghost. Wang Dajuan's complexion turned even paler as he trembled. No, that cannot be true. That person explicitly stated. What nonsense! Those ghost rearers from the land of elephants are nothing but scoundrels. The old Taoist seemed to hold the people of the Elephant Kingdom in disdain, hurling curses, day in and day out, indulging in wicked practices, causing great harm. Foolishness. Did she perhaps also convey to you that it is imperative to find a woman of similar age, with specific birth dates? Indeed, Wang Dajuan nodded in anguish, covering his face as he spoke. Upon my return, I discovered that the most suitable candidate was unexpectedly Euron. I was tormented by this realization for a long time, burdened by guilt. Yet, I could endure it no longer. I dream of my daughter every night, and she tells me she does not wish to die. She wishes to live. MMM. Wang Dajuan broke down in tears. Zhou Yuanshan clenched his teeth in anger. Wang Dajuan, you are utterly inhumane. Euron regards you as her dear uncle. Let us not dwell on that. The old Taoist waved his hand, halting their exchange, and continued. The pressing issue is that a malevolent spirit has invaded her body, and it will not vacate easily. If we do not resolve this before dawn, the spirit will completely seize control of her form. Even if we succeed in slaying it, your daughter will not survive. Taoist, please lend your assistance, Zhou Yuanshan implored, stepping forward in desperation. The old Taoist spread his hands in resignation, saying, to be honest, I have no more talismans left. That last exorcism talisman was the final one. With my current capabilities, I cannot forcibly expel the malevolent spirit from your daughter's body. Zhou Yuanshan, in a daze, murmured, then, is there truly no other solution? He gazed at his emaciated daughter, resembling a skeletal figure, tears welling in his eyes. Euron, Father will not allow you to become a grotesque being, neither human nor ghost. Do not blame me. Old Zhou, please don't. Wang Dajuan, terrified, clutched Zhou Yuanshan tightly. The atmosphere in the room was stiflingly oppressive. Come out yourself. A more dignified death awaits. Sumo's intense gaze was fixed on Zhou Yuan, emanating a powerful aura. The eyes of several individuals shifted simultaneously to Su-Mo Mr. Su. Zhou Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten that, apart from the old Taoist priest, he had also invited Mr. Su. Could it be that he possessed a means to save his daughter? Su-Mo strode purposefully to Zhou Yuan, bending down to observe her. He discerned wisps of dark, ghostly energy swirling around her, ominous and corrosive, feasting upon her flesh. Having cultivated a counterfeit version of the 9 Yang divine skill, He had amassed a vibrant solar energy within himself. He resolved to expel the malevolent spirit from her body by igniting it with this energy. With a flick of his wrist, the bones in his arm emitted a sharp crack, startling the old Taoist priest, whose skin quivered in fear. Surely, this individual did not intend to force the malevolent spirit out through sheer violence. Mighty Celestial, given Zhou Yuran's current frail condition, could she withstand even 2 strikes? The others instinctively took a few steps back. Zhou Yuran lay with her eyes tightly shut, her breath faint, showing no sign of response. Clearly, the malevolent spirit had resolved to remain hidden, refusing a toast only to drink a punishment. Sumo's thoughts raced as he activated the 9-yang skill, unleashing a surge of power from the blood and solar energy within his dantian. Instantly, the blood energy within him surged tumultuously. A wave of searing energy surged from Sumo's pores, instantly enveloping the room in a crimson hue. It was intense, overwhelming. This aura resembled the rising sun, swiftly purging the murky atmosphere within the confines of the room, causing Zhou Yuran's body to tremble slightly. Wondrous, heavenly, venerable. The old Taoist stared in disbelief at Sumo, muttering to himself, "What a fierce yang energy! Goodness, could it be that he has truly mastered the 9-yang divine art?" Chapter 14. Your Daughter. Truly aromatic. The old Taoist was discerning. He could naturally perceive the energy radiating from Sumo, a force of utmost purity and strength, particularly effective against malevolent spirits. It seemed as if a flame of yang was blazing within Sumo, growing ever more fervent. While ordinary individuals might remain oblivious to this aura for spirits, it was akin to a hellish furnace. Each moment felt as if they were being roasted within the flames. Such a remarkable individual. The old Taoist was exhilarated. He certainly did not believe that Sumo's current prowess stemmed solely from his training with the 9-yang divine art. After all, that was a counterfeit. Moreover, even if it were genuine, it had only been 2 or 3 days since Sumo acquired the manual. Even the prodigy Zhongling, who, celebrated once in a century on Longhu Mountain, could not possess such talent, could he? Unless this fellow had some extraordinary advantage. The old Taoist couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of his own counterfeit manual. How humiliating it was to present a fake to a genuine master. The Taoist priest was taken aback as he found the current presence of Sumo nearly blinding, akin to the brilliance of a rising sun. "Silence," he commanded, shaking his head gently. "With Mr. Su's intervention, your daughter's predicament will be alleviated." Sumo's eyes shone with intensity as he reprimanded Zhou Yuran. "Why do you not emerge?" A surge of searing energy enveloped Zhou Yuran, who had remained unresponsive, and her body began to tremble violently, the intensity of her spasms increasing. A scream pierced the air as Zhou Yuran abruptly sat upright, her eyes wide and mouth agape. A torrent of dark energy erupted from her, surging forth for nearly half a minute before it finally ceased. Exhausted, she collapsed back onto the bed. "Yuran." Zhou Yuanshan attempted to approach, but the old Taoist restrained him, saying, "Mr. Zhou, your interference will only complicate matters. If you wish to save your daughter, remain still." Fearful, Zhou Yuanshan ceased his advance, anxiously scanning the room. A massive swirl of dark energy roiled within the confines of the room, gradually coalescing into a semi-transparent figure. This apparition was shrouded in black mist, yet a face could be discerned, predominantly resembling Zhou Yuran, albeit with a small segment bearing the likeness of an unfamiliar girl. Xiaoran. Upon seeing the figure, Wang Dajuan was overwhelmed with emotion, scrambling forward, tears streaming down his face. "Xiaoran, father has finally found you." For years, Wang Dajuan had kept the ghostly token close, yet he had never once laid eyes on his daughter. Tonight marks the first encounter between the father and daughter. The malevolent spirit gazed coldly, devoid of any semblance of human emotion, casting a glance at Wang Dajuan. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. This was not the gaze of daughter. "You are not Xiaoran. Who are you? Who exactly are you?" Wang Dajuan demanded, pointing at the malevolent spirit. Your daughter? I devoured her long ago. What a pitifully ignorant creature you are." were it not for your own hand delivering her to the ghost raising plate. How could I have feasted upon such exquisite sustenance these past years? Your daughter is truly delectable. Wang Dajuan collapsed to the ground, engulfed in despair and heartache. It cannot be. This is impossible, the old Taoist sighed, shaking his head. Those people from the Elephant Kingdom are nothing but scoundrels. She was offered as a tribute to nurture their own spirits. If you had not confined her soul within the ghost raising plate, in due time, her essence would have naturally dissipated. She would not have to endure such torment. Trapped within the ghost raising plate, Wang Dajuan's daughter would not lose her consciousness. She could only watch helplessly as her body was gradually consumed, piece by piece. How utterly desperate that feeling must be. Wang Dajuan, lost and despondent, sat on the ground, laughing and crying, appearing to have lost his sanity. Alas! The old Taoist shook his head. Zhou Yuanshan witnessed this scene, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. Yet, upon recalling how his own daughter had nearly fallen victim to this man, that fleeting pity was swiftly extinguished. Wang Dajuan is not worthy of sympathy. Shall we converse? Su Thimo pouted mischievously. The malevolent spirit was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. What are you talking about? Suddenly, she recalled that she had absorbed a significant portion of Zhou Yuan's essence. This individual dared not kill her. If she were to perish, Zhou Yuan would undoubtedly follow suit. How simple! Su Thimo snapped her fingers and pointed at Zhou Yuan, declaring, "Return her belongings. As for you, I can grant you a swift end. Ensuring a single strike will snuff out your life without suffering. What do you think?" The spirit chuckled ominously, retorting, "Do you truly dare to kill me? If you do, this girl will surely meet her demise." Su Thimo shrugged. "You seem to be mistaken. Her fate bears little significance to me. However, as for you," she crossed her arms, moving them back and forth, and added, "Allow me to share a little secret. I possess a peculiar penchant. When I encounter a ghost, my hands simply itch to act." Upon hearing Sumo's words, Zhou Yuanshan grew anxious, attempting to speak, but was restrained by the old Taoist. "Remain calm. A formidable individual has their own negotiation tactics." The spirit fell silent for a moment before raising its head and proposing, "Let us each take a step back. I shall return her belongings, and in exchange, you will hand over the ghost-rearing talisman from him, allowing me to depart. I assure you, I shall no longer trouble her." It sensed that the individual before it possessed immense power, capable of extinguishing its existence in an instant, and was eager to do so. Suimo pondered seriously for a moment, nodded, and flashed a radiant smile, extending her hand. "It's a deal. I agree." Upon hearing this, the old Taoist became frantic. "No, how can you let her go? She is a malevolent spirit." He was just about to speak when Zhou Yuanshan firmly pressed him down. "Remain calm. A master possesses a master-s approach to negotiation. Is this truly an acceptance?" The fierce ghost felt incredulous. Could this fellow be attempting to renege on the agreement? What other option exists? Suemo beamed brightly, asserting, "I am a person of utmost integrity. Once words are spoken, they are akin to water spilled on the ground. Throughout my life, I have never deceived anyone." The fierce ghost found sincerity in Sumo's words and began to relent, saying, "In our dragon country, there is a saying, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. It appears you are indeed a gentleman. I trust in your character." Sumo's smile widened further, expressing gratitude. "Trust is reciprocal. We should all uphold admirable virtues, both as humans and as spirits." He turned a gesture at the old Taoist priest. To his surprise, the priest understood. Squatting beside Wang Dajuan and rummaging for a while before producing a talisman no larger than half a palm. The talisman was grayish-white, adorned with intricate symbols and numerous blood-red patterns, emanating a faint, unpleasant odor. The old priest wore a look of disdain and revulsion. This talisman was, in fact, crafted from an infant's skull. The production of ghost talismans in the Elephant Kingdom is notoriously rigorous and brutal, requiring the infant to be immersed in mercury for 3 years before the skull can be obtained. This is a dark sorcery. He handed over the talisman, stating, "This is its ghost talisman." Chapter 15. This matter must be approached based on the principle of mutual trust between humans and spirits. Suemo reached out to accept it, feeling a wave of sinister energy penetrate his palm, which was distinctly uncomfortable. This object is far too malevolent. Here, Suemo lifted the talisman and shook it, declaring, "The item is right here. You must first give it to me." The fierce ghost extended his hand, his eyes filled with caution. Now, its resurrection has failed. Without the ghost card, it is but a forlorn spirit destined to be claimed by the heavens. However, possessing the ghost card offers a glimmer of hope. At worst, one can seek another unfortunate soul willing to nurture a ghost. No. Suemo shook his head and declared, "We must approach this matter with the principle of trust between humans and spirits." He pointed at the emaciated Zhou Yuran. "First, return her belongings, and I shall naturally return yours. Of course, you may choose not to. At worst, I will end your life. As for whether she lives or dies, frankly, it seems of little concern to me. I give you 3 seconds to ponder." 3. "Ah, it appears you have chosen death. Then, let's speak no more." Sumo's expression shifted, and a potent aura began to surge within him, filling the entire room with an intense heat. "Wait." The vengeful spirit panicked. "You didn't even give me a chance. You went straight to 3. But you must guarantee my release and return my ghost card. Moreover, he cannot harm me." The vengeful spirit pointed at the old Taoist. The old Taoist couldn't help but twitch. "If I wanted to harm you, I lack the strength to do so. The genuine articles have been nearly depleted. What remains are merely inferior copies, utterly useless." "Very well. I give my word." Suemo nodded. "I swear upon your character." "No." "Upon your cultivation. Should you betray this oath, your cultivation shall never progress." The vengeful spirit added, "Such a nuisance." Suemo languidly remarked, "Let me reiterate. I never deceive. If I were to lie, I would not advance an inch in my cultivation. Is that satisfactory? After all, I possess extraordinary abilities. I need not engage in arduous training. Mere enhancement suffices." The elderly Taoist beside him hesitated, aware that certain vows should not be uttered lightly. Should they manifest in the future, it could be troublesome. Now that Suemo had spoken thus, it seemed the malevolent spirit would have no choice but to release its hold. "Sigh. Youthful exuberance can be perilous," the old Taoist mused, shaking his head. "Very well." Upon hearing Sumo's words, the malevolent spirit finally felt reassured and declared, "I shall now expel her remnant soul and vitality." With that, it opened its mouth, and a swirl of colorful mist erupted forth, swiftly coalescing into a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhou Yuran in the photograph. Yet, the expression was vacant, devoid of life. After expelling Zhou Yuran's remnant soul, the malevolent spirit's visage began to transform, ultimately morphing into that of another woman. This, presumably, was the likeness of Wang Dajuan's daughter, remarkably astonishing, surpassing even the face-changing artistry of Sichuan opera. Suemo observed with growing interest, urging, "Continue." The malevolent spirit opened its mouth once more, exhaling a stream of white mist. This was the essence belonging to Zhou Yuran. The wisp surged into Zhou Yuran's eyes, nose, and mouth, and her form visibly regained vitality at an astonishing pace. In mere seconds, the once emaciated Zhou Yuran had transformed into the appearance of a normal person. Yuran. Witnessing this miraculous transformation, Zhou Yuanshan was overcome with tears of joy, knowing that his daughter had been saved. The aura emanating from the malevolent spirit was somewhat unstable, its expression twisted in agony, clearly reflecting the discomfort of expelling what it had consumed. Those who have experienced intoxication would comprehend this well. "I have returned what belongs to you. What about mine?" The spirit extended its hand. "Here you go." Suemo held the ghost-rearing talisman suspended in the air. The spirit's eyes sparkled with delight, and after a moment's hesitation, it gritted its teeth and reached for it, prompting Suemo to release his grip. It was secured. A sense of relief washed over the spirit. Evidently, the earlier vow held some weight, and this practitioner from the Dragon Kingdom dared not defy it. Just as it basked in its triumph, a sudden heaviness gripped its wrist. Looking down, it beheld a pale hand firmly clasping its own. "What are you doing?" The spirit sensed impending doom and shrieked. "What do you think? I'm coming for you." Su-mo replied with a wicked smile as he yanked the spirit forward uncontrollably. "Off you go." With a swift stride, Su-mo kneed the spirit forcefully in the abdomen. The spirit let out a howl, its body arching in response, eyes bulging outward. "You deceiver!" The spirit bellowed, a surge of dark energy emanating from its form, attempting to dissolve into nothingness. Such foolish aspirations. Su-mo had anticipated this, summoning the scorching essence of the sun, which filled the room with unbearable heat. The spirit's form had nowhere to conceal itself. "What is this?" The old Taoist was taken aback, scrambling to retrieve a talisman as he hurriedly approached Zhou Yuran's lingering soul. With a series of gestures and incantations, he successfully captured the remnants of Zhou Yuran's spirit. The room was saturated with yang energy, overwhelming Zhou Yuran's lingering soul, which could scarcely endure any longer. A moment's delay would surely lead to its disintegration. "You! I!" The air was pierced by the anguished wails of vengeful spirits, and Su-mo discovered that the sensation of striking flesh was indeed exhilarating. This ghost was remarkably resilient. "Stop hitting me. I implore you to cease." The spirit's cries were truly pitiful. It longed to evade. Yet in such a potent atmosphere of yang energy, evasion was utterly impossible. It was akin to a mere punching bag, remarkably tough. Su-mo shook his hand, reflecting on the arduous nature of accruing virtue, contemplating whether to strike again. Sensing the murderous intent, the ghost panicked and shouted, "You cannot kill me. You swore an oath." "Oh," Su-mo replied with a bashful smile. "I assured you that I do not deceive. You're not human, so it does not count." With a single blow infused with terrifying yang energy, he declared, "You despicable dragon kingdom scoundrel. Master Only will not spare you." Thud! His fist descended, and with a final, harrowing cry, the ghost was reduced to mere ashes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a level 2 ghostly entity. You have earned 500 points of virtue. Current virtue points, 3,000. Disperse. With a thought, Su-mo unleashed the yang energy, completely dispelling the yin presence in the room, leaving no trace of its chill. "All done." Su-mo clapped his hands. Although the ghost was somewhat feeble, the virtue points were insufficient. "Mr. Su, you are remarkable." The old Taoist, regaining his composure, gave a thumbs up and began to applaud, recognizing him as a true powerhouse. "Mr. Su, my daughter," Zhou Yuanshan approached, filled with emotion, while Wang Dajuan, caught in a whirlwind of laughter and tears, acted quite madly. Yet, no one paid him any mind. "Rest assured," the old priest chuckled softly, "the malevolent spirit has been vanquished by Mr. Su, and your daughter's lingering soul and essence have returned. With a slight application of my humble skills, she shall awaken." Chapter 16. Have you installed surveillance in my womb? Priest, act quickly. Zhou Yuanshan could hardly contain his anticipation, gazing at his daughter on the bed, tears streaming uncontrollably. How many days had it been since he had seen her in this state? Behold, the old priest approached the bedside, producing the talisman from earlier. Giving it a gentle flourish, and Zhou Yuan's spirit emerged. "Return." With a flick of his finger, the old priest summoned Zhou Yuan's spirit back in her body, where it gradually merged. He then recited a few incantations and declared, "All is well. I have soothed her spirit. In no more than half an hour, she shall awaken." Is it truly so? Splendid. Zhou Yuanshan hurried to the window, crouching at the bedside, gently grasping his daughter's hand, eagerly awaiting her revival. "Mr. Su, you are truly remarkable. What extraordinary technique do you practice?" The old priest leaned in, seeking camaraderie. Su-mo smiled, replying, "Did I not mention it? The 9 Suns divine art, the very one you sold to me. Have you forgotten?" The old priest's expression faltered. It seemed the great figure bore a grudge, still preoccupied with this matter. "Esteemed one, please refrain from mocking me. That wretched tome is merely a relic of paternal influence. If it were truly effective, the world would be teeming with cultivators," Su-mo expressed, feeling somewhat exasperated. Why is it that no one believes in the truth? The old Taoist, not wishing to delve further into this topic, remarked, When you vanquished the malevolent spirit, did it not utter the name Master only? It seems so. Who is that? The old man's countenance darkened slightly as he continued. Only is the most renowned spirit keeper in the kingdom of elephants, possessing formidable strength and a notorious reputation for vengeance. Having slain the spirit she nurtured, there is a chance she may seek retribution. You must exercise caution. Suemo chuckled. You are overthinking it. Do the cultivators from the kingdom of elephants dare to set foot in the dragon kingdom? Do they truly regard the 749 as mere decoration? The old Taoist pondered for a moment before replying with a smile. Indeed, in recent years, any foreign cultivators daring to infiltrate our dragon kingdom have met with dire fates. It is said that a few months ago, several ninjas from a land of the rising sun attempted to steal our national treasures and were left utterly disoriented by the 749's defenders. My concerns appear to have been unfounded. After a brief contemplation, Su Imo interjected, that being said, do those spirit keepers from the kingdom of elephants not have many spirits at their side? Naturally, the old Taoist affirmed, nodding. These cultivators thrive on spirit rearing. The greater their power, the more spirits they keep in their company, and, consequently, the repercussions grow more severe. It is rumored that this master only, despite her youth, has already ascended to the pinnacle of spirit keepers in the kingdom of elephants. Whispers suggest she has nurtured a skin-stripping spirit, its power reaching level 7, making it extraordinarily formidable. Sumo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Level 7, a skinning demon? That must be worth a few thousand merit points. Quite enticing indeed. However, Suemo merely contemplated this notion. He was acutely aware of his limitations. Given his current strength, it was improbable that he could contend with a level 7 spirit. As Foreign Li, he decided to put that thought on hold, intending to confront her once he had fortified his abilities. Mr. Su, you aren't contemplating a trip to the Elephant Kingdom to confront her, are you? The old Taoist inquired. How did you know? Have you installed surveillance in my mind? Suemo exclaimed, astonished. That would be most inadvisable, the old Taoist cautioned. Li is no ordinary spirit keeper, besides the level 7 skinning demon. It is rumored that she harbors dozens of spirits. Practitioners dread facing spirit keepers from the Elephant Kingdom, for such encounters pit the few against the many, which can be exceedingly troublesome. The old Taoist refrained from voicing an additional thought. He understood that while Suemo possessed considerable strength and vitality, venturing into the Elephant Kingdom to stir up trouble would be tantamount to challenging the entire realm of practitioners there. Dozens of spirits? Sumo's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as it indeed sounded immensely valuable. It appeared that a journey to the Elephant Kingdom was now imperative. Observing Sumo's captivated expression, the old Taoist chose silence. Fearing that if he spoke further, Suemo might impulsively book a flight and rush over. Suddenly, a commotion arose from behind them. Mr. Su, she's awake. Zhou Yuanshan cried out excitedly. Both turned to see Zhou Yuren open her eyes, filled with confusion and fatigue. After being tormented by malevolent spirits for so many days, she was utterly exhausted, and even though her vitality had returned, recovery would not come swiftly. Dad! Zhou Yuran spoke softly. Am I dead? Nonsense. What are you saying? My daughter is alive and well, not dead. Zhou Yuanshan replied, tears of joy streaming down his face. Right? Zhou Yuanshan suddenly remembered something and hurried to fetch a mirror, presenting it to her. Yuran, take a look. Zhou Yuran's eyes widened in terror as she fervently shook her head. I won't look. I won't look. Girls are inherently drawn to beauty, and she feared seeing her own grotesque visage. Yuran, do not be afraid. You are completely healed now. Just look. Zhou Yuanshan reassured her, gathering her courage. Zhou Yuran finally directed her gaze towards the mirror. It was her beautiful face, albeit pale and weary, no longer the horrifying countenance from before. I am well, Zhou Yuran exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to sit up, her hands clutching the mirror, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding her. She had anticipated departing this world in ugliness and agony, yet upon awakening, she found herself restored. Is this a dream? Unable to resist, she pinched her arm. It hurt. This is not a dream. Everything is real. My dear daughter, you are completely healed. Zhou Yuanshan gently caressed her forehead, speaking softly. It was Mr. Su and the Taoist priest who saved you. Only then did Zhou Yuan notice two figures standing behind her father. An elderly Taoist priest with a scruffy beard and a strikingly handsome young man with a warm smile. How wonderful. Thank you. Zhou Yuan gently spoke. Oh, Uncle Wang, what happened to him? Her gaze shifted to Wang Dajuan, who sat not far away, his eyes vacant and unfocused. Oh, him. Zhou Yuanshan sighed and said, Your Uncle Wang is unwell. I've already called for a doctor. Is Uncle all right? Zhou Yuan asked with concern. He'll be fine. Zhou Yuanshan, wishing to shield his daughter from the chaotic circumstances, replied softly, Your task is to rest well and return to school as soon as possible. Understood? Got it, Dad. Zhou Yuan nodded. Zhou Yuanshan continued, Then your father and Mr. Su will step out to discuss a few matters. Can you manage on your own? I can. Zhou Yuan smiled, feeling fortunate that things were improving. Old Wang, let us go. Zhou Yuanshan stepped forward to assist his old friend as they exited the room, with Su Mo and the old Taoist following closely behind. Half an hour later, the ambulance arrived to take Wang Dajun away. Watching the ambulance depart, Zhou Yuanshan exhaled heavily. He turned to Su and the old Taoist, stating solemnly, Mr. Su, esteemed Taoist, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in saving my daughter. I, Zhou Yuanshan, am not one to be stingy. Feel free to name your reward. Chapter 17. Words Manifest Law. Taoist, are you a lightning rod? The old Taoist rubbed his hands together, raising two fingers. I want this amount. Zhou Yuanshan, upon seeing the demand, chuckled. 2 million? That is acceptable. Please provide me with your account number, and I shall transfer it to you immediately. No, wait. The old Taoist shook his head solemnly. 20 million? No, that is incorrect. 200 million? Zhou Yuanshan was astounded. Such a bold request. Even he could not readily procure such a sum. Even Suemo was taken aback, thinking, How audacious of you, old man. Taoist, I truly cannot summon such a vast amount of money at once. Zhou Yuanshan expressed his distress. After all, if he were to provide the old Taoist with 200 million, wouldn't he also have to give Mr. Su the same amount? It simply wouldn't do to favor one over the other. This was no trifling sum. What 200 million? The old Taoist stroked his beard, glaring as he said, What would I want with such a fortune? I only require 200. 200. Zhou Yuanshan and Su Mo were left speechless. You're not jesting, are you? Just 200? Not 200,000 or even 2 million? Zhou Yuanshan asked incredulously. Of course not. The old Taoist huffed, stating, I adhere to the principle of monkey dung in my dealings. Only when the dung arrives can you see me. Collecting 200 is merely to settle this connection. Upon hearing these words, the old Taoist stature in Su Mo's eyes ascended immensely. Impressive. Though this old man may not possess formidable strength, he truly exemplifies integrity. Yet, recalling how this fellow had deceived others for food and drink outside the school gates, while peddling his pirated martial arts manuals, Su Mo felt a sense of dissonance. Little did he know, the old Taoist felt a pang of sorrow within, not due to reluctance to accept payment, but rather because his master had instructed him that each task should not exceed a fee of 200 yuan. Otherwise, he would face severe consequences. Oh, master, how could you be unaware of the current prices? A bowl of pig trotter rice cost 20 yuan. The old Taoist lamented silently. Zhou Yuanshan sighed deeply, filled with immense admiration, and extracted 200 yuan from his wallet, respectfully offering it. Taoist, please accept this. The old Taoist, with a touch of pride, took the money, scrutinizing it for authenticity before carefully stowing it away. Excellent. For the next 3 days, I need not sell pirated manuals. I shall feast on pig trotter rice daily. And I must admit, the proprietress of the establishment is quite charming. Mr. Su, Zhou Yuanshan turned to Su Mo, who pointed at the old Taoist and chuckled. Boss Zhou, I am far from his level of nobility. Zhou Yuanshan laughed heartily, replying, Mr. Su, you jest. To me, both of you are extraordinary beings. I have prepared 5 million for you. What do you think? Of course, this is merely a portion of your compensation, with the remainder to follow in due time. He was quite clear in his thoughts. Maintaining a connection with such transcendent figures was essential. Certainly, Sumo maintained an outward calm while internally rejoicing. 5 million. Delightful. Zhou Yuanshan's efficiency was remarkable. The transfer of 5 million was completed swiftly, and Sumo found himself suddenly wealthy. The sensation of having money was reassuring. Boss Zhou, since the matter is resolved, we shall not impose any further. The old Taoist priest remarked, your daughter is still in a delicate state. She must take good care of herself and bask in the sunlight, for it will be beneficial to her health. I took note of his words. Zhou Yuanshan promptly arranged for the driver to escort the two back to the city. Upon returning to the room, Zhou Yuanshan found his daughter still gazing into the mirror, and his spirits lifted considerably. Dad, did Mr. Su and the others leave? Zhou Yuan inquired, setting aside the mirror. Yes, Zhou Yuanshan nodded. Dad, what is that gentleman's name? Zhou Yuan pressed further. Sumo, Zhou Yuanshan contemplated before adding, he is still studying at Yuqing University. Yuqing University. Sumo. Zhou Yuan firmly committed these two names to memory, as if she had resolved to pursue something significant. Silly girl. Zhou Yuanshan shook his head helplessly. No one knows a daughter better than her father, and he could easily discern her burgeoning curiosity about her savior. However, Mr. Su was a man of the world, and that posed challenges. Wow, this grand automobile is remarkably comfortable. The old Taoist reclined in the back seat of the Maybach, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. Taoist, I haven't yet asked your surname. I can't keep calling you Taoist forever. Sumo interjected. The old man replied, my surname is Lei. Yes, my name is Lei Lei. Lei Lei Lei. I'm astonished. Is there truly someone named that? Sumo exclaimed. The Taoist, appearing somewhat resigned, spread his hands and said, what can I do? It was my master who named me. He said that when he found me, it was pouring rain, with thunder roaring all around. He confidently asserted that I am the reincarnation of a celestial thunder deity, fated to be connected with thunder, and thus should bear the surname Lei. However, he could not think of a fitting name, so he whimsically decided to name me Lei Lei Lei. Sumo stifled a laugh, finding it rather frivolous. Taoist Lei, how do you introduce yourself when you go out? Sumo inquired, suppressing his amusement. Alas, Taoist, Lei shook his head and replied, I generally do not reveal my true name. To be honest, I believe there are no more than 10 people in this world who know my real name. He cast a glance at the driver, who was eavesdropping with keen interest, and added with a sigh, well, perhaps it should be no more than 11. At last, Sumo could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, asking Taoist Lei, is it true what your master said about you being the reincarnation of a thunder deity? How would I know? Taoist Lei rolled his eyes and said, however, I do frequently get struck by lightning. Is it true or not? Of course it is. Throughout my life, I have lost count of the times I've been struck by lightning. Yet each time, I emerged unscathed. My master explained that I am undergoing a thunder tribulation. Once I have been struck 999 times, I shall ascend to the ranks of immortals and re-enter the celestial realm. I calculated that, thus far, I have been struck for 997 times. Sumo raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive. The previously silent driver could no longer restrain himself and asked, Taoist, have you truly been struck by lightning thousands of times? Internally, he mused, how is it that you have not perished? Are you a lightning rod? Is there any doubt? Master Lei pointed at the starry night sky and remarked, tonight's weather is quite agreeable. If a thunderstorm were to arrive, I could effortlessly perform an act of catching lightning. No sooner had he uttered these words than the previously tranquil night sky erupted with rumbling thunder. Dark clouds surged ominously, swiftly obscuring the countless stars, while silvery serpents of lightning writhed within the stormy clouds. Plummeting rain cascaded from the heavens, striking the car windows with a cacophony of splatters. The rainy night had arrived. Sumo, Master Lei, the driver. Chapter 18, The Boy with the Ghostly Fire. Master Lei, truly your words manifest as spells. Sumo could only laugh in exasperation. This old man must have received some celestial blessing from his master. A perfectly pleasant evening turned tempestuous with just a few words. Remarkable. Master Lei surveyed the darkening sky with a look of despair. It's over. I'm about to be struck. The young driver, astonished, muttered, "This doesn't make sense. I checked the forecast. It said no rain tonight." "Master, can you really catch lightning?" Boom! As his words lingered, a flash of white light darted before them, followed by a resounding thunderclap that struck perilously close to the vehicle. The driver slammed the brakes, terrified. Was it real? Boom! Another clap of thunder echoed, mere meters from their car. Boom! Another bolt of lightning. Master lay, looking utterly resigned, weakly declared, "Stop urging me. I'll get out of the car immediately." Having spoken, he proceeded to grasp the door handle. "Reverend, are you out of your mind?" the driver exclaimed, terrified, for he had merely jested. Should the Reverend truly descend and be struck by lightning, would the blame not fall upon him? "If I do not exit the vehicle, the lightning shall surely strike you instead. Do you believe it?" thundered the Reverend. Suddenly, a resounding clap of thunder seemed to affirm his words, a bolt of lightning striking perilously close, merely a meter from the car. "See, I knew it." The Reverend spread his arms, flung open the car door, and stepped into the torrential downpour. The thunder above seemed to revel in the chaos, growing louder, more thunderous, and increasingly wild. After venturing a considerable distance, he halted, standing resolutely in the rain. "Come on, hurry up." With that, a brilliant flash of lightning cascaded down, dazzlingly bright, rendering the scene almost blinding. The Reverend's figure was engulfed in the brilliance. Good heavens, he truly was struck. The driver gasped, trembling, pointing out the window. "Mr. Su, do you think the Reverend will survive?" Suemo shrugged. "How would I know? I have never been struck by lightning." Suddenly, a cry of distress pierced the air, and as the lightning gradually faded, Suemo beheld the Reverend's disheveled appearance and could not help but chuckle. His hair and beard stood on end, while his robe remained unscathed, albeit his face bore a charred hue. "Ouch! Be gentle." 3 successive bolts of lightning struck with precision, creating a spectacular display as they hit the Reverend. Following the trio of strikes, the thunder subsided, and the dark clouds above began to disperse, revealing a canopy of stars. The rain ceased, the wind stilled, leaving only Suemo and the driver exchanging astonished glances. "Remarkable." The driver couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "That Taoist named Lei has been struck by lightning 3 times, and yet remains sprightly, albeit with a rather eccentric appearance." Ahem. Taoist Lei opened the car door and took a seat, exhaling a cloud of black smoke upon speaking. He tousled his hair and beard haphazardly, wiping the remnants of lightning ash from his face. "Well, did I deceive you?" Suemo gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Taoist Lei, you are remarkable. Your master was indeed correct. You must be the reincarnation of a thunder deity, surviving such strikes. When you ascend to the celestial ranks, do remember to take your little brother along." Taoist Lei spat dismissively. Who the hell wants to be a reincarnated celestial official? Being struck by lightning daily is not my desire. Wait a moment. He pulled out a small notebook, flipped to a new page, and noted the date, inscribing a brief entry. Number of strikes today, 3. Total accumulated strikes, 5,000. Remaining strikes, 4,999. Once he closed the notebook, Suemo caught sight of the bold inscription on the cover, "Diary of Lightning Strikes." Sumo's lips twitched. Who in their right mind keeps such a diary, let alone one of this nature? Halfway through the entries already, Taoist Lei carefully tucked away his diary and sighed. "I hope to complete this tally within my lifetime." Suemo queried, "Taoist Lei, are you certain this lightning will only strike you 9,999 times? What if it continues beyond that?" "How should I know?" Taoist Lei replied nonchalantly. "My master said as much. If it keeps striking me after that, I shall demand an explanation from him." Who ever heard of a reincarnated celestial official being struck by lightning every day? Suemo silently contemplated the possibility that perhaps her master had not bestowed an apt name. Following this minor incident, the driver remained taciturn, merely focusing on the road ahead. Soon enough, they arrived in the city, where a broad avenue lay before them. It was now deep into the night, and the streets were nearly deserted. The rumble of engines reverberated in the ears of the trio, accompanied by a cacophony of exuberant shouts. Suddenly, 3 motorcycles burst into view, 3 bikes, 6 individuals, 3 men, and 3 women. The motorcycles sped recklessly along the expansive road, occasionally executing daring stunts. The 3 young women seated in the back screamed intermittently, creating a scene of delightful chaos. The raucous youths on their motorcycles were out to cause a stir once again. The driver was compelled to reduce his speed as the trio of motorcycles obstructed their path, showing no inclination to yield. A moment of curiosity struck Taoist Lei as he glimpsed the rowdy bikers. He rolled down the window to take a closer look, inadvertently drawing the attention of the youthful riders. "Hey, there's an old man staring at us," called out a girl clad in pink from the back of a red motorcycle, pointing towards the nearby Maybach. An unsavory old man was leaning with his head cocked, peering in their direction. The girl, adorned with a nose ring and sporting pink-dyed hair, was particularly conspicuous with her heavy makeup. In front of her, the boy riding the motorcycle was even more eye-catching, clad in tight pants and sporting a tattoo of an all-seeing eye on his forehead, a true spectacle. Beneath that tattoo, a fierce tiger tattoo graced his skin, a testament to a life lived on the edge. "Hey, old man, what are you staring at?" With a twist of the throttle, Brother Yuan executed a swift acceleration, elegantly halting his motorcycle before the Maybach. He cast a defiant glance at Taoist Lei. Taoist Lei, taken aback, retracted his neck and smiled. "Young man, your motorcycle is quite impressive." "Indeed," Brother Yuan replied with pride. "This motorcycle is quite expensive." However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that mentioning its cost in the presence of someone driving a Maybach might be somewhat self-deprecating. Creak! 2 other motorcycles arrived, forming a blockade that obstructed the Maybach's path. "Brother Yuan, what is going on?" inquired the riders of the other 2 motorcycles. "This old man is peeping at my girl." Brother Yuan pointed at Taoist Lei. "What?" The riders, now enraged, pointed aggressively at Taoist Lei, hurling insults. "You old fool! Do you think you can gaze upon Brother Yuan's girl? Do you dare challenge me? I'll gouge out your eyes." Brother Yuan, gouge out his eyes and let him experience the consequences. Taoist Lei stood speechless, attempting to clarify. "My good brother, it's a misunderstanding. I wasn't looking at your girl, Enough nonsense. Get out of the car. If you don't compensate today, you shall not leave." Brother Yuan shouted, revving the throttle even more. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The 3 motorcycles roared to life, their thunderous engines echoing through the stillness of the night. Chapter 19. Meeting me is your destiny. "Mr. Su, what shall we do?" The driver's expression was grim, blocked by several unruly youths on motorcycles, creating a troublesome situation. Surely, they couldn't simply charge through? If something were to go awry, the repercussions would be too great to bear. "Stay calm." Su Mo waved his hand, observing the 3 motorcycles with great interest. How intriguing! If his eyes did not deceive him, these individuals appeared somewhat familiar. He recalled a report he had seen that day. 3 vehicles, 6 individuals. A catastrophic collision resulting in loss of life. Although the images in the article had been obscured, he could still discern their identities. Indeed, these were the very 6 individuals before him. In other words, they were specters. A smile nearly blossomed on Su Mo's lips. What extraordinary luck to encounter ghosts once more. "Wait, how dare you extort money?" Long Lei, slightly agitated, exclaimed. "Why must you charge for merely a glance? Are you relics in a museum? You refuse to step down, I presume? No compensation, is it? Brothers, let us smash it." With a wave of his hand, Yuan Gu commanded. The 3 immediately halted their motorcycles, and from seemingly nowhere, produced 3 steel pipes, hoisting them onto their shoulders with a swagger. "Yes, indeed. Smash it. I've never vandalized a luxury car before. Curse that wretched nouveau riche. Smash it." Yuan Gu cried out. "Long Lei, merely smashing the car isn't enough. If this old man refuses to pay, I'll truly gouge out his eyes." Long Lei, looking helpless, turned to Su Mo and muttered, "Damn it, and I'm being extorted for just a glance. Get out, let us have a word with them," Su Mo urged, gesturing and blinking. Long Lei understood instantly and inquired, "You recognize them? Isn't it obvious?" "Very clear." "Well, then shall we disembark?" "Let us do it." With their banter, they left the driver bewildered, unsure of the riddle they were unraveling. "Mr. Su, we cannot get out." The driver hastily intervened, exclaiming, "These youngsters lack restraint. They would not hesitate to cause real harm. Let's call the police." Su-mo patted his shoulder and reassured, "Do not worry. No lives will be lost. Remain in the vehicle, and we shall resolve this outside." Indeed, they are not human. How could this escalate to a fatality? The two opened the car doors and stepped out, instantly drawing the attention of three girls captivated by Su-mo's striking appearance. "So handsome," the girls exclaimed with gleaming eyes. "Now, how do you propose we resolve this?" Su-mo asked, arms crossed, a smile gracing his lips. Yuan-gu never anticipated that this audacious fellow would truly exit the car, leaving him momentarily speechless. It was his companion who reminded him, "Yuan-gu, we must demand compensation." "Yes, compensation." Yuan-gu raised the steel pipe he held with a fierce glare, declaring, "That old man cast 3 glances at my girl. He must pay. Otherwise, I shall smash your wretched vehicle." "Very well, how much?" Su-mo shrugged nonchalantly. 300. "No, make it 3,000. Yuan-gu raised 3 fingers, shaking them. 3,000. "Is it? Allow me to transfer that to you." Su-mo responded with a cheerful smile. "That will not do." Yuan-gu shook his head, insisting, "We require cash." "Cash? Wait a moment." Su-mo returned to the car, retrieved paper and pen, and elegantly inscribed the figure of 30,000 yuan. "Here you go. 30,000. No need for change." Su-mo calmly extended the paper, leaving the driver utterly astonished. "Is this truly how it works? Are you mocking us?" Yuan-ji's expression darkened with fury, as if shadows enveloped his face. "Yuan-gu, this fellow is clearly intent on provoking us." He directly gouged out his eyes. How satisfying. "Indeed. Damn it. Can you just scribble a number on a piece of paper and treat it as currency? Do you think you're a money-printing machine?" A surge of dark energy emanated from the 3 individuals, and an eerie wind swept through the surroundings. "No." Su-mo retrieved the paper and calmly stated, "I am not deceiving you. It is you who deceived me first. Even if I were to give you money, could you spend it? Huh? Ghosts cannot utilize human currency." Sumo's words left the 6 individuals shocked, their expressions transforming into sinister masks, as if they were about to devour someone at any moment. "You noticed, did you?" The voice of Brother Yuan turned low and chilling, the dark energy surrounding him intensifying. Your strength is not to be underestimated. You're probably a level 2 ghost, worth 500 merits. "I apologize, but I tend to keep up with the news," Su-mo replied with a shrug. "News?" The driver, seated in the car, was utterly perplexed, wondering what Mr. Su was talking about, unable to comprehend. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He hastily took out his phone and began searching for the keywords motorcycle. 3 men and 3 women. Sure enough, a news article popped up. Car crash, 3 men and 3 women fall off a cliff. The article even included blurred photographs. Although the blurring was thick, the real people were right before him, easily recognizable. "Holy crap, I've encountered a ghost." The driver trembled in fear, his eyes wide with terror, yet he tried to reassure himself. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Taoist Lei can handle lightning, and that Mr. Su is likely quite capable as well. A mere handful of minor ghosts should pose no significant problem." Though he tried to comfort himself, his feet could not help but tremble. Before him stood a living specter, who would not be afraid. Su-mo raised his hand, pointing at Yuan-gu, and remarked, "I recall that your vehicle met with the most disastrous fate, did it not? TSK, it seems you all acted separately? The police only found your body at the foot of the mountain. Your head was not discovered until the 3rd day. Am I correct? Yuan-gu. And you," Su-mo continued, directing his finger at the girl with pink hair. "You were seated in the back, hurled several meters away. I heard that a gaping wound was opened in your abdomen, and your intestines were strewn about." The girl with pink hair turned pale, instinctively clutching her stomach. "And you?" Su-mo pointed at several others, vividly recounting the grim details of their demise, occasionally gesturing for emphasis. Silence. Yuan-gu could no longer contain himself, raising a steel pipe to direct at Su-mo. "Who are you, and what do you intend to do?" Strange, exceedingly strange. This individual, fully aware of his ghostly nature, exhibited no fear. Rather, he appeared somewhat exhilarated. This unnerved Yuan-gu. Could this person be a lunatic? It was you who obstructed my path. Yet now you inquire about my intentions? Suemo rolled his eyes. I can only state that encountering me is your fate. What fate? To escort you all down. Together in a harmonious reunion. Boom! An eerie aura erupted from Yuan Go, his body beginning to decay and rot. His head drooped as a foul stench enveloped the surroundings. My God, a ghost! The driver seated in the car, witnessing this scene, was nearly overwhelmed with terror. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly immersive. Scenes that once seemed confined to horror films now materialized vividly before one's eyes. Who could withstand such a sight? To remain conscious is a testament to one's composure. You're courting death. Yuan Gu fixed his gaze on Suemo, enunciating each word with intention. Originally, he merely sought to extort a bit of money, but now, it seemed inevitable that he would drag Suemo into this abyss. Brothers, let us act. Chapter 20. Superman. He has stripped him of his very undergarments. Boom. The two individuals trailing behind him suddenly emanated a ghostly aura, revealing their true forms. Their appearances were, to say the least, quite ghastly and hard to behold. Charge! The trio swung their steel pipes, transforming into shadows as they lunged at Suemo with astonishing speed. Daoist lay fall back. Suemo stepped forward, channeling the nine-yang divine art, his energy surging, blood boiling. A steel pipe came crashing towards his head. Suemo raised his arm to block it, the impact resonating with a loud clang as the pipe struck his limb. Ouch! That stung a bit. The nine-yang divine art significantly enhanced Suemo's physique, greatly bolstering his defenses. Had it been an ordinary person, being struck by such a blow would have surely dimmed their vitality and left them with broken bones. Suemo seized the steel pipe, swinging it with ferocity. The specter concealed within the dark mist was flung away, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Perish! Yuan Gu's figure materialized, his movements vicious as he gripped the steel pipe, aiming directly for Suemo's eyes. A successful strike would bore a hole through his skull. Suemo extended his hand, firmly grasping the pipe, rendering Yuan Gu utterly incapable of motion despite his exertion. Out of my way! Suemo launched himself into the air. With a resounding ow, Yuan Gu arched his belly backward, his body soaring backward like a shrimp with its shell opened, crashing violently to the ground. His head, having become detached, rolled away with a gulu-gulu sound, coming to rest some distance off. The third specter, too, found no favor, receiving two resounding slaps from Suemo that left it dazed and seeing stars. It felt like a scene from a martial arts film. The driver, seated in the vehicle, was left in awe by Suemo's dazzling maneuvers. From his perspective, Suemo appeared as an unparalleled master, far exceeding the prowess of those stars depicted on screen. Incredible. Daoist Lei raised his thumb in admiration, recognizing the vibrant energy exuding from this fellow, enabling him to strike the very essence of the specters. Truly remarkable. How is this person so formidable? Without its head, Yuan Gu managed to rise, his mouth on the distant head opening and closing. Dark mist swirled ominously around them. Meanwhile, the three girls could no longer maintain their current forms, reverting to their ghastly appearances from before their demise. Please stop hitting, cried the girl with pink hair, her current visage rendering her plea rather unsettling. Shut up. Retrieve my head. Yuan Gu bellowed in frustration. Oh. The pink-haired girl hastily picked up Yuan Ji's head, jogging over to him and standing on tiptoe to press it back onto his neck. With a satisfying crack, it fit back together like a piece of Lego, and he shook his head to regain mobility. Brothers, this guy is impressive. Get in the car. Yes, let us get in and take him down. The three of them scrambled to their feet, extending their hands and striking cool poses as they shouted in unison. Motorcycle, start. In the distance, a motorcycle unexpectedly roared to life, surging forward on its own. Three spectral figures transformed into shadowy forms, each mounting a motorcycle. One hand gripping the handlebars while the other clutched a steel pipe. The fronts of the three motorcycles were firmly aimed at Suemo. The engines erupted with a thunderous roar, and the aura emanating from the three apparitions escalated, surpassing their previous power level. Is it truly this absurd? Suemo couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief, questioning why these three ghosts were so fervently enthusiastic. Yikes! Taoist Lei was taken aback at this scene, exclaiming, "These three fellows genuinely have a passion for motorcycles. They've already refined these bikes into their innate ghostly weapons. With this enhancement, their strength has nearly reached that of third-level apparitions. Mr. Su, can you handle this?" After a moment's contemplation, Suemo replied, "I should be able to manage. After all, I can eliminate second-level spirits effortlessly." Taoist Lei opened his mouth, thinking to himself that Suemo was uncertain yet still provoking them. However, upon reflection, he realized that Suemo harbored an impressive vitality, nearly brimming with energy, suggesting that dealing with a few minor spirits shouldn't pose much of a challenge. "Taoist Lei, could you lend a hand? If not, please retreat a bit further, allowing the motorcycles to move back as well. The impending confrontation could be quite intense." Suemo stated, "I can't assist." Taoist Lei resolutely shook his head, taking a seat in the passenger side and reversing the vehicle. What do you mean? Reverse? If a fight breaks out and the ghostly energy affects you, you might end up bedridden for at least 3 months? The driver, realizing the situation, swiftly engaged reverse gear and pressed the accelerator, careening backward. Hey, don't go too far. I can't see anything." The Taoist priest instructed the driver to halt at a moderately safe distance, leaning forward to peer through the windshield. "Young man, do take a good look. What unfolds next will be the anecdote you boast about for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, the driver was determined not to miss the spectacle and concentrated intently. The roar of the engine thundered in their ears. Suemo assumed a poised stance, extending a finger with a slight smile, beckoning, "Come here. Blast. He mocking us. Let's take him down." Brother Yuan could no longer contain himself. Twisting the throttle, his motorcycle transformed into a streak of black, charging forward. The other two followed suit. 3 motorcycles hurtling towards Suemo, with the distant wail of a girl with pink hair faintly echoing, "Please stop hitting." In an instant, one motorcycle reached the forefront, followed by a steel pipe descending. Suemo deftly sidestepped. The pipe crashed to the ground, creating a fissure in the earth. The speed was indeed remarkable. Is this the prowess of a level 3 Spectre? Yet, it doesn't seem all that formidable. Another motorcycle surged toward him, the steel pipe swinging menacingly at Sumo's head. In a swift motion, Suemo pivoted, seizing the Spectre's wrist and forcefully yanking it forward, causing the rider to be pulled along. Off you go. Suemo landed a powerful uppercut squarely on the Spectre's chin, eliciting a pained howl. The force behind Sumo's punch was truly immense, and the ghostly entity's wrist was firmly grasped by him. With a resounding crack, the creature's arm was severed, sending its body hurtling backward. One hand, still clutching a steel pipe, remained in Sumo's grasp, his fingers twitching slightly. How ruthless! In the distance, Master Lei couldn't help but comment, "Mr. Su's uppercut is remarkable. If I were to name this move, it should be the Skyrocket Fist? What a splendid name, truly worthy of my brilliance." The driver was left utterly astonished, stammering, "Wow, is this even possible? Mr. Su must be a superhero." Master Lei was not mistaken. What he witnessed today indeed constituted a lifetime's worth of bragging rights. However, whether others would believe such tales remained uncertain. For if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he too would have found it hard to believe. Master Lei scoffed at the notion of American superheroes. Should one venture to Long Country, they would find themselves utterly defeated. Chapter 21. Goodness. It's you, motorcycle hero. Suemo disdainfully discarded the severed arm, contemplating for a moment before picking up the steel pipe again, balancing it in his hand. Surprisingly, it felt quite suitable. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept from behind, indicating an impending ghostly ambush. Without even glancing back, Suemo swung the steel pipe behind him, producing a resonant clang, followed by a pained wail. When he turned around, he saw none other than Brother Yuan, who had attempted to strike him from behind, yet lacked the strength to match his own. The pipe rebounded, striking him squarely in the face, sending his unfortunate head flying once more before landing at the feet of a girl with powdered hair. "Yuan-gu, please cease the fighting," I exclaimed, Quickly, pick up your head. Hurry. Yuan Gu, in a state of exasperation, urged. The girl with the pink hair hastily gathered Yuan Ji's head and dashed over, reattaching it with a swift motion. Thud! Another dull thump echoed as the three brothers were sent sprawling. Their motorcycles toppled helplessly, roaring in despair. Yuan Yi, we simply cannot prevail, lamented the specter with a severed arm, tears welling in its eyes. Should we not flee? Flee? Nonsense, Yuan Gu retorted, slapping the air in frustration. That adversary is far too formidable. Do you truly believe we could escape? Kulme, let us unite and unleash our full power. We must vanquish this foe. But is that truly wise? It feels rather humiliating. The other two specters hesitated, displaying a hint of reluctance. For heaven's sake, Yuan Yi Siyatit, we are on the brink of annihilation, and you still concern yourselves with such trivialities? Mark my words, if we perish once more, we shall become naught but dust. Now, let's proceed. With a newfound determination, the trio reached a consensus and summoned the three girls over, engaging in an enigmatic formation. The three motorcycles returned to their side. Mount up, they commanded. The trio mounted their motorcycles, with the girls taking their places behind them. What is happening? Sumo, guilding a stil pipe, stud bewildered. Were these specters truly preparing to flee? It seemed improbable. Whirling black mist began to swirl between the three motorcycles, coalescing into a tempestuous black vortex. The surrounding atmosphere growing increasingly sinister. Within the heart of the black whirlwind, the energy surged ever more vigorously. As the expression on Master Lei's face shifted dramatically, he exclaimed in astonishment, I never imagined that the bonds among these specters could be so profound. The driver, cautiously inquiring, asked, what are they trying to do? Master Lei replied, if I am not mistaken, these six specters are about to merge. Merging? The driver echoed, bewildered. Yes. It's akin to the principle of 1 + 1 yielding more than 2. When these six specters unite, they will undoubtedly form a genuine level 3 specter. Master Lei elaborated. The driver, lost in the complexities of spectral classifications, hesitated to ask further questions. Look, they're emerging. Master Lei pointed, prompting the driver to shift his gaze, which left him utterly astonished. Heavens, what is that form? He gasped as a colossal entity materialized from the swirling darkness. Two motorcycles lined up in a row, gliding across the ground, each bearing a specter atop. Perched upon the shoulders of these specters were three female ghosts, their hands raised in support of Yuan Gu. At that moment, Yuan Ji's appearance was nothing short of spectacular, as if he had fused seamlessly with the motorcycle. His arms transformed into handlebars. His chest morphed into a fuel tank, and his legs became wheels. In essence, apart from his head, every other part of him was composed of motorcycle components. Goodness, a motorcycle warrior? Suemo gasped, taken aback. He had never anticipated such creativity from these specters. Nevertheless, it must be said, this amalgamation certainly exudes a formidable presence. Damn humans, prepare to meet your demise. The fuel tank roiled ominously. Standing atop, the furious Yuan Gu roared, suddenly thrusting his belly forward, and several fuel tanks shot out, ablaze. Good heavens, is this even possible? Sumo's eyes widened in disbelief. Could such a tactic stem from human ingenuity? Boom! One fuel tank exploded, flames engulfing the surroundings. Fortunately, Suemo had anticipated this chaos and swiftly evaded the inferno. Boom! 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 The fuel tanks continued to detonate, plunging the scene into utter disarray, leaving Suemo somewhat speechless. Explode you, explode you, explode you. Yuan Gu incessantly hurled the tanks, yet the few ghostly entities beneath him swayed precariously. Yuan Gu, if you keep this up, we shall perish. One ghost quivered, voicing its concern. Those fuel tanks did not materialize from thin air. Each toss consumed the ghostly energy dwelling within them, draining their very essence. Oh, how could I forget? My apologies. Yuan Gu hastily ceased his onslaught, casting his gaze upon the chaotic scene wrought by the explosions. Did they perish? To his astonishment, he beheld that individual re-emerging, seemingly unscathed, albeit slightly covered in dust. Ahem! Suemo sneezed twice, brushing off the debris. The ground was pocked with numerous craters from the blasts. Unbelievable, is he unharmed? Yuan Ji's eyes widened in disbelief, and just as he contemplated throwing another fuel tank, Su Imo denied him the opportunity. I shall smash your motorcycle. Su Imo seized a hefty slab of concrete, weighing at least 100 pounds, and brought it crashing down upon the motorcycle to the left. Clang! The concrete struck with precision and ferocity, causing the motorcycle to disintegrate. The motorcycle warrior, composed of 6 ghastly entities, suddenly tilted, followed by a series of anguished wails. The motorcycle warrior disintegrated, reverting to 6 apparitions, transforming into 2 vehicles. Su Imo pondered in disbelief. Is it really that easy to dismantle? Setting aside his astonishment, he resolved to eliminate a few foes first. With a powerful push from his legs, he propelled himself like a cannonball, swiftly reaching the pink-haired specter before him. He delivered a decisive stomp. The pink-haired ghost emitted a startled cry, yet before she could react, her skull was crushed beneath Su Mo's foot. The sound was reminiscent of a giant squid being squashed, dark viscous fluids splattering everywhere. The specter's body swayed momentarily before disintegrating into a pile of black ash. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have slain a level 2 entity, the ghost of car accidents. You have earned 500 merit points. Current merit points, 3,500. Su Imo was pleasantly surprised to discover was indeed a level 2 spirit. Just then, his adversary, Yuan Gu, witnessing the demise of his companion, was seized by panic, his ghostly aura surging. Silence! Su Imo retaliated with a kick, sending Yuan Ji's head spinning away from his body. My goodness, run! At last, the remaining specters grasped the dire situation. They stood no chance. They attempted to flee, but escape was not an option. Su Imo swiftly pursued 2 female ghosts, delivering 2 powerful punches. However, they were mere level 1 entities, yielding only 200 merit points. The roar of a motorcycle engine erupted as one of the ghostly beings seized the opportunity to mount the bike, revving the throttle in an attempt to escape. Yet, as he twisted the throttle, he was horrified to discover that the tires were furiously grinding against the ground. However, the vehicle remained utterly motionless. Chapter 22. Are evil spirits also part of the underworld? The Axe Gang. Upon glancing back, this wretched creature was immediately struck with terror. The menacing figure was gripping his rear seat. No wonder the motorcycle wouldn't budge. My goodness, the spirit cried out in desperation, twisting the throttle with all its might to no avail. Get down. Su Imo seized the creature by its yellow hair, forcefully yanking it off the bike, and with a series of resounding punches, crushed its skull. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have slain a level 2 spirit, the accident ghost, earning 500 merit points. Current merit points, 4,200. Delightful. Another level 2 spirit vanquished. Su Imo continued his relentless assault, and the sound of notification chimes echoed in his ears as the surrounding spirits were swiftly dispatched. His merit points surged to 4,900. Incredible. From a distance, Taoist Lei was utterly astounded. This individual's method of slaying spirits was astonishingly brutal. He simply charged in, delivering a flurry of punches. If they didn't perish, he followed up with kicks. Unlike himself, who had to be meticulous, employing talismans, black dog blood, and magical artifacts. Regardless of how one looked at it, it was far less impressive. As for the driver, he had become completely numb, the events of the evening having utterly shattered his understanding. There truly are spirits in this world. Moreover, there are those who even frighten the spirits themselves. Spare me. Brother B was paralyzed with fear, his body twisting in agony, his head lolling as he whimpered for mercy. Su Imo approached his head, raised his foot, and muttered to himself, what a pity. The spirit count is lacking. These specters appear rather feeble, offering minimal merit points. However, with my swift prowess in dispatching spirits, I shall soon amass 10,000 merit points to exchange for enhancements. I am aware of the presence of ghosts. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Yuan Gu felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and shouted desperately. Oh! Su Mo's foot had already pressed against his face before withdrawing. He crouched down and inquired, Do you truly know? Yes, indeed. Yuan Gu fervently nodded, exclaiming, after I perished and became a ghost. Other spirits sought me out, urging me to join their ranks. It is said their leader is formidable. A genuine level 3 specter. Level 3. Sumo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Where is it? Right there. Yuan Gu was about to divulge the location when he suddenly fell silent, pleading, Great One, could you possibly let me go? I promise never to roam aimlessly again. If you agree, I shall guide you. I know there are countless spirits there, at least dozens. They even have a name, the Axe Gang. The ghosts within wield axes. They're truly powerful. If you witness them, you will undoubtedly be satisfied. The Axe Gang. Su Mo was momentarily speechless, reflecting that this name was rather commonplace, even among spirits. Nevertheless, he mentioned dozens of specters. It sounded incredibly enticing. 1 for 1, 2 for 80. Dozens of spirits could yield tens of thousands of merit points. Indeed, I must go. All right, I have agreed to your request. Su Mo exclaimed, seizing Yuan Gu by the head and leading him toward the vehicle. Hey, my body. Yuan Yi protested. Oh, I almost forgot. Su Mo abruptly turned back, delivering 2 forceful punches that reduced Yuan Ji's body to mere ashes. Yuan Gu lamented, Is this what you meant? You destroyed my body. How am I supposed to function now? And now it's all gone. Let us go. Su Mo beamed with a radiant smile. However, Yuan Gu shuddered at the sight of that grin, finding Su Mo utterly terrifying. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair, wondering what folly had led him to provoke this individual at such an hour. Dao. Long, he thought, bewildered by the sight of Su Mo carrying the ghostly head toward him. The driver was utterly horrified. How am I supposed to know? Daoist Lei appeared equally perplexed. Su Mo opened the car door, tossing Yuan Ji's head inside before plopping himself down in the seat. Goodness! Daoist Lei scrambled to catch Yuan Ji's head, placing it disdainfully on the small table of the back seat. Yuan Gu, behaving like a compliant little rabbit, offered a charming smile toward Daoist Lei. The driver, witnessing this bizarre scene through the rearview mirror, turned pale as a ghost. Boss, I fear this vehicle is no longer suitable for use. What on earth is happening? Daoist Lei pointed at the head. Oh, I see. Su Mo explained. He claims to know of a gang called the Axe Gang. They consist entirely of spirits, and their leader is a level 3 ghost. I have decided to spare his ghostly existence in exchange for guidance. Yuan Gu quickly added, Boss, you promise me. As long as I lead you there, you will let me go. Sumo's expression remained unchanged as he nodded and said, Rest assured, I'm a man of my word and never deceive others. Daoist Lei's face was peculiar. Young lad, you are still too inexperienced, he remarked. He claims not to deceive, yet he did not specify that he would not trick spirits. The last one who said such words has long since turned to ashes. Daoist Lei looked at him with a gaze filled with pity. What is that look in your eyes? Yuan Yi stammered. Oh, Daoist Lei reacted swiftly, extending his sleeve to wipe the grime from Yuan Ji's face. Such a pitiable child. Look at you. Your face is all dirty. Allow me to assist you, so that you may set forth on your journey in a cleaner state. Yuan Gu was touched. Daoist, you are a good person. Everyone says so. Bang. Sumo, growing impatient, struck Yuan Ji's forehead with his palm. Where's the Axe Gang's stronghold? Speak quickly. It is located in a derelict steel mill to the north of the city. Su Mo turned his gaze towards the driver. Brother, could you take us one more time? The driver felt a twinge of fear, but recalling the earlier spectacle, he was filled with exhilaration. Mr. Su, you are a distinguished guest of the boss. He instructed me that if you wish to go west, I shall go west. If you wish to go east, I shall go east. Even if you command me to ram into a tree, that will not be necessary. Drive. Understood. In U City, 749 Bureau. Captain, we have news. The office door swung open, and a graceful staff member entered, cradling a tablet in hand. Oh, Lin Xianxian lifted her gaze. The staff member adjusted her frameless glasses and reported, through internal channels. We have learned that the hideout of those specters lies within the abandoned steel mill in the northern part of the city. The leader of the Axe Gang, Scarface, will make an appearance tonight. Lin Xianxian's eyes sparkled with interest as she rose to her feet. Excellent. Have we ascertained the details? How many specters are there? Approximately 50. Scarface possesses formidable strength, having reached the standards of a level 3 specter. Lin Xianxian scoffed such audacity. To establish a ghostly gang right under the nose of our bureau, 749. You shall report to the director. I will lead the team tonight. We must eradicate the Axe Gang's specters and eliminate Scarface. Otherwise, with so many specters to sustain him, Scarface may very well ascend to a level 4 specter, making our task all the more difficult. Understood. The staff member was about to depart when Lin Xianxian called out, "Wait, how do we identify them through internal channels?" That particular specter will be wearing a red hat. Very well. Inform the others to avoid friendly fire. Once we have dealt with Scarface, we shall expel him. Chapter 23. Compared to ghosts, I fear poverty even more. In the northern part of the city, a colossal structure loomed amidst the dark, shadowy night, occupying an expansive area. This place was once a steel mill. For reasons long forgotten, it had been closed down years ago and remained standing, a chaotic remnant of the past. In the twilight, the abandoned steel mill exuded an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, two figures emerged, a man and a woman. Both donned tactical jackets, carried backpacks, and wore specialized helmets adorned with mobile devices. It was evident that they were live streamers, colloquially known as those with cameras on their heads. Darling, is this truly the place? It feels quite unsettling. Perhaps we should consider another location for our live stream? The woman, strikingly beautiful with meticulously applied makeup, recoiled slightly, gazing at the distant steel mill, a sense of unease welling within her. The dark, ominous structure loomed like a ferocious beast, its maw agape seemingly beckoning her inside. What is there to fear? Do you truly believe in ghosts? The man scoffed. But what if there is something to it? I can't shake the feeling that this place is quite sinister. Haven't you heard the rumors online, claiming it to be haunted? The woman involuntarily recalled the tales circulating on the internet, asserting that the site was indeed haunted, with eyewitness accounts adding credence to the fearful narratives. Fear is unwarranted. The man chuckled, methodically adjusting his equipment. We've been live streaming for quite some time. Have we ever encountered a ghost? Besides, if this place weren't haunted, would I even consider coming here? The potential for viewership is tremendous. Look, he extended his phone towards her. The moment I mentioned we would be live streaming from the steel mill, 3,000 people expressed interest. Just imagine, our viewership today could surpass 10,000. Think of the profits. Are you still afraid? 10,000? The woman's eyes sparkled, and the fear that had lingered in her heart dissipated considerably. This endeavor was undoubtedly poised to yield substantial profits. It seemed she was no longer gripped by trepidation. With a smile, she remarked, in comparison to ghosts, I fear poverty far more. The man embraced her tightly, chuckling, that's the spirit. Speaking of ghosts, we used to be quite the specters ourselves. What do you mean? A couple of broke souls. She burst into laughter. Indeed, prior to their foray into live streaming, they had toiled like beasts in a factory, laboring overtime for meager wages. Since embarking on their live streaming adventure, specifically exploring haunted locales, their popularity had surged, allowing them to amass wealth at an accelerated pace. Reflecting on it, ghosts were not to be feared. It was poverty that instilled true dread. Time is of the essence. The man glanced at the clock. It was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, a time when, according to his experience, viewership peaked. He raised his phone. Launching the TikTok app, their account was aptly named the Ghost Encountering Couple. Let us begin. He opened the live stream, and in an instant, over 1,000 viewers flooded in, clearly having been eagerly awaiting this moment. Wow, they really went live. This is quite the reckless endeavor. Incredible. It's starting. Place your bets and see if they encounter any ghosts tonight. I've never seen them run into anything spooky during all this time. The live chat buzzed. User Scallion Hater gifted the hosts 10 planes. Wow, it's the wealthy Scallion brother. This is the first time I've seen him in person. The man gazed at the phone screen, his heart swelling with joy. Scallion brother had arrived. The live stream has now attracted 2,000 viewers, and it hasn't even begun yet. It appears my initial estimate was rather conservative. Perhaps tonight, we might even exceed 20,000. Stay steady. Tonight is our opportunity. The man avoided the camera and exchanged a knowing glance with the woman. In a moment, We shall make our move. The woman understood instantly and nodded in agreement. Good evening, everyone. We are the haunted couple. The two appeared simultaneously on the screen. I am Brother Nyo, and I am Sister Nyo. They greeted the viewers with enthusiasm. Thank you all for your support. Special thanks to Brother Seat Song for the airplane gift. Let us show him some love. After a brief flurry of compliments, the man continued, Tonight, I believe you all are aware of our destination. It is none other than the notorious site. He turned the camera towards the distant, shadowy abandoned steel mill, stating, the steel mill to the north of the city. They say it is haunted, but Brother Nyo does not believe in such tales. This evening, we shall venture inside together to see if spirits truly linger. The chat room buzzed with excitement. Wow, is that really the abandoned steel mill to the north? Are you crazy? It's genuinely haunted. No joking. Buffed. I don't believe it. I went there during the day and nothing happened. You mentioned it was daytime. Why not try going at night? Let it go, let it go. Then you go. Am I scared of you? Then you go. Am I scared of you? Upstairs. Cease your incessant chatter. If you possess the audacity, commence a live broadcast immediately, and I shall reward you with an aircraft. My friends, this place truly exudes an unsettling aura. Just the other day, I indulged a bit too much and, in a wager with my companions, ventured over there. I beheld. What on earth did you see? Speak quickly. You are leaving us hanging, much like the unpredictable price of groceries. I witnessed individuals within the steel mill, and they were of a sort that, well, I struggled to articulate. Yet, upon sight, I could ascertain they were not of this world. Broadcaster, perhaps we should reconsider. This location is genuinely perilous. Should we encounter something malevolent, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, the gravity of your words has instilled a sense of trepidation within me. Surely you aren't an accomplice of the broadcaster. The men, observing the live stream, reveled in joy. The more they discussed, the greater the audience's fervor. Lo and behold, there are already 5,000 viewers. My dear family, truth be told, I fear not. I possess a robust vitality, inherently unafraid of phantoms. However, he pivoted the camera toward a woman, and Sister Nyo was nearly paralyzed with fright. The woman, accustomed to such theatrics, wore a delicately furrowed brow, her expression betraying her fear. Brother Nyo, perhaps we should refrain from entering. I feel a twinge of fear. This place is exceedingly eerie. After speaking, she furtively glanced at the audience count. Wow, 6,000 viewers. Haha, Sister Nyo's expression is utterly adorable. I am quite fond of the fearful expression she wears. It exudes an irresistible sense of protectiveness, so endearing. I wonder, for the one above, are you truly famished? Sister Nyo, have you donned those enticing stockings today? You invariably wear them on your adventures. I trust you shall not neglect your brothers this time. Those stockings. The man winked at her, lowering the camera to reveal her long legs clad in lettered stockings. Sister Nyo's short skirt today barely grazed her hips, complemented perfectly by black high heels that accentuated her legs, rendering them even more slender and alluring. Chapter 24. I do not seek your approval. I seek my own. The appearance of the stockings caused the live stream's popularity to surge once more. Sister Nyo diligently showcased her lengthy legs, teasingly brushing against the edge but not fully revealing. Clearly, she had become quite adept at this game of generating views. The live stream announcer reported, User Tearing Scallions, not eating them has sent 10 flying planes to the host. Tearing Scallions, not eating them exclaimed, Hurry, are we going in or not? If we're not, I shall take my leave. I grant you 1 minute. Upon hearing this, the man chuckled, Brother Tearing Scallions, we are certainly going in. Dear friends, without further ado, let us set forth. The two, anxious not to lose the wealthy viewers in the stream, raised their phones and stepped cautiously towards the steel mill. The popularity of the live stream continued to ascend. Big shot, the location I mentioned is right there. Inside the Maybach, Brother Yuan's head was poised perfectly on the small table, gesturing subtly. Su Imo gazed through the car window towards the distant steel mill. The atmosphere was intense. To the untrained eye, there seems to be nothing particularly remarkable about this place. However, Su Imo, having cultivated the pirated 9-yang divine art, possesses a vigorous flow of vital energy within him. and his eyes have undergone subtle changes, allowing him to perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. At this moment, he can faintly discern a vast, ominous black cloud looming above the abandoned steel factory, resembling a ghastly visage. Splendid. Su-mo is elated. It appears that the ghostly youth on the table did not deceive him. This place is indeed haunted, and by a multitude of spirits. Given the density of the black cloud, the number of apparitions is likely substantial, promising a night of bounteous merit. The Axe Gang? Su-mo scoffs, finding the moniker of those underworld spirits rather unappealing. Hiss. The aura of ghostly energy is palpable. Taoist Lei lowers the car window, glancing in that direction, his brow slightly furrowing. Mr. Su, are we really going in? He inquires. Why not? Sumocountes. Taoist Lei ponders for a moment before replying. Based on my experience, there are quite a few spirits inside. At least dozens. These ghostly entities are not to be trifled with. If the three of us venture in. The driver's complexion pales, and he fervently shakes his head. Taoist, Mr. Su. Perhaps I should remain outside? I'm merely a driver, tasked with picking you up and dropping you off. I shall wait for you here. Heavens! Those are ghosts we're discussing. Who would willingly confront such a fate? Moreover, from what they imply, there are numerous spirits within. He certainly does not wish to partake in an immersive haunted house experience. Although Mr. Su is quite formidable and Master Lei does not fear lightning strikes, it is still wise to refrain from entering for the sake of one's own safety. Ah, what a poor memory I have. I nearly forgot about you. You truly are ill-suited for the interior. It's best for you to wait outside for us. Master Lei exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The yang fire in an ordinary person is finite. Tonight, having encountered a ghost has already dimmed it considerably. Moreover, after escorting the ghost fire youth for a while, the yang energy has weakened even further. Should he venture inside and encounter those spectral beings, it is quite possible that his yang fire could extinguish entirely. That would indeed pose a significant problem. Upon hearing this, the driver beamed with delight, nodding eagerly. Yes, yes. You're absolutely right, Master. Master Lei then turned to Su-mo and said, Now, it appears we are left with just the two of us. Mr. Su, are you certain you wish to enter and confront dozens of ghostly entities? Su-mo nodded, his expression tinged with excitement as he rubbed his hands together and proclaimed, If necessary, you could indeed remain in the vehicle. I shall enter alone. Su-mo brimmed with confidence. Given his current strength, dispatching those minor spirits would be as effortless as eating or drinking. The only potential threat might be their leader, Scarbrother. It is said he is a level 3 specter, which should indicate considerable power, at least substantial merit. Su-mo silently urged himself to exercise caution and to give his all when facing Scarbrother. Complacency is not an option. Of course, there is one crucial principle. Scarbrother must not escape. Master Lei, is that what I meant? What do you mean by saying I need not enter? Do you truly wish to confront those phantoms alone? Would that not portray me, Lei, as lacking in loyalty? What if you decide not to include me in your escapades next time? He had already concluded that Su-mo was the kind of impressive yet unassuming figure one must cling to for support. What words does Mr. Su impart? Since you have resolved to venture forth, I, the old Taoist, shall undoubtedly accompany you to the very end. He thumped his chest, speaking with an air of righteousness. May I utter a word? The distant brother, left with naught but his head, mustered the courage to speak. He was genuinely terrified. Having transformed into a motorcycle rider, he had been utterly dismantled by this individual, his motorcycle reduced to mere wreckage. It was a heart-wrenching realization. Never had he imagined that while alive, he would suffer a motorcycle mishap, only to die and become a ghost, encountering further calamity on a bike. Oh heavens! How foolish I must be to provoke this fellow. The distant brother wished he could slap himself, but alas, he was unable to do so, his body no longer existent. He dared not manifest his spectral form, remaining merely a disembodied head. Should he offend the esteemed figure, he might join his brothers in becoming mere wisps of air. Speak. Su-mo gazed at him with a smile, his eyes as clear as if examining a lump of virtue. I I cannot fathom the situation. The distant brother thought, feeling a chill at Sumo's expression. He's a peculiar one. The notion solidified in his mind. Esteemed one. The hideout of Scarface and his crew resides deep within the steel mill in one of the factory buildings. I have been there. Should you require assistance, I can guide you. He ventured cautiously. No need. Sumo chuckled, patting his head. We have arrived at the destination, and I can find the stronghold on my own. How could I burden you? Not a burden at all. How could I say it's arduous to guide a great leader like you? Replied Yuan Gu eagerly. We had a deal. After all, you bring us here, and I shall be spared. Yuan Gu wished to shake his head, yet lacking a neck. He resorted to rolling his eyes to express his unease. Heavens, this fellow 1T resort to what? Slaughtering fish? Yes, that it. Slaughtering fish. Fear gripped Yuan Gu's heart, causing his skin to tremble and smoke to billow from his nostrils. Master Lei cast a sympathetic glance at him. Poor child. He is almost scared to death. Alas, how pitiable you are, Sumo observed, affectionately smoothing Yuan Ji's disheveled hair. You don't trust me, do you? Am I the kind of person who goes back on my word? Of course not, Yuan Gu exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. I believe you are the type of person whose word is as solid as a rock, one who keeps promises with unwavering resolve. Yuan Gu, in earnest desperation, exhausted all the idioms he could conjure. Sumo's smile grew even brighter. He patted Yuan Gu's head, his eyes sparkling with mirth. I don't want your opinion. I want my own. Chapter 25. Remember, I must survive. Huh? Yuan Gu froze momentarily, feeling the increasing pressure upon his head and succumbing to dread. This man intends to end my life. The antidote. The expression on its face twisted grotesquely, the dark vapor emanating from its nostrils growing ever denser. Desperately striving to break free. Master, please don't kill me. I've done everything you asked. You promised you wouldn't deceive me and that you would spare my life. Yuan shouted. Poor child. Long Lei sighed, saying you misheard. Mr. Su stated. No deception. Do you understand? The driver interjected. Unfortunately, you are not human. You are a ghost. Right, Mr. Su? Somos mirkith. Indeed. So, eliminating you seems quite justified, does it not? Yuan intended to say more. But Sumo had no intention of indulging further. He clenched his palm fiercely. A surge of overwhelming yang energy flooded into his hand, igniting Yuan's head, which instantly transformed into a fiery orb. The elixir. Yuan screamed as his voice gradually diminished, and ultimately the flame subsided, leaving only ashes. The driver tilted his head, observing this miraculous scene as the ghost's head burned with fervor. The vehicle remained unscathed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for exterminating a level 2 ghost, the accident ghost. You have earned 500 merit points. The notification echoed in Sumo's mind, elevating his spirits. The merit was in hand. Next, he would confront the underworld entities in the steel mill. They must not disappoint me. Sumo's expression radiated excitement as his fists crackled with anticipation. Long Lei, shall we proceed? Sumo inquired. Wait. Taoist Lei rummaged through his bag and produced a substantial stack of talismans, meticulously selecting several. These are all genuine, he declared, and should come in handy shortly. I will assist you with a portion of them. Upon hearing this, Sumo's expression soured instantly. What do you mean by assist me with a portion? That is not assistance. That is a hindrance. Put them away. Huh? Put them away? Taoist Lei responded, a frown etched on his face. I am but an unarmed man. I cannot contend with those malevolent spirits. Then do not intervene, Sumo replied cheerfully. In a moment, I will handle every last one of those spirits myself. Is that acceptable, Taoist? Huh? Taoist Lei appeared bewildered. From Sumo's tone, it seemed he intended to take on all the spirits alone. Goodness, was that not a bit too audacious? Among them was a particularly formidable spirit known as Scarface, a level 3 entity of considerable strength. Mr. Su, truly, do you not wish for my assistance? Taoist Lei inquired. Absolutely not. Sumo insisted earnestly. I am determined to vanquish every spirit with my own hands. And what if a spirit ambushes you? Then simply kick it away. I want them alive. With their agreement reached, the two disembarked and ventured deeper into the steel mill. The vehicle fell into an immediate silence as the driver gazed apprehensively at the distant factory. Yet, upon reflection, he reassured himself. Having encountered spirits before, the ghostly youth they had just seen did not appear particularly fearsome. "Fear not, for I shall not venture inside. I shall await here," the driver reassured himself. "The vast expanse of the horizon is my beloved." Suddenly, the ringtone of his mobile phone startled him, nearly eliciting an exclamation. In a fluster, he retrieved the device to discover it was a call from Zhou Yuanshan. He promptly answered, "Boss, Xiao Wang, have you delivered Mr. Su and his companions?" Zhou Yuanshan's voice bore the weight of authority. Not yet. Not yet." The displeasure in Zhou Yuanshan's tone was palpable. "What is the matter? You cannot even manage this trivial task?" "Boss, please listen to me." The driver lowered his voice and explained, "We are on the road. There was a collision." "A collision? With a person? With a ghost?" Zhou Yuanshan fell silent. In the past, he would have dismissed such claims, yet the events that had transpired with his daughter were vivid in his memory. This world, indeed, harbors phantoms. And then, he inquired, "Boss, you are unaware. Mr. Su is extraordinarily formidable, and Master Lei is truly remarkable. Not even lightning could vanquish him." The driver rambled on extensively, painting a picture of Su Mo as if he were a celestial being. "Boss, currently Mr. Su and Master Lei have gone to the steel mill. The abandoned steel mill outside the city?" Zhou Yuanshan paused, as he was aware of some insider knowledge regarding that place. When the incident occurred, many lives were tragically lost. Subsequently, some mysterious rumors began to circulate, which, in hindsight, do not seem entirely unfounded. "After all, Mr. Su has ventured here," the driver remarked. "According to Mr. Su, it appears that the factory is infested with numerous malevolent spirits. He is here to eliminate the threat to the public." Zhou Yuanshan sighed deeply, expressing his admiration. "Mr. Su embodies righteousness. Xiao Wang, you shall await Mr. Su's return here. Upon his arrival, I shall grant you a bonus." "Thank you, boss." The driver's spirits lifted at the mention of a bonus, as the oppressive atmosphere in the vehicle seemed to lighten. "By the way, boss, there's another matter." "Speak." "Well, Mr. Su just captured a ghost and placed it in the vehicle, only to subsequently eliminate it." Zhou Yuanshan understood the implication and chuckled. "What ghost dares to linger in a vehicle once occupied by Mr. Su?" "Family. It appears that there is nothing particularly unusual here. Aside from the disorder and a certain stillness, the abandoned steel mill is unremarkable." Inside the forsaken factory, the live streamer, Brother Nyo, along with his wife, waved their flashlights about. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Before entering, Brother Nyo felt a twinge of fear. But after wandering for a while without incident, his anxiety began to dissipate. What ghost could there possibly be? Merely figments of imagination. This steel mill resembled the previous sites he had explored, desolate and subject to rumor. The comments in the live stream began to flood in, displaying a sense of ennui. Forget it, forget it. I knew it. There are no ghosts. It's all a deception. Let's disperse. Host, I've heard of a place called Fomen Village. Why not pay a visit there? If you go, I'll reward you with a rocket. Yes, Fomen Village. It's said to be a haunted village. Host, let me know when you go. I'll take my leave first to enjoy watching some beautiful ladies dance. The viewership in the live stream plummeted dramatically. Clearly, the audience was disappointed by the absence of any apparitions. Even the prominent viewer, Sikongu, remarked, "I'm not watching anymore. It's boring." Nyoji's mood soured immediately. Just moments ago, the live stream had nearly 10,000 viewers, and now there were only 3,000 left. If Sikongu left, the knight's endeavors would be in vain. Anxiously, he gestured to Nyoji off camera, urging her to perform something entertaining. Chapter 26. When the paper doll opens its eyes, calamity will surely follow at this moment. Nyoji grew bolder and discreetly retrieved from her backpack a rather eerie-looking doll. This doll was woven from bamboo strips, its body crafted from red paper, with a round face adorned with 2 large blush spots, standing at about half a person's height. However, its eyes were blank, devoid of pupils. Nyoga had specifically purchased this from a paper crafting shop, but the shopkeeper adamantly refused to paint eyes on it, insisting that when the paper doll opens its eyes, Calamity will surely follow, and warn Nyogu not to depict eyes, lest one encounters a ghost. Quick, throw it away. Nyogu signaled with a glance. Nyojia understood the situation and tossed the paper figure into a dark corner before addressing the camera. Family, please don't rush to leave. The steel mill is vast, and we've barely covered half of it. Who knows, we might encounter something extraordinary soon. As she spoke, she deliberately aimed the camera at the corner, the beam of the flashlight briefly illuminating it. The audience in the live stream caught a fleeting glimpse of a red figure. Oh my, am I seeing things? I think I saw someone. Host, be cautious of the corner. It seems there is someone there. No way. Could be true? The viewer count surged rapidly, and although the two were secretly delighted, their expressions remained tense. Guys, please don't scare me. Where is this shadow you're mentioning? I'm terrified. Nyogu, should we leave? The barrage of comments resumed. Don't. Host, go check it out, go check it out. Ha ha. Nyojia's frightened expression is adorable. Nyogu was overjoyed, feeling like a genius for effortlessly manipulating the gullible audience with a little theatrics. He feigned reluctance and pretended to be scared, saying, Brothers, maybe we should just call it a day. To be honest, I'm feeling a bit uneasy. What if we truly encounter that thing? Wouldn't I be done for? Nyojia, let us go. Let us not stream anymore today. But we've come all this way. It feels wrong to leave the family hanging. Nyojia resumed her act. Very well. Brothers, grant us some free likes. Let the gifts rain down. I, along with Sister Nyo, shall risk everything for the gentleman. Brother Nyo gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, adopting an expression that conveyed a fearless acceptance of fate, a portrayal far more genuine than those of the fresh faces on television. The live stream instantly buzzed with excitement. The broadcast announced, User Su Qingshan rewarded the host with 10 hot air balloons. The broadcast continued. User Zudi and Shiji presented the host with 100 popularity tickets. The broadcast further noted, User Suabian Kankan offered. The audience surged rapidly, finally surpassing the monumental threshold of 10,000, with gifts flooding the screen, almost overwhelming the viewers. At that moment, another notification appeared, igniting a fervor in the live stream. The broadcast declared, User Sitsong Buchi Tsong gifted the host 50 airplanes. Sikong Buchi Tsong remarked, Go take a look. I shall reward you with another 100 airplanes. Brother Nyo and Sister Nyo's eyes lit up as they shouted towards the screen, expressing their gratitude for Brother Sitsong's generosity. Since the brothers wished to see, Brother Nyo was determined not to disappoint them. Let's proceed. He turned the flashlight, aiming it at a corner where a peculiar red doll emerged into the viewer's sight. Brothers, it appears to be a doll. The duo, holding the flashlight, approached the doll, only to realize it seemed to lack eyes. Quite strange indeed. Sister Nyo, pick it up. I'm afraid, what is there to fear? With the brothers backing us. What menace could a mere doll pose? Isn't it true, my brothers? A flurry of gifts has once again swept through the live stream, filling the two with a sense of delight. A bunch of foolish birds. Sister Nyo picked up the doll and addressed the camera, stating, It appears to be just a doll, nothing particularly special. Having said that, she intended to discard it. Don't throw it away. Brother Nyo seized her hand, his eyes gleaming with a sudden idea. Brothers, this doll lacks eyes. I have heard from others that such dolls must not have their eyes drawn on. If they are, the doll comes to life. Do you believe it? The barrage of comments flooded in. Oh my, host, are you really going to draw eyes on the doll? That could lead to trouble. I don't believe it. I have a whole bunch of silicone dolls at home. If they could come to life, Hey, upstairs, share your address. I want to come over for dinner. Host, don't be timid. Draw the eyes. One comment popped up. Host, please don't draw the eyes. My family works with paper cutting, and this steel factory already harbors dark energy. Drawing the eyes could very well summon spirits. Do not draw. Do not draw. Do not draw. Brother Nyo completely disregarded this comment, overwhelmed by the abundance of gifts. Brothers, Brother Nyo is about to commence. Are you ready? He retrieved a prepared brush, accompanied by red paint. Brother Nyo's hand trembled slightly as the brush tip inched closer to the doll's eyes, the air thick with the tension of their breaths. This was no act. After all, the atmosphere was undeniably eerie. Soon, the first eye of the doll was painted red by Brother Nyo. Brothers, it's time for the second eye. Let's have some free likes to cheer on Brother Nyo and Sister Nyo. With a determined bite, Brother Nyo painted the second eye as well. Then, nothing happened. A sigh of relief escaped Brother Nyo as he subtly smirked, dismissing the old adage that when a paper figure opens its eyes, calamity follows. Was there truly nothing amiss? Brothers, everything is fine. Brother Nyo laughed heartily, tossing the doll aside and addressing the camera. We must believe in science. Right, brothers? The live chat erupted with a flurry of comments and gifs, all praising Brother Nyo's audacity in his antics. Brothers, we must press on. Let us keep the gifts coming. The two of them, phones in hand, continued their journey, navigating through the terrain. However, after a while, Brother Nyo sensed something was amiss, for he seemed to hear the sound of a third person's footsteps and breathing. Brother Nyo, did you hear that? The expression on Sister Nyo's face was no longer an act. She was genuinely terrified. Who is there? Brother Nyo shouted, swinging the flashlight behind him, but the space was empty, devoid of anything. The live chat buzzed with excitement, as they believed Brother Nyo was merely putting on a show again. Yet, Brother Nyo could not afford to pay attention to the comments. He had genuinely heard footsteps. Something was following him. Could it be a ghost? Brother Nyo and Sister Nyo exchanged a glance, their legs trembling as they shakily held the flashlight, waving it erratically before them. The beam pierced through the darkness, yet revealed nothing. Unbeknownst to them, the barrage of comments in the live stream had transformed, frantically scrolling, with but a single line. Chapter 27. It has truly come alive. Do not turn around. Do not turn around. Do not turn around. In the live stream, all the viewers were utterly terrified. From their perspective, a figure was perched upon Brother Nyo's back, a doll clad in a crimson garment, its cheeks adorned with bright rouge, bearing an eerie smile. It was the very doll that Brother Nyo had just painted the eyes of. It has come to life. It has awakened. A chill ran down everyone's spine as the doll even flashed a sinister grin at the camera, as if greeting the audience. The popularity of the live stream surged dramatically, but alas, Brother Nyo and Sister Nyo could scarcely pay attention. Who is there? Show yourself. Brother Nyo tremulously raised the flashlight, convinced he had not misheard the footsteps. Ah! A piercing scream echoed in his ears, startling him into the air. He turned to see Sister Nyo collapsed on the ground, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. What the hell are you doing? Brother Nyo shouted angrily. You're behind you. Sister Nyo, one hand clasped over her mouth, pointed tremblingly with the other. Behind him? A sudden chill gripped Brother Nyo's neck, dawning on him too late. Please, don't scare me. Nyo-gu trembled as his hand reached to the back of his neck, encountering a cold yet familiar sensation. It felt as though he had touched it before. Oh no! Panic surged through Nyo-gu as he instinctively grasped the object, drawing it closer to his face. Upon closer inspection, he nearly fainted. It was the doll, the very doll he had animated with a mere touch to its eyes. It had truly come to life. Ghost! Nyo-gu screamed, hurling the doll away. The beam of his flashlight fixated upon it. The doll tumbled several times before, like a marionette. It contorted its body and rose. It's hollow. Vacant eyes locked onto Nyo-gu, its mouth opening and closing. Mommy and Daddy, do you not want me anymore? Meanwhile, several inconspicuous black cars sped through the night. Upon arrival at the steel mill, it was imperative to be on high alert. The presence of numerous malevolent entities within demanded utmost caution. Lin Xian, gripping her walkie-talkie, instructed her team with unwavering authority. Tonight's mission required her to don a sleek black combat uniform, her hair tied in a high ponytail, accentuating her graceful figure. She cradled a long sword made of peach wood, its sheath intricately engraved with elaborate runes. Soon, a response crackled through the walkie-talkie. Lin Xian tightened her grip on the sword, determined to capture every last one of the Axe Gang's malevolent beings. Not a single one could be spared. As these entities congregated, their malevolent aura intertwined, potentially giving rise to a formidable and vengeful spirit, which would pose significant challenges. Captain Lin, must you be so tense? It's merely a level 3 entity, after all. The driver was a young man with graying hair, exuding an eerie aura. His name was Wang Lang, a spirit tamer, harboring within him a level 3 hanging ghost. Spirit tamers and their spectral counterparts are inextricably linked. The ghost provides the tamer with abilities, yet the tamer must also pay a price. Each time a ghost's power is employed, the bond between the tamer and the ghost grows tighter, with the ghost gradually consuming the tamer's flesh and blood. This creates a precarious balance. Should a certain threshold be crossed and the tamer fail to suppress the ghost, the specter may seize control of the body, leading to complete demonic transformation and the loss of one's consciousness. This is the greatest fear of any spirit tamer. Fortunately, after years of research, the 749 Bureau has developed methods to restrain the ghosts within tamers. This is one of the primary reasons many tamers choose to join the 749 Bureau, as no one desires to become one of those ghastly entities. One must not underestimate the ghost known as Scarbrother, as it may very well reach level 4. Lin Xianxian wore a serious expression. She never took ghosts lightly. This was a lesson imparted by her father. Hey, Wang Lang waved his hand and chuckled. Level 4? It's not that simple. Just look at Qing. It's been 3 years, and she remains the same. Well, Lin, could we discuss something? Lin Xianxian turned to him. Wang Lang continued, if the opportunity arises, why not let Qing'er consume that ghost named Scarbrother? Perhaps if she devours a few more ghosts, she might break through. Lin Xianxian frowned slightly and replied, she has already consumed quite a number of ghosts. Continue eating. Are you not afraid of becoming a ghost? Wang Lang chuckled softly and replied, rest assured, Captain Lin, I am well aware of the risks. Moreover, he patted the talisman at his waist. I possess the soul-stabilizing needle. Should I ever truly transform into a ghost, I shall take matters into my own hands. If I can also eliminate a few ghostly entities in the process, that would be splendid. Lin Xianxian opened her mouth, but remained silent. The ghost within Wang Lang, known as Cheng, was quite extraordinary, for she was his fiancée. Several years ago, Qing'er was tragically killed by a hanging ghost, and for reasons unknown, she herself became a spirit. Upon Wang Lang's arrival, he awakened as a ghost master, absorbed his fiancée into his being, and avenged her by vanquishing the hanging ghost. Since then, he had been accompanied by his fiancée, hunting and consuming ghosts, steadily increasing his power, though he nearly fell victim to backlash. Eventually, he joined the 749 Bureau, where he managed to gain control over the backlash. Captain Lin, we have new developments, crackled the walkie-talkie. Speak. 2 adventure streamers went to the steel mill for a live broadcast and are suspected to have encountered ghostly entities. To broadcast from such a place? They are courting death, Lin Xianxian exclaimed. Shut down the live stream to prevent panic. How long until we arrive? 10 minutes. Increase speed. Yes. The convoy accelerated once more. Lin Xianxian tightened her grip on her peachwood sword, knowing that in such an environment, the probability of ordinary individuals perishing at the hands of ghostly entities was nearly 100%. I hope you arrive in time, Help! It's a ghost. The terrified cries echoed in Su Mo's ears. Is someone there? Mr. Su, in that direction. Daoist Lei's expression changed dramatically. In the past, upon hearing tales of ghosts, Su Mo was instantly filled with excitement and rushed towards the source. Such enthusiasm. Lei Daolong quickly followed suit. The two soon arrived at the scene, where they saw the beam of a flashlight illuminating a corner, revealing 2 individuals lying there, one male and one female. The woman had fainted from fright, her belongings strewn about, and a camera was affixed to her head. Live streaming? Su Mo was astounded. It seemed this group of internet enthusiasts possessed remarkable audacity. Before them stood a doll, half the height of a person, its mouth agape, drooling as if it intended to swallow the man whole. No, please don't eat me. Help! The man was consumed by terror, struggling desperately against an unseen force that held him captive. The doll let out a shrill laugh and slowly spoke. Hee, Daddy, if you don't want me anymore, then I shall devour you. Chapter 28. What? You wish to join the fearsome axe gang? You are doomed. Brother Neo watched in horror as his body began to levitate, the doll's mouth widening ominously. He could even glimpse the bamboo strips lining the interior of its throat. Suddenly, a furious roar pierced the air. Be quiet. Both Brother Neo and the doll froze in surprise. Neo strained to lift his head, peering beyond the doll's gaping maw. In the beam of the flashlight, he barely discerned a young man striding towards them, followed closely by an elderly man. Crack, crack, crack. The doll also turned its head, though its body remained still, its neck twisting a full 180 degrees. Hee, are you also my parents? The doll spoke in a chilling tone, its eyes glowing red. Silence. I have no offspring like you. Su-mo retorted, a scornful expression crossing his face. In an instant, he surged forward, reaching the doll, and struck with an open palm. Bang! The sensation upon impact was peculiar, soft, sticky, and chilling, as if he had struck a cloud of cotton. The force was considerable, catching the doll off guard, causing its head to rotate abruptly on its neck. It spun for several seconds before finally halting, its head tilted askew. You! The doll's voice trembled with terror. It could not fathom why this individual possessed such strength or how he could inflict harm upon it. Bang! Su-mo delivered another slap. And once more, the doll's head began to spin. Ultimately, it could no longer withstand the force, and its head was sent flying. The doll's body collapsed to one side, yet its head emitted a scream, transforming into a cloud of black mist, attempting to flee. Sumo's movements were swifter. He lunged forward, seizing the head, and with a firm squeeze, unleashed a surge of yang energy. Flames engulfed the doll's head, which ultimately extinguished, reducing it to ashes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 ghostly entity. You have earned 100 merit points. Current merit value, 5,500 points. So weak? Su-mo felt a tinge of disappointment. Turning his gaze, he noticed the streamer had already propped himself against the wall, holding a phone aimed at him. What are you doing? Su-mo frowned. The man was startled, hastily placing his phone down, and awkwardly chuckled. Well, I'm just documenting the beauty of life. Master Lei stepped forward, furiously admonishing. Is this place suitable for your kind? What is the meaning of that paper effigy? The man swallowed hard and recounted the events, inciting Master Lei's beard to bristle with indignation. In a place like this, you dare to bestow life upon a paper figure. Are you truly unafraid of death? Had we not intervened, you would have already become a mere specter of decay. At that moment, Sister Nyo also regained consciousness. Upon glancing upwards, she was met with the fierce gaze of an elderly man, nearly fainting once more. Fear not, we are saved, Brother Nyo quickly reassured her. We should leave at once. This place is no domain for you. Master Lei waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, thank you. The pair hurried to their feet, genuinely unwilling to linger in such a place. Indeed, spirits were real. Wait, Master Lei called after them, producing 2 talismans from his robe and presenting them before the duo. You have encountered malevolent spirits. Your yang energy is unstable. Wearing this talisman will restore you. 100 each, no negotiations. The 2 exchanged glances. Their faces a portrait of despair. But we don't have cash. You can pay via QR code. Master Lei swiftly extracted a QR code and offered it to them. The 2 were bewildered. Under any other circumstances, they would have deemed this elderly man charlatan. Yet now, they would readily pay not just 100, but even 1,000, if need be. So this talisman into your collar and wear it for 3 days. Avoid contact with water and be swift. Master Lei beamed with satisfaction, already envisioning the $200 that would soon be credited to him. Once the 2 departed, Su-mo finally spoke. Master Lei, are talismans truly effective? He had noticed the faint inscription in the corners of the 2 talismans. Reading Shinshin Printing Factory, it seemed they were merely a source of comfort for them, allowing me to earn a bit on the side. Master Lei chuckled. Who are you? What brings you here? A furious voice echoed from the shadows, and Su-mo and Master Lei turned in unison to face the source. A group of ominous figures emerged, each wielding a blood-red axe. Indeed, it was the Axe Gang. 1, 2, 3, 7, Su-mo's eyes gleamed. It appeared the earlier commotion had stirred the spirits from the depths of the steel mill. Are you members of the Axe Gang? Yes. What is your purpose here? The leader of the spirits stepped forward, his eyes glinting with menace as he brandished his axe, as if poised to strike Su-mo's forehead at any moment. He didn't seem particularly clever. Su-mo took a couple of steps forward, smiling. Big brother. No need to be anxious. I've heard that every member of the Axe Gang is a hero in their own right. Now that I see you, it certainly holds true. Especially you. My dear brother, you exude that sense of camaraderie. You must be a core member of the Axe Gang, right? The spirit was taken aback by Sumo's words and appeared somewhat flustered. Well, you've got a point. Sumo took a step closer, his hand now clasping the shoulder of the spectral entity. My dear brother, I have come to meet our esteemed leader, Scarface, and while I'm at it, to join the Axe Gang. This scene elicited a flicker of incredulity at the corner of Taoist Lei's mouth. To join the Axe Gang? This fellow is remarkably audacious, deceiving, and then continuing to deceive. What? You wish to join the Axe Gang? The ghost was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding. Aren't you a living person? Our Axe Gang is a ghostly organization. We do not accept the living. Only those who have passed away and transformed into spirits may join. Sumo tightened his grip slightly and smiled. My dear brother, you haven't even inquired about the leader's opinion. How can you be so certain that we do not accept living members? Our gang must expand its operations. If we only accept ghosts, how shall we ever bridge the realms of the living and the deceased? How can we grow stronger and achieve greatness once more? The ghost pondered seriously for a moment and replied, What you say seems to hold some merit, as long as you are unafraid. I shall take you to meet Scarface. However, it pointed at Taoist Lei and remarked, We can't take that old chap. Look at his physique. He can hardly swing an axe. I am utterly wounded. Taoist Lei thought, recalling his own past as a formidable figure. Brother, Sumo lowered his voice, whispering to the ghost with an air of mystery, Did you truly believe I intended to bring him along? This is merely a late-night feast for my brothers. As a newcomer, I must present a token of goodwill to the leader, right? Though he may be aged, the meat still possesses a certain chewiness. You understand? Sumo winked playfully. Oh, the ghost's eyes lit up as it surveyed Master Lei from head to toe, bursting into a hearty laugh. Old man, you should join us. With that, it turned and led Sumo deeper into the steel mill. Master Lei felt an unsettling disquiet. He hurried after them, whispering, Mr. Su, what did you say to it? Why did it suddenly agree to let me in? Sumo smiled faintly and replied, I mentioned that Master Lei's flesh is quite chewy, and it consented. Chapter 29. I will fight 10 Master Lei. You are quite the character. I sincerely thank you. I thought that lad was casting strange glances at me, but it turns out he was considering me for a late-night snack. Master Lei felt a twinge of panic and whispered, Mr. Su, you 1T just stand by and watch me get devoured, will you? Old man, my meat is tough and not flavorful. Such words are beneath you, Sumo countered. I would never allow them to feast upon you. That is a relief. Master Lei wiped the cold sweat from his brow. With so many ghosts around, he feared there wouldn't be enough to go around if they truly intended to eat him. Therefore, I shall close my eyes. Master Lei was left speechless. Old man, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. The foolish ghost, wielding an axe, bellowed. Hey. Master Lei fell silent, trailing behind Sumo, and soon they were enveloped by a shroud of dark energy. After a considerable time, a glimmer of light appeared before Sumo. The dilapidated factory area has vanished, replaced by a splendid clubhouse adorned with a sign reading Axe Gang. One cannot help but notice that the 3 characters are rather poorly inscribed. Scarface's prowess is indeed commendable, maintaining such a grand fade for the clubhouse. Long Dao remarked with a hint of underestimation. Brother, this is our stronghold. Our lair, no, it should be termed a base. The simple-minded ghost grinned widely, filled with pride. He pointed at the sign and exclaimed, Did you see those 3 characters? They were personally inscribed by our leader, Scarface. Impressive, right? Isn't it formidable? Absolutely formidable. Sumo raised his thumb, realizing that the inscription reflects the character of its creator. Scarface must indeed be quite formidable. Indeed, the simple-minded ghost appeared quite smug, stating, Our leader is powerful. The establishment of the Axe Gang has provided us wandering souls with a home. Scarface has declared that once our strength grows, we shall no longer reside in this decrepit factory area. We must move to the city and live in grand houses. Sumo couldn't help but twitch his lips at Scarface's lofty aspirations. Open the door. The simple-minded ghost waved his hand, and another specter stepped forward, pressing a finger against the sensor. Beep. Verification successful. The door is now open. Witnessing this scene, Su-Mo found himself rubbing his forehead, feeling as though he was about to commence a day at the office. It was indeed a fingerprint lock. As the grand door swung open, an ear-splitting cacophony of music erupted from within. The rhythmic beats resonated. Peering inside, Su-Mo was met with the sight of a frenzied dance of ghosts. Amidst the chaotic lights and the cacophony of music, dozens of axe-wielding specters reveled in a spirited dance. My goodness, so many? Taoist Lei inhaled sharply, realizing that the number of entities within was no less than 50. Brother Scar certainly possesses remarkable cohesion. Excellent. Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing that tonight would yield a bountiful harvest. Mr. Su, do you truly not require my assistance later? Taoist Lei inquired. Absolutely not. Allow me to handle this. Su-Mo earnestly insisted. Very well. Taoist Lei shrugged, acknowledging, you are the expert. I shall defer to your judgment. Suddenly, one of the specters seized a microphone and ascended the stage, clapping twice to silence the jubilant crowd. Brothers, let's hear a few words from our leader. Let's extend a warm welcome. The applause echoed, and a tall, bare-chested specter strode confidently onto the stage. His name was aptly chosen, as a prominent scar adorned his face, lending him a fierce demeanor. Indeed, he was a third-tier specter. Taoist Lei cast a nervous glance, asking Mr. Su, can we manage this? Su-Mo shrugged nonchalantly. It should be manageable. Brothers, today marks the 1-month anniversary of the establishment of our Axe Gang. We have gathered here for a team-building event. Are we happy? Happy. Brother Scar laughed heartily, adding, I apologize for the inconvenience, brothers. The situation has been tense these past few days, with the 749 Bureau's agents clinging to us like a stubborn adhesive. Hence, we could only bring everyone here. In a few days, once my strength has increased, I shall take my brothers to the city for revelry, indulging in the strongest spirits and the freshest of delicacies. Does that sound agreeable? Indeed. Enthusiastic applause erupted. Suddenly, Scarface caught a whiff of something, his gaze shifting towards Su-Mo. The scent of the living, he detected it. Indeed, his eyes fell upon two strangers, one old and one young. The younger appeared delicate and fair, while the elder was less distinguishable. Who are you? Scarface or Hadarkuned? Enveloping the venue in a flickering light, an ominous chill filling the air. All the specters froze, turning in unison to face this duo. The atmosphere grew still. Ah, you must be Scarface. It is an honor to meet you. Su-Mo responded without a hint of fear, a smile gracing his lips. Scarface narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su-Mo from head to toe. Any ordinary person would have been petrified by such a scene, likely trembling in terror. Yet here stood this individual, devoid of fear, rather. He seemed somewhat exhilarated. Could he be from the 749 Bureau? A jolt of realization struck Scarface. Are you from the 749 Bureau? His eyes began to gleam with a sinister light, an aura of menace surrounding him. No. Su-Mo shook his head. Boss, allow me to explain. The simple-minded ghost stepped forward, pointing at Su-Mo as he spoke. This fellow is someone I encountered while patrolling outside. He seeks to join your ranks in the Axe Gang. The simple-minded ghost transformed into a spectral form and approached the stage, whispering to Scarface. Oh, upon hearing this, Scarface raised his head and cruelly smiled. You, a living being, wish to join our ghost gang? How amusing. His expression suddenly shifted, and he bellowed. Do you truly believe that I, Scarface, have been idle all this time? You wish to join? Very well. Then you shall first become ghost today, and I shall accept you. With that, he commanded, close the door. The heavy door slammed shut, plunging the venue into an eerie silence. Unbeknownst to them, the spectral beings had already encircled them, each wielding an axe, baring their teeth with malevolent glares. At the slightest command from Scarface, they would charge forth, leaving nothing of the two but bones. Great heaven! Long Dao's face turned ashen, overwhelmed by the sheer number of ghosts surrounding him. The sensation was utterly overwhelming. All right, Su-Mo sighed, surveying the spectral figures around him. In truth, I have come to obliterate you. Raising his hands, he declared, "You are all now ensnared by me." Though Sumo's voice was not loud, it resonated in the ears of each ghost like a thunderclap. "What nonsense is this? You think you have us surrounded? You must be mistaken." Scarface could hardly contain himself, gazing at Sumo as if he were a fool. "Brother, such bravado. Are you a devouring frog? Enough of this chatter. Let us charge together." Sumo assumed a stance reminiscent of Yip Man, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I am ready to take on 10. Chapter 30. It's over. I become an evil cultivator. Let us go for it." Scarface roared, and a dozen ghostly figures howled in unison, raising their axes as they surged forward. Instantly, the entire venue was engulfed in chaos. Shadows of specters flickering as a dozen ghostly entities launched their assault from various directions, threatening to reduce Sumo to mere shreds. However, this was an opportunity. Sumo activated the 9 Suns Devouring Heaven technique, his body swiftly transforming into a furnace, with blood energy ablaze. With a resounding thud, his fist struck down, obliterating 3 of the specters without a single cry of anguish. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 1 specter. You have earned 100 merit points." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 1 specter. You have earned 100 merit points." "Ding! Congratulations, host." Sumo continued his relentless assault, lunging at the near specters, delivering a flurry of punches that dispatched them effortlessly. "I shall vanquish you." A level 2 specter, seizing the moment, stealthily approached from behind, raising its axe for a downward strike. Sensing the malevolent aura behind him, Sumo instinctively sidestepped, executing a spinning kick that connected perfectly with the specter's face. The specter shrieked in agony, propelled backward, spinning through the air several times before crashing at the feet of Scarred Brother. "Help me." The specter struggled to rise, flames suddenly engulfing its form, sealing its fate. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 2 specter, the Deathly Phantom. You have earned 500 merit points." Sumo dusted off his trousers, exclaiming, "Youth truly is a blessing. One can simply collapse in a slumber." What an astonishing display. Taoist Lei, initially apprehensive, felt his worries dissipate upon witnessing this scene. The might of this individual was simply overwhelming. The Scarred Brother's countenance darkened. He realized that today he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, as even a second-tier specter could be effortlessly dispatched. This adversary was at least a 3rd-tier practitioner. "What are you waiting for? Charge!" the Scarred Brother bellowed. All the specters let out a cacophony of wails, brandishing their axes as they surged forward, while Sumo's grin widened in delight. Virtue. It was all about virtue. Amidst the wailing, one specter after another fell to Sumo's hammer, reduced to ashes and transformed into virtue. Sumo took a moment to glance at his accumulating virtue points, which had already reached several thousand. The sensation of reaping was indescribably exhilarating. "Boss, the foolish ghost trembled, aware that it had landed itself in grave trouble. That being was far too cunning. "What the hell?" The Scar Brother slapped its face, roaring, "Get in there." The foolish ghost swung its axe and charged towards Sumo's rear. Just as Sumo turned around, his eyes gleaming with mirth, the foolish ghost froze in place, daunted. Sumo stepped forward, clapping its shoulder, and said, "Brother, I appreciate your guidance. I shall be grateful. And no, this is unacceptable. I must express my gratitude. You led the way, and I will send you on your journey. We are even now." Before the foolish ghost could utter another word, Sumo snapped its neck, holding the head in his hand and giving it a shake before tossing it into the air. Off you go. With a swift kick it soared, targeting the Scarred Brother. Damn it! The Scarred Brother was driven to fury. He swung his axe mightily, and the foolish ghost's head exploded in a spray of blood mist. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on vanquishing the level 2 specter, the Wandering Ghost. You have accrued 500 merit points." How exhilarating! Sumo glanced around, pleased to see his merit points surging once more. Nearing the 10,000 mark, observing his surroundings, he noted that only a few apparitions remained. The bolder spirits had already perished, while the timid ones cowered in corners, trembling in fear. "Boss, it seems we might be in over our heads." Behind Scar Brother, 2 formidable specters loomed, exuding considerable strength. Damn it, Scarred Brother lamented, regretting his decision to initiate this team-building exercise. Boss, how about we concede and request mercy from the powerful one? Are you foolish, or am I? Scarred Brother retorted furiously. This entity is clearly targeting us. If admitting fault were beneficial, why would we need axes? The crux of the matter is, I have no idea how I provoked this being. I don't even know him. Hiss. Boss, could this creature be one of those malevolent cultivators who rely on spirits for their power? One specter exclaimed, eyes wide with terror. I've heard such individuals are exceedingly vicious, even more so than us. To fall into their clutches would be a fate worse than death. Scar Brother was taken aback. What are we to do now? Saumon, hearing the specter's conversation, felt somewhat bemused. Yet, upon reflection, their words held truth. He indeed cultivated his strength by slaying ghosts, aligning with their definition of malevolent cultivator in a certain sense. He approached Scar Brother, smiling. Have you come to a decision? Do hurry, I am pressed for time. Team leader, we've arrived. The team from Unit 749 arrived near the steel mill, coincidentally in a different direction from Zhou Yuanshan's Maybach, thus avoiding an encounter. Get out, Lin Xianxian commanded as she exited the vehicle, her gaze fixed upon the depths of the steel mill, her expression suddenly shifting. With her left hand, she formed a seal and silently recited an incantation, her fingertips igniting with a faint glow, then brushing across her eyes. What intense waves of ghostly energy! What is happening? The spirits inside have become agitated. Lin Xianxian was alarmed. Charge in. Encountering the spirits, eliminate them. Clutching her peach-wood sword, she led the members of Unit 749 swiftly towards the heart of the steel mill. Everyone stood on high alert, and the ghost manipulator Wang Lang summoned the power of the spirits, manifesting a pitch-black noose in his hand. At the steel mill, a man and a woman stumbled towards safety, one foot sinking deeper than the other. Darling, what are you so pleased about? We've just run into ghosts. Niojia exclaimed, her eyes filled with fear. The mere thought of that doll made her legs quiver. I will never engage in such activities again. What do you know? Nioge felt a mixture of terror and excitement as he pulled out his phone. Do you have any idea what I just recorded? That big shot was incredible. I captured the entire process of him slaying the spirits. Just imagine how sensational this video would be if it were posted online. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Niojia cautioned. What if we incur that big shot's displeasure? Nioge grinned with satisfaction. I've already thought it through. I want to reveal his identity. Who is it? A stern voice rang in their ears, causing both individuals to tremble in fear. Upon raising their heads, they beheld a formidable group clad in dark uniforms standing at a distance, exuding an aura of menace. We are here to livestream. Brother Nio spoke with a mournful expression. Verify their claims. Lin Xianxian commanded. Indeed, a team member produced 2 talismans and hurled them towards Brother Nio and Sister Nio, the talismans illuminating with a golden glow upon contact. Captain, confirmation. They are not spirits. Lin Xianxian sighed in relief, fortunate to have arrived just in time. These 2 had indeed escaped death. What transpired inside? Brother Nio, unwilling to conceal the truth, recounted the events succinctly as we departed. We seemed to vaguely hear them mention an intention to join some axe gang. Wang Lang's face darkened with murderous intent as he proclaimed, to seek membership in a ghostly faction while still among the living. Those 2 must undoubtedly be malevolent cultivators. Remain vigilant. If they are indeed sinister, eliminate them without hesitation. Unbeknownst to Su Mo, who was currently engaged in slaying spirits at the steel mill, he had already been labeled as an evil cultivator. Lin Xianxian turned and summoned a team member, instructing, escort them away. Do not return to such places in the future, for it is perilous. The 2 expressed their gratitude profusely. After walking a short distance, Brother Nio suddenly had a moment of clarity and turned to inquire, Are you the legendary Bureau 749? You may perceive it that way. Lin Xianxian responded, leading her team into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 31. I have a certain sensitivity toward spirits. This is the place. Lin Xianxian, accompanied by her team, swiftly arrived outside the entrance of the clubhouse, where an eerie aura enveloped the entrance, shrouded in darkness. "Step back," Lin Xianxian commanded, deftly retrieving several talismans from her attire and hurling them towards the tightly shut doors. With a hum, the talismans illuminated with a golden radiance midair before crashing against the door, resulting in a resounding explosion. A thunderous boom echoed as the doors shimmered with golden light, quickly collapsing to reveal a gaping hole. "Advance. Upon encountering malevolent spirits, eliminate them without hesitation, and remain vigilant of that nefarious cultivator." With a swift motion, Lin Xianxian unsheathed her peachwood sword, its body of vibrant crimson hue. Upon closer inspection, one could discern 7 star-like runes pulsating with a dim blue glow adorning the blade, unmistakably indicating that this weapon was no ordinary tool. The team, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, summoned their respective weapons, their auras surging forth. "Qinger, time to act." Wang Lang, trailing behind Lin Xianxian, spoke gently. An eerie presence manifested around him, soon revealing a long-haired female ghost, her features obscured. A torrent of ghostly energy surged, enveloping Wang Lang's form, rendering him a mere specter, both human and ghostly. As the group stepped through the entrance, a chilling scream pierced the air, revealing several ghostly figures engaged in a fierce struggle with a single individual. "A skirmish has commenced?" Lin Xianxian mused, quickly identifying one of the apparitions as their target. Scar Brother. However, Scar Brother appeared in a rather pitiable state, his ghostly energy unstable, and his body marred by numerous wounds. This individual seemed somewhat familiar. Lin Xianxian observed his retreating figure, a flicker of confusion crossing her mind, as if she had seen him somewhere before. "Gotcha!" A light laugh echoed, and the onlookers of the 749th Bureau beheld a swift motion as he seized the head of a spectral entity. Then, with a decisive twist, the creature's head was wrenched around completely, followed by a powerful lift. The head was uprooted entirely, a surge of ghostly energy erupting from its neck. The entity screamed in agony, caught unawares. Its body was pulverized by a single punch. The sound was deafening. Su Mo grasped the severed head, clapping his palms together with force, causing it to implode. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have slain a level 2 ghost, the fallen specter. You have earned 500 merit points." Su Mo felt elated, turning to charge at another ghostly foe, while Lin Xianxian finally discerned his face. "Is it him, Su Mo?" Lin Xianxian gasped, realizing that the previously encountered ghost possessed formidable strength, having reached level 2. Yet, Su Mo had effortlessly dispatched it. This fellow's prowess is extraordinary. "I'll kill you." Scarface and another ghost seethed with rage, brandishing their axes and striking wildly, the air filled with the shadows of their weapons. Su Mo was momentarily engulfed. "Help!" Lin Xianxian brandished her peachwood sword and rushed toward Scarface. But before she could take more than a few steps, Scarface was flung from the ghostly haze, crashing violently against a distant wall. As the commotion subsided, Su Mo's figure emerged from the dissipating shadows. Beneath his feet lay a wretched spirit, which howled in agony, unable to break free. Alas! It was only then that Su Mo noticed a gathering of individuals at the entrance. The leader, whom he had encountered just days prior, appeared to be affiliated with the 749 Bureau. "Surround Scarface," Lin Xianxian shouted, prompting all team members to brandish their weapons, prepare to charge forward. "Do not move," Su Mo urgently called out. The crowd hesitated, turning their gazes toward him. "What are you doing?" Su Mo inquired. "Huh?" The group was taken aback, unable to comprehend. "We are here to assist in vanquishing the spirit," they replied. "Mr. Su, we are here to help." Lin Xianxian quickly interjected. "Stay right there and do not move." Su Mo retorted, clearly displeased. "You wish to assist? What if you inadvertently slay the spirit and jeopardize my merits?" "Oh, is that the leadership of the 749 Bureau?" Taoist Lei suddenly appeared from an unknown corner. "It is as follows." Taoist Lei rubbed his hands together and explained, "Mr. Su prefers to confront spirits solo when he is hunting them. Shall we then retreat a bit?" Lin Xianxian responded, somewhat exasperated. "Unlike others who, upon encountering spirits, would rush forth to eliminate them. Su Mo appeared to relish one-on-one confrontations. Are you certain? Lin Xianxian inquired. Absolutely. Su Mo smiled slightly, exerting force beneath him, causing the spirit to disintegrate into ashes, meeting its demise on the spot. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a level 2 spirit, the Deathly Ghost. You have gained 500 merit points. In the vicinity, only Scarface remained, a solitary spirit. Step back. Lin Xianxian waved her hand, and the crowd immediately retreated, clearing the space for Su Mo and Scarface. Remain vigilant. Should Mr. Su find himself in peril, we shall act immediately, Lin Xianxian whispered. Beside her, the Taoist priest Lei chuckled softly. How naive. You remain oblivious to Mr. Su's true prowess. Just moments ago, he witnessed firsthand how 3 ghastly entities united in their assault, only to be thoroughly bested, leaving them battered and bruised. Stand up. Su Mo beckoned to Scar Brother with a flick of his finger. Damn! Scar Brother scrambled to his feet, exclaiming in exasperation, What on earth have I done to provoke you? At the very least, grant me clarity in my demise. Well, Su Mo pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it is because you are a ghost. You see, I have a peculiar reaction to spirits. If I do not vanquish a ghost, I find it impossible to rest. Boom! Su Mo summoned his vitality, propelling himself like a cannonball towards Scar Brother. Ah! Scar Brother was far from pleased with this answer, desperately swinging his axe, narrowly missing Su Mo on several occasions. Perish! Su Mo executed a spinning kick, striking Scar Brother in the face, sending him soaring through the air before he could even touch the ground. Su Mo followed up with a relentless barrage of strikes. Scar Brother's form contorted midair, shifting between various positions, sometimes bulging upward, other times caving downward. Hiss! The scene was too gruesome to behold. The members of Team 749 turned away in horror. Captain, could the malevolent practitioner we just discussed be him? Wang Lang Venshut Kvitli. Does he strike you as a malevolent practitioner? Lin Xianxian replied, exasperated. This fellow's fervor for exterminating ghosts is simply unparalleled. I don't think so. Wang Lang nodded. D. A loud shout echoed from a distance, and everyone turned their gaze to witness Su Mo delivering a powerful kick that sent Scarred Brother sprawling to the ground. Then, with a swift motion, he brought his fist down. A brilliant flame enveloped Su Mo's fist, burning fiercely. Scar Brother screamed, only to be abruptly silenced as his head exploded, consumed by the flames. Gradually, his body disintegrated into ashes, leaving behind merely a trace of humanity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 3 spirit, the Hanged Ghost. You have earned 1,000 merit points. Current merit points, 10,500. Chapter 32, Mr. Su. This ghost cannot be killed. Exceeding 10,000. My merit points have surpassed 10,000. Su Mo felt jubilant, finally able to redeem a strengthening opportunity. Done. He turned around and found the crowd staring at him in astonishment, as if he were a monstrous being. There was even a hint of fear. What are you all looking at? Su Mo inquired. Lin Xianxian silently sheathed her peachwood sword, forcing a smile. It seems Mr. Su truly does not require our assistance. Indeed, just a few days prior, when she had sought him out, she had assumed he was merely a novice cultivator. But now, a level 3 spirit could be crushed with his bare fists. He was at the very least a level 4 cultivator, if not stronger. Lin Xianxian had resolved that upon returning, she would report this situation and elevate Su Mo's foreign privileges to level 4. Su Mo's gaze shifted as he suddenly spotted an individual, with a wisp of ghostly energy floating behind them. A ghost? Are there really ghosts? Su Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Merit, what does he intend to do? Wang Lang's expression shifted dramatically as he took a few steps back, acutely sensing that Qing'er was trembling in fear. Is this fellow a lunatic? Does he wish to exterminate ghosts at first sight? Brother, you've encountered a ghost. Allow me to assist you. Su Mo clenched his fists, the sound echoing sharply. Mr. Su, please refrain. Lin Xianxian, in a flurry, intervened, saying, he is one of our team members, a ghost master. The entity within him cannot be harmed. Ghost master? Somorikov. understanding that such practitioners harness the power of ghosts to enhance their own abilities. I see. A hint of disappointment crossed his face as he reluctantly diverted his gaze. Qing'er, return at once. Wang Lang, visibly shaken, hurriedly beckoned his ghost to retreat within him. With a swift motion, Qing'er transformed into smoke and vanished behind Wang Lang. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Lin Xianxian sighed in relief, fearing that Su Mo might act recklessly and slay the ghost indiscriminately. Oh, I heard there were ghosts here, so I thought I'd take a look, but I truly found one. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Su Mo, eager to return in exchange for enhancement opportunities, declared Daoist Lei, we are off. The two departed the steel mill, leaving Lin Xianxian and the others exchanging bewildered glances. Damn, that scared me to death. Wang Lang wiped the sweat from his brow, having genuinely felt that the man was intent on harming Qing'er. Boss, he has some peculiarities. Best not to provoke him unless necessary. Lin Xianxian surveyed her surroundings. After the demise of Scarface, the ghostly aura that enveloped this place had begun to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, the once resplendent venue had transformed into a dilapidated factory, permeated by the scent of dust. Let us conduct another thorough inspection to ensure no ghostly entities have been overlooked, Lin Xianxian proclaimed. Wang Lang, with a look of exasperation, thought to himself that given his famished appearance, it would indeed be strange if anything had escaped notice. Nevertheless, the group diligently searched once more, and as expected, no trace of ghostly presence could be detected. Well, it seems all the ghosts in this locale have perished. Let us return. The Axe Gang has been eradicated. An odd sensation washed over Lin Xianxian. Despite her readiness and alertness, she had yet to engage, and yet the Axe Gang had been dismantled by a single individual. Mr. Su, you've returned? The driver exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat upon seeing Su Mo and his companion. Calm down, Su Mo replied as he entered the vehicle. What's the situation inside? The driver's curiosity was palpable. Su Mo smiled and said, nothing of consequence. Just a minor ghost gang that has been completely annihilated. Take me back to Yuqing University. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the university gates. As Su Mo stepped out and took a few strides, he was halted by Daoist Lei. Mr. Su, could you leave me a contact number? I may need to reach you for future business. Sure. Su Mo readily provided his phone number, feeling quite pleased with himself as he made his way towards the entrance. I am now a cultivator, indeed quite impressive. Student, present your student ID. Just as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by a security guard. Well, uncle. Su Mo rubbed his hands together. Humph. Off to surf the internet again, are we? Or perhaps you're out on a date. The security guard showed no courtesy whatsoever. Register. Quickly. Su Mo fished a cigarette from his bag and offered it to the guard. Calm down, uncle. Have a smoke? The guard glanced at Su Mo's student ID before accepting the cigarette. This is a one-time exception. All right, then. Thank you, uncle. Su Mo leaned against the wall, causing the security system at the school gate to falter, and then, employing the same trick, successfully returned to the dormitory. He mused that he needed to find a proper place to live soon, as the dormitory was far too inconvenient. Upon entering the dorm, he was met with a cacophony of snores. Su Mo, you're back? AI Rui, with red eyes, emerged from her blankets. What on earth? Are you cultivating immortality? Su Mo instinctively glanced at the clock. It was already 3 in the morning. Hee hee. AI Rui smiled shyly and said, I was chatting with my girlfriend. A girlfriend? Su Mo exclaimed in astonishment. How did you meet her? Online. Whoa, an online romance. Is that even okay? Sumo's lips twitched as he cautioned. Have you downloaded the anti-fraud app? There are many scammers online these days. Be careful not to end up losing both your money and your heart. That is not possible. Airui replied gleefully. We've even had video calls. My girlfriend is absolutely stunning. You won't believe it. Just take a look. And with that, she proceeded to show him. He raised his phone, revealing a photograph of a girl whose demeanor exuded gentleness and charm. Quite lovely indeed. Su Mo offered a compliment, exclaiming, Congratulations. When will you invite her out for a meal? Allow your brother to feast his eyes as well. AI Rui felt a slight blush creeping on her cheeks and replied, We haven't reached that stage yet. Just wait a little longer. Suemo waved his hand dismissively, suddenly recalling something. By the way, where's the martial arts manual you brought back that day? What martial arts manual? AI Rui looked puzzled. The one an old Taoist sold to you. Oh, that. AI Rui retrieved a book from beneath her pillow and handed it over. It's the Golden Bell Shield. Do you want to practice it? Correct. Huh. Suemo, are you joking with me? This shabby thing looks like a product of some wealthy family's influence. If you can master it, that would be a miracle. Actually, it is possible. And there are quite a few techniques. Suemo accepted the Golden Bell Shield, recognizing it as the very thing he needed to enhance. During his recent encounter with Scarbrother, he had narrowly escaped danger several times. His defenses needed to be improved. You should get some rest. I'll step out for a while. Suemo rose and departed the dormitory. The commotion from his training would be significant, and conducting it within the dormitory would likely frighten his roommates. You're going out this hour? AI Rui was about to get up when her phone vibrated, displaying a message from a girl named Xiaya. Dear, I have genuinely fallen for you, and I wish to marry you. Would you marry me? Chapter 33. Reinforcement once more. The 9 turns Mystic Tortoise Golden Bell Shield. Merit points, 10, 500. Reinforcement attempts, 0. Suemo left the dormitory and sought a secluded spot, feeling a twinge of excitement as he gazed at the counterfeit Golden Bell Shield in his hands. System, initiate a reinforcement. Cost, 10, 000 merit points. Remaining merit, 500. Current reinforcement attempts, 1. Please select a reinforcement target. Golden Bell Shield. Ding. Reinforcement target, Golden Bell Shield. Commencing reinforcement. A stream of golden light surged into the Golden Bell Shield, and the erstwhile ordinary tome began to emanate a resplendent radiance. The shimmering Golden Bell Shield gradually floated before Suemo, pages flipping rapidly. Golden figures flickered within the luminous shadows, swiftly converging into Sumo's brow. Hiss! An influx of information caused his head to throb slightly. Moments later, the brilliance dissipated, and the book in Sumo's hand spontaneously ignited, reducing to ashes. Ding! Golden Bell Shield reinforcement successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new technique. 9 turns Mystic Tortoise Golden Bell Shield. 9 turns Mystic Tortoise Golden Bell Shield. Level 1, the host can condense a phantom of the Golden Bell for self-defense. The maximum condensation reaches 9 layers of Golden Bell phantoms, rendering its defensive capabilities invincible. Wow, incredible. Suemo felt elated. Truly, it was a product of the system. Where shall I test it out? Suemo wandered around until he arrived at a lakeside within the school grounds. The water reflected a faint image, which instantly activated the power of the Golden Bell Shield. With a resonant hum, a shimmering golden silhouette manifested around Suemo, adorned with an array of intricate runes. Astonishing. This effect is simply magnificent. Suemo felt a surge of satisfaction as he willed the golden apparition away and departed silently. Across the campus lake, a couple on a date rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Did you see that? What was that just now? What? I didn't see anything. It looked like a bell? No way. Can a bell really come alive? Huh. You might as well say your cat can do a backflip. Later, Suemo returned to his dormitory and collapsed onto his bed, where AI Rui was nestled under the covers, moving slightly. He wondered what she was up to. The next morning, Suemo requested an extended leave of absence, a process that proceeded smoothly, even with the principal personally attending to him. After all, the school leadership was aware of the visit from the personnel of the 749 Bureau that day. They understood that this student named Suemo was no ordinary individual. Suemo, go ahead and take care of your matters. You need not worry about school affairs. I will personally make arrangements, the principal said with a warm smile, even preparing a cup of tea for Suemo. Thank you, principal. Suemo replied courteously. Sue, I actually have another question. The principal hesitated for a moment before speaking. What is it? Do such things truly exist in this world? The 749th session has emerged. What remains impossible? I understand now. The principal sighed and remarked. It seems our world is quite profound. Sue, please ensure your safety. Thank you for your concern, principal. Suemo responded politely before departing from the principal's office. On his way back, he encountered AI Rui, who bore the unmistakable signs of sleeplessness, two prominent dark circles under his eyes, more precious than a national treasure. "Did you stay up all night?" Mo inquired. "Is online romance truly that captivating?" "Hiv hiv." AI Rui flashed a wide grin, revealing his pearly whites. "Well, last night I had a delightful chat with my girlfriend. She even mentioned." AI Rui grew bashful. "She said she plans to visit me at school in a few days and wants to marry me." Mo responded with incredulity. "Listen, is this person truly virtuous? Which girl casually chats online and immediately expresses a desire to marry? She is either after your money or your kidney. Be cautious. Don't let someone take your kidney." AI Rui chuckled. "My kidney is hardly valuable." "Wait, aren't you supposed to be in class?" "I took a leave of absence." Mo replied. His current objective was to hunt down more spirits, as he had just pinpointed a location on the forum. Ding dong. A message from a forum arrived. "Mr. Mo, congratulations. You have earned 200 points. Mo pondered, feeling perplexed, as he had not accepted any tasks. 200 points? That amounts to a staggering 2 million. In a state of perplexity, a stranger called, addressing Mr. Su, inquiring whether the 200 points had been credited. "Indeed, the Axe Gang has been vanquished by you, and the designated reward is indeed 200 points, though it has yet to be officially posted. Furthermore, your privileges on the forum have ascended to level 4. Mo glanced at the screen and confirmed that he could now access level 4 bizarre events. However, level 4 incidents were markedly scarce. There were none in Yuqing at present, and the nearest was located several hundred kilometers away in Rongqing, which was somewhat unfortunate. Understanding this, Mo ended the call. The personnel from Bureau 749 were quite commendable. Before long, Mo arrived at an ancient residence, designated in the forum as a level 2 bizarre event. This place had once been the site of a tragic fire that claimed the lives of a family of 5, and since then, it had been notorious for its hauntings, instilling fear in the hearts of the locals. Upon entering, Mo felt an unsettling chill. Despite the broad daylight, the house was eerily dim. "Someone's here." "Bah, surely it is just another attempt to drive us away. Why should we leave? This is my home. Keep your voice down. Do not let them hear you. What is there to fear? I am now a level 2 ghost. If this intruder dares to enter, I shall eliminate him." A chorus of crickets buzzed in his ears, akin to a conspicuous conspiracy. "Come out." Mo was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with them. He summoned the power of the 9 Suns' divine skill, and the entire residence ignited with warmth, transforming into a veritable furnace. The forum reveals that several malevolent entities here have exhibited signs of becoming vengeful spirits, resulting in tragic fatalities. What an unbearable sensation. Shadows emerge from the dim corners, their figures charred and terrifying. Under the formidable yang energy of the 9 Suns' divine skill, these malevolent beings find no refuge. "Who are you?" One of the spirits snarls menacingly as it steps forward. "What do you think?" Mo advances step by step, causing the spirits to retreat in trepidation, their eyes reflecting palpable fear. This fellow's gaze is disturbingly intense. I can't take it anymore. I will annihilate you." One of the spirits roars, suddenly unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth. Golden Bell Shield. With a mere thought, Mo conjures the ethereal image of the Golden Bell, which absorbs the flames without a trace of reaction. Much more reassuring now. With a powerful push of his foot, Mo lunges towards the vengeful spirit, raising his fist to strike. Bang! The spirit lets out a wail and meets its demise. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 spirit, Fire Spirit. You have earned 100 merit points. Chapter 34. The Blood-Seeping Coffin. Now it's your turn. Mo beckons with a finger. Startled, the spirits unleash their ghostly energy, and the scene before Mo begins to transform into a raging inferno. The air distorts as searing waves of heat rush towards him, only to be extinguished by the Golden Bell Shield before him. After all, it is a system-enhanced Golden Bell Shield. The fiery illusion conjured by the spirits poses no threat to him. Bang! 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 With a swift motion, Mo struck down several ghastly entities, effortlessly dispatching them and thereby accruing a substantial sum of merit. Task complete. He dusted off his hands and departed from the old residence, promptly submitting his task. In no time, 100 points were credited to his account. What would be his next destination? As Su Mo perused the forum, a call from Zhou Yuanshan came through. Mr. Su, is this a convenient time for you? Zhou Yuanshan's tone was exceedingly respectful, for he was addressing the savior of his daughter. Mr. Zhou, what can I do for you? Su Mo inquired. Well, it's like this. Zhou Yuanshan began, organizing his thoughts. A friend of mine, also in the real estate business, has encountered some troubling issues. She wishes for you to come and take a look. Could you elaborate on the specifics? Certainly. My friend recently unearthed some peculiar artifacts at her construction site, and subsequently death began to occur. So far, 4 or 5 individuals have tragically lost their lives. Really? Su Mo expressed his intrigue. Please provide me with the address. I shall investigate. All right, I will notify her immediately. The address is... Zhou Yuanshan relayed a location and then inquired. Would you like me to send someone to escort you? I can manage on my own, Su Mo responded, ending the call. He then picked up his phone to search for the location. Jinxiu Qingshan? Ah, is this not the site of the Tinka Group? The Tinka Group held a formidable reputation in Yuqing, with their developments selling exceptionally well. The picturesque Qing Mountain is once again a focal project of the Tinka Group, and with such peculiar incidents occurring, it is likely causing considerable distress. Su Mo hailed a vehicle and set off directly towards Qing Mountain. This individual has completed his task once more. In the 749 Bureau, Lin Xianxian gazed at the reported information, her eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Su Mo is indeed quite proactive. She had never encountered a version of Su Mo like this before. It was as if he had seen a ghost, and there was a genuine sparkle in his eyes. After returning last night, Lin Xianxian reported on Su Mo's activities. According to the information relayed from above, Su Mo had previously been an ordinary student, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Such occurrences did not surprise Lin Xianxian. She speculated that he must be a descendant of a renowned lineage or a practitioner from a sacred cultivation ground, embarking on a journey of experience. Those places often have peculiar rules, such as prohibitions against manifesting abilities before the age of 18. She had grown accustomed to it, after all. The ghost-catching skills she learned were a family heirloom. By the way, what is the status of the situation with the Tinka Group? Lin Xianxian inquired. A few days ago, there was an incident at a construction site belonging to the Tinka Group, resulting in multiple fatalities. 3 team members have already been dispatched to investigate, but there are still no results. Wang Lang toyed with a noose in his hands. Yes, keep a close watch and inform me immediately of any news. I have a lingering feeling that something is amiss in that place, Lin Xianxian asserted. As the captain of the ghost hunting team in the city of Chongqing, she found herself beset by an overwhelming number of bizarre incidents, leaving her feeling rather stretched thin. Rest assured, Wang Lang chuckled. I suspect it's merely a minor ghost causing the disturbances. The 3 team members dispatched are all 2nd-level practitioners. There shouldn't be any issues. That is reassuring. Brother, are you going to view a property? The taxi driver called out cheerfully. Indeed, Su Mo nodded. I advise you to think twice. That area is not worth purchasing. The driver exclaimed, slapping his thigh with a mysterious air. Please keep your hands on the steering wheel. I'm rather apprehensive, Su Mo replied, bemused by the overly talkative taxi driver. My apologies for my excitement. The driver continued, I've heard that just a few days ago a coffin was unearthed from that location. Quite large, and it was a crimson hue. As he spoke, he animatedly gestured with his hands. Su Mo quietly fastened her seatbelt, pondering how ironic it would be if an adept like herself were to be involved in an accident. Please, your hands, she began, but the taxi driver interjected again. They say 34 people have perished there. Oh dear, it said it had been quite gruesome. Allegedly, they were drained of their life force. Everyone is saying that the coffin actually contained a vampire, one that feasts solely on human blood. Su Mo was at a loss for words. How did the tale evolve from a few to 34? And a vampire, no less. At least zombies carry a semblance of credibility. Is there any truth to this? How am I to know? Everyone keeps saying so. My friend, I advise you against going. The place is quite eerie. I'm merely going to take a casual look. Su-mo closed his eyes, and the driver, understanding the cue, fell silent. An hour later, the driver spoke up. Brother, we have arrived. What the? Isn't that Lu Qingmei from Tianka Group? She is truly stunning. Su-mo opened his eyes and gazed out the window. A woman dressed in an exquisite professional outfit stood there, occasionally glancing at her watch. She stood approximately around 170 meters tall, adorned in flesh-toned stockings, her skirt a couple of centimeters above the knee. She possessed a pair of splendid legs. Indeed, she was quite beautiful. Sumonadith. He had to admit, the woman was striking, with fair skin, lively features, and almond-shaped eyes that sparkled. She was undeniably a great beauty. I heard Lu Qingmei is the daughter of the Tianka Group. She studied for some MBA degree abroad. I just saw her in the news a couple of days ago. Oh my, I must take a few photos. Finally, I see her in person. The taxi driver quickly took out his phone and snapped a couple of pictures from a distance, even sending them to a group chat. Irwa, look at the beauty, look at the beauty. Su-mo paid the fare, exited the vehicle, and walked towards the construction site entrance. Hello. Su-mo initiated the conversation. May I ask who you are? Lu Qingmei lifted her head, her crimson lips parting slightly, exuding a hint of allure. Mr. Su, I received a call from Boss Zhou. Su-mo replied. You must be Miss Lu? Lu Qingmei was taken aback. She had never expected that the Mr. Su mentioned by Zhou Yuanshan would be so remarkably youthful. Allow me to show you inside, she exclaimed. After you. Lu Qingmei promptly turned and led Su-mo into the construction site. To her astonishment, not far away, a driver, who was preparing to leave, caught sight of Lu Qingmei's respectful demeanor towards Su-mo. He was utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that this young man was the true mastermind behind Tianka Group? The more the driver pondered, the more regretful he felt, wishing he could slap himself for having mentioned a coffin in front of him. What a splendid opportunity to curry favor that he had squandered. With a decisive thump on the steering wheel, he turned his vehicle around and went back to take on new orders. The big shot is a story. Taking orders is the essence of life. Mr. Su, here is the situation, Lu Qingmei said, her eyes wide with urgency as she trailed behind Su-mo. 3 days ago, workers unearthed a bleeding coffin? Su-mo interrupted, halting his steps and directing his gaze deep into the construction site, which appeared rather unremarkable, unlike the steel mill that had exuded an ominous aura. Mr. Su, look. Lu Qingmei took a couple of steps forward, opened her phone, and handed it to him. Su-mo accepted the device and glanced at the screen, which displayed a photograph of the construction site. Surrounding it were disorganized building materials. In the ground lay a large pit, revealing a corner of the coffin. It seemed that this picture had been taken by someone on site. The coffin was a ghastly crimson, as though coated in a thick layer of red lacquer, emanating a chilling vibe. As Su-mo continued to flip through the images, the coffin's body was revealed, exhibiting an ominous crimson hue. Even through the screen, Su-mo could sense an unsettling aura. These photographs were taken by the workers on site. Lu Qingmei continued. In truth, it is quite common for coffins to be unearthed at construction sites. Most of the time, we choose to ignore them. Su-mo nodded in agreement, acknowledging the prudence of avoiding unnecessary complications. After all, should an extraordinary treasure be discovered, it could disrupt the timeline of the project. Thus, it is often best to pretend not to have seen anything. And then what? What is the significance of the blood seeping? Su-mo inquired. Lu Qingmei replied, This coffin is extraordinarily bizarre, and I'm uncertain what to make of it. I instructed the workers to refrain from further disturbance and suggested consulting an expert first. However, with a sigh, Lu Qingmei elaborated, the very workers who unearthed the coffin have heard rumors claiming it contains gold. They opened it? Su-mo's lips twitched, astonished at the audacity of those men. The blood-red coffin was clearly unsettling, yet they dared to covet its hidden treasures. They did, but they didn't. What do you mean? Lu Qingmei gestured for Su-mo to continue examining the photographs, stating, one night, those workers stealthily returned to the site, armed with tools. Intending to pry open the coffin, they managed to create a small opening, and then, Su-mo's gaze was drawn to the video on his phone, depicting the crimson coffin with a narrow fissure. From that crevice, a copious amount of blood began to seep forth. The soil surrounding was stained a deep crimson, and then the scene trembled as someone hastily closed the coffin. Were the deceased the ones who opened the coffin? Su Mo inquired. Lu Qingmei nodded and replied. There were 4 individuals who opened it, and they're all dead. The most bizarre part is, Lu Qingmei's eyes flickered with fear as she continued, their bodies have vanished. Vanished? Su Mo furrowed his brow. Indeed, they are gone. This situation is highly detrimental. We placed the bodies in a mortuary to discuss compensation. However, unexpectedly, several bodies began to disappear one after another. We questioned the mortuary staff and reviewed the surveillance footage. The footage revealed the bodies had risen on their own and left the mortuary. How strange. Su Mo directed his gaze at Lu Qingmei. What happened next? Later, we discovered that those bodies had returned to the construction site and then vanished again. Su Mo cast a glance at Lu Qingmei, impressed by her courage to remain at the site after such an eerie occurrence. Lu Qingmei, understanding Su Mo's expression, forced a smile and said, The construction site has been sealed and is currently inactive. Had it been nighttime, I certainly would not have dared to come here. Moreover, aside from Mr. Su, there were others who visited this morning, and I decided to wait for you here. Others? Sumo's heart sank. Could it be that someone is attempting to seize the opportunity? 749 Bureau. Lu Qingmei nodded and remarked, That is what they say. The 3 individuals have already been inside for quite some time. As the 2 conversed, they ventured deeper into the construction site. Lu Qingmei gestured towards the distance and said, Right there, the coffin was excavated from the bottom of that large pit. Understood, Su Mo replied, returning her phone. I'll take a look inside. Miss Lu, please wait outside and try to keep your distance from this area. All right. Lu Qingmei nodded, aware that her presence would only complicate matters. She turned and departed. Phone in hand. The blood-soaked coffin, the corpse that vanished and reappeared. How intriguing. Su Mo stepped forward, making his way toward the foundation pit. Upon reaching the edge, he could survey the interior. However, he discerned neither the coffin nor the individuals from the 749 Bureau that Lu Qingmei had mentioned. For the pit was shrouded in a veil of black mist, resembling a bottomless abyss. It was no wonder that the ominous aura was imperceptible from outside. It had accumulated within these depths. Su Mo found a path and descended into the pit, swiftly disappearing into the fog. Miss Lu, do you believe that fellow can truly handle this? A middle-aged man in a white hat approached Lu Qingmei as she exited the construction site, unable to restrain his curiosity. He was the site manager, deeply troubled by the unfolding events. I do not know. Lu Qingmei shook her head. Mr. Su appears quite youthful, almost like a university student. Can he really manage such a bizarre situation? However, when Zhou Yuanshan personally made the call, he spoke of Mr. Su with great respect, emphasizing the necessity for utmost reverence. Lu Qingmei, naturally, did not dare to be negligent. In my opinion, the personnel from the 749 Bureau are indeed reliable. The middle-aged man in a white hat rubbed his hands together, muttering to himself. I checked online, and netizens claim that such matters are handled by a specialized department. It seems to be true. Lu, our construction site is haunted. Lu Qingmei could hardly suppress an eye roll. The corpses have returned on their own. Does he need to mention it? If it's not haunting, could it possibly be a scientific phenomenon? Just wait. Standing outside the gate, Lu Qingmei's gaze was filled with concern. Ahem. Su Mo's figure materialized through the mist, his vision somewhat obscured, perhaps only extending a dozen meters. Everything appeared gray and hazy. He waved his hand before his nose, finding the air somewhat suffocating, faintly emitting a foul odor, truly unpleasant. As thoughts swirled in his mind and his vitality surged, the surrounding mist seemed to recoil, creating a vacuum of about 10 feet in diameter around Su Mo. After taking only a few steps, Su Mo's gaze suddenly fixed upon the chaotic ground not far away. There lay a complete arm. The arm exhibited a grayish-white hue, the severed end remarkably smooth, as if sliced with a swift blade. Further ahead, there was another arm followed by 2 thighs, a torso, and a head, though Su Mo did not see it. A peculiar sound, akin to incessant chirping, echoed in his ears. At long last, Su Mo discerned a figure through the haze. The individual bowed his head, meticulously stitching with needle and thread. The object of his labor was a torso, one that had long since lost its sanguine hue. Just one last piece, he muttered to himself, his head moving in a mechanical rhythm. He bent down to retrieve a lump of flesh from the ground, affixing it to the torso, and resumed his sewing. Chapter 36. The scent of stitches is quite heavy. All I desire is to stitch the corpse. Completed. With a decisive tug, he severed the thread, lifted his gaze towards Su-Mo, and a smile twisted across his lips. It was then that Su-Mo fully comprehended the visage of this individual. His face was a chaotic tapestry of thread, features grotesquely contorted and compressed together, as though he had been sliced into fragments and then reassembled. He trembled as he stood, moving a short distance away to collect an arm and a thigh, then returned to his original position. Stitch. First, the 2 arms, then the 2 thighs. The person he held in his grasp was finally complete, and, astonishingly, the stitched figure wobbled upright and even stirred its limbs. Not quite right. It was still missing a head. Where's the head? The man with the needle and thread began to search frantically, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Su-Mo. So you are here. Su-Mo remained still, quietly observing the unfolding spectacle. He also noted that several piles of corpses lay nearby, seemingly unstitched parts awaiting their turn. The individual stared at Su-Mo, grinning widely, and brandished a needle as thick as a drinking straw, preparing for his next endeavor. It is your head that is most suitable. Go on, retrieve your head. I shall sew it back on for you. The figure, with a mouth frayed with threads, opened and closed, emitting a hollow sound. The disembodied corpse approached Su-Mo step by step, hands raised in a gesture as if to carry something. What a farcical spectacle! Su-Mo strode forward, and with a swift punch, the corpse crumbled with a resounding thud. The remains transformed into chunks of decaying flesh, scattered across the ground like a pile of Lego bricks. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 specter, the vengeful spirit. Reward, 100 merit points. A notification echoed in Sumo's mind. He scoffed. Merely a level 1 specter. Daring to claim my head? You have ruined my masterpiece. I shall shred you and then sew you back together piece by piece. You will be my finest creation. The figure wielding the needle and thread let out a shriek as a thick cloud of black mist enveloped him, slithering like venomous serpents towards the scattered remnants. The chunks of flesh began to assemble themselves, reminiscent of Lego bricks, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into 2 humans stitched together by threads. Shred him, the needle wielder shouted. Each of the 2 figures brandished a gleaming long knife, lunging towards Su-Mo with a shriek. Is this all? Su-Mo felt no sense of threat. He advanced with 2 thunderous punches, reducing them once again to a heap of flesh. Another 200 merit points secured. Now it is your turn. Su-Mo advanced step by step, and the figure clutching the needle and thread visibly began to tremble with fear, retreating backward. Suddenly, he let out a piercing scream and attempted to flee, but alas, he was a step too late and was swiftly toppled by Sumo's kick. His body rolled twice on the ground, and numerous threads burst apart from him. You fancy assembling Lego, do you? Su-Mo approached, seized one of his legs, and with a fierce tug, it was wrenched off, glistening as it was torn away. Come, assemble. How dare you sew corpses before my very eyes to instill fear in me? Continue your assembly. Su-Mo mercilessly ripped off his remaining limbs, leaving only the torso and head, which writhed and squirmed on the ground like a plump maggot. Spare me. Terror began to seep into his voice. This man was far too terrifying, more deranged than himself. Damn it. Su-Mo delivered 2 more kicks before inquiring. Now speak. What transpired? How did you meet your demise? And how did you become a ghost? The man, unable to hesitate, responded, We 4, driven by greed, sought to pry open a coffin to seize its gold. But the moment we opened it, blood gushed forth. I dared not proceed further and hurriedly closed the coffin. After that, I lost consciousness. When I regained awareness, I found myself beside the coffin, and from within emerged a being. It wielded a knife, methodically dismembering us, then stitched us back together. And thus, I was revived. I found myself transformed into a stitching corpse demon, compelled to mend things incessantly. Thus, I disassembled 3 of my co-workers and rejoined them. Su-mo inquired. What a peculiar taste. Who lies within the coffin? I have no idea, he replied, shaking his head. All I know is that he possesses formidable strength, much like myself, and his head and limbs are sewn together with thread. Su-mo posed another question. Before me, did anyone else enter? Yes, he replied. Where are they? They have gone to the coffin. Why were they not stopped? Those 3 did not cross paths with me. I was preoccupied with stitching the corpse and could not attend to them. Su-mo, rendered speechless, asked, So, if I had not encountered you, you would have disregarded me? I merely wished to stitch corpses. Very well. Su-mo concluded that he could glean nothing of value from this individual and promptly crushed his skull beneath his foot. Bang! His head shattered and, subsequently, the threads binding his body vanished, leaving behind a heap of mangled flesh. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a level 2 ghost, the stitching corpse demon. You have earned 500 merit points. With merit points in hand, Su-mo, guided by his memory, strode purposefully toward the coffin. Who could it be? Before he could proceed far, a soft voice called out to him, and from the distant mist emerged a young woman clad in black combat attire. Su-mo recognized the uniform from the steel mill. It belonged to a member of the 749 Bureau. Who are you, and what brings you here? This place is perilous. Come with me at once. Upon seeing Su-mo, the woman's expression shifted, her tone urgent. Are you from the 749 Bureau? Su-mo inquired. How did you know? The woman momentarily froze, then realized, You too are a demon slayer? We must leave quickly. There's a level 3 specter in the coffin. It is formidable. We stand no chance. Su-mo countered, What about the others? They have all been slain by that specter. I barely managed to escape. The woman spoke. Hastily approaching Su-mo. Just 2 paces away, she suddenly raised her hand. A gleaming long blade appeared, aimed directly at Su-mo's throat, moving with astonishing speed. A sinister smile curled at the corners of her mouth, akin to a hunter witnessing their prey step into a trap. Yet, in the next moment, she was taken aback. A flash of golden light flickered before her eyes, and a golden bell's phantom materialized around Su-mo, enveloping him in a radiant shield adorned with intricate runes. Dazzling in its magnificence, the long blade struck the golden bell with a resounding thud, and then shattered into fragments, leaving her with nothing but the hilt. Chapter 37. Hurry! Let's depart from this place. How is this possible? She stood frozen, astonished that he had anticipated her move. She had concealed herself so well, leaving no opening. How could he have known? Moreover, how could his defensive capabilities be so formidable? The reinforced golden bell shield exhibited extraordinary resilience, effortlessly shattering her blade. Su-mo felt a surge of satisfaction within. Are you wondering how I discovered your presence? Su-mo inquired with a smile. Because. He gestured towards the other person's eyes and continued. You have indeed concealed yourself exceptionally well, devoid of any malevolent aura. However, it appears you lack the habit of carrying a mirror, for your pupils are reduced to mere sclera. What kind of ordinary person possesses eyes that are solely white? In such a place, what else could you possibly be if not a specter? A woman clad in combat attire let out a piercing scream, her body beginning to emanate a ghastly aura, her form transforming. Ultimately, she morphed into a patchwork corpse, a replica of the stitched-up ghoul she had previously slain. Kill, 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 she shrieked, lunging towards Su-mo. He remained unfazed, allowing her fists to collide with his golden bell phantom. The phantom merely rippled, as the meager force she exerted was but a futile endeavor to breach its defenses. Now it is my turn. Seizing the opportunity, Su-mo unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The blow struck the woman's chest directly, causing her body to arch, her sternum caving in while her back bulged outward. Take that! Su-mo stepped forward, driving his elbow forcefully into her chin. The woman emitted a howl, her body spinning mid-air before crashing to the ground. With a resounding crash, her form collapsed like a stack of blocks, disintegrating into chunks the size of a fist, leaving only her head intact. The woman's eyes, previously devoid of color, gradually regained some black, returning to a more normal state, imbued with a sense of relief. Her lips moved in silent speech, and then the light in her eyes faded, transforming into a dull gray. She was dead. Sumo understood her unspoken words, cautioning. They were all, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have vanquished a level 2 ghostly entity, the Vengeful Spirit. You are awarded 500 merit points." A notification echoed in his mind. Sumo sighed inwardly. The two remaining individuals in the 749th round were undoubtedly in peril. He pressed onward, swiftly traversing the mist, until he finally laid eyes on the blood-red coffin. There it lay, ominously still, the lid secured tightly. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of sound. Where were the other two from the 749th round? Sumo scanned for their figures, pondering whether they were concealed within the distant fog. Were they playing tricks again? If they remained hidden any longer, I shall demolish your sanctuary. A surge of energy coursed through Sumo, his vitality igniting with fervor. The mist around him receded once more. Thud, 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 thud. A peculiar sound emanated from within the blood-red coffin, reminiscent of a knock at the door. The coffin stirred, a corner being lifted by unseen hands. And crimson mist billowed forth, accompanied by a cascade of blood that gushed outward like a fountain. A pale arm emerged, elongated and smooth, its skin so delicate that not a pore was visible as the blood trickled swiftly down its surface. Sumo noted the arm's fingers, adorned with long, grayish-brown nails, reminiscent of a fungal infection, detracting from the arm's elegance. Ah, another one has arrived. A woman's voice emerged, laced with a flirtatious yet eerie tone, accompanied by an unsettling excitement. The coffin lid was lifted further, and the blood mist thickened. Another hand emerged, its grayish-brown nails gripping the edge of the coffin, bending and exerting force. With a sudden crash, a head surfaced from within the coffin, sitting upright, its neck rigidly turning to fixate on Sumo. It was a woman, an attractive one at that. Her upper body was bare, blood cascading swiftly down her skin, with her lovely collarbone hollowed out, retaining some blood within its recess. Her hair, long and cascading, partially obscured the beauty of her chest, lending her an air of ethereal allure. Alas, a thick, dark seam encircled her neck, marring the aesthetic of her form. This woman's neck had been severed and then reattached. What a magnificent body, truly splendid. The woman's gaze was avaricious, glinting with a crimson hue as she appraised Sumo, much like one would assess a freshly awakened steak. Sumo also noticed the seams encircling her shoulders, and her arms appeared to be stitched together. One could only imagine that her legs had undergone the same fate. In essence, her body had been severed at the limbs and head, only to be reassembled and placed within the coffin. Sumo's brow furrowed slightly. This was rather excessive in taste. Come here. The woman beckoned with a finger, and an odd force surged into Sumo's body, causing a fleeting moment of disorientation, as if even her body had lost its control. In an instant, the blazing sun of vital energy within his dantian erupted with a dazzling brilliance, as if provoked. The fierce blood energy surged within him, and that peculiar force was swiftly consumed by the flames, awakening Sumo in an instant. What eerie power! Sumo's heart trembled. The female corpse before him was far more formidable than the spectral entities he had encountered days prior. Those from the 749 Bureau likely only exchanged a fleeting glance with her before succumbing to this overwhelming force. Had he not cultivated the 9 suns devouring the heavens technique, with his robust vitality sweeping away that power, he might have found himself in peril. Come here. The woman smiled, beckoning with her finger, but alas, Sumo had already developed an immunity to that force. Very well. He took measured steps towards the female corpse. Come, I shall bring you pleasure. Gradually, the corpse rose from the coffin, her physique exquisitely proportioned, with long, straight thighs, an undeniably alluring form. With a thud, a corpse was drawn out of the coffin by her movement. A man, whose face was etched with terror, his body withered and desiccated, hands grotesquely contorted. Yet, his lower half was curiously swollen. Sumo recognized his attire as belonging to the members of the 749 Bureau, just like the earlier woman. He had been drained to a husk. Lu Qingmei had informed him that 2 men and 1 woman entered, and the woman had been dismembered. So, where was the remaining male team member? Come quickly. It's delightful. The female corpse, now impatient, continued to beckon Su Mo with her finger. Suddenly, a gaunt man clad in black combat attire sprang forth from the coffin, his hands viciously constricting around the neck of the female corpse. The force of his grip caused her neck to arch grotesquely backward, her body staggering in response. The man lifted his head, his face gaunt and skeletal, and screamed frantically at Su Mo, "Run! Get out of here! Hurry!" Chapter 38. 9 Infant Corpses. The formidable defensive power of the Golden Bell Shield is 749. He is not dead. Su Mo's gaze sharpened as he summoned the power of the Golden Bell Shield, enveloping himself in its spectral form. He unleashed a powerful punch. Damn it! The woman, caught off guard, erupted with a surge of blood energy that sent the emaciated man flying. She then turned her attention to Su Mo, her gaze fixating on his fist, which appeared to grow larger in her vision before it struck her head with tremendous force. The female corpse let out a harrowing scream as her body was propelled from the coffin, rolling several times before she grotesquely righted herself. This creature possesses extraordinary resilience, able to withstand my blow without shattering. Su Mo mused to himself. He hastened towards the man, maintaining his defensive stance, aware that malevolent spirits are treacherous and demand utmost caution. "Are you all right?" Su Mo inquired. The man lifted his head, his eyes clouded and dim, struggling to discern Su Mo's features. "You are Mr. Su?" Su Mo was taken aback. He recognized him. "The steel factory. I have seen you." The man gasped, speaking swiftly. "Be careful. She is no ordinary spirit. She is a blood corpse, nurtured by someone in this place. I am unable to sever the corpse with just the 3 of us. The mission has failed. Mr. Su, please exert all your strength to eliminate the corpse and prevent her from causing harm. Should I become a specter, I implore you," Mr. Su as he spoke. The man's Adam's apple bobbed a few times, his arm fell limply, and he breathed his last, at the moment of death. His eyes remained wide open in a haunting stare. "Fear not, I shall end her." Su Mo gently caressed the man's face, yet his eyes persisted in refusing to close, fixed intently on the direction of the female corpse. Rising to his feet, the aura of blood surged fiercely around him, and the ethereal image of a golden bell radiated with brilliance. The female corpse stood, her pale hand sweeping with force, unleashing a flurry of indistinct white shadows that cascaded forth. Crack, crack, crack. The ethereal image of the golden bell rippled with each impact. Some of the shadows landed nearby, causing the ground to fracture, while concrete pillars not far away were cleaved in two. It appeared that the female corpse employed this very method to reduce her victims to mere fragments. How is this possible? The female corpse was taken aback, utterly astonished that this individual possessed such formidable strength, rendering her dismemberment technique ineffective. "Do you have any other means?" Su Mo suddenly lunged forward, seizing the female corpse by the arm, and with a powerful twist, hurled her into the air. Her body arced gracefully before crashing to the ground, bouncing several times. Su Mo unleashed a flurry of punches. The woman resembled a lifeless fish, rebounding repeatedly against the earth. Had her physique not been so robust, she would have been reduced to mere mush by now. Quite resilient, indeed. Su Mo pressed his foot against the woman's left rib, gripping her left arm with both hands, and exerted force. With a sharp rip, the stitching on the woman's arm tore apart, causing her limb to be violently severed. A multitude of maggots cascaded from the gaping wound. The grotesque, bloated form writhed upon the ground. It was utterly revolting. Su Mo hurled the severed arm aside, only for it to prop itself up and scuttle quickly towards the corpse. How foolish! Su Mo delivered a powerful kick, sending the corpse flying. She scanned her surroundings and spotted a sizable concrete block, roughly the size of a head, interspersed with steel rebar. This should suffice, she thought. Planting her foot on the arm, she began to smash it down repeatedly. The sound of impacts echoed as she struck it dozens of times, reducing the concrete to rubble. The corpse's arm was rendered a bloody mess, mingled with the writhing maggots, shuddering for a moment before finally falling still. The scene was truly too horrific to behold. Spitting in disgust, Su-Mo kicked the decayed arm away and charged towards the corpse once more. "What do you intend to do?" The corpse shrieked, attempting to evade her grasp, but alas, its speed could not match Su-Mo's, and she seized it. With a swift, tearing motion, the other arm of the corpse was ripped away. Employing the same brutal tactic, she kicked the body away. Retrieving the prepared concrete block, she unleashed a flurry of blows, rendering both arms of the corpse useless. Turning to gaze upon the now disfigured figure of the woman, a gentle smile crept across her lips. Yet, in the eyes of the corpse, this smile was more terrifying than that of a demon. "Ack!" The corpse screamed, spewing forth a torrent of blood mist as its two mangled arms transformed into ghostly apparitions, reattaching themselves to the body. Alas, they had rejoined. Though their appearance was a sight too ghastly to endure, the two shattered arms significantly detracting from her overall aesthetic. "Damn it, you wretched soul! How dare you harm my flawless body? I shall not forgive you. I will annihilate you. I will kill you. Ah!" She screamed as a cloud of blood mist erupted around her. Bang! 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 From the center of the coffin, 9 patches of earth exploded, revealing several half-human-sized clay jars. The 9 jars swiftly floated upwards, suspended in midair, before erupting in a violent explosion. Blood splattered everywhere. From within the jars emerged 9 infants. "Mama," the infants murmured, their voices sharp and piercing. "Go now. This is the nourishment prepared for you by your mother. Consume him." The woman pointed at Su-Mo. Whoosh. 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 The 9 infants opened their gaping mouths and transformed into 9 ghostly lights, lunging towards Su-Mo. Without hesitation, Su-Mo struck each child with brutal precision, sending chunks of flesh flying through the air like rain. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 1 ghost, the infant corpse. Reward: 100 merit points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 2 ghost, the infant corpse. Reward: 500 merit points. Ding! Congratulations, host. With the swiftness of a fly swatter, Su-Mo swiftly dispatched the 9 infant corpses and momentarily glanced at his merit points. Wow, a total increase of 1,700 merit points. Hey, hey, my children, return to your mother's embrace. The female corpse, witnessing the slaughter of the infant corpses, felt no sorrow. Instead, she was filled with exhilaration. She opened her mouth wide and inhaled deeply. The dismembered flesh of the infants floated towards her, all drawn into her abdomen. Her belly swelled rapidly, and her aura surged, becoming even more formidable than before. The power of the female corpse has been enhanced, rendering her increasingly arrogant as her figure transforms into a fleeting shadow, lunging towards Su-Mo with remarkable speed, significantly swifter than before. In a swift motion, 2 tattered, ebony arms appear before Su-Mo, their gray-brown long nails glinting with a menacing sharpness. The golden bell illusion surrounding Su-Mo radiates with resplendent light, its runes flickering with brilliance, reaching the zenith of luminosity. The grating sound of the corpse's nails scraping against the golden bell illusion resonates, akin to the sharp tip of a blade rasping against steel, an unbearably shrill cacophony. With relentless fervor, the female corpse swings her arms in circles, launching an assault on Su-Mo, her nails emitting smoke and occasionally sparking with fiery bursts. Despite conjuring afterimages, alas, she fails to leave even a scratch upon the golden bell illusion. Remarkable, calm, and composed, Su-Mo raises a thumb in approval amidst the protective aura of the golden bell. His perception of the bell's defensive capabilities has undergone a profound transformation. It is extraordinarily formidable. Chapter 39, Don't Run, Female Corpse. Let me tell you a joke. The golden bell, having been enhanced merely once, has nearly exhausted this peculiar corpse. If the bell were to be fortified to the 9th level, would it not allow him to summon 9 layers of golden bell illusions? The mere thought brings him immense delight, prompting an involuntary chuckle. How dare you laugh at me? The female corpse, fatigued from her efforts, stand a short distance away, trembling with indignation. This is utterly infuriating. The defensive shield surrounding this individual is akin to a tortoise shell. Despite exerting all her strength, she remains incapable of breaching it. She cannot help but glance at her own nails. The sight is dismal. 10 nails, all fractured. The nail beds, along with flesh, are cruelly mangled, leaving her hands coated in a viscous, sticky liquid. To understand, one's own nails can pierce through steel with ease. Sumo, regaining his composure, gazed at her dismal appearance and remarked, "I apologize, I was momentarily distracted." "What did you say?" The female specter replied. "Despicable, utterly despicable. This wretch is merely toying with me. What should I do? Should I flee?" She cast a glance at her swollen abdomen, where the restless spirits of 9 children stirred within. The skin of her belly occasionally bore the imprints of hands and feet, and at times, even a visage would emerge. Flee. There was no other recourse. She realized that she was no match for the figure before her. The female specter ultimately came to a decision, transforming into a streak of light that surged into the ghostly mist behind her, leaving behind a distant proclamation. "I will not let you escape. Await my return." "I shall certainly come back." Sumo immediately concealed his smile. "Do you think it will allow you to escape?" "Halt!" He stamped his foot fiercely, leaving a pair of deep impressions in the ground, his form launching like a cannonball into the ghostly fog. That cursed individual, the female specter, upon hearing the commotion, turned to see Sumo, her heart trembling in terror. She opened her mouth and expelled a thick cloud of ghostly energy, enveloping herself. Her speed was increasing. Although Sumo lacked the skills of light-footed techniques, he had cultivated the formidable 9 Yang, devouring heaven technique. The blood within him surged and boiled, his strength formidable and undeniable. Each step he took covered considerable ground. The distance between him and the female specter continued to diminish. "Do not flee. Allow me to share a jest with you," Sumo exclaimed loudly. Once upon a time, there was a eunuch who had a great fondness for dragon fruit. One day, he discovered that his urine was red. The eunuch was terrified and hastily summoned a doctor. The doctor informed him the female corpse did not wish to listen. Yet the tale reached her ears, and suddenly it was abruptly cut off, leaving her in utter discomfort. She could not help but inquire what happened next. "What follows?" "There's nothing more," Sumo replied. "What?" The female corpse, while running, pondered, and suddenly it dawned on her, causing her to burst into laughter. "Indeed, there is nothing more. No, wait, I am fleeing for my life." She glanced back and, as expected, during her moment of distraction, that wretched individual had closed in on her once more. "Cunning scoundrel," she cursed, accelerating her pace anew. Yet in an instant, a blinding flash of crimson light erupted before her, revealing a visible blood-red barrier adorned with various ominous blood-colored runes. The female corpse was taken aback, and by the time she attempted to break, it was too late. Her body collided directly with the barrier. With a resounding thud, her form struck the blood-red barrier, causing it to tremble violently, the runes above dancing wildly. The force of the impact sent the female corpse rebounding, rolling helplessly on the ground. At that moment, the blood-red barrier vanished without a trace. Sumo paused, observing from a distance. The blood-red barrier had appeared so suddenly. He had not seen it upon entering. "What on earth?" The female corpse stood up, her body somewhat crumpled, and hastily summoned her ghostly energy to restore herself. Once again, she charged forward. A crimson barrier materialized, obstructing her path. The female corpse attempted several times. Each approach to that vicinity summoned the blood-red barrier. It was evident that this entity was designed to thwart her. "How intriguing," Sumo chuckled. Although the nature of this phenomenon that could hinder the corpse was unknown to him, it indeed spared him the effort of pursuit. "What is this thing, and why does it prevent my escape?" The female corpse cried out in despair. She relentlessly hurled her body against it. Yet the crimson barrier remained steadfast. Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming from her eyes. "You deceitful wretch, you have betrayed me." Rising to her feet, she was enveloped in a surge of resentment and murderous intent, turning her gaze towards Sumo, advancing step by step. Her nails, under the influence of the ghostly energy, grew longer. In the blink of an eye, 10 nails had transformed into a foot in length, resembling 10 sharp daggers. I cannot escape. I shall fight you. Ah! She lunged at Su-mo, her nails slicing through the air, producing a series of explosive sounds, leaving afterimages in their wake. Sumorimandan fast, summoning the ethereal shield, allowing the female corpse to flail around him. Are you not exhausted? Sumo's gaze fixed on the corpse's movements, his fists clenched tightly. The terrifying and searing yang energy swirling at his fingertips. Had it not been for his cultivation of the 9 suns, swallowing heaven technique, which enhanced his vision, he might have been dizzy from her relentless assault. I am not fatigued. The female corpse persisted. But I am weary. Suddenly, Su-mo extended his hand, penetrating through the ethereal image of the golden bell, and swiftly grasped the female corpse's wrist. Ah! The corpse was startled, and before it could react, an overwhelming force surged through its body from the wrist. Down! With a fierce swing, Su-mo sent the corpse soaring through the air, tracing a graceful arc before it crashed violently to the ground. I shall make you spin, make you spin, make you spin. I am determined to have you spin to your heart's content. With her as the focal point, Su-mo swung the corpse around, relentlessly smashing it into the ground, each impact creating a human-shaped indentation. From above, these impressions appeared in various poses, misleading anyone who might think they were some sort of martial arts manual. Stop! I concede. Initially, the corpse screamed, but soon her voice grew weak and feeble. As Su-mo halted, he realized the corpse had become limp, evidently with her bones shattered. My apologies. I got a bit carried away. Su-mo grinned, pulling the corpse closer, and then raised his foot to stomp down on her abdomen. The corpse let out a wretched cry as her belly burst open, fragments of flesh flying about like a cockroach laying eggs. Those pieces of flesh were the infant corpses she had consumed. Still not dead? Su-mo mused, marveling at the tenacity of the corpse's life force. He stepped forward, seizing her head and yanking it off with a brutal tug. With a tearing sound, the head was uprooted, leaving the body trembling violently, its limbs flailing chaotically. Finding a sturdy patch of concrete, Su-mo placed the head upright upon it before raising his fist. He flexed his wrist, inhaled deeply, and cast his gaze upon the head of the female corpse. The expression on her face was one of sheer terror. Her mouth moved as if to speak, yet no sound emerged, leaving her intentions a mystery. Su-mo, however, felt no inclination to decipher her plight. Hush! Silence! Let us wager. Which is stronger? Your skull or my fist? If you can withstand 1,000 blows, I shall grant you your freedom. What else with that look? Do you not trust me? Su-mo. Chapter 40. Wow. How delightfully twisted. I adore it. The female corpse appeared on the verge of tears. 1,000 punches? You never intended to let me go, did you? Her mouth flapped open and closed as she hurled curses at Su-mo, wishing him to bear 8 sons in the future and other vile hexes. The first punch. Su-mo swung his fist down, striking the top of the corpse's head with force. Crack! The concrete beneath shattered, and the female corpse's head seemed to shrink slightly, becoming more domed in shape. Her eyes bulged, and her mouth opened wider in horror. It was evident that her curses were not pleasant. The second punch. Su-mo delivered another blow, compressing the corpse's head, causing her eyes to pop out of their sockets and fly far away. The third punch. The fourth punch, the fifth punch. After delivering a total of 9 punches, Su-mo felt a slight ache in his hand, while the female corpse's head had been transformed into a flat pancake. At last, a notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying a level 3 ghost, blood corpse. Reward, 2,000 merit points. Current merit, 6,700 points. The female corpse, also classified as a level 3 spectral entity, astonishingly possessed a merit of 2,000 points, double that of the similarly ranked Scarred Man. Indeed, this individual was undoubtedly far more resilient than the Scarred Man. Observing his accumulated merit of 6,700 points, Su-mo couldn't help but smile with delight. Excellent. He was one step closer to the next enhancement. Thud! Nearby, the headless corpse collapsed onto the ground, rapidly decaying until only skeletal remains remained. A foul odor wafted through the air. How repugnant. Su Mo covered his nose and cautiously advanced, eventually arriving at the location where the crimson barrier had previously manifested. Stepping forward, nothing transpired. It appeared his conjecture was correct. The crimson barrier was solely directed at the female corpse. Task accomplished. Su Mo summoned his vital energy to dispel a considerable portion of the surrounding malevolent aura as the thick mist gradually dissipated. Returning to the site of the crimson coffin, he regarded the lifeless form of the 749 team member, who remained with wide-open eyes, already devoid of life. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke, "You may close your eyes now. I have slain the female corpse. She will no longer pose a threat to anyone." As if comprehending Su Mo's words, the corpse's eyes slowly descended, falling into eternal silence. Sigh. Su Mo exhaled, harboring great respect for the members of the 749 team. It was precisely because of their efforts that the majority of ordinary individuals could navigate this world teeming with supernatural beings with relative ease and freedom. Reflecting on this, Su Mo retrieved his phone and dialed Taoist Lei's number. "Mr. Su, do you require assistance?" Taoist Lei's voice resonated with a hint of excitement. Was there yet another task at hand? "Taoist Lei, do you know how to contact the personnel of the 749 Bureau?" Su Mo inquired. In the 749 Bureau, he was not well acquainted, only recognizing someone named Lin Xianxian, while he had little interaction with the others. The mention of the 749 Bureau momentarily startled Master Lei, yet he refrained from inquiring further and swiftly reported a special number. "Understood. I'll return to you shortly." After hanging up with Master Lei, Su Mo dialed the special number. Strangely enough, 100 kilometers away, Master Lei stood at the entrance of an art school. After pondering for a moment, he extended his remaining 3 fingers, poised to calculate. However, after only 2 attempts, he abruptly halted, a frown etched on his face. "Almost forgot. These 2 fingers were bitten off by that beast. I can't rely on them for calculations. Enough of this. No internal conflict. What does it matter to me?" He lowered his hand, and a smile spread across his face. His gaze shifted to a tall girl nearby, and he quickly approached her. "Classmate, I notice your eyebrows appear dark, and your forehead radiates an unusual glow. The ominous signs surrounding you seem rather significant." The tall girl turned to glance at the lecherous old man, his eyes furtively scanning her. She straightened her posture, huffed, "What do you know? I'm a D-cup. How could the ominous signs on me be anything but substantial?" With that, she strutted away in her high heels toward sports car, swinging the door open and seating herself inside. "Woman, what is going on?" asked a young man with dark bags under his eyes, seated in the driver's seat as he turned to glance at the old man outside. "TCH, Wonwin tossed her hair, exuding charm. "That old man over there claims I have ominous signs. Unfortunate." The young man smiled broadly and remarked, "What if what he said is true? Oh, you are so annoying." Wonwin gently placed her hand on her chest and softly inquired, "Do you not know whether I bear any ominous signs today?" With that, she playfully blinked her eyes. The young man chuckled silently, choosing not to respond as the roar of an engine erupted, and the sports car darted away like an arrow. "Captain, we have lost contact with Gao Feng and the others." Wang Lang entered the office, his expression somewhat grim. The incident at the Tianka Group construction site was under the purview of Gao Feng's trio. Their complete disappearance was far from reassuring. A sense of foreboding crept over him. Something was amiss. "What?" Lin Xianxian rose, asking, "How long has it been?" 1 hour and 27 minutes. Wang Lang inhaled deeply and explained. They reported their status upon entering the construction site. After that, there has been no further communication. Generally speaking, locations plagued by malevolent spirits, due to the presence of sinister energy, render ordinary communication methods ineffective. A temporary loss of contact might be deemed normal. However, the fact that more than an hour had elapsed without news signified misfortune. Something has happened. Lin Xianxian's complexion shifted slightly as she quickly stated, "We must head to the Tianka Group. The level of malevolence there likely exceeds our initial estimations. Summon Captain Wang Tianlei." Captain Lin, Wang Tian is currently in Rongqing, dealing with the water ghost disturbances at Blue Moon Lake. They have yet to return, Wang Lang reminded her. I understand. Lin Xianxian contemplated for a moment before declaring. Gather everyone, and let us depart at once. As she walked, she dialed a number. Hello, Anna. Are you in Yuching? The call connected swiftly, accompanied by a cacophony of noise, as though a game of dice was in progress. Soon after, a lively female voice chimed in. Oh, Sister Xianxian, how did you know I was in Yuching indulging in hot pot? Have you installed surveillance on my forehead? Wow, that is quite perverse. I absolutely love it. Lin Xianxian sighed, realizing there was no time for frivolities. She hastily replied, Do you have a moment? Accompany me to the site. There's been an incident at a construction site. On the other end, the laughter immediately subsided. Is it something serious? Send me the address, and I will rush over. Just to clarify, the fees will be covered. Lin Xianxian hung up and promptly forwarded the address before departing from the headquarters of the 749 Bureau, heading towards the Tianka Group. Anna was her close friend and also the heir of the Ma family, renowned for their exorcism skills, albeit her fees were rather steep. Even for a friend like Lin, Anna showed no leniency. In this regard, she could be deemed cold-hearted. Meanwhile, at a bomb shelter hot pot restaurant, a young girl clad in a pink short skirt and a fitted top, sporting twin pink ponytails, stood up. Beautiful lady, where are you going? I have something to attend to, so I must leave first. Hey, don't leave yet. We haven't finished our meal. Are you disregarding my face? A slightly inebriated man rose, grasping her arm, his tone tinged with displeasure. The girl appeared wild. Were she to become inebriated, who knows what might transpire that night? She glanced at the man's hand and abruptly seized the nearby bottle, striking the man's head with a resounding crash, blood gushing forth immediately. The man stood in shock, touching his head in disbelief. How did I get hit? You struck me? His voice trembled, tinged with a sob. I will sue you. I swear I will. The other patrons in the hot pot restaurant were equally taken aback, rising to witness the unfolding drama. The girl retrieved a wad of cash from her bag, nonchalantly tossing it onto the table. She pointed at the man, then at the half-eaten hot pot, and turned to leave. This is 10,000. My hot pot expenses. And his medical fees. Chapter 41. Someone is nurturing corpses in this place. Lin Xianxian and her companions hurried towards the Tianka Group construction site. Inside the vehicle, a heavy silence enveloped them. As members of the 749 team, they understood the implications of going missing in such a location. Relax. Wang Lang, unable to bear the silence any longer, spoke up. What if their communication devices simply malfunctioned? He trailed off mid-sentence, realizing he had little faith in his own words. Sighing softly to himself, he hoped it was not too late. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone shattered the stillness of the car. Lin Xianxian answered the phone. Hello, it's me. Captain Lin, we received an unfamiliar call, and on the other end, a voice laden with sorrow spoke of the sacrifice of Gao Feng and his team. Lin Xianxian's hand trembled imperceptibly, her gaze flickering with a hint of grief. Yet, she swiftly composed herself. As the captain of the squad, she must remain resolute at all times. Who made the call? Is he at the scene? What transpired there? I don't know. They did not elaborate. They merely informed me. He witnessed 3 corpses clad in 749 combat uniforms, 2 males and 1 female. I need to hurry over to handle it. I traced the call, discovering it originated from an ordinary number in Yuching, registered to Suamo. Lin Xianxian set down the phone, her palm clenched tightly, the veins on her fair hand subtly protruding. Yet another 3 team members had perished. Gao Feng and his companions were all level 2 practitioners. To have been slain in such a short span, and without the ability to relay messages, indicated that the strength of the malevolent entities was at least level 3. Sumo? Why was he there? Could it be that he has already vanquished the malevolent beings? The image of Su Mo flashed through Lin Xianxian's mind, evoking memories of that night at the steelworks, where this individual had brazenly defeated Scarface. Captain Lin, what is the matter? Wang Lang inquired. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xianxian replied, We have received word that Gao Feng and his team may have perished. The group lifted their heads, only to lower their gazes once more. Although such an outcome had long been anticipated, The confirmation of the grim news still evoked an undeniable sorrow. Curse those wretched spirits. One of the team members pounded his fist against the seat, his eyes glistening with anger. Gaofeng had a good rapport with him, often sharing drinks together. Rest assured, Gaofeng, I am willing to risk my life to avenge you and eliminate that fiend, the member declared, his eyes still red. Lin Xianxian gently caressed the peachwood sword resting on her knees and softly uttered, "Accelerate." Outside the Tianka group, a man in a white hat shrank his neck and asked, "What is that noise coming from inside?" The two had been waiting outside for nearly half an hour without any sign of anyone emerging. The intermittent sound from within made him wonder if construction was underway. "I don't know." Lu Qingmei shook her head. "What if we go in and take a look?" The man suggested tentatively. "You." Lu Qingmei shot him a glare. I wouldn't dare," he quickly retorted, thinking to himself that in this place, aside from her, who would dare to venture inside? "Then be silent." Lu Qingmei snapped, heeding Su Mo's advice to remain outside, regardless of what transpired within. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle filled the air. Lu Qingmei looked up to see a striking pink motorcycle speeding towards them. With a screech, the motorcycle executed a perfect drift and came to a halt at the construction site entrance. "Hello, is this the Jinxiu Qingshan site of Tianka Group?" The girl on the bike elegantly dismounted and removed her helmet. The pink twin tails broke free in an instant, dancing in the wind, perfectly complementing the hue of her motorcycle. "Huh." The man in the white hat paused momentarily, irritatedly waving his hand. "Where did this girl come from?" Go away, go away. The project isn't open today. Come back in a few days to look at the house." The girl paid him no heed, muttering to herself as she dismounted, seemingly confirming that this was indeed the place. "Sister." Lu Qingmei stepped forward, whispering, "This area. I senti very safe. You should leave. I understand. There are some unsavory elements here." The girl with twin tails nodded, her gaze drifting into the depths of the construction site, her eyes shimmering with a hint of golden light. "Oh, the ominous energy seems to be dissipating," she mused internally. "Unsavory elements?" Lu Qingmei blinked in surprise, scrutinizing the girl before she couldn't resist asking, "Are you from the 749 Bureau?" "No, I was invited by someone from the 749 Bureau." The girl beamed brightly and inquired, "Haven't they arrived yet?" Uncertain of whom she referred to, Lu Qingmei replied, "3 people went in earlier, claiming to be from the 749 Bureau. That was half an hour ago." She pointed towards the depths of the site and added, "Mr. Su went in, and they haven't come out yet." "Mr. Su?" Just as the girl was about to ask for more information, several black sedans pulled up, and Lin Xianxian, along with her entourage, stepped out. "Sister Xianxian." The girl leaped high, turning a dash towards Lin Xianxian. "Don't come over." Lin Xianxian maintained a stern expression, yet could not resist the girl's exuberance, reluctantly opening her arms. The girl leaped with both feet, her hands hanging around Lin Xianxian's neck, tilting her head back with a smile, and said, "Sister Xianxian, it has been so long since we last met. Have you missed me?" "Anna, come down." Lin Xianxian sighed, knowing well that Ma Anna had this carefree nature, especially in a short skirt, completely unbothered by the prospect of exposure. "Safety shorts, do you understand?" Ma Anna stood up with a cheerful grin and inquired, "Sister Xianxian, what's going on here?" "I just glanced inside, and it seems the ominous energy is dissipating." As Lin Xianxian walked forward, she explained, 3 of our team members entered, and since then, we have lost contact with them." She approached Lu Qingmei, produced an identification card, and stated solemnly, 749 Bureau, "We are taking temporary control of this situation. Apologies for the interruption, Director Lu." Lu Qingmei dared not voice any objections, repeatedly gesturing to decline. Despite her high position at Tianka Group, she felt like an ordinary person in front of these fierce individuals who specialized in handling such matters, instilling a sense of trepidation within her. "No disturbance, no disturbance. It's just that Mr. Su mentioned when he entered, no one should approach until he returns." Lin Xianxian nodded, saying, "It was indeed Mr. Su who called for us to come and manage the situation. You all must keep your distance." After stating this, Lin Xianxian led the group through the construction site's entrance. Sniff, sniff. As they walked, Ma Anna wrinkled her nose, sniffing around like a Samoyed with pink fur. Captain, what is she smelling? Wang Lang could not help but ask. As it was his first encounter with Ma Anna, the young lady appeared somewhat eccentric, dressed rather lightly, and upon entering, she began to sniff the air curiously. It was undeniably peculiar. Were it not for her apparent familiarity with Lin Xianxian, Wang Lang would have assumed she was merely a wayward girl who had wandered in. Sure. Lin Xianxian shook her head and said, "She is the heir of the Ma family." The Ma family? Wang Lang was taken aback, his expression tinged with astonishment. The demon exorcising Ma family? He gasped. It was said that the Ma family's exorcism techniques were passed down to females only, and it seemed that this was indeed true. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Ma Anna. Perhaps it was the revelation of her identity that lent an air of mystery to her actions as she sniffed about. The reputation of the Ma family in this world was quite formidable. It was rumored that their ancestral exorcism methods were numerous and varied. Furthermore, they had a strict rule. No matter who sought their services to cleanse malevolent entities, payment was always required up front. No debts were entertained. Wang Lang glanced at Lin Xianxian again. She too was no ordinary individual, hailing from the illustrious Lin family of the Dao sect. Her skills in exorcising spirits and subduing malevolence were formidable. It was said that Lin Xianxian's brother was stationed at 749, guarding the nation's Great Wall against external threats. It's the scent of a blood corpse, Ma Anna stated gravely, producing a pink retractable baton with a swift snap. Be cautious. Blood corpses possess incredibly strong defenses. They're not easy to handle. Xianxian, I must charge extra for this job. There was an unspoken thought lingering in her mind. The destructive power of a blood corpse was immense, and those who had ventured inside might very well have been reduced to mere bones. Soon, they arrived at the large pit. Although the mist had thinned considerably, the situation within remained obscured. With a swift motion, Ma Anna produced several pink paper stars and hurled them into the mist. Dragon God, heed my command. Wind God, lend your power. Disperse the evil. Whoosh! The stars soared into the air, exploding instantaneously into fierce gusts that surged into the fog. The surrounding mist was rapidly swept away by the tempest, revealing a gradually clearer scene before everyone's eyes. Someone was approaching. Su Mo stood beside the blood coffin, alerted by the commotion behind him. He lifted his gaze to witness the roiling mist and the tumultuous winds. As the fog began to dissipate, Su Mo, with his extraordinary eyesight, soon spotted the pink-haired girl with twin ponytails. Behind her was Lin Xianxian from 749. The prowess of 749 was indeed quite impressive. As Su Mo pondered this, he heard the pink-haired girl exclaim and throw something in his direction. Be careful. The blood corpse is still there. Lin Xianxian attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The pink stars had already been released. Su Mo was taken aback. Wait, have I turned into a blood corpse? Are you blind? You didn't even ask me before attacking. His eyes narrowed as he recognized that the pink-haired girl had flung a handful of stars towards him. These stars whistled through the air, swiftly transforming into sharp pink blades, slicing through the atmosphere with a distinct sound of piercing air. Golden Bell Shield. Su Mo concentrated, and a radiant golden bell apparition materialized above him. Come back. Ma Anna reacted swiftly, and upon realizing the situation, she hastily waved her hand. The pink little swords spun in midair before returning to her side, transforming into tiny stars. Mr. Su? Lin Xianxian employed her agility, darting to a distance of 3 zhang in front of Su Mo, her eyes still filled with vigilance. Su Mo, bemused, questioned, What kind of look is that? Rest assured, I am no ghost. He dispersed the illusion of the golden bell. Lin Xianxian exhaled in relief and apologized. Mr. Su, my apologies. It was my reckless companion. Anna, come here. Ma Anna, aware of her blunder, felt a slight flush as she approached Su Mo step by step. Deep inside, she was secretly astonished. This handsome young man before her appeared to possess formidable defensive capabilities. Surely, he must be more powerful than I. Ma Anna concluded in her mind. Mr. Su, I'm truly sorry for my impulsiveness. Ma Anna expressed sincerely. From a distance, and with you standing beside that blood coffin, I mistook you for a blood corpse. Hence my actions. Su-mo replied, be more cautious next time. Ensure clarity before you strike. If I were an ordinary person, wouldn't you have pierced right through me? Not all. You are so tough. How do you know I'm tough? Have you tried? Su-mo said with a teasing smile. Didn't we just test that? Ma Anna retorted, only to realize something felt amiss. She suddenly pointed with her slender finger. You took advantage of me? Cien. Su-mo shrugged. As for the heart, what must one hear to be tainted? I was referring to my defense. What are you thinking? Huh? You. Ma Anna was absolutely furious, her chest rising and falling, the tight-fitting top barely able to contain the tumultuous waves within her. How could someone who appeared so refined speak with such vehemence? Wait, why did I understand that immediately? Su-mo chose to ignore her. Her previous remarks were merely a retort to being attacked without proper assessment. Captain Lin, your people are here, so must stick to safe. Revealing two male corpses lying quietly on the ground, their lower halves covered by jackets. Gao Feng, a member of Team 749, rushed forward, cradling one of the male bodies. His eyes filled with profound sorrow, his fierce gaze reddened. Alas, Lin Xianxian felt a pang of disappointment. Indeed, there were only two of them. Wang Lang's eyes flickered with excitement as he exclaimed, Mr. Su, we had a total of 3 team members. Is she still alive? As for her, Su-mo hesitated, pointing toward a nearby pile of dismembered flesh over there. When I arrived, she had been torn apart and was being consumed by malevolent energy, transforming into a vengeful spirit, attempting to attack me. I had to slay her. My apologies. Lin Xianxian shook her head and replied, do not blame yourself. I believe she would not have wished to become a vengeful spirit. At the very least, we did not have to take action ourselves. To perish at the hands of Mr. Su is a stroke of fortune for her. Lin Xianxian had witnessed many such occurrences. Those who succumbed to malevolent energy and ultimately transformed into vengeful spirits among the 749 members necessitated their intervention. Faced with former comrades, Team 749 had no other recourse. Wow, the quality of this blood coffin is quite remarkable. Ma Anna circled around the coffin and remarked, it is crafted from silver. Within it lies a female corpse. Does it not? One that you have slain? Su-mo nodded and inquired, how did you discern it was a female corpse? Ma Anna, raising her fingers, replied, ancient texts have recorded such knowledge. Silver is categorized as yin metal, while gold, copper, and iron are deemed yang metals. Look, she pointed at the blood coffin and continued, the material of this coffin is silver, adorned with an array of incantations. If I am not mistaken, it is surely employed in the art of blood cultivation for the dead. Following her gesture, Su-mo scrutinized the coffin closely and indeed observed the faint, eerie inscriptions concealed within the blood-red hue of the wood. Typically, the crafting of a blood corpse necessitates a balance of yin and yang. Should a male corpse be placed within this coffin, it would decay within 10 days. Conversely, if a female corpse were to be housed here, it could remain unspoiled for a century, absorbing yin energy and reviving the spirit. In other words, Ma Anna's expression turned grave as she whispered, this coffin is a product of human design. Someone is nurturing corpses in this very place. Chapter 42. The Yin Corpse Taoist and the Nine Sons Corpse Raising Array. Nurturing corpses? Su-mo's eyes flickered as he suddenly recalled the words spoken by the female corpse before he struck her down. Moreover, that mysterious blood-red barrier. It seems this matter is far from simple. Su-mo could not help but ponder how many blood corpses that individual was nurturing and where they might be concealed. It is a matter of great significance. Anna, could you have possibly erred in your observation? At this moment, Lin Xianxian could no longer concern herself with the fallen comrades. For the existence of nurtured corpses signified that this was not merely an ordinary anomaly. Rather, it indicated the interference of malevolent cultivators. To nurture such a blood corpse, the strength of the malevolent practitioner must undoubtedly be formidable. It cannot be mistaken. Ma Anna circled the blood coffin several times, scrutinizing the markings of the talismans, and remarked, this is the Yin Corpse spell used for raising corpses. Mr. Su, could you take me to see the blood corpse? Suemo kicked out a thin pancake from beneath his feet and said, "The head is here, but the body seems to have turned to bones." "Oh my!" Ma Anna exclaimed dramatically, pointing at the pancake on the ground with a trembling voice. "Is this the head of the blood corpse? How did it end up like this?" "Oh, I flattened it. You wouldn't believe it. This fellow's head is surprisingly tough. It exhausted me quite a bit." Ma Anna and Lin Xianxian exchanged glances, each reflecting the incredulity and shock in the other's eyes. "Flattened? Good heavens! The flesh of a blood corpse is exceptionally resilient, practically impervious to blades and bullets, with its only weakness residing in the head. It is said that as long as the head remains intact, the blood corpse is immortal, capable of resurrection. Thus, the head is the most fortified part." Ma Anna was confident that her talismanic sword could pierce through the body of the blood corpse, but she could never penetrate its head. That thing is genuinely rock solid. Now, a thin pancake lay before them, and Suemo reminded himself that this was indeed the head of the blood corpse, and it was flattened. What's wrong? Suemo noticed the peculiar looks that the two women were giving him. "Ah, it's nothing." Ma Anna took out a pair of gloves, donned them, and gently pinched one corner of the pancake with 2 fingers, lifting it for a closer inspection. After a moment, she screamed, "Good heavens! This is undoubtedly the head of a blood corpse. The scent is unmistakable. This blood corpse is on the verge of advancing to level 4, considerably more formidable than an ordinary level 3 blood corpse, with significantly enhanced defensive capabilities. How did you achieve this?" Her gaze towards Suemo shifted. "A true powerhouse. To be able to crush a blood corpse nearing level 4. Just how formidable is this individual?" Suemo shook his fist and remarked, "What else could be done? I simply severed her head and placed it on the concrete, then proceeded to hammer away." As he spoke, he gestured toward the nearby concrete, where the ground was cracked, mingled with viscous fluid. 2 glistening, darkened eyeballs lay there. Those belonged to the blood corpse. Ma Anna tossed the blood corpse's head onto the ground, raised a thumb, and slowly formed the number 6 with her fingers. "Impressive. Lin, the remains of Gao Feng and the others have been properly gathered." Wang Lang's expression appeared somewhat strained. The sensation of personally collecting the fragments of one's comrades is not something that ordinary individuals can endure. He glanced back at the bodies already covered with white cloth and couldn't help but say, "Captain A." Lin Xianxian waved her hand, saying, "I know what you wish to convey. Their families will be taken care of by the 749 Bureau." The group turned and paid their respects to the remains of the 3. "Alas," Wang Lang sighed deeply, stating, "Since the day we joined the 749 Bureau, we have been prepared for such eventualities. Travel well, Brother Gao Feng." After a moment of silence, Suemo led Lin Xianxian and Ma Anna to the location of the female corpse. On the ground, only a puddle of pus and white bones remained. "Look," wearing gloves, Ma Anna carefully extracted a small object from the murky water, no larger than the palm of her hand, folded into a triangular form. With great caution, she unfolded the triangle to reveal a sheet of silver paper adorned with bizarre crimson symbols. At this moment, the sheen had dulled somewhat, and the silver paper took on a dark, bluish hue, as if it might shatter at any moment. It was a corpse suppression talisman. Ma Anna's expression shifted slightly. The rank of this talisman was not low. The person who cultivated the corpse must possess formidable strength. The talisman had been placed within the corpse to avert any unforeseen events that might lead to an early awakening. Had it not been for the Tianku group unearthing this coffin, and those workers bewitched, prying it open, the blood corpse would not have been tainted by the life essence of the living. This blood corpse remained in a state of slumber, and it was uncertain how long it would continue to do so. Naturally, this interruption also disrupted the process of corpse cultivation. Otherwise, once the blood corpse was fully matured, it could become an exceedingly formidable entity. From the traces of this talisman, it was evident that the corpse had been nurtured in this place for no less than 20 years. She turned to Suemo and inquired, "Mr. Su, have you made any other discoveries?" Suemo pondered for a moment before responding. "The head and limbs of the female corpse were severed and then reattached by someone. Is that so?" Lin Xianxian's expression darkened as she commented, "What a cruel method of corpse cultivation. This individual must have had their limbs brutally severed while alive, instilling immense resentment, only to have their head removed afterward. The reattachment of the body parts serves to seal this resentment, accelerating the process of corpse cultivation. Suemo found his thoughts overwhelmed by this revelation. Those malevolent practitioners exhibit an astonishing array of cunning techniques. Is this the extent of human ingenuity? Goodness, each one more depraved than the last. No wonder they are deemed evil. Furthermore, Sumo continued. Furthermore, the two of them shuddered, turning towards Suemo, their expressions tinged with terror. Indeed, Suemo gestured towards the scattered jars in the distance and said, "Near the female corpse, there are 9 jars. From within 9. Infants crawled out. Ultimately, they were all devoured by the female corpse." Ma Anna and Lin Xianxian, despite being well-versed in the extraordinary, were nonetheless shaken by this revelation. Ma Anna picked up a shard of stone and marked several white points on the ground, placing another stone in the center. "Mr. Su, is this the arrangement of the 9 jars?" Suemo glanced at it and nodded. "It appears to be so. The 9 Suns corpse raising formation." Ma Anna dropped the stone from her hand and took a couple of steps back. "It is indeed the 9 Suns corpse raising formation. It must be him. What does he intend to do? Does he seek to raise a corpse?" Noticing Ma Anna's distressed demeanor, Lin Xianxian anxiously inquired, "Anna, what is wrong? Who is he?" Suemo, too, became intrigued. Ma Anna, who usually seemed unafraid of anything, now exhibited genuine fear. "What on earth is the 9 Suns corpse raising formation?" Taking a deep breath, Ma Anna articulated each word with precision. "The Ying corpse Taoist, Li Wuxia." Li Wuxia? Lin Xianxian's expression shifted dramatically. She exclaimed, "The leader of the Ying corpse sect? Wasn't the Ying corpse sect eradicated 50 years ago? Li Wuxia was not also killed, was he?" Ma Anna asserted. "It cannot be wrong. It must be him. The 9 Suns corpse raising formation is a secret art of the Ying corpse sect, known only to Li Wuxia. This blood corpse, if nurtured, would take no more than 20 years. If Li Wuxia were dead, then who could have raised it?" She pointed at the skeletal remains and continued, "It must be him. He is not dead. He still lives." Suemo felt a twinge of confusion, noticing Ma Anna's agitation. Could it be that Li Wuxia held some connection to her? Lin Xianxian whispered from the side, 50 years ago, during that ambush, Anna's grandfather was involved. In the end, he perished alongside Li Wuxia's blood corpse, both meeting their demise. Suemo understood. An enemy, thought to be dead, seemingly reappearing before him. No wonder she was so stirred. Ma Anna composed herself and stated, "As early as 50 years ago, Li Wuxia was already a 9th-level cultivator. The master everyone speaks of. He is adept at raising corpses, often accompanied by several formidable blood corpses, making him exceedingly difficult to contend with." "Mr. Su, do you know what the 9 Suns corpse raising formation is?" Suemo shook his head, admitting his ignorance of such arcane matters. "The term 9 Suns refers to 9 infants. Both male and female are acceptable, but among these 9, one must be the biological child of the female corpse. The remaining 8 must have consumed the milk of the female corpse. During the corpse-raising process, the 9 living infants must be placed into a clay pot, then sealed with earth to suffocate them to death. This process must also occur before the female corpse's very eyes." Suemo shivered, exclaiming, "This is utterly bizarre." Then, Ma Anna exhaled deeply and continued, "What follows is exactly what I mentioned earlier. We must sever the limbs and head of the female corpse, then stitch them back together and bury them in a designated resting place for the deceased. We shall nurture vitality with vitality and resentment with resentment. This technique can significantly expedite the process of corpse nurturing, and it is a toxic art known solely to Li Wuxia, whose secrets he has never shared with anyone." "Mr. Su, did the female corpse attempt to flee, only to be halted by a blood-red barrier, rendering her unable to enter or exit?" Suemo nodded, confirming that indeed, a blood-red barrier had appeared and then vanished. Just as I suspected, Ma Anna's figure flickered and vanished, only to swiftly return, holding several dark, nail-like objects. Chapter 43. What? Have I caught the attention of a malevolent practitioner? The corpse suppression nails. There are a total of 9 in this vicinity. They form a great array to subdue the local malice. And additionally, they prevent the female corpse from unexpectedly awakening and escaping. Mr. Su, you must be cautious. She cast a concerned glance at Su Mo. Su Mo was taken aback, unsure of her meaning. You have thwarted Li Wuxia's plans by severing his blood corpse. He will not let this go unpunished. Sumo responded, perplexed. What? Why on earth would a master-level malevolent practitioner be targeting me? No. That individual has been a master for 50 years. With the passage of time, his strength must have only intensified. My current defenses may not suffice. If you come knocking, one strike could obliterate me, and I would be left with nothing. Su Mo felt a surge of anxiety. He must eliminate more malevolent spirits to accrue merit points for enhancement. It was imperative to elevate his strength swiftly. Otherwise, if the adversary came knocking, the consequences would be dire. From Mayan's words, it was evident that Li Wuxia possessed formidable power and was accompanied by several blood corpses. Surely, they must be worth a considerable amount of merit, Su Mo mused. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we shall keep this matter confidential. We will publicly declare that the blood corpses were eradicated by the 749 Bureau. I will report this immediately to ensure you remain unscathed. Lin Xianxian interjected hastily. Li Wuxia was a notorious evil cultivator, and although Su Mo was not without strength, he would likely stand no chance against such a formidable opponent. It would require the intervention of the divine officials from the 749 Bureau to vanquish Li Wuxia. The divine officials were the elite forces of the 749 Bureau, their numbers and capabilities shrouded in mystery, as they vigilantly guarded various ominous locations for the safety of the nation. Lin Xianxian had encountered one such official, codenamed Black Wuchang, a master of spirit control who had contracted an exceptionally bizarre spirit. Together, they had single-handedly slain 3 elite ninjas from Japan, each possessing a level 9 prowess. At the border of the nation, their strength was indeed formidable. Her own brother, Lin Wudi, was also a divine official, known by the codename Thunder God. This is futile. Ma Anna shook her head, declaring, Li Wuxia's methods are insidious. He seems to possess a means to track the demise of his corpses. In other words, Mr. Su, you have already drawn his attention. Unless you possess the power to contend with a level 9 cultivator, this is a deadlock. Or perhaps the priest of 749, ever vigilant at his side. Lin Xianxian furrowed her brow. This was evidently implausible. Mr. Su seemed to lack the capacity to contend with a level 9 cultivator. At least, as it appeared now, he did. Su Mo observed the troubled expressions of the two and remarked with a smile. Li Wuxia has been hiding like a turtle for 50 years. He must have grand schemes. He would never act merely because a level 3 blood corpse appeared. Even if he intends to kill me, it is certainly not at this moment. When the time comes, it remains uncertain who will perish. With his own advantages, as long as he could vanquish more specters, enhancing his strength would be a matter of moments. A Grandmaster? Let us set a modest goal first to elevate my prowess to the Grandmaster level. I need to stack at least 4 or 5 layers of the Golden Bell shield to be sufficient. However, Su Mo felt a slight headache, as the system did not indicate precisely which level his strength had reached. He could only rely on conjecture. Ding! Current strength level of the host is being calculated. Calculation successful. The host's current strength, level 5 cultivator, whether against specters or fellow cultivators. The host's offensive and defensive capabilities are unrivaled within the same realm. Oh, how considerate. Su Mo felt a surge of delight. He discovered that the Jiuyang Tan Tian technique was even more formidable than he had imagined. Having condensed a single chi in Blood Sun allowed him to ascend from an ordinary person to the prowess of a level 5 cultivator. If he were to condense 9 suns, would he not be invincible? Su Mo felt reassured. Lin Xianxian and her companion exchanged glances, unsure from where Su Mo derived his confidence, for that was an evil cultivator who had reached level 9 50 years ago, accompanied by a formidable blood corpse. Lin Xianxian took a deep breath and said, in any case, it is always prudent to exercise caution. Mr. Su, please please refrain from leaving Yuqing until this matter is resolved. She called Wang Lang over to gather the remains of the blood corpse for proper handling. This entity exuded a dense aura of malevolence, if left unattended. It might give rise to some peculiar occurrences, rendering this place far from tranquil. Mr. Liu, they are coming out. The man in the white hat continually glanced towards the construction site, spotting a group emerging. Leading the procession was none other than Mr. Su. Has it been resolved? Lu Qingmei felt a surge of joy and hurried forward, asking, what is the outcome? Lin Xianxian gestured towards Su Mo and replied, Mr. Liu, the issue has been resolved. All thanks to Mr. Su. Farewell, she concluded, instructing her men to load the bodies of Gao Feng and his companions onto the vehicle in preparation for departure. Mr. Liu quickened his pace, whispering, can we resume work on the site? Let us wait a few days. Lin Xianxian observed the construction area and remarked, the malevolent energy has yet to dissipate. Human presence may disturb the spirits. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, we will publicly declare that what transpired here was merely an unfortunate accident. With that, Lin Xianxian entered the vehicle and departed, leaving Lu Qingmei to exhale in relief. Rumors of hauntings had circulated outside, leading to concerns that properties in the area might become unsellable. With an official statement, matters would be considerably easier to handle. Mr. Su, let us become better acquainted. Ma Anna approached Su Mo, extending her fair hand. I am Ma Anna, and I sincerely apologize for what just transpired. Su Mo shook her hand and replied, is an apology merely words? Ma Anna was momentarily speechless. Then what shall I do? Quite simple. Accompany me for an evening. Not a chance, you pervert. Is my company truly so cheap? What are you saying? How have I become the pervert here? Su Mo was at a loss for words, his mind swirling with confusion. I demand compensation of 10,000 yuan. Do you understand? Oh, Ma Anna gritted her teeth, retrieving a stack of cash from her bag and handed it over. Here, 10,000 yuan in cash. Thank you. Su Mo accepted the money, counting it with delight, which incited a wave of irritation in Ma Anna. I just withdrew that money. Can it possibly be less than yours? What infuriated her further was the fact that this man raised a bill above his head, seemingly inspecting its authenticity. More obsessed with money than I am. Ma Anna muttered under her breath. Mr. Su, could I have your contact information? We could collaborate to eliminate undesirable elements in the future. Su Mo grinned, waving the cash. I'm afraid I prefer to operate solo. Not looking to team up at the moment. Goodbye. Ma Anna stood in shock, assessing herself. Was it my figure that fell short? Or was my visage not youthful enough? To be rejected so? Pervert. Fuming, she strode over to her pink motorcycle, swung her long legs over it, and revved the engine, speeding away. Once Ma Anna departed, Lu Qingmei and her companion approached with keen insight. Mr. Su, what truly transpired inside? Is it true that such a thing exists? Inquired the man in the white hat. Su Mo cast a glance at him and replied, are you certain you wish to know? I fear it might disturb your sleep tonight. Chapter 44. Your uncle remains your uncle. I was merely asking. Perhaps it's best not to hear it. Liu remarked, you two carry on. I shall step out for a smoke. The fellow wiped the cold sweat from his brow and discreetly exited. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lu Qingmei expressed sincerely, for she had witnessed the 749 personnel being carried out. She could vaguely surmise that the events within were perilous indeed. No need, Su Mo replied, fixing his gaze upon her. I was preoccupied with vanquishing ghosts upon my arrival, and I failed to notice that Liu is rather grand in scale. Lu Qingmei felt uneasy under his scrutiny and suddenly recalled his conversation with that girl, hastily declaring, rest assured, Mr. Su, I will promptly arrange the remuneration. Suddenly, Su Mo thought of something and said, Liu, I do not require the payment. Could you possibly? Lu Qingmei's heart raced in shock, instinctively covering her chest. Yet she quickly composed herself, her expression somewhat flustered. Su Mo was left speechless. Am I truly being perceived as a lecherous fiend? Surely it isn't that blatant. What am I thinking? Furrowing his brow, Su Mo clarified, I was hoping you could assist me in securing a residence. Residing at the school is rather inconvenient. School? Lu Qingmei paused in disbelief. You truly are a university student, aren't you? Is it challenging? she inquired. Oh no, not all. Lu Qingmei swiftly waved her hand and assured, I shall make arrangements for Mr. Su right away. Rest assured. Su Imo nodded and replied, it need not be too grand. Living alone in a spacious place makes me uneasy. Lu Qingmei responded with a slight pause before returning from her phone call. The Guanhuano. One courtyard is ready for habitation and has never been occupied. You can move in with just your luggage. I've already initiated the arrangements. It will soon be transferred to Mr. Su's name. Shall I take you to see it? Let us go. Upon stepping into Lu Qingmei's Maserati, they swiftly arrived at a picturesque locale. That building right there. Lu Qingmei pointed. Su Imo glanced in the direction she indicated, where a charming, traditional Chinese villa stood gracefully. In the distance, a serene lake shimmered under the gentle caress of the breeze, creating a stunning spectacle. What a splendid place! Su Imo exclaimed as he alighted from the car, inhaling deeply the refreshing air. The lake nearby seemed to promise delightful fishing opportunities. The traditional courtyard was particularly to his liking. Mr. Su, are you satisfied? Lu Qingmei inquired with a smile, adding, I often visit this place. The night view is truly enchanting. What she did not voice was that this villa had been purchased by Lu Qingmei herself, with the renovation designed under her meticulous guidance. She had intended to move in after a couple of years when her schedule allowed, but now she offered it to Su Imo. She felt no regret. Establishing a friendship with someone as distinguished as Mr. Su was worth far more than any monetary consideration. Indeed, it is remarkable. Su Imo pushed open the gate of the courtyard, revealing an array of exquisite flowers and plants, their beauty captivating. However, he felt a twinge of concern. As a rugged man, he feared that it would not be long before this place descended into a tangle of weeds. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will arrange for someone to come regularly to tend to it. Lu Qingmei offered. I also have a keen interest in these flowers and plants. If needed, I can personally take care of them. Su Imo chuckled and replied, How could I trouble you, General Manager Lu? That is entirely unnecessary. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Qingmei discreetly took her leave. Stepping out of the courtyard, Su Imo stretched languidly, feeling invigorated as he gazed at the distant lake. Now that I possess the 9 suns devouring heaven technique to enhance my yang energy and the golden bell shield for defense, I must also cultivate a technique of lethal power. He mused, contemplating a visit to a nearby bookstore. Suddenly, the phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was AI Rui calling. This fellow has been engrossed in online romance lately. What prompts this call? He wondered. Hello? Hey, Sumo. I'm really about to break free from singlehood. AI Rui's voice crackled with excitement on the other end. Congratulations. Su Imo laughed heartily, amused by his friend's exhilaration. Have you even met this person? I hope they're not a beauty online, but a plain Jane in reality. Come on, I'm not that superficial. AI Rui retorted. No matter what Xiaoya looks like, I like her. By the way, she has asked to meet me tonight. Su Imo, what should I wear? I'm a bit nervous. Would you accompany me? I feel more at ease with you there. Su Imo chuckled. What are you so nervous about, you big man? Is she going to eat you alive? Let me be this awkward third wheel with you. How do you think the girl perceives you? Be a bit braver. By the way, where are you meeting? In the city center. We've arranged to meet at a barbecue restaurant in a mall. A mall? That shouldn't pose much of a problem, Su Imo replied, relieved that the girl hadn't suggested a meeting in some obscure corner. It could either be awkward or heartfelt. But wait, bro. You're inviting her for barbecue on your first date? Su Imo laughed. What? Is there a problem? AI Rui asked, puzzled. Su Imo patiently explained. You see, when a girl goes out for the first time, doesn't she want to put on her best makeup? Eating barbecue means you'll be grinning and greasy. Won't it? Isn't her makeup going to be ruined? So. However, I asked Xiaoya, and she said it would be perfectly fine as long as I'm with her, even if we just have spicy hot pot. Su Imo sighed, all right. Diagnosis confirmed. Both of you are love-struck fools. Well then, do as you wish. Wishing you the best of luck, yay? Su Imo said with a smile. Hee. Su Imo. Once I meet Xiaoya, I'll ask her if she has any friends to introduce to you. Really unnecessary. Su Imo hung up the phone, left the courtyard, and headed towards the city center. This courtyard, a serene retreat amidst the hustle and bustle, was not too far from the urban area, making life and travel quite convenient. An hour later, Su Mo arrived at a secluded street in the city center, a place bustling with numerous vendors and eager shoppers, known as the antique market. Good sir, what I possess is truly remarkable. An authentic masterpiece by Wang Shiji, and at 80,000, it is quite the bargain. A vendor was haggling with an elderly gentleman. Su Mo cast a glance and noticed the vendor clutching a copy of the cold food preface, bearing the signature of Wang Shiji. Sumo's lips twitched. The holes in this sieve were far too large indeed. 800, the elderly man countered, believing it to be a fair offer. Deal. The vendor promptly thrust the authentic work of Wang Shiji into the old man's embrace, who, in a daze, completed the transaction and walked away beaming with joy. Such scenes unfolded incessantly in the antique market, prompting Su Mo to shake his head. Securing a genuine artifact in such a place was akin to encountering a ghost, a feat exceedingly rare. Oh wait, in this world, encountering a ghost seems rather simple. As Su Mo ventured further, he finally stumbled upon a rather quiet establishment adorned with a sign that read Guancan Bookstore. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the antiquated charm and the abundance of old books. This was a place. Su Mo entered with his hands clasped behind his back, discovering an elderly gentleman engrossed in reading while donning spectacles. The old man held a cup of strong tea, savoring it occasionally, before delicately licking his right index finger to turn the pages, thoroughly absorbed in the content. Su Mo glanced at the title, marveling at young XX, exclaiming inwardly, your grandfather remains ever the same. Chapter 45. Young brother, no need for further words. The elder understands. Su Mo recalled that the protagonist of this tale struggled academically. Yet with aid from the landlady, the teacher, and the senior, his academic performance soared impressively. It is indeed an inspiring book. Ahem. Su Mo coughed lightly, interrupting the old man's moment of joy. Goodness, how did you manage to sneak up on me? The old man was startled, hastily closing the book and shoving it into the cabinet. Su Mo thought to himself, clearly, it was you who were too engrossed in your reading. It has nothing to do with me. I am merely critiquing this book, questioning its very essence. The old man desperately tried to salvage his dignity. Su Mo displayed a knowing smile and said, Sir, I have come to purchase some books. What kind? The kind that. Before Su Mo could finish his sentence, the old man's eyes brightened, and he stood up, exclaiming, Young man, I understand perfectly, no need for further elaboration. Su Mo, wait. I haven't even completed my thought. And you already grasp it? That was fast. The old man soon presented a stack of books before Su Mo, who glanced at them and felt overwhelmed. What on earth are these? Can someone of my standing truly read such material? This is utterly disgraceful. Here is Jean Ping Mei, one of the 4 great classic novels. This is the original, unabridged version, unavailable elsewhere. And this one, they're all part of my treasure collection. Su Mo pressed down on the stack of books, exasperated. Sir, you have misunderstood. I truly do not desire these. Huh? Then what do you want? Well, I'm looking for some martial arts manuals, you know what I mean? Like the 9 manual or the 18 dragon subduing palms. The old man cast a glance at Su Mo, his eyes filled with pity. What a handsome young man. How has he lost his mind? In this world, what true martial arts exist? Just wait. The old man turned and swiftly retrieved a stack of books, each covered in a thick layer of dust, suggesting they had not been touched in quite some time. Here, the secrets of my shop are all here. Choose whichever you desire. The old man said. I'll take them all. Su Mo exclaimed eagerly, rubbing his hands together at the thought of returning home to peruse them at leisure. How much do I owe you, sir? The old man waved his hand dismissively. What money? These are just unsellable items taking up space here. I find you pleasing to the eye, so consider them a gift. Practice diligently at home, and if you truly master them, do let me know. How could I accept such generosity? Su Mo, however, discreetly slipped 200 yuan beneath one of the books on the counter while the old man was not looking, and left the bookstore with the precious texts in his arms. After Su Mo departed, the old man discovered the money and smiled broadly. This young fellow has principles. He reclined once more, flipping through the book titled Youth, but finding it uninteresting, he switched to a martial arts novel instead, humming to himself. Once I dreamed of wielding a sword and traversing the world to behold the splendor of existence. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from you city, in a remote mountain village, an elderly man hunched over, a pipe in hand and a hoe slung over his shoulder, trudged along the path at a leisurely pace, appearing quite aged. "Uncle Wu, have you had lunch yet?" A little girl bounced over, looking up at him with curiosity. "Ahem, not yet. Has little and I had her meal?" The old man replied with a gentle smile. "I have. The cured pork my family prepared is simply delightful." He fished out a few large white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and offered them. "Little and I, Uncle Wu invites you to enjoy some candy." "Thank you, Uncle Wu." The little girl beamed, accepting the sweets, and then skipped away joyfully. "What a wonderful child." The old man squinted, watching the girl's retreating figure before turning back toward his home. Didn't I tell you not to speak with that old man?" Came her mother's reprimand from a distance. "Why not, Mama?" The little girl inquired, gently caressing the candies in her pocket. "I think Uncle Wu is quite nice. He even gave me candy." The woman was at a loss for words to explain to her daughter, knowing she wouldn't comprehend. This old Wu had arrived in the village decades ago, diligent and robust, and soon married into a family at the village's edge, where he fathered a son. Yet, within a mere 10 years, that family succumbed to illness, leaving him to live alone. The townsfolk whispered that the old man was a fated misfortune, a harbinger of death to those close to him, and thus they naturally kept their distance. Old Wu arrived at his doorstep, hoisting a hoe, unlocked the door, and entered. The walls were adorned with several portraits of the deceased, young and old alike. He paid them no mind, making his way directly to the back room, where he lifted the bedboard and crawled inside. Soon, old Wu emerged in the cellar, illuminated by flickering lights. On the ground was a bizarre, circular symbol drawn in a deep crimson hue. Surrounding the talisman were 9 palm-sized crimson coffins, each inscribed with names: Yuqing, Rongqing, Suqing. 50 years have passed. Old Wu settled down, reaching out to caress the coffin, a shadow flickering in his eyes, his expression ominous. "My fervent 9 fiends has already taken shape. In no more than 20 years, it shall reach fruition. Once perfected, I shall attain the Grand Master realm. Those who wronged me, none shall escape my vengeance, especially the Ma family." He muttered to himself. Suddenly, the coffin marked Yuqing began to tremble violently, a mist of blood swirling forth. "What is happening?" Old Wu was startled, hastily performing a hand gesture, intending to suppress it, when the small coffin exploded with a resounding bang, shattering into fragments. How could this be? Initially taken aback, Old Wu's fury escalated, a formidable aura emanating from him, stirring a tempest within the cellar. "Who dares to disrupt my 9 fiends? Cursed, cursed." He inhaled deeply, forcing his rage down, murmuring, "The Yuqing blood corpse has been exposed. The group from 749 has surely caught wind of it. I must tread carefully to avoid a downfall." His hands danced swiftly, performing gestures as he lunged towards the shattered coffin pieces, a plume of blood mist rising, revealing a vague silhouette. In the apparition, a young man was swinging his fist, striking the head of a female corpse. Old Wu's chest heaved, his fists clenched in fury. "Umph, I shall remember you. Wait for me, 9 fiends. Once the 8 fiends are perfected, I shall come to claim your life. You will experience the torment of corpse refining." Chapter 46. Upon encountering Mr. Su, make it hasten. Team Leader Lin. The internal line has delivered news, stating that several ghostly entities have been located. Should we dispatch personnel to eliminate them? In walked Wang Lang from the 749 Bureau. "Go forth, bring along ample manpower, and do not be careless." Lin Xianxian lifted her head and spoke with a smile. "That ghostly entity is quite astute. At the steel mill, it was supposed to wear a marker to avoid being mistakenly harmed. Yet unexpectedly, that fellow fled after delivering the message. It was fortunate for it. Otherwise, given Su Mo's lethal nature, it would not have survived long enough to announce its presence. Furthermore," Lin Xianxian continued, "have you shown it Mr. Su's photograph?" "Yes." You must inform it that if it encounters Mr. Su, it must unequivocally reveal its identity at once. Otherwise, Even the deities would be powerless to save it. Wang Lang recalled Su Mo's exuberance upon seeing ghosts, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Indeed, it is accurate to say that Su Mo is the most enthusiastic ghost slayer he has ever encountered. Understood. Wang Lang departed with his team to eradicate the ghosts. Once Wang Lang had left, Lin Xianxian picked up the communicator and dialed a number. After a lengthy wait, the call was finally answered. "Oh, Xianxian, what prompted you to call me?" A cheerful voice came from the other end of the communicator. "Brother," Lin Xianxian said, feeling a bit bashful. "Clearly it was you who had been unreachable. Oh dear, my apologies, my apologies. I have been preoccupied in the remote mountains lately, perhaps due to poor reception. Brother, what have you all been up to? Oh, what else could we be doing? Those vampires from Potato Country are attempting to infiltrate again, and it seems there is a count among them. Don't even get me started. These fellows are quite troublesome. Once I capture that despicable count, I shall extract his fangs to fashion a bracelet for you. But let us set that aside for now. Give me a call if there is anything urgent." Lin Xianxian huffed and replied, "I'm not allowed to call you if there is nothing pressing. You know me well enough. Speak, what is the matter?" After a brief silence, Lin Xianxian continued, "Brother, we've unearthed a blood corpse in Yuqing, and it claims it was cultivated by Li Wuxia. Li Wuxia, the Yin corpse Taoist? Is he not deceased? Have you reported this matter?" "It has been reported. The higher-ups said they would investigate the issue," Lin Xianxian stated. "That is good. Stay out of it. Let those fellows deal with the headache. By the way, has the blood corpse been eliminated?" "It has. I personally led the team to the scene. The corpse was close to breaking through level 4. Well, that is impressive. You can slay level 4 blood corpses now. Were you injured?" Lin Xianxian sighed. "By the time I arrived, that blood corpse had already been flattened. Brother, you should have seen it. The head of the blood corpse was smashed into something resembling a scallion pancake. So fierce? Did your director personally intervene?" "No. It was a cultivator named Su Mo." "Su Mo? A male? From Yuqing? A newcomer to your bureau? Is he handsome? Is he young? Is he more handsome than your brother?" Lin Xianxian had grown accustomed to his incessant inquiries and replied, "Brother, why are you asking so many questions?" Anna mentioned that Su Mo might have caught the attention of Li Wuxia, who had long been a master-level cultivator. If he were to confront Su Mo, it could spell danger for him. "What? Do you want to come back personally to be his bodyguard?" "Oh, sister, you seem quite concerned about that fellow. If you don't speak properly, I will hang up." Hey. I understand, don't worry. I will inform you at the first sign of trouble. I must go. Something has come up. That damn count has finally made his appearance. I'll call you back." Beep, beep, beep. Lin Xianxian ended the call, exhaling deeply. She hoped that Li Wuxia would be eradicated soon. Otherwise, if he truly came knocking, both Su Mo and the U-City 749 Bureau would be in a precarious situation. By the way, she should inform Mr. Su about this matter. Su Mo returned to the Guanhu house, clutching a hefty stack of martial arts manuals. "Oh my, I am utterly exhausted." He set down the manuals, feeling a slight sense of satisfaction. There were at least dozens of them. If he could enhance them all, it would keep him occupied for a while. He glanced at his merit points, realizing he still needed 300 more to exchange for the next enhancement. Tonight, I must find some ghostly entities to entertain myself. Heh. Hungry, Su Mo patted his stomach. Ever since he cultivated the 9 suns devouring heaven technique, a hearty meal could sustain him for 2 or 3 days. When hunger struck, it truly left him dizzy and disoriented. Off to dine. Exiting his abode, he swiftly discovered a newly opened buffet restaurant, its price not particularly modest, at $398 per person. A sign at the entrance boldly proclaimed, "Foodie Challenge. Dare to join. Challenge rules. Consume 30 steaks within 30 minutes, and your meal is on the house. Additionally, you will receive a cash reward of 888 yuan." Oh, Su Mo paused, intrigued by the prospect of a complimentary meal accompanied by a cash incentive. "Sir, would you like to dine with us?" The rotund manager, keen-eyed, approached Su Mo, sensing his interest. "All our ingredients are fresh, especially the steaks. They're utterly delectable. Would you care to sample? What about that challenge?" Su Mo gestured towards the sign. "Ah," the manager exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Sir, you possess remarkable courage. Would you like to take on the challenge? Not only is your meal complimentary upon completion, but there's also a cash reward. However, should you fail to finish, a single meal fee will be required. Very well. Suemo nodded, following the manager inside. The manager chuckled inwardly. Could this slight figure truly consume that much in 30 minutes? Their clever marketing strategy had borne fruit, attracting several big eaters recently, all of whom had failed the challenge. Not only did it draw in customers, but it also generated significant online traffic. This establishment was destined to thrive. In jest, one remarked that the steak was indeed a thick cut, weighing a substantial 300 grams each, totaling an impressive 18 pounds for 30 pieces. Could he possibly finish it? The customer was but one. The manager entered the room, clapping his hands and proclaiming loudly, "Prepare the kitchen. This gentleman is about to embark on a steak-eating challenge." Diners in the establishment rose from their seats, casting glances towards this spectacle. Upon seeing Suemo's slender frame, disappointment washed over them. With such a physique, it seemed improbable for him to consume such a feast. Just the other day, I witnessed a 200-pound behemoth nearly succeed in a similar endeavor. He surely stands no chance. Suemo found a place to sit, and the manager approached him excitedly. Phone in hand. "Sir, would you mind if we livestream this?" "Not at all." Suemo shrugged. "As long as I can fill my stomach." Ladies and gentlemen, the foodie challenge is about to commence. Come, let us have our challenger greet the audience. With a forced smile, Suemo waved at the camera. "So thin? This is over. I bet he can only manage 5 steaks, maybe one more at most." One should not judge by appearances. What if this young man possesses an insatiable appetite? Preposterous. A person's stomach has its limits. If he truly eats that much, he might burst. Wait, this individual seems vaguely familiar. I recall now, he is from our school. I've seen him devour over 100 dumplings with my own eyes. Really? Is that true? I can attest to it. I was in the cafeteria that day. You have no idea. The dumpling shop owner was left despondent. Oh, are you implying that someone is about to teach the owner a lesson? Anticipation grew fervently. Soon, with a cheerful announcement of steak is served, the manager personally brought a platter of steaks to the table. 30 steaks were piled before Suemo, nearly obscuring the camera's view. It seemed insufficient, he murmured to himself. "What did you say?" The manager wondered if he had misheard. "Oh." Suemo pointed to the steaks and remarked, "What if I finish them in 10 minutes?" The manager, taken aback, slammed his palm on the table. "All right, if you can finish in 10 minutes, your reward will be doubled. What do you say?" Chapter 47. Brother, may I borrow your head? "Thank you." With a slight smile, Suemo donned a glove and seized a steak, ready to showcase his prowess. He was famished. Upon the first bite, the flavor was exquisitely delightful, invigorating him completely. With just 2 bites, the steak was gone. The taste was splendid. Suemo grabbed another steak and continued, leaving the manager in a state of shock. Could this individual truly finish them all? In no time, 10 steaks had vanished, and the manager glanced at the clock. Only 2 minutes had passed. Unbelievable. A reincarnation of a food enthusiast, the manager's smile began to freeze. 5 minutes later, all 30 steaks had disappeared. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, reaching 1,000, with exclamations of astonishment echoing in the chat. "Wow, incredible. I'm genuinely impressed. 2 bites per steak. Did he come here after fasting for 3 days and nights? Let him fast for 8 days, and he still wouldn't be able to eat this much. I shall dub him the god of eating." Feeling only slightly full, perhaps 40%, Suemo patted his belly and inquired, "Does this count as a successful challenge?" "Success." The manager swallowed hard and chuckled. "Congratulations on your challenge. Here's your reward, a complimentary meal." As Suemo savored his food, he sensed an impending lesson and hastily instructed his staff to prepare the prize. "Thank you." Suemo beamed as he accepted the money and inquired, "So, can I continue eating?" "Of course." The manager waved his hand. "Quick, have the kitchen grill some steaks. And bring me 30 more. He glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream, feeling slightly reassured. At least they had gained some traffic. "What? It's gone again? Hurry up. Manager, we're going to run out of stock. Damn it, this guy can eat too much. I've worked 3 days' worth today." After countless trips back and forth for steaks, the manager was panting, finally hearing Suemo pat his stomach. Delightful. I'm full. The manager wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking, thank heavens, this fellow has finally had his fill. Is his stomach a bottomless pit? Such an appetite. Calculating roughly, he estimated that Su Mo had consumed at least 200 yuan worth of steak, along with a myriad of other dishes. He was indeed a glutton. Thank you for the hospitality. Your restaurant has splendid flavors. I shall return frequently. Yuan Ti, turn me away, will you? Su Mo remarked before leaving. The manager stumbled slightly, managing to force a smile. Of course not. It's perfectly normal to encounter a customer with a hearty appetite while running a business. Yet inwardly he muttered, good heavens. If you were to visit my little shop several times a day, it would surely face the risk of closing down. He gritted his teeth, resolutely determined. The culinary challenge must persist, yet it is clear that Su Mo cannot partake. After indulging in plentiful food and drink, his spirits lifted. Su Mo patted his belly, feeling a warm sensation enveloping his body. How could one confront ghosts on an empty stomach? The solar essence within his dantian radiated with an increasingly brilliant and fiery glow, exuding a fervent energy. Hello? Who is it? Not far from where he stood, his phone rang. Mr. Su, it's me. Lin Xianxian. Captain Lin? Is there something amiss? Su Mo inquired. Lin Xianxian replied. Mr. Su, I have reported the matter regarding the blood corpse. They will pursue it with utmost diligence, and I will inform you as soon as there are any leads. Thank you. Furthermore, your elimination of the blood corpse will also earn you reward points. They should be distributed shortly. Should you have any further requests, do not hesitate to let me know. Su Mo pondered for a moment before responding. There isn't much else. However, should you encounter any ghostly entities, especially formidable ones or those in larger numbers, it is imperative that you inform me. You know my peculiar fascination with ghostly beings. The reward points are of little consequence compared to the thrill of vanquishing them. Lin Xianxian found it challenging to comprehend Su Mo's unique quirk. Was slaying ghosts truly so exhilarating? The personnel of the 749 Bureau approached ghostly encounters with caution, as a single misstep could prove fatal. Yet Mr. Su seemed as if he could scarcely endure a day without hunting ghosts. Rest assured, Mr. Su, should there be a formidable spirit or a congregation of malevolent entities, I shall promptly inform you. After Su Mo hung up the phone, he swiftly received a message. Esteemed practitioner, congratulations on assisting Bureau 749 in vanquishing the blood corpse. We express our gratitude on behalf of the 3 fallen team members. Your reward of 500 points has been issued. Please check your account. We encourage you to continue your efforts in exterminating evil spirits. Let us strive together to safeguard the tranquility of the human realm. Bureau 749 of Yuqing. Wow, such generosity. 500 points, which translates to 5 million in currency. Su Mo opened the app and found he already possessed 920 points. After browsing through the points marketplace, he realized he still felt rather impoverished. There was no choice but to persist in his endeavors. Casually, Su Mo opened the bounty interface, and the post regarding the malevolent cultivator known as the Blood Butcher still lingered. He mused, what if he were to encounter it? He nonchalantly accepted several nearby tasks and proceeded to eliminate numerous feeble spirits. Hey, what do you intend to do? I have just transformed into a ghost and have not yet had the chance to harm anyone. Oh, then why were you just perched on my back? Were you absorbing oxygen? I intended to give you a shoulder massage. With a swift motion, Su Mo delivered a powerful punch, obliterating the spirit and transforming it into merit, radiating with light. Alas, I still require 2,000 merit points. This is quite challenging. These minor spirits are rather tedious to dispatch, each yielding merely 100 merit points. Su Mo stepped out of Haunted Inn, only to realize that night had fallen. He couldn't help but wonder how AI Rui's real-life meeting had turned out. Hopefully, she is a good girl. Song Bowen was a fervent basketball enthusiast, relishing the evenings spent playing street ball. During his university days, he was a member of the basketball club, possessing a modicum of skill that allowed him to dominate the court whenever he played. The exhilaration of that experience was unparalleled. After a long day as a corporate worker, Song Bowen finally had a moment to himself, humming a tune as he made his way to a court. This place was his secret sanctuary, remote and sparsely populated. It was where he would practice whenever he had the chance. As the saying goes, 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice. To excel on the court, one must toil in secrecy. Oh, is someone here today? Before he could approach, he heard the rhythmic sound of a basketball being dribbled and spotted a figure in the distance. Was it a young boy? Song Bowen walked closer and called out, "Hey there, little one, why are you still out so late?" The boy ignored him, focused intently on the ball at his feet. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Song Bowen's irritation grew. This place was small, with only one hoop, and it seemed unfair for a child to monopolize it. Yet the boy remained unresponsive. "Scram, I'm here to practice, or else I'll have to teach you a lesson," Song Bowen threatened menacingly. Finally, the boy looked up, innocence etched on his face. "Brother, do you want to play basketball? Can you teach me?" "Get lost." Song Bowen waved him off. "You little brat, go home and do your homework instead of playing ball." "Oh." The young boy lowered his head once more, engrossed in dribbling the basketball. "You little rascal," Song Wenba exclaimed, setting his belongings aside and striding forward. "Do you not understand what I am saying?" With a resounding thud, the boy forcefully struck the ball, causing it to bounce twice on the ground before deflating. "The ball is broken," he muttered to himself, turning his back to Song Wenba. "Brother, may I borrow your ball?" "Not lending it." "Oh, brother, you are quite stingy." The boy remained stationary, yet his head twisted oddly, his eyes fixated intently on Song Wenba. My goodness! Song Wenba felt a surge of fear. He finally discerned that the boy's face was a ghastly shade of blue-black, with blood oozing from his eyes, nose, and mouth. He instinctively turned to flee, but felt a weight settle on his shoulder. As he slightly turned his head, he was confronted by a face of the same ghastly hue. A cheerful and innocent voice whispered in his ear, "Brother, may I borrow your head to use as a ball?" Chapter 48. A Spirit. "I believe I have encountered a pervert, a ghost." Song Wenba let out a piercing scream, his voice contorted in terror, and he sprinted forward. Suddenly, he recalled that he had been warned about the hauntings in this place, which was why few dare to play basketball here. He had dismissed the warnings as mere superstition. But now, he found himself face to face with the supernatural. In a panic, Song Wenba reached out to grasp the boy, intending to throw him off. However, to his horror, he felt an unexpected lightness in his grip. Instinctively, he raised his hands to inspect what he had caught. His blood ran cold as he realized he was holding two bloodied ears, glistening in his palms. "Oh my!" As Song Wenba attempted to flee, he sensed an enigmatic force binding him to the spot. He found himself unable to move, his body immobilized. He. A little boy beamed with a mischievous grin, chirping, "Brother, may I borrow your head?" "No, no, no." Song Wenba cried out in terror. The boy sighed and replied, "Oh, dear brother, you're truly stingy. You won't lend me your basketball, nor your head. I suppose I must take it myself, which will be quite painful." As he spoke, the boy's hands gently covered Song Wenba's eyes, plunging him into darkness. "No, no, no. I'll lend it, I'll lend it." Song Wenba, gripped by fear, shouted in a panic, eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, the world fell silent. The hands before him loosened, and he could move again. Trembling, Song Wenba opened his eyes and glanced at his shoulder, only to find the little boy had vanished. Phew! He exhaled sharply, relieved that his wits had served him well. It seemed the mischievous spirit was merely playful and not truly malevolent. He had simply said borrow, and the boy had departed. "Big brother, you were so kind." The boy's voice rang out before him once more. Song Wenba's hair stood on end as he looked down, and to his horror, he saw the boy without ears gazing up at him. "Ah!" He yelped in fright and turned to flee, only to find himself back at the basketball court. Despair washed over him as he realized, in sheer terror, that he was once again unable to move, standing rigidly beneath the hoop. "Big brother," the boy cheerfully exclaimed, "you must lend me your head. No backing out." He climbed into Song Wenba's embrace, extending his hands to grasp Song Wenba's head and forcefully twisting it. A sharp crack echoed, and Song Wenba's eyes widened, his breath extinguished in an instant. The boy continued to rotate his head in circles akin to turning a faucet, not knowing how many times he had twisted it before Song Wenba's head abruptly separated from his neck with a resounding pop. Warm blood erupted, blooming against the night sky. I got it. The boy gleefully laughed, cradling the bloodied head as he leaped down from Song Wenba's form. Thud! Song Wenba's body fell rigidly to the ground. Big brother, you sleep so well, the boy remarked, holding the head before those unblinking eyes. Let's play ball. He began to slap Song Wenba's head. Hood, hood, hood. Thud, thud, thud. In the stillness of the night, only the rhythmic sounds of the ball echoed. Not far from Song Wenba's corpse lay a deflated basketball, two decayed eyeballs affixed to it, staring intently at Song Wenba, a gaze that seemed to mock yet also pity. Don't run. You better not chase me. If you don't run, I'll 1T chase you. If you don't chase me, I 1T run. On a secluded path, a person without legs floated in midair, hastily escaping. Behind it followed a young man, his face alight with a blend of excitement and surprise. Alas, the spirit lamented within. He had perished in a car accident, transformed into a ghostly being. This night, he had intended to find a replacement for his demise. Little did he expect to encounter such a formidable foe. The expression and gaze of that individual upon seeing him were unmistakably those of a predator. A perverse encounter. The spirit mused. Though they had yet to engage, he was certain that this adversary would prove to be formidable. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and fled. Wait! The spirit's eyes darted to the distance, where he sensed a familiar presence. He chuckled darkly. A friend's demise 1T affect me, he thought, abruptly halting midair and pivoting towards that direction. Suemo was quite vexed. After wandering for so long, he finally stumbled upon a ghostly entity, only to discover that this little creature was remarkably swift. Without legs, it could still move with such speed. What would it be capable of with them? I have amassed enough merit. I must master the art of lightness. Suemo mused to himself, feeling utterly drained. Can it even drift? He fumed. If you escape tonight, I shall be your father. Enraged, he summoned his inner vigor, propelling his speed further still. Oh dear, it's still pursuing me. The spirit turned its head to glance back, witnessing the figure drawing ever closer, its face draining of color and its 7 orifices steaming from fear. Please, don't chase me, brother. What have I done to provoke you? The spirit was on the verge of tears. Over there, he exclaimed, pointing into the distance. There's a ghost. You should pursue him instead. Let me go. I truly mean you no harm. Is there anyone over there? Sumo's eyes brightened. There was an unexpected gain. He had no intention of harming me. So, his design was to harm others? Any wickedness will ultimately be brought to justice. Come down, Suemo bellowed, forcefully pushing off the ground, which cracked beneath him. With a surge of vigor, he soared into the air, lunging towards the apparition. It's over. The ghost, turning its head slightly upward, gazed at the figure pouncing like a famished tiger. Despair filled its heart. How unfortunate! Resigned, the ghost closed its eyes, and then darkness enveloped it, leaving it in oblivion. Bang! Sumo's foot descended, and the ghost's form burst apart in midair, dissipating into ethereal mist. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have slain a level 1 ghost, the car accident spirit. Reward: 100 virtue points. The notification chimed. All done. Suemo clapped his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Excellent. No longer would he need to act as this creature's guardian. He stepped toward the direction indicated by the ghost. Hud, hud, hud. The sound of a basketball being dribbled grew increasingly distinct, and from a distance, Suemo spotted a court. A small figure, solitary, was engaged in bouncing the ball, the lights casting elongated shadows of the hoop. Approaching, he finally discerned the scene. A young boy was playing basketball, his ears gruesomely absent, bloodied. The boy was focused, his head lowered as he dribbled, each impact leaving a puddle of blood beneath him. Suemo stepped into the scene, a cheerful smile on his face. Hey there, young one. Playing ball all alone at this late hour? Bang! The young boy dribbled the basketball before cradling it in his arms, turning to glance at Suemo with a smile. Big brother, you finally arrived. It's so dull playing alone. Could you join me? Chapter 49. He did not come to play basketball. He came to attack us. All right. Suemo chuckled, approaching the boy and gazing down at him. TSK. So, You have decided to drop the pretense, huh? Your eyes are practically bleeding, and your ears have vanished. Are you really not going to hide it at all? Afraid I wouldn't recognize you as a ghost? Big brother, here is the ball. The boy lifted the basketball high, and in an instant, the ball transformed into a human head, with large, bulging eyes fixed intently on Su-mo. This ball isn't fun. Su-mo shook his head. Let's change it. Change it? The boy turned to glance at a withered head not far away. But that ball was already ruined. Use yours. Su-mo reached out and pressed down on the boy's head. I find this ball quite appealing. Big brother. Shut up. Su-mo's expression shifted, his hand gripping the boy's head fiercely as he yanked upwards. The boy let out a piercing scream, his body suspended in the air. Su-mo freed one hand to grasp the boy's neck, applying force with both hands simultaneously. With a sharp crack, the boy's head and neck separated. A chilling scream echoed as the headless body of the boy continued to emit dark mist, clawing and flailing towards Su-mo. Su-mo raised his foot and kicked, sending the small boy soaring through the air, landing with a thud against the distant basketball net before bouncing back to the ground. Big brother, what are you doing? Aren't we supposed to play ball? Su-mo seized the boy's head and began dribbling, even attempting a three-pointer. Alas, his skills were rather lacking. The boy's head struck the backboard with a resounding clang, sharp and clear. Good shot. Su-mo applauded, stepping forward and playfully pinning the boy's head down. Big brother, please let me go. The boy was genuinely frightened. Initially, he had planned to frighten this fellow half to death before using his head as the ball. To his surprise, he found himself treated as the ball instead. Let you go? Sure. Unless you fetch me 4 ghosts, then I might consider it, Su-mo casually remarked. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the boy seemed to seize upon a lifeline. He squinted, his voice tinged with a whimper. Would 3 be enough? You really have them? Su-mo hastily lifted his foot, raising the boy's head and stepping closer, gently placing it back on his neck. See? You should have mentioned it sooner. Does it hurt? The boy adjusted his head with trembling hands, shaking it timidly. And no, it doesn't hurt. Not at all. That's good. Now, quickly, take me to those 3 ghosts. Su-mo rubbed his hands together eagerly. Will you really let me go? You won't trick a child, will you? The boy looked up, worry etched on his face. I never lie. Oh. The young boy clutched a basketball, intending to take Su-mo away. Wait, put your head down. Why are you holding it? It's rather unsettling. Su-mo glanced at a dark corner, where a corpse lay hidden, the identity of the unfortunate soul unknown, who would come here to play ball at such an hour. Soon, under the boy's guidance, Su-mo arrived at an abandoned gymnasium. Big brother, they are inside. The boy pointed toward the gym. Take me in. The boy hesitated briefly, reluctant to voice any further objections, and led Su-mo inside. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the basketball echoed. From a distance, Su-mo noticed that within the gym, a court was illuminated. 3 figures were engaged in a game of basketball. The attire of one individual evoked memories of a departed acquaintance for Su-mo. Ah, remarkable. 3 level 2 specters. Su-mo's eyes sparkled. It seemed merit was within reach. Brother G, that little ghost is back. Oh, why is he accompanied by someone? One of the specters spoke. Brother G turned around, his hair parting under the light, exclaiming, "Oh, is that a living person? Brother G." The young boy led Su-mo closer, forcing a grim smile as he pointed at Su-mo. Big brother wants to play basketball with you. You? Play basketball with us? Brother G tugged at his overalls, scrutinizing Su-mo from head to toe, and suddenly his expression changed drastically. Run. This fellow isn't here to play basketball. He is here to fight us. As the figure of the chicken brother swayed, it transformed into a shadow and swiftly darted into a pile of debris in the distance. The other 2 specters followed suit, concealing themselves as well. Suddenly, the lights extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Su-mo remarked, "Is it that conspicuous? I haven't even spoken yet. Chicken brother, how did you discern that this individual is here to confront us? He seems rather unremarkable to me. Indeed, perhaps I should charge out and treat myself to a splendid meal tonight." "Shoo," Chicken brother whispered. "I possess the keenest eye for judgment. The way he gazes at us is disturbingly fervent, tinged with excitement and a hint of surprise. When you encounter a ghost, Do you wear such an expression? The two specters shook their heads vigorously. When people see ghosts, they instinctively flee as far as possible. And that lad, Chicken Brother pointed into the darkness at the young boy, saying, "He has already dispatched several of them, far more ruthlessly than we could. He relishes twisting heads like basketballs. Just look at his demeanor now. Is he not more docile than a little bunny?" The two specters nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chicken Brother's keen observation. "What should we do now, Chicken Brother?" "What to do? Just stay put and remain silent. We shall wait for an opportunity to slip away." "Oh." The trio of specters fell into a contemplative silence. "Big Brother, this is not my concern. I have said nothing." The boy's voice trembled with a hint of tears. "Be calm. I understand it is not your fault," Su-Mo reassured him, gently patting his head with a warm smile. "Your task is complete. I shall see you safely on your way. I can walk on my own." "No, I must escort you." With a fierce punch, Su-Mo struck the small boy on the head, his blood and energy igniting upon impact. "Ah!" The boy cried out in agony as his head was sent flying, igniting midair. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 ghost, the vengeful spirit. You are rewarded with 500 merit points." Su-Mo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. My goodness! The three lurking spirits were left in shock. Who could withstand such a blow? "You three, why do you not reveal yourselves?" Su-Mo scanned his surroundings, channeling the 9-yang divine art, causing the vital energy within him to blaze with brilliance. A scorching aura surged forth from his being, instantly enveloping every corner around him. To the eyes of the three spirits, Su-Mo appeared as a sun ascending in the sky. The heat radiating from him caused their bodies to sizzle, as if they had been tossed into a boiling pot. "Ah, it's so hot. Brother G, I can't take it anymore." Chapter 50, More Gains? The Ghost Internet CAF. The three spirits shrieked in agony, unable to conceal their forms any longer, each leaping forth from the shadows. "Brother G, let us fight." One spirit snarled, still emanating heat. The sensation was unbearable. Glancing at the figure blocking the doorway, it was clear that escape was not an option. As a spirit, it was fueled by resentment. At that moment, its fury surged, and the fear dissipated, replaced by a singular desire to eliminate the adversary. Indeed, it is time to confront this adversary. From the other side, another specter joined the fray, exuding billowing black mist. "Excellent. Let us unite our strength and vanquish him." Brother Chicken nodded in agreement. The three phantoms let out a resounding cry, transforming into shadowy figures as they surged towards Su-Mo from 3 distinct directions. "Come fort." Su-Mo advanced a step, raising both fists to deliver a forceful strike. Boom! His punches collided precisely with those of the two specters, eliciting agonized shrieks as their arms shattered. Swiftly, Su-Mo seized their wrists and yanked them close. "Ah, no!" The two specters cried out in terror. "Meet your demise." Su-Mo pressed down on their heads and slammed them mercilessly into the ground. With 2 resounding thuds, their skulls shattered. Channeling his vitality, Su-Mo ignited the bodies of the specters in flames. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 2 specter, the perished phantom. You have earned 500 merit points." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 2 specter, the perished phantom. You have earned an additional 500 merit points." Another 1,000 merit points acquired. Su-Mo lifted his gaze toward the third specter charging at him, the very Brother Chicken. As Brother Chicken closed in, a mere 3 meters away, he suddenly revealed himself, executing a dramatic slide on his knees. "Great One, spare me. I have never provoked you." Brother Chicken pleaded pitifully, yearning to fight, yet his companions had been dispatched in an instant. On one's own, one is also delivering vegetables. This. As Brother G suddenly slipped and knelt, it left Su-Mo momentarily at a loss. "After all, you are a formidable ghost. How could you exhibit such a lack of resolve? My esteemed one, how about I become your subordinate? I shall toil for you, serving you devotedly." Su-Mo replied, "I apologize. I am allergic to overalls." Upon finishing, a scorching aura surged from within him, and at such a close range, Brother G felt as if he were ensconced in an inferno. His mind raced with countless thoughts, and he finally conceived a means to temporarily preserve his ghostly existence. With his eyes closed, he shouted, "My esteemed one, my esteemed one, I know where there are more ghosts. I can take you there." Oh, Sumo's fist was a mere 0.01 centimeters from Brother G's head, the heat scorching G's eyebrows. "Speak, how many ghosts are there?" Brother G exhaled in relief, opening his eyes only to be nearly frightened into submission. Thankfully, his reflexes were quick. "It's not too far from here. It's a black internet CAF. Several years ago, it collapsed, and all those who were online perished, transforming into ghosts. There are at least a dozen ghosts within." Sumo retracted his fist. His mood markedly improved, his expression unchanged. "Lead the way. Today has yielded many unexpected gains." Several kilometers away from the abandoned gymnasium at Xinxiang Middle School, three heads suddenly emerged in the event of being caught by the teacher. A timid boy with glasses shrank his neck, appearing rather apprehensive. I felt a twinge of fear as well. Another boy chimed in, suggesting, "Shall we head back?" "What are you scared of?" retorted Han Ming, a tall boy who effortlessly climbed over the wall. "At this hour, the teachers are all asleep. Who would check on us? Do you still want to go online? I recently discovered a new website that requires no membership and offers free viewing. It includes everything from Teacher Bo to Teacher Tao. Quite comprehensive. Zhou Hao, don't you enjoy Western content? There are free options for that too." The bespectacled boy's eyes lit up. "Really? Is that for real? Why would I lie? I've already seen it." Han Ming patted his chest. "Don't you remember my nickname? The Prince of Numbers. Han Ming. Is there content featuring teacher San Shang? I particularly enjoy her work." Another boy interjected, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Indeed, there's even the latest series featuring her in sweaters. Chen Dapeng. It's your loss if you don't join us." "Wow," Chen Dapeng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. "For my beloved teacher, San Shang, enduring a reprimand is worth it." With that, the trio stealthily climbed over the wall and crawled forward, only standing up after they had moved quite a distance. "This way." Han Ming led the way, and as they walked for nearly half an hour, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. "Han Ming, in such a place, is there really an internet CAF? You wouldn't be deceiving us, would you?" Zhou Hao crossed his arms and trembled, expressing his disbelief at the desolate surroundings, which seemed an unlikely locale for an internet CAF. Unbidden, memories of eerie ghost stories flooded his mind, causing his legs to quiver. "Such needless chatter. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" "I'm not a woman," Han Ming retorted, somewhat irked. "If it weren't for our good rapport, I wouldn't have brought you along. But we don't have identification." Chen Dapeng voiced his concern. "What do you know? An establishment in this remote area must surely be an unlicensed internet CAF. Who needs a flimsy ID? I've been there twice already. The internet speed is remarkably fast. And let me tell you about the network administrator. Look, is that not an internet CAF?" The two lifted their heads and, indeed, caught a glimpse of a neon sign flickering in the distance. "Charming unlimited internet CAF. There really is one." They felt a surge of excitement, as if newfound strength surged through their legs. "See, I wasn't lying." Han Ming chuckled. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of the CF, faintly hearing the sound of keyboards clattering inside, creating an atmosphere of lively hustle. "So many people are online? What do you understand? Overnight packages are cheap. Come on, let us go." The three, beaming with joy, rubbed their hands together as they stepped inside, oblivious to the sign outside flickering ominously, emitting sparks. Of the words "charming unlimited internet CF," the character for charm dimmed partially, while unlimited power extinguished entirely. Silent as a whisper, the CAF sign transformed into a ghostly emblem. Chapter 51. 3 is enough. Network Administrator, Overnight Package. Han Ming strode confidently to the front desk, slamming down a 10 yuan note with a decisive thud. "Ah, you're back again," the front desk attendant exclaimed, rising to her feet with a playful lilt in her voice. Although not conventionally beautiful, she was youthful and adorned with striking makeup, her attire audaciously revealing. Chen Dapeng and Zhou Hao stared in astonishment, silently acknowledging that Han Ming had indeed spoken the truth. The front desk attendant seemed utterly unfazed by their gaze. Instead, She cast a flirtatious glance at the trio. Zhou Hao, inexperienced in such encounters, felt his heart race, a rush of blood surging through him. What about you? Do you feel the same? Ah, yes, we do. They both produced 10 yuan notes and handed them over, prompting the attendant to swiftly allocate 3 gaming stations for them. Let us go, Han Ming urged, leading them to a trio of adjacent seats, squinting playfully as he inquired. What do you think? Affordable, isn't it? Worth it? Absolutely. It's a steal. You truly are like a brother to me. Hurry. What is the website? Look at you all. Han Ming recited a series of URLs. You start exploring. I'll head to the front desk for a bottle of water. Rising once more, he approached the front desk and whispered, as you promised, for bringing someone I get 50 yuan back. Of course. The attendant beamed sweetly, pulling 100 yuan from her drawer. Since I find you all quite pleasant, consider my treat, instant noodles for you, and 1 bottle of iced tea for each of you from over there. Help yourselves. Really? I'll take the large bottle. Suit yourself. Han Ming joyfully cradled a bowl of instant noodles and a bottle of iced tea as he approached his seat, leaving both Chun Dapeng and Zhou Hao astonished. Han Ming, are you treating us? How delightful that would be. It's courtesy of the boss. I've mentioned my familiarity with this place. He deliberately turned to acknowledge the front desk with a nod of gratitude, his expression brimming with pride. Impressive. This is all thanks to Mingge. The two exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Mingge, she wouldn't have taken a liking to you, would she? Wow. Get lost. I'm not interested in older women. Instant noodles, let us dig in. We don't have much time. We must leave by 5. The trio immersed themselves in their noodles, donning headphones, completely oblivious to the fact that those previously engrossed in their computers had quietly shifted their gaze toward them. Is that enough to eat? Just about. When he came alone before, it was surely insufficient. Now it's enough. When do we start eating? We'll wait for the net CAF manager. All eyes turned expectantly to the front desk as anticipation filled the air. The young lady at the front desk lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a ravenous glimmer as she greedily licked her lips. She rose to her feet, prompting the others to do the same, their eyes alight with excitement. Finally, it was time to eat. I'm starving. I've reserved my share of eyeballs. Don't even think about snatching them from me. Are all 6 eyeballs yours? Just leave 1 for me. I don't ask for much, just a brainstem. The entire internet CAF had silently encircled the trio. Their eyes reddened as they whispered amongst themselves. Damn! Chun Dapeng, deeply engrossed in his thoughts, suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He looked up, startled, and trembled in fright. Han Ming, Zhou Hao. Chun Dapeng is no fool. These individuals appear rather unusual. With a mournful expression, he tugged at Han Ming. What a mess! The two were engrossed in their viewing when they were abruptly interrupted, their displeasure palpable. Removing their headphones, they were instantly struck with terror. What are you doing? Han Ming asked, his voice trembling. Hey. The front desk attendant grinned ominously, inquiring, is the instant noodles tasty? Why, yes, it's good. Han Ming instinctively glanced at the half-finished bowl of noodles beside him, his complexion paling as he let out a shriek. What is this? In the bowl of instant noodles, there are no noodles at all, but rather writhing masses of white maggots, plump and round. The iced tea was not tea, but a viscous liquid that obscured its true nature. He felt a slight itch at the corner of his mouth, and, upon raising his hand, discovered several maggots squirming in his palm, their bodies reduced to mere segments. Ugh! Zhou Hao shouted, recoiling into his chair. It's a ghost. They are ghosts. Oh my God! This is just like in the movies. The 3 of them scrambled to their feet, only to have their shoulders firmly pressed down again, forcing them to sit back down. Little brother, once you come here, you cannot escape. The front desk attendant's eyes glowed red, and his tone grew increasingly sinister as his body began to transform. In the blink of an eye, he morphed into a grotesque figure, his head shriveled, neck crooked, and a steel bar, as thick as a finger, protruding from his belly. His entire form was encrusted with blood, dripping ominously. Her chest appeared to have been struck by some object, flesh torn and bloodied, with maggots writhing, devoid of any semblance of beauty. It was not just her. The internet CAF, illuminated by flickering lights, cast a macabre glow as everyone transformed into this grotesque visage. Let us feast. A man gestured towards Han Ming, declaring, "Let us start with him. He is the strongest, with plenty of flesh." "Don't eat me, don't eat me. I'm quite thin," Han Ming cried out. Yet, those around him paid no heed, their faces twisted into sinister smiles as they slowly reached out towards him. It was over. In despair, Han Ming closed his eyes, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Who will save us? If only I could start anew. I would study diligently and never climb walls to surf the internet again. In the dark of night, a shadow clad in overalls stealthily emerged, accompanied by a young man. "Boss, it's over there." The chicken brother pointed at a distant neon sign, saying, "After I became a ghost, I stumbled upon this place. There are at least a dozen ghostly entities inside. The female ghost at the front desk is the most powerful, already a level 3 ghost. Truly trust me." Su Mo lifted his gaze, spotting a foreboding building looming in the darkness. A sign proclaimed Ghost Internet CAF. A smile crept across Sumo's lips. "Tonight, we shall reap great rewards." Observing Su Mo's favorable mood, the chicken brother gathered his thoughts, intending to plead for his ghostly life. Before he could utter a word, the lights within the CAF flickered ominously, followed by cries for help. Help! Who will come to our rescue?" Su Mo furrowed his brow. "Is anyone there? Judging by that voice, they can't be too old. Let us go." Gripping Brother G's neck, Su Mo surged forward, propelling his chi and blood towards the Internet CAF. Chapter 52. Rapid Accumulation of Merit. Chaotic Slaughter. Brother G felt a rush of wind by his ear as the scenery blurred past them, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the CAF. The door was tightly shut, shrouded in a heavy, ominous atmosphere. The erratic flickering of lights offered no glimpse of the interior. All that could be heard was a cacophony of sinister laughter and frantic, desperate screams for help. With Brother G in tow, Su Mo lifted his foot and kicked the CAF door with determination. "Scream all you want, even if you shatter your vocal cords. No one will come to your aid. Ha ha ha. The more you fear, the faster your blood will flow, making it all the more tender when we feast upon you. Do not be afraid. It won't be long. Where shall we begin our meal? Perhaps from the hands, lest they perish too soon and lose their freshness. I shall go first. Why should you eat first?" Inside the CAF, icy hands roamed over the 3 victims, as if selecting potatoes at a market. "Help! I swear I'll never surf the internet again. Just spare me. Mommy, I want to go home." Han Ming and the others wept with their eyes shut tight, tears and snot pooling around them. Who could have imagined that a simple outing to surf the web would lead to such a ghastly encounter? And not just with one, but with a multitude. The mere thought of being devoured by these creatures sent tremors through their legs. "Stop arguing," the female ghost bellowed, emanating a swirling mass of dark energy that enveloped the entire Internet CAF. All the spectral beings fell silent, gazing at her in terror. "Let us feast together. Whoever snatches a piece first shall claim it," she hissed, licking her lips ominously. "I will count to 3. Then we shall begin." The ghostly entities rubbed their hands in anticipation, awaiting the signal. 1, 2. Their eyes glowed crimson as Han Ming and his companions squeezed their eyes shut even tighter. Just as the female ghost was about to call out 3, a loud thud resonated from behind, startling the spirits. The entities froze in place, their heads swiftly turning towards the entrance. They beheld the door shatter, chaos swirling around as a strikingly handsome man strode in, dragging a ghost. "Who dares?" one of the spirits demanded. "To surf the internet," Su Mo declared, releasing the chicken spirit and surveying the scene, where 3 schoolboys huddled in their seats, trembling in fear. What unfortunate souls! Clearly, they had climbed over the wall to access the internet, only to unwittingly choose a ghostly CAF. Surf the internet? The spirits were taken aback. Was this how one approached the act of online browsing? Were they to be regarded as fools? Han Ming and his companions, hearing the commotion, cautiously opened their eyes to find a man standing at the entrance, exuding an air of formidable authority. "Who is he? Run. They are all ghosts." Han Ming summoned his courage and shouted loudly. "This fellow is a cultivator." The female ghost, with a sinister expression, let out a sharp cry. Suddenly, a torrent of malevolent energy surged from all the spirits, shrouding the entire internet CAF in a misty haze. Their gazes converged upon Su-Mo, cold and piercing like needles. At that moment, there was no time to think about a midnight snack. Su-Mo counted. There were a full 12 specters present. Alas, the door was broken. Su-Mo felt a twinge of regret for having been a tad too forceful in breaking the door. What would happen if the ghost escaped later? Yi, with a quick glance, grasped the situation and urgently whispered, "Boss, they're all bound spirits. They cannot leave this place." A smile spread across Su-Mo's face. "So that's how it is. That makes things simpler. You're quite impressive." Su-Mo patted Gigi's shoulder, who, feeling a bit apprehensive, chuckled, "It is my honor. My honor, to assist the boss." He was taken aback, for Su-Mo's hand had already pressed against his forehead, a searing heat radiating from above. "I am doomed." Gigi's expression turned desperate as he cried, "Brother, spare my life, I—" Su-Mo, unwilling to engage in further banter, delivered a swift slap. As a spirit, one must be prepared for the consequences. "Did you spare those whom you harmed?" Bang! Gigi's head was forcefully struck into his abdomen, rendering him speechless. "Away with you." Su-Mo unleashed a powerful kick, propelling Gigi's body into the horde of ghosts. Then, with a surge of energy, he lunged toward the nearest spirit. Boom! Gigi's body erupted amidst the ghosts, turning to ash. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the second-level specter, the horizontal death ghost. You are rewarded with 500 merit points. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the female ghost comprehended the situation, Su-Mo had already dashed before a ghostly entity. He struck it down. The female ghost let out a piercing scream, and all the specters, with bared fangs and claws, lunged toward Su-Mo to deliver their assault. The first, Su-Mo raised his hand and delivered a swift slap. The ghost had no time to evade, and with a sharp pain to its cheek, its head began to spin on its neck. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the second-level specter, the bound Earth Ghost. You are rewarded with another 500 merit points. The second, Su-Mo deftly dodged several ghostly attacks, seizing one specter and delivering 2 resounding punches. Ding! Congratulations, host, for dispatching the first-level specter, the bound Earth Ghost. You are rewarded with 100 merit points. So little? The third. Ding! The fourth. Su-Mo surged with vigor, weaving through the throng of specters as if a ferocious tiger had entered a flock of sheep. Where he passed, shadows of his fists danced, and his vitality surged like columns. Each strike claimed a ghostly life, resulting in utter carnage. He was the harbinger of chaos, while the specters met their demise. Occasionally, a quick-witted ghost would narrowly escape, but before it could catch its breath, Su-Mo would deliver a lethal kick. Within the suffocating atmosphere of the internet CAF, the air was filled with cries of despair and pleas for mercy. Yet, this time, the cries for help emanated from the specters. Sumo's merit points soared dramatically. This fellow is a monster. Help me. I will fight you. Never mind. Please spare me, Great One. Do not approach. I swear I will call for help. Han Ming and his companions were left utterly astonished. They could only observe that the individual who came to surf the internet appeared to be ablaze, his face adorned with a mix of excitement and exhilaration. With each punch he delivered, he shattered a ghoul into fragments. Martial arts master. Nonsense. This is clearly an extraordinary expert. By the heavens, he can vanquish demons with his fists. Utterly remarkable. I wish to become his disciple. I see you're lost in thought. Bang, bang, bang. After a chaotic flurry of punches and anguished cries, the internet CAF fell silent, strewn with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Su-Mo lifted his gaze toward the corner, where a terrified female ghost trembled, her face ashen. He clenched his fists, producing a resounding crack, advancing step by step, cackling wickedly. It's your turn now. Chapter 53. Enhancement. New technique. Demonic exorcism seal. A bountiful harvest indeed. Su-Mo rubbed his hands. Merely the spirits in the internet CAF had bestowed upon him thousands of points of merit. Enough for another enhancement. To condense a second blood sun within. he still required 10 enhancements. This time, I suspect there will be little significant benefit. Perhaps I should learn something new. Su-mo entered the room and retrieved the dusty stack of martial arts manuals, laying them out before him. The 1,000 Spider and 10,000 Poisons technique? Listening to it seems rather sinister. Practicing it might even lead to disfigurement. Forget it. The sunflower scripture? That is absolutely not something to be practiced. From now on, I shall only engage with needles. The evil-repelling sword manual. Ah, its power is indeed formidable. But the price to pay is one that no man can bear. I'll have to forego it. The frog technique? In the future, when slaying ghosts, shall I first crouch and let out a couple of roars? Quite undignified. I shall set it aside for now. The 7 injuries fist? I have heard that this technique inflicts 1,000 on the enemy while harming oneself 800. Even after enhancement, it remains questionable. After perusing for quite some time, Su-mo was left speechless. Goodness, that old man in the bookstore must be an evil practitioner. He only stocks frightful texts. At last, Su-mo's eyes brightened upon spotting a particularly captivating title, one with an exceedingly long name. The Supreme Xianyang 5 Thunder Viewing Heart True Method. This title looked impressive. This is the one. System. Strengthen it for me. Su-mo pointed at the manual, his gaze filled with anticipation. After a long while, the manual remained utterly still, showing no sign of response. What is going on? Su-mo picked up the manual again and shouted. Strengthen. Still no reaction. Su-mo was bewildered. Could the system be broken? He opened the manual, only to find it entirely blank. Flipping to the very end, he finally came across a single line. Just thought of name. The content is yet to be conceived. Signed, the Heart-Viewing Scholar. A twitch crossed Su-mo's lips. The bookstore he frequented was indeed called the Heart-Viewing Bookstore. It was evident that the Heart-Viewing Scholar was that old man. Did he have ulterior motives? Why insert an unfinished work? The name sounded so grand, almost as if it were genuine. Su-mo set down the blank manual and continued to browse, discovering several more similarly perplexing titles. The names appeared remarkably impressive, yet contained not a single word within. At last, Su-mo came across a familiar manual, the powerful Vajrapalm. To be on the safe side, he perused its contents, which are quite detailed and accompanied by charming illustrations. Perhaps it would be prudent to first practice a lightness skill? Contemplating this, Su-mo temporarily set aside the powerful Vajrapalm and ordered several volumes on lightness techniques through his mobile device. By the afternoon, the manuals had arrived. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he extracted a copy of the ethereal wave steps and initiated the enhancement. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, yet the manual exhibited no response whatsoever. A chill gripped Su-mo's heart. It seemed the system had truly malfunctioned. He proceeded to test the great transfer of the universe. The Wudong Ascension, lightness on water, and others, but the outcome remained unchanged. No reaction at all. Could it be that only the genuine manuals from Master Lei could be enhanced by the system? Su-mo pondered. After all, the 9-yang divine skill and the golden bell shield he had cultivated were both crafted by Master Lei himself. He took out his phone and dialed. Hello, Master Lei. Do you still have any martial arts manuals available? Huh. Master Lei's voice on the other end sounded somewhat evasive. Mr. Su, why do you ask this? Those manuals. They are merely tales for children. They are not significant. Not important? Do you still have any? I would like to take a look. I have 18 copies of the 9-yang divine skill and 3 copies of the golden bell shield. But that's all. That's all. Indeed, currently, it is quite challenging to deceive others with martial arts manuals, and their sales have significantly declined. Consequently, I have shifted my focus to selling talismans, which have proven to be much more successful. Su-mo, Taoist Lei, did you truly acquire your manuals from a group buying platform? Are they not authentic? Indeed, I hardly possess such skills. Then do share the store with me. Su-mo swiftly opened the group buying platform, locating a store that specialized in various martial arts manuals, promising a tenfold compensation for any counterfeit items. Is the owner available? Greetings, young friend. What sort of martial arts manual do you seek? Yes, you. My manuals are entirely genuine. Do you have any lightness skills? Let me check. I apologize, young friend, but we are currently out of stock. Then please print more. What a thing to say. All my manuals are authentic, genuine hand-copied editions. Absolutely no prints. When we have more stock, perhaps in about 10 days. What kind of lightness skill do you require? Any will do. Please send me a few copies as soon as possible. The sooner the better. I shall leave you a favorable review. Really? You are truly a person of integrity. Please wait a few days, and I will notify you once we have stock. Sumo closed his phone and picked up the book Powerful Vajrapalm, harboring no expectations whatsoever. System. Strengthen. Ding. Consume 10,000 merits. Enhancement successful for the target. Powerful Vajrapalm. A gentle light enveloped the manual in Sumo's hands. In an instant, Powerful Vajrapalm erupted with resplendent brilliance, floating autonomously before Sumo's eyes. Wait, Sumo was momentarily taken aback. Has the system rebooted? Buzzing. The resplendent, mighty Vajrapalm began to tremble, followed by the automatic flipping of its pages. The tiny figures within sprang to life. These figures shimmered with golden light, striking various poses and forming an array of hand seals. Radiance flickered above these seals, showcasing flames, golden glimmers, and purple lightning. One by one, the figures queued up and entered Sumo's brow. Ding! The mighty Vajrapalm has been successfully enhanced. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new technique, Demon Subduing Seal. This technique allows the host to channel their internal vitality, condensing 3 major seals. Upon reaching perfection, one can simultaneously execute all 3 seals. The destructive power is formidable, particularly against malevolent entities. Vajra Seal. The user can unleash the might of the Vajra, shattering gold and splitting stone. The stronger the user's vitality, the greater the seal's lethality. Host current lethality assessment. Level 6 practitioner. Remaining merit for 1,000 points. Boom. A golden flame ignited upon the manual, transforming into ashes as the golden light dissipated. What incredible power! Sumo gazed at the system introduction, astonished. Having just condensed the first seal, their strength had already increased by 1 level. Those who have practiced know that as one advances, enhancing strength becomes increasingly arduous. Most importantly, the stronger the vital energy, the mightier the seals, as if it were custom-tailored for them. With the 9 yang swallowing heaven technique at their side, their vitality surged immensely. Chapter 54. The Mysterious Disappearance Case. The Red Envelope Ghost. The merit has dwindled again, alas. Sumo shook their head. Money is now easier to earn, but merit is hard to come by. Stirring the vital energy within, he concentrated a small emblem in the palm of his hand, shimmering with a golden light and exuding a chilling aura. A powerful sensation coursed through him. With a mere thought, Sumo dissipated the golden emblem. I must find a place to test the potency of this artifact. His gaze fell upon the various manuals, and a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Why couldn't the manuals purchased online be enhanced? Yet, the 9 yang divine art from Master Lei could be fortified. Even the manuals from the old man at the bookstore could be strengthened. After much contemplation, Sumo arrived at an absurd possibility. Could it be that the shop belonging to his esteemed father was indeed run by the old man from the bookstore? Quite remarkable. Never mind. First, I shall accumulate merits, then procure a weapon and a manual for lightness and movement. I shall strive to elevate my strength to level 9 as soon as possible. Sumo mused joyfully. Stretching lazily, he exited the small courtyard, breathing in the refreshing breeze sweeping across the lake's surface. What a splendid view! Ever since he began practicing the 9 yang divine art, he could go days and nights without sleep, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. A culinary challenge awaits. Dare to eat? Cash rewards of 888. As Sumo strolled along the path, he could faintly hear the sounds of advertisements. Glancing up, he noticed that the self-service shop was still open and bustling with customers. The plump manager, initially greeting patrons at the entrance, flinched at the sight of Sumo, his expression slightly grim. This culinary deity. Surely, he isn't hungry again? Hello. Sumo greeted with a cheerful smile. The manager hurried over, saying, Mr. Su, it's good to see you again. Ha ha. By the way, our boss has revised the challenge rules. Sumo cast a glance in response. The victorious challengers are no longer permitted to participate. Su Mo corked his lips, muttering, "You might as well plaster my ID number on the wall. If I pay, can I eat?" "Certainly, certainly," the manager replied with a furrowed brow. "It's just that our stock is low today, and I'm afraid you might not be satisfied. But rest assured, our boss has assured that as long as you choose to dine with us, we will always be prepared and ready to serve you. If supplies are insufficient, we will promptly replenish them." Su Mo chuckled heartily. "Look at you all flustered. Worry not. I am not hungry at the moment. I will definitely return next time." With that, he departed. The plump manager wiped his brow from a distance, exhaling a sigh of relief. If the deity of appetite were to grow hungry, the other patrons would be out of luck. Soon, nightfall descended. At 9 o'clock, the 749 Bureau. "Team Lin, I'm back." Wang Lang hummed a cheerful tune, feeling relaxed and content. "Back so soon?" Lin Xianxian raised an eyebrow, inquired. "The Infinite Charm Internet CAF has been overrun by a dozen specters, one of which is a level 3 entity. You managed to clear them out in less than an hour?" Recently, the specters have become increasingly rampant, with bizarre occurrences proliferating throughout U City, making it nearly impossible to keep up. The 749 Bureau had long been aware of the situation at the Infinite Charm Internet CAF. However, those specters were earthbound spirits, and, given the remote location, the threat level was relatively low. Thus, they prioritized other high-risk incidents. Today, the Bureau finally had manpower to spare, and Lin Xianxian had instructed 2 level 3 cultivators to lead the charge, with the aim of eliminating all the entities within. But, even with a 3rd-level cultivator leading the team, could the situation have unfolded so swiftly? "Look," Wang Lang presented the photograph before Lin Xianxian, exclaiming, "We lack such prowess." When we arrived, the Internet CAF had collapsed, and not a single ghostly entity remained inside. Who could have done this?" Lin Xianxian inquired, raising her gaze. "Who else could it be?" Wang Lang replied. "Judging by the traces of the battle at the scene, those ghostly beings met a gruesome fate. I dare say none of them were left intact. Such a brutal method can only be attributed to Sumo." Lin Xianxian interjected. "Captain Lin, your foresight is truly remarkable. I had the same thought." Wang Lang chuckled, continuing, "I conducted some inquiries and learned that last night a few students from Xinxing Middle School sneaked out to surf the web, only to be returned in the morning. I suspect those miscreants ventured into the irresistible charm Internet CAF, and it was none other than Mr. Su who brought them back." Lin Xianxian breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Sumo's intervention, those 3 students might not have made it back alive. "Captain Lin, Mr. Su has an undeniable affinity for dealing with ghostly beings." Wang Lang pressed on. "He accepted several bounties yesterday, completing them with astonishing speed. Our team has investigated, and it appears that the ghostly entities were thoroughly eradicated, with not a single one left alive." "Does the score from a ghost CAF count towards him?" "Of course." Lin Xianxian resumed her seat, stating, "We did not slay those ghostly beings ourselves. If we do not credit him, whom should we? Alas, recently, the malevolent spirits have been rampant. Yet with the assistance of Mr. Su, our burdens have certainly lightened. I wholeheartedly agree. These past few days, my work has been remarkably effortless, merely the task of tidying up the battlefield," remarked Wang Lang with a chuckle. "Do not let your guard down." Lin Xianxian turned her gaze toward the myriad of lights twinkling outside, softly expressing, "I have a premonition that our tasks will grow increasingly burdensome and perilous. What is there to fear? At worst, we shall perish along with those accursed spirits." Wang Lang responded with a carefree demeanor. "But let us change the subject." Lin Xianxian produced 2 files and handed them over. Recently, more than a dozen young girls have mysteriously vanished, their fates unknown. These girls share similar characteristics: heights exceeding 1.70 m, bust sizes above D, weights under 110 pounds, and strikingly beautiful appearances. There is now suspicion that their disappearances are linked to malevolent forces. Please commence an investigation. Furthermore, Lin Xianxian opened another file. The deadly red envelope has resurfaced. In just one day, 3 lives have been lost. What? Wang Lang's expression darkened as he received the file and opened it, revealing photographs of 3 corpses: a 7 or 8-year-old child, an elderly person, and a young girl of 17 or 18. Each met a gruesome fate. The elderly man was found hanging from his household fan, the child drowned in a toilet, and the young girl's demise was even more horrific. According to surveillance footage, it was revealed that one had tragically taken a knife to their own head, leaving only a mere half remaining. Without exception, all three individuals clutched a red envelope tightly in their hands at the time of their demise, and regardless of the gruesome nature of their deaths, they bore smiles upon their faces. Damn it! Wang Lang slammed his fist on the table, recalling how this individual had caused a stir 6 months prior, resulting in the deaths of 7 or 8 people. The red envelope ghost was exceedingly cunning and remarkably adept at concealing itself. Despite the considerable manpower dispatched by the 749 Bureau, they were unable to uncover any trace of the red envelope ghost. It seemed that their disturbance had frightened it into hiding, for it had not made an appearance since. To his dismay, it had resurfaced. It was imperative to eradicate the red envelope ghost swiftly, otherwise, more lives would be at stake. Wang Lang clenched the documents tightly. Chapter 55. The fisherman catches more than just fish. Esteemed citizens, our city has recently witnessed a surge in fraudulent activities. Criminals are exploiting red envelopes to perpetrate scams. We urge all residents not to pick up any envelopes found on the ground. Should you come across a red envelope, please contact us to assist in solving the case, with a reward of 50,000 yuan. Su Mo strolled down the street when her phone buzzed with a notification. In the past, she might have genuinely believed this to be a scheme orchestrated by criminals. However, now she could ascertain that this so-called red envelope was likely akin to the love letter she had received, an act of malevolent spirits. She vaguely recalled that approximately 6 months ago, an official warning had been issued. Rumors circulated online suggesting that picking up a red envelope would invite malevolent spirits, leading to certain doom. A red envelope? Su Mo quickly lowered his head, scanning the surroundings, but alas, the ground lay barren, devoid of anything. It seemed his fortune in this regard was rather lacking. The phone rang. It was a call from the 749 Bureau. Hello, Mr. Su. We would like to confirm whether you were the one who exterminated the entity at the Infinite Charm Internet CAF? Yes, that was me. Excellent. Your reward for this task amounts to 300 points, plus an additional 100 points for other malevolent tasks, totaling 400 points. They have been credited to your points account. Please check. Upon opening the app, Su Mo discovered that the 400 points had indeed been deposited, filling his heart with delight. Another monetary gain. Returning to the bounty interface, he noticed a newly highlighted post. Red Packet Ghost. Half a year ago, the Red Packet Ghost emerged in Yuqing, utilizing red packets to claim several lives before vanishing. It has resurfaced yesterday. Based on our analysis, the entity's power level is estimated to be between levels 3 and 4, exhibiting bizarre methods and posing a significant threat. Please exercise caution. Task reward, 600 points. Su Mo mused to himself that the reward from the 749 Bureau this time was rather generous. After closing the app, he searched online for information regarding the eerie red packets, but most posts were either outdated or sensationalized fabrications. There was little of value. Oh well, perhaps fate would smile upon him. What if he stumbled upon a red packet? Su Mo arrived at a small pond, situated far from the city and rarely visited by people. Aside from a few fishermen, it was unlikely anyone else would come here. He pondered testing the prowess of the Vajra seal. Gazing at the water's surface, he extended his hand, channeling his vital energy. A golden mark appeared in Su Mo's palm, radiating a dazzling brilliance, remarkably cool. The Vajra seal. With a light exclamation, Su Mo forcefully struck the seal against the water's surface. As soon as the golden mark made contact with the water, it erupted with intense light, instantly enveloping the small pond in golden radiance. The water began to ripple. Boom! A series of muffled sounds emanated from the pond's depths, and a burst of golden light exploded, causing the water's surface to surge skyward. The splashes, imbued with golden luminescence, seemed to hover in the air for half a second before crashing back into the pond with a resounding splash. Indeed fierce. Su Mo nodded inwardly. If this Vajra seal were to strike a ghostly entity, it would surely be quite exhilarating. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have slain a level 1 ghost, the drowning ghost. Awarded 100 merit points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 ghost, the drowning ghost. Awarded 100 merit points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 ghost, the drowning ghost. Awarded 100 merit points. Prompt notifications echoed in his ears. Suemo? Who would have thought that this small pond concealed such hidden treasures, harboring 3 level 1 ghostly beings? How unfortunate for you. Suemo laughed heartily, reveling in the acquisition of several hundred merit points. He felt quite pleased. He wandered to other locations, detonating any wild ponds he encountered. However, aside from a multitude of fish and shrimp, he found no further ghosts. Surely there must be some in the river? Suemo arrived at the banks of a small river, striking down several seals. Yet regrettably, he yielded no results. Suddenly, with a splat, a large eel, as thick as an arm, was blasted from the water's surface, landing at his feet and thrashing wildly. What a hefty catch. Goodness, who dares to fry fish like this? Do you believe I won't report you to the authorities? Caring for the environment is a responsibility we all share. Do you not understand? You have depleted the fish. Were we to catch? If you have the guts, come over here. I swear I will not let you off easily. I am no novice myself. I could take on 10 of you. Do you dare to believe that? A furious voice erupted from across the river. Suemo turned his gaze towards the opposite bank and discerned a figure clad in a windbreaker, hat pulled low, hopping in anger as he shouted. The angler appeared rather unfortunate, drenched from the unexpected explosion caused by his own antics. After a moment as contemplation, Suemo kicked a large yellow eel towards the other side, considering it a form of compensation for the fisherman. Suddenly, a startled exclamation rang out from across the river, followed by an excited shout. What a plump yellow eel. It must weigh at least 3 to 5 pounds. I haven't caught a single fish today, yet here falls a heavenly yellow eel. Is this the universe's way of compensating me? Shaking his head, Suemo decided to slip away. As for the angler, it seemed he could catch anything but fish. Suemo often heard tales of anglers who, while fishing in the river, had inadvertently reeled in corpses, aiding the police in solving numerous cold cases. The most astonishing accounts even mentioned the discovery of ancient bronze artifacts. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang, and Suemo glanced at his screen to see it was a call from AI Rui. Hello? Suemo, where are you? There is something I wish to share with you. AI Rui's voice carried a hint of sweetness and pride, indicating her recent success in romance. What is it? My girlfriend, Xiaoya. We have confirmed our relationship, haven't we? Hee. As you know, we met yesterday. Xiaoya looks exactly like her photographs, utterly stunning. Congratulations, congratulations. You must treat me to a meal. It's a necessity. Suemo, we should meet and chat. You haven't been to school for days. It's quite remarkable that the teacher hasn't called your name during this time. Suemo chuckled. How about this? Come to Guanu number 1. I'll be waiting at home. Where? The traditional courtyard in the south of the city. Guanu number 1? Is that your home? Indeed. Are you not deceiving me? Would I lie to you for some candy? Hurry up. I'm waiting at home. Oh, and please bring me a bottle of Coke. It must be icy. At Yuqing University, AI Rui ended the call, gritting her teeth. All right, Suemo, you finally stopped pretending. You really are a wealthy person, living in Guanu no. 1. Guanu numero 1. It is indeed an exceptional place, with courtyards of traditional style, worth a fortune. And he even asked for iced Coke. I shall bring him room temperature. Ai Rui's mirktotiri. Upon exiting the school gate, AI Rui arrived at the convenience store and retrieved a few cans of chilled Coke from the refrigerator. Boss, do you have ice? Please pack some for me. Chapter 56. You can't possibly be seriously dating a ghost, can you? At the entrance of Guanu number 1, Suemo spotted a taxi approaching from a distance. An AI Rui stepped out, carrying a plastic bag. Here. Suemo waved his hand, and AI Rui trotted over. She glanced at the distant lake, and then at the villa nestled along the shore. Here, your cola, but it's at room temperature. Wow, you really live here? Suemo chuckled, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. I just moved in. Come on, let's take a look inside. As they entered the house, AI Rui sat down, her expression serious. Suemo, are you not going to tell your brother the truth? Come on, which wealthy family do you belong to? Are you here incognito? Just think about how many grilled sausages and rice dishes you've mooched off me. Stop pretending. I've read enough CEO novels to know how it goes. The rich heir pretends to be ordinary to win over a beauty. But you're hardly a beauty. AI Rui pointed at Su Mo, her voice filled with mock sorrow. Your actions have deeply wounded my soul. You must compensate me. First, transfer a few million to me as restitution. Su Mo took out his phone. I'll transfer it to you right now. Wait. AI Rui quickly pressed his phone down, speechless. I was joking. You're really going to send it? Su Mo replied earnestly. I'm not some rich heir. All of this, well, I earn it myself. Is that so? Slaying ghosts really pays off. AI Rui scoffed, her disbelief evident. Why don't you mention that this villa was a gift from some wealthy lady? With your looks, that would sound a bit more credible. Su Mo was taken aback. You managed to guess that? When did you become so fascinated with martial arts? Ah, the sunflower scripture is perfectly suited for you. Have you practiced it yet? Come, drop your trousers and let me have a look. AI Rui chuckled as she observed the scattered martial arts manuals around. Recently. Let's not dwell on that for now. You hastily summoned me. What is the matter? AI Rui retrieved 2 bottles of cola from plastic bag, handing one to him. Isn't it peculiar? I distinctly purchased them at room temperature. Yet they turned into chilled cola during my journey. Su Mo beamed with delight. I knew it. You understand me best. Thank you. AI Rui took out her phone, opened her album, and proudly declared, although you possess wealth, you remain without a girlfriend. I, on the other hand, ha ha. Su Mo glanced at the photo, which featured AI Rui alongside a girl, her features delicate and sweetly smiling, nestled against his shoulder. They indeed appeared well-matched. Oh, not bad at all. Su Mo patted his shoulder and whispered, so, you just had dinner last night? Did anything else happen? Perhaps a kiss or something? Engaging in such activities on our first meeting is rather unlikely. Su Mo, I genuinely like Xiaoya. However, I Rui hesitated. What is it? Speak up. Xiaoya has expressed her willingness to be my girlfriend, stating that I am honest and reliable, someone she could entrust her life to. At this point, AI Rui's cheeks flushed slightly. She even asked if I would consider marrying her. If I am willing, she would marry me. You know, with her big, watery eyes gazing at me. I simply couldn't refuse. Su Mo laughed. Did you agree? Indeed. Isn't this a bit too hasty? The two individuals have only just met, and already they are discussing marriage? This situation seems rather unusual. The girl named Xiaoya is either a deceiver or has ulterior motives. Su Mo recalled recent events, wondering if AI Rui had become involved with a female ghost. But that couldn't be right. His aura appeared quite normal, not indicative of an encounter with the supernatural. Su Mo had not yet laid eyes on Xia, making it difficult to form a subjective judgment about her nature, so he refrained from expressing his thoughts. After all, what if the girl was genuinely sincere? That would unjustly condemn an innocent person. I also think it's a bit rushed. Xiaoya hasn't even met my parents yet. Nor have I met hers, AI Rui remarked. Su Mo pondered for a moment before inquiring, when did Xiaoya expect you to marry her? AI Rui shook her head. She didn't specify. She merely said that as long as I agreed, I must remember my promise and never deceive her. Have you arranged to meet her? AI Rui replied. She has returned to her hometown today. She's not in Yuqing. I took her to the airport. Su Mo felt an unsettling strangeness about the whole affair and said, then let us wait for her return and arrange a meeting. If anything unusual occurs, you must call me immediately. After conversing for a while, AI Rui stood to leave. As Su Mo escorted her out, he silently muttered, brother, you mustn't become involved with a female ghost. At midnight, Su Mo found himself in the underground parking lot of a shopping mall, following leads that suggested this place was haunted. It had been temporarily closed off. The parking area was deserted, with few vehicles present, illuminated only by dim lighting, creating a desolate atmosphere. A chill permeated the air. Su Mo instinctively drew in his neck, feigning nonchalance as he surveyed his surroundings. How peculiar. Where had I parked my vehicle? Suddenly, a woman's panicked exclamation pierced the silence. He lifted his gaze to witness 8-marked electric vehicle colliding with a wall not far away, its headlights flickering ominously. A woman clad in white emerged from the car, her expression one of distress. As her eyes swept the vicinity, they fortuitously met Sue Mos, and her countenance brightened. "Sir, could you assist me, please?" she implored, waving her hand. Delighted, Sue Mo strode forward with purpose. "My driving skills are rather lacking," she continued, her voice sultry as she leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with allure. "Perhaps we can enjoy a meal together?" Unfazed, Sue Mo retorted, "Are you truly interested in dining? Or is it something else that you desire?" "What? How dare you?" she exclaimed, her demeanor shifting, revealing an unsettling aura. "I can tell at a glance that you are not human." With a thunderous shout, Sue Mo declared, "You've been uncovered." The woman's voice took on a sinister timbre, transforming her into a fearsome specter as a chilling wind swept through the garage. "Then come and keep me company," she screeched, her face a ghastly shade of greenish black, her nails elongating grotesquely as she lunged towards Sue Mo Vajrasil. Without hesitation, Sue Mo summoned his inner strength, unleashing a radiant golden imprint that struck the woman with ferocity. A piercing scream erupted as the Vajrasil detonated within her, blinding golden light emanating from her form. And in an instant, she was torn asunder. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have slain a level 2 spirit, the accident ghost. Reward of 500 merit points." Suddenly, a wraith emerged from the shadows, frantically fleeing deeper into the garage. Thinking of escaping, Sue Mo swiftly pursued. Chapter 57. Improper Fishing, Tears of Kin. "Stop chasing me. I mean you no harm." In the depths of the garage, a man enveloped in dark energy shouted in desperation. He was fully aware that with a mere clap of that man's hands, his wife had been obliterated. "If you do not flee, I shall not pursue," Sue Mo declared, closing the distance rapidly. "If I don't run, won't I meet my demise?" "Correct." Sue Mo darted forward, reaching the ghostly figure, his palm glowing with golden light, and struck down fiercely. A chilling scream echoed as the golden radiance erupted, shattering the ghostly form into fragments. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 ghost, the car crash ghost. Reward, 500 merit points." With a thought, Sue Mo allowed the golden light to dissipate. The Vajrasil proved exceedingly effective. He eagerly anticipated the subsequent 2 seals. Next destination, the Daegu Reservoir. Leaving the haunted garage, Sue Mo waved at the roadside, and a taxi gradually came to a halt. "Oh, it's you?" The taxi driver, Chun Dagong, glanced into the rearview mirror, astonished. "Isn't this Mr. Sue? Brother, good to see you again." Sue Mo greeted with a smile. Indeed, the city of Yuching was quite small, and he had unexpectedly found himself in the same car once more. This good-natured fellow had previously intended to take him to an exciting show. Regrettably, time was of the essence, and he remained oblivious to just how thrilling it could be. "Where to, Mr. Sue?" the driver inquired. "To Daegu Reservoir." "Chindagang, Mr. Sue. Are you going to clean up those things again?" "Sumoriman silent." Chindagang started the vehicle and chuckled. "I know, you are a transcendent being. Boss Zhou called me, saying his daughter's issues have been resolved. I must thank you for that." To express his gratitude, "Boss Zhou helped my daughter gain admission to a prestigious high school. This is all thanks to you." Sue Mo replied with a smile. "I merely provide services for a fee. There is no need for thanks." Chindagang, being quite the chatterbox, paused for a moment before continuing. "I've heard that the Daegu Reservoir is quite sinister. It has claimed the lives of several fishermen. They say they recovered a body, and, oh my, it had become akin to a bloated bun. When pressed, it oozed pus like a soup dumpling. Moreover, several others have yet to be retrieved." Sue Mo remarked. "With such vivid descriptions, how am I to look at soup dumplings the same way again? In fact, I find it more reminiscent of soup bun. Just imagine, a soup bun on a plate resembles a face laid bare. A gentle lift of the chopsticks, and the juice spurts forth." Sue Mo's face turned pale. "Brother, you seem to know quite a lot." Chindagang laughed and said, "As drivers, we find ourselves quite bored throughout the day, so we enjoy discussing these topics. I used to be skeptical, treating it all as mere tales, but now I believe." Sue Mo inquired again, "So, do you know of any other ominous places?" "West City Hospital. A few days ago, an elderly woman, seemingly afflicted with a terminal illness, leapt from the rooftop. Her family came in a frenzy. and the body remained in the morgue, untouched. Can you imagine? Su Mo refrained from responding, suppressing his thoughts. After a considerable pause, Shin Dagong could no longer contain himself, and continued. That old woman somehow rose from the morgue and wandered around the hospital in the dead of night. When the time came, she returned to the morgue to sleep. The doctors and nurses were thoroughly terrified, too frightened to make their round alone at night. West City Hospital. Su Mo committed this location to memory, planning to visit after clearing out the spirits at the Daegu Reservoir. Mr. Su, we've arrived. The road ahead is impassable. You'll have to walk from here. Shin Dagong halted the car. Thank you. Su Mo was about to offer payment, but was met with a firm refusal. Mr. Su, I truly cannot accept your money. We are merely earning our keep. How could I allow you to make the trip in vain? Su Mo took out 100 yuan and, after some insistence, exited the vehicle, heading towards the Daegu Reservoir. How considerate. Shin Dagong thought for a moment before calling out. Mr. Su, this area is difficult for taxis. I shall wait for you to return. 100 yuan would suffice for a round trip. Su Mo waved back, signaling his understanding, and continued on his path. After walking for a while, he finally caught sight of the reservoir from a distance. The area was expansive, with the water glimmering softly under the moonlight, presenting a unique beauty. Occasionally, one could see fish breaking the surface, unmistakably large, truly a paradise for anglers. However, the depths were perilous, and fishing was strictly prohibited. Su Mo noticed a sign, standing by the roadside, likely ineffective against the fishermen, for they would fish regardless. After walking a bit further, he encountered another new slogan. Beware the water ghost, do not approach. This sign might have some effect, capable of deterring a portion of fishermen, save for the bold-hearted. Continuing on, yet another sign appeared. Several have perished. Fish carelessly, and your loved ones will shed tears. Su Mo Huang Jihong was an avid fishing enthusiast, well equipped with gear worth a fortune. A single fishing rod priced in the thousands. Having been in the hobby for several years, he consistently reeled in catches. It was said that the fish in the Daegu Reservoir thrived, and it appeared to be true. Huang Jihong sought an optimal fishing spot. The lake's surface lay tranquil, revealing large fish surfacing for air. He felt a surge of excitement, eager to catch one himself today, hoping to avoid the market tomorrow morning. As for the haunting, Huang Jihong felt a twinge of fear, but not excessively. Even if there were ghosts, they were water spirits. After all, could they possibly crawl ashore? He swiftly prepared a fishing spot, retrieving his newly purchased rod, caressing it gently, akin to touching the hand of a beloved. Brother, you must summon your spirit. For me a catch. Huang Jihong felt that his luck had been exceptionally favorable these past couple of days, particularly last night. While fishing by the river, he unexpectedly encountered a fish explosion, splashing water all over him. Luckily, that fellow had fled swiftly. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly beaten. But that was not the crux of the matter. The highlight was that a large yellow eel had miraculously fallen from the sky, plump and wild. Huang Jihong was overjoyed, capturing a photograph and sharing it in the group chat, igniting a flurry of excitement among his friends. He had whimsically adorned himself with a water plant, hanging the yellow eel from his waist, proudly striding around the neighborhood early in the morning. It was reminiscent of the modern rendition of passing by the home 3 times without entering. Whenever he encountered someone, he would exclaim, "Oh, how did you know I caught a big yellow eel? It's wild, weighing at least 4 to 5 pounds." The thought of their envious gazes filled Huang Jihong with a profound sense of accomplishment. This was the true joy of fishing. Yet, he yearned for more. After all, the eel had been a gift from the heavens. If he could reel in a 10-pound fish today, it would be even more exhilarating. He scoured the internet for strategies, discovering that the Daegu Reservoir boasted an abundance of fish, with reports of catches weighing in at dozens of pounds. He even heard tales of anglers being dragged into the reservoir by powerful fish, meeting a tragic fate. Nevertheless, Huang Jihong remained cautious, selecting a seemingly safe fishing spot that was simply exquisite. After a while, feeling that the bait had settled nicely, he cast his line and proceeded to prepare a pot of instant noodles. Content, he awaited the fish to bite. Half an hour passed. The bobber remained still as Huang Jihong indulged in 2 servings of noodles, 3 packets of biscuits, and 4 bottles of Waha. He felt a twitch. Huang Jihong grabbed a couple of tissues, glancing around to find an ideal spot for a moment of relief. Surely, the bobber wouldn't move while he stepped away, would it? No matter, nature calls. Several minutes later, feeling quite pleased, Huang Jihong rose, adjusting his trousers as he made his way back to his fishing spot. Suddenly, he was startled. Upon approaching, he discovered that 3 strangers had inexplicably taken seats at his fishing location, sitting upright with their fishing rods in hand. Huang Jihong was somewhat displeased. The fishing spot I had chosen, the bait I had prepared, yet the 3 of you quietly caught fish? This seems rather inconsiderate. Does it not? Brothers, this is quite improper. Huang Jihong's tone was not pleasant as he made his way to his designated fishing spot. I shall fish for a while and then depart, murmured the first individual, lowering his head. The night is deepening. I shall accompany you in fishing. It will be more lively, won't it? The second chimed in with a smile. Fellow anglers are akin to family. With my presence, I assure you, fish will be caught, declared the third as he fiddled with his fishing rod. The trio, engaging in lively banter, managed to lift Huang Jihong's spirits, prompting him to sit down in silence. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that with the addition of 3 more people, the atmosphere indeed felt more vibrant, alleviating some of the solitude, though the chill in the air persisted. Huang Jihong rubbed his hands together, regretting not bringing a blanket along. Look, your float is moving, exclaimed the first person. Huang Jihong glanced up and, indeed, saw the luminous float bobbing vigorously. Seizing the opportunity, he yanked the rod sharply, feeling an immediate weight in his hand. He had hooked a fish. Huang Jihong was immensely excited, swiftly reeling in a sizable carp, at least 4 or 5 pounds, surfacing from the water. Brother, help me with the net, Huang Jihong called out. However, the 3 paid him no mind, fixated on their own floats, remaining utterly still. Left with no choice, Huang Jihong had to retrieve the net himself, finally managing to haul the large carp onto the bank. See, I told you, with my presence, you are sure to catch fish. The third individual lifted his head, grinning, dimly illuminated by the moonlight. Huang Jihong caught sight of a somewhat pallid face, a young man in his 20s, with damp hair, droplets of water still glistening on his face. It was as if one had just stepped out after a refreshing shower. Indeed, you are truly my lucky star. Huang Jihong's focus was captivated by the large carp, scarcely glancing elsewhere. It moved again. With a swift tug on the rod, he hooked yet another sizable fish. In less than 10 minutes, he had already caught 3. Your angling skills are extraordinary, remarked the second individual, lifting his gaze toward Huang Jihong. Oh, it's merely average, Huang Jihong replied, his tone brimming with excitement. Turning to his companion, apologies, my friend. I've been fortunate these past few days. The fish seemed particularly drawn to my bait. He observed the man, clad in some protective attire, his skin tanned, indicative of a man in his 40s, clearly an experienced angler. The first individual also raised his head. He was a white-haired elder, exclaiming, truly splendid. You are indeed quite the fisherman. After a brief silence, the young man remarked, it's rather dull in the dead of night. I was nearly dozing off in the lack of bites. How about we share some ghost stories to enliven the atmosphere? Agreed. That sounds fine. Huang Jihong surveyed the surrounding darkness, letting out a dry chuckle. In a place like this, perhaps it's best to refrain. It feels rather eerie. The young man paid him no heed and continued, allow me to begin. To enhance the ambience, I shall narrate this in the first person. My name is Li Hong. I am 20 years old, and my favorite pastime is fishing. My preferred fishing streamer is Deng. I apologize for digressing. I heard of a location teeming with wild fishing resources, so I decided to venture there. Upon arrival, I waited and waited, enduring the night. Yet not a single fish graced my hook. Feeling somewhat disheartened, I resolved to reel in my line. At that moment, the fishing float quivered, and suddenly a large fish surged, dragging my rod away with a swift motion. Huang Jihong inquired, why didn't you bring a hand line? The young man glanced at him, and it dawned on Huang Jihong that the fellow was weaving a ghost story, fully immersing himself in the first-person narrative. Gazing at the fishing rod submerged in the water, I hesitated. The rod was expensive, costing me a month's worth of living expenses, not to mention the fish that was still attached. I resolved to retrieve it. I stripped off my clothes and waded into the water, eventually grasping the rod, which bore a hefty blue fish, weighing at least several pounds. The young man gestured, and at this point, he fell silent, lost in thought for a long while. Unable to contain my curiosity, Huang Jihong asked, "What happened next? Did you manage to bring the fish up?" "No." The young man shook his head. Just as I was about to return to shore, that enormous fish opened its mouth and expelled a mass of hair, ensnaring my neck and dragging me beneath the water. I struggled and shouted, but it was futile. Each time I opened my mouth, water rushed in. Eventually, I drowned. My family came to recover my body, but after several days of searching, they were unable to find me. With that, he fell silent once more, staring quietly at his fishing float. Huang Jihong remarked, "Your tale is quite fitting for the occasion. Indeed, chilling to the bone. Allow me to share one as well." The middle-aged man lifted his head and slowly began, "I too shall speak in the first person. For added thrill, my name is Lu Guodong, and my passion is fishing. My wife has long passed, leaving me without children, and the only company I have is my elderly mother. I too have heard of a certain place where one can enjoy excellent fishing, so I ventured there one evening. The bounty was plentiful, with over a dozen sizable crucian carp, perfect for bringing home to nourish my mother. As I prepared to leave, I crouched by the water's edge to wash my hands, when suddenly a mass of aquatic plants surged forth and pulled me into the depths. I drowned, my body never to be found, leaving my mother in despair, nearly blinded by her tears. I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt." Huang Jihong swallowed hard, a flicker of fear crossing his face. "You didn't come here to fish, did you? You're here to frighten me, aren't you? Have you conspired to scare me away and claim my fishing spot?" The old man then spoke up. "Let me share a tale as well. However, my storytelling skills are lacking and hardly chilling. I am known as Old Wu, a fishing enthusiast. Upon hearing of a prime fishing location, I set out as dusk fell. The fish were indeed abundant, and I relished the opportunity to catch smaller ones that night. Yet, midway through my fishing, I suffered a heart attack and collapsed into the water. My body, too, vanished, devoured by the fish until it became unrecognizable. Surely, this was the consequence of my excessive fishing." Having finished, he asked, "Was that terribly dull?" Huang Jihong let out a nervous laugh and replied, quite frightening. "Indeed. Now it's your turn." The three turned their gazes towards him. I don't usually indulge in ghost stories." Huang Jihong pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering them to the trio. Only the young man accepted, but when the cigarette reached his hand, it was damp and refused to ignite. It had soaked through. His hands were still wet. The young man smiled shyly, brushed his hand across his clothing. It did not reach for the cigarette again. For a moment, a profound silence enveloped the fishing spot. Huang Jihong found the atmosphere unbearable and impulsively inquired, "In the ghost stories you tell, that fishing spot sounds rather appealing, doesn't it? Where is it?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he wished he could slap himself. Hadn't he just steered the conversation back towards ghost stories? The three others turned their gazes towards him, responding, "Right here." Chapter 59. 3 corpses, all in perfect condition. Huang Jihong's face turned pale with terror, and he abruptly stood up, his legs trembling. "Good heavens! Don't tell me we're about to encounter a ghost. Come on, don't scare me like this. I have a weak disposition," he lamented, his face a picture of despair. The young man chuckled, saying, "I told you. I knew he would be frightened. You all didn't believe me. How can someone with such a timid nature venture out for wild fishing?" "Young man, sit down. We're just trying to spook you. Do you really think you've encountered a ghost? Such things don't exist in this world, not even more so than an old man like me." The three erupted into hearty laughter. Huang Jihong, feeling rather embarrassed, exhaled deeply and resumed his seat, "Primarily because your storytelling was exceedingly vivid. I thought. He faltered mid-sentence, having intended to say, "I thought you were recounting your own experiences." However, that was a statement too chilling to utter. "Alas, it seems my night will yield no rewards." The young man stood up and oddly stretched his body. He suddenly turned his head and inquired, "How many fishing rods have you brought? How many sets of tackle?" About 3 or 4 sets," replied Huang Jihong. The old man interjected, given your luck with fishing, why not set up 2 more rods? You might just catch a big catfish. Indeed, let's add 2 more. The middle-aged man chimed in, chuckling. After all, there's no one here to oversee us. If you can't keep an eye on them, we'll help you watch. Huang Jihong pondered for a moment and realized the wisdom in their words. He assembled 2 additional fishing rods, cast the bait into the water, and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, please keep an eye on them, and when we leave, we'll share the catch." Yes, they responded eagerly. After a while, the young man suddenly stood up, pointing excitedly at the nearest fishing rod. It's moving. The float is bobbing." Huang Jihong was startled and looked up to see that indeed, the fishing float had darkened, indicating a substantial catch. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward and lifted the rod vigorously. How heavy it is, he thought to himself, a word surfacing in his mind, deadweight. Just how large could this fish be? However, he wondered why there was no response in his hands. Typically, fish would struggle in the water, providing some sensation. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the middle-aged man also rose, pointing at another fishing rod and shouting, "This one is moving too. Help me pull it in." Huang Jihong felt a twinge of frustration. If one rod was unresponsive, why did they both have to act up simultaneously? That simply wouldn't do. The middle-aged man settled back down and remarked, "Fishing is best enjoyed when you catch it yourself." Huang Jihong exclaimed, "Oh dear." Reluctantly releasing one hand to grasp the fishing rod, he tugged it forcefully. Still so heavy? Could it possibly be a sizable catch? The bobber appeared darkened, urgency coursing through him. The old man fixated intently on the water's surface, calling out loudly. Huang Jihong, flustered and nearly speechless, thought to himself, "So much for fishing friends are like family. Not a single soul is here to assist me." He awkwardly wedged 2 rods under his arm and reached for a third, pulling it with all his might. If it were a small fish, it would simply leap out of the water. However, he was utterly unprepared for the third rod's weight, which felt as if it had snagged a large boulder. A sense of unease washed over Huang Jihong. This was no ordinary fishing sensation. 3 rods. Just as he contemplated discarding the rods, bubbles began to rise from the water's surface, and a dark shadow emerged. As the beam from his flashlight illuminated the scene, his heart sank. This was no fish. It was unmistakably a bloated corpse with his hook conspicuously lodged in its mouth, dead center. Upon closer inspection of the corpse's visage, despite the swelling and decay, he recognized the unfortunate soul. It was none other than the young man who had been beside him. My God! Huang Jihong realized with chilling clarity that he had encountered a haunting. No, 3 of them. Panic surged within him as he contemplated fleeing. Yet a heavy weight settled on his shoulder, and his wrist was firmly grasped. Without his knowledge, 3 figures had encircled him, one of whom clutched his wrist tightly, refusing to relent. "Brothers, I have not wronged you." At this moment, Huang Jihong finally realized that the tale they recounted was not some mere ghost story. It was evidently his own narrative. "I apologize for disturbing you. It was my fault. Tomorrow, I shall burn more paper money for you. Will that suffice? I have both the elderly and the young depending on me." The middle-aged man, with reddened eyes, spoke in a hurried tone. "Hurry, pull them up." The elder urged, "There's no time to lose. Quickly, move." Huang Jihong felt a jolt, and with renewed vigor, he exerted pressure, causing bubbles to rise once more from the water's surface. 2 lifeless bodies slowly emerged, floating face up. One corpse was unrecognizable, ravaged by fish and crustaceans, while the other had dark skin and clutched a handful of aquatic plants. Who else could they be but the middle-aged man and the elder beside him? "Ghosts!" Huang Jihong screamed, thinking to himself that he was doomed. His skills had proven to be all too effective. All 3 corpses were unmistakably recognizable. "Thank you." The elder released his grip and addressed Huang Jihong. "What?" Huang Jihong, taken aback, thought, "Are you not going to kill me? Run." A young man shoved him, adding, "Be cautious of ghostly encounters when fishing at night. Why are you standing there? Go." "I shall leave at once. I will never fish at night again." Huang Jihong finally comprehended the situation and took off running. "You have such audacity to conspire behind my back. Come back here." A piercing and terrifying voice echoed from beneath the water. Shortly thereafter, a thick mass of aquatic plants, as robust as a human arm, surged forth from the depths, darting towards Huang Jihong like a venomous serpent. "Run!" The three men shouted in unison and lunged towards the aquatic vegetation, only to be violently repelled by it. To their dismay, Huang Jihong felt a heavy weight upon him and, glancing down, discovered that a mass of water plants had ensnared his body. The vegetation, pulsating as if alive, exuded a foul stench and constricted tighter, inexorably drawing him towards the water surface. "And you all, since you do not even wish to become ghosts, then perish." Another trio of water plants shot forth from the depths, binding the three men securely and suspending them in midair. Suddenly, the water erupted with ferocious turbulence as a massive, patterned python, over 10 feet in length, surfaced. Its sinuous body glided through the water, emanating a chilling aura, with a decaying human head grotesquely perched atop it. The sight was utterly bizarre. Should a practitioner of the arcane arts be present, they would recognize this creature as the vengeful water python of malevolence. Its formation was an intricate and fortuitous phenomenon. A nefarious individual, drowned and subsequently consumed by the great python, became a vengeful spirit, seizing the serpent's form. It commanded the waters, manipulating the aquatic flora, reveling in the abduction of the living to usurp their souls. "Help! Save me!" Huang Jihong, pale with terror, felt the water plants writhe around him, propelling his body swiftly forward. The horrifying, headless python had gaped its mouth wide, the corners of which were grotesquely torn back to the nape. It was over. He was destined to enter its belly. In that moment of utter despair, he heard the heavy footsteps approaching from behind, and suddenly, a young man dashed before him. The newcomer swiftly reached out, grasping the water plants with determination. Chapter 60. The Fourth-Level Spectre, Water Python of Malevolence. Severed. Su-Mo uttered a soft exclamation, and the surge of vital energy within him erupted. Boom! The icy, slippery aquatic vegetation ignited instantaneously, transforming into a dark mass that snapped with a crack. The clump of water plants recoiled as if electrified, vanishing into the depths of the water in the blink of an eye. Huang Jihong fell heavily to the ground, his mouth agape in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what had transpired, yet too fearful to inquire. He could only huddle tightly, terror-stricken as he gazed at the young man before him. The water plants that had once enveloped him, devoid of their malevolent energy, began to wither, allowing him to regain some semblance of movement. A ghost! Realization dawned on Huang Jihong as he scrambled to his feet, only to collapse again, his legs weak and unsteady. "Keep your distance," Su-Mo commanded in a low voice. "Oh!" Huang Jihong rolled and crawled away, retreating to a safe distance before finally pausing to catch his breath. "That was close. I am saved. Who on earth is this person? He shows no fear of ghosts." In truth, Su-Mo had arrived long before the three spectral entities began their ghost stories. He refrained from revealing himself, discerning that these three were mere impostors, lacking any true intent to harm. Otherwise, that fisherman would have long been dragged into the water to meet his demise. The one lurking in the water was the genuine threat. Sumo's gaze shifted to the head submerged in the depths, a flicker of disdain and revulsion crossing his features. How grotesque! A hybrid. A human head intertwined with that of a python. Nevertheless, this creature exuded a formidable presence. It must hold considerable merit. A practitioner? The water python's resentment flickered momentarily as it raised its head, fixating on Su-Mo with an icy tone. "Since you have arrived, let us perish together." The flesh and blood of a practitioner would surely be far more nourishing than that of an ordinary individual. The water python emitted a cruel smile, while the three water plants swiftly swayed, ensnaring the three ghastly creatures with unwavering grip. Their anguished cries resonated as the tendrils burrowed into their ears, noses, and eyes. In the blink of an eye, the creatures' skins became overrun with the aquatic flora, their eyeballs turning an eerie white as they succumbed to the corrosive spirit energy. Losing all semblance of sanity. "Kill! I shall slay you." Once you are vanquished, I shall be free." The three ghastly beings shrieked, lunging towards Su-Mo, their bodies entwined with thrashing water plants, akin to deadly blades. "Stand down." Su-Mo summoned his vital energy, surging forward to confront the ghastly trio. With a burst of power, the creatures were sent reeling backward, the black spirit energy dissipating in an instant, leaving their expressions bewildered and trembling in fear. "Hey, you three, keep your distance," Huang Jihong called out, a hint of anxiety in his voice as he gestured to the ghastly beings, who scrambled away, taking refuge to observe the battle. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. Su-Mo tilted his head slightly as a strand of water plant zipped past his ear. With a resounding thud, a distant tree was pierced through by the aquatic tendril. Su-Mo quickly pivoted, witnessing a deluge of water plants surging forth from the depths, raining down like arrows. Golden Bell Shield. Su-Mo invoked his technique, conjuring an ancient bell shimmering with golden light, encasing him in a protective barrier. A cacophony ensued as numerous water plants struck against the bell's ethereal form, producing a dull resonance before collapsing, writhing frantically upon the ground. And then, the scene unfolded. The aquatic plants rose like venomous serpents, entwining themselves around Su-Mo's body, and in an instant, his figure was engulfed. Su-Mo was transformed into a bundle of water grass, with even the golden glow of the phantom bell submerged. The water plants multiplied, layer upon layer. "Let us see if you survive." The water python sneered cruelly. The aquatic vegetation began to intertwine, gradually tightening and producing a sound that grated on the teeth. It was over. It seemed impossible to fight back. "Call for help." "Yes, call for help." Huang Jihong trembled as he retrieved his phone, only to discover there was no signal at all. Attempting to rise, his legs buckled beneath him. This was it, he thought, glancing at Su-Mo, who was ensconced in the water grass. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the bundle, and a beam of golden light burst forth. Following this, more cracks appeared in the aquatic shroud, with golden rays radiating like the rising sun, scattering in all directions. Boom! The golden light exploded, sending the water plants flying, which quickly withered into dry grass. Enveloped in the ethereal glow of the phantom bell, Su-Mo reemerged, exuding an intense heat that made the surrounding darkness seethe. Incredible! Huang Jihong stood in awe, taken aback by Su-Mo's dazzling presence. It was more spectacular than a television drama. He gazed at Su-Mo, forgetting the numbness in his legs, as hope surged within him. "Master, annihilate this monster." "It's my turn." Su-Mo fixed his gaze on a stone the size of a grinding wheel beneath his feet and kicked it fiercely. Whoosh! The stone soared, whistling through the air towards the water python. The water python, caught off guard, could only open its mouth wide, its long, forked tongue darting out. With a resounding bang, the stone shattered into fragments, and amidst the swirling debris, a figure lunged forward. Truly fearless, did they think the water could deter me? The water python, upon recognizing the audacity of this individual, was taken aback by their boldness in attacking. It swiftly executed a somersault, its robust tail emerging from the depths, sending forth a towering wave that soared over a meter high. The water python's tail descended directly towards Su-Mo, striking against the ethereal image of a golden bell. Clang! The golden bell flickered with radiant light, producing a deep, resonant sound as an invisible shockwave radiated outward. The surrounding water momentarily hesitated before crashing back into the reservoir, creating rippling echoes. This creature, how formidable it is! The water python was astounded. Its powerful strike had failed to breach the opponent's defenses. This foe would not be easily subdued. It instinctively recoiled, submerging its head into the water and maneuvering deeper into the depths, where it believed it could conceal itself. Attempting to flee, Su-Mo swiftly grasped a portion of the water python's tail, feeling its slick, cold texture. With a firm grip, his fingers embedded into the flesh, securing a hold on the bone beneath. Up you go! Su-Mo channeled his vitality, bellowing as he exerted force while suspended in midair. Remarkably, he managed to extract the water python from its aquatic refuge, causing it to scream in terror as it found itself airborne. With a splash, Su Mo plunged into the water, only to resurface almost immediately. The water python's massive form plummeted towards him, yet Su Mo raised a hand, conjuring a dazzling golden seal that materialized before him. He pressed it forward with urgency. The diamond seal. Boom! The diamond seal struck fiercely upon the head, eliciting a piercing scream as golden light erupted. The head shattered like a watermelon, splitting into myriad pieces. The water python, now headless, was sent flying back, crashing heavily at Huang Jihong's feet. My heavens! Huang Jihong leapt in fright, his legs no longer numb. The body of the water python thrashed and struggled for a moment before becoming still, transforming into a foul-smelling snake skeleton within mere breaths. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a level 4 ghost, water python. You are awarded 4,000 merit points. Su Mo dissipated his aura and turned his gaze towards the 3 ghostly entities, speaking, considering you 3 have not harmed anyone, and your grievances have now dissipated. Why do you not depart? Thank you, sir. The 3 specters glanced at the corpse floating on the water, their eyes reflecting a sense of relief, before bowing to Huang Jihong and vanishing into starlight. Huang Jihong stood in utter astonishment, at a loss for words. Chapter 61. Big shot, hear me out. No. Let me explain. Was it truly a level 4 ghost? The water python? Su Mo swiftly made his way ashore, slightly invigorating his blood flow, and his clothes dried instantly, more effective than a dryer. 4,000 merit points. Such value. Su Mo rejoiced in his heart. With this accumulation, he could soon redeem another enhancement. He turned his gaze to the skeleton of the python, reflecting on the formidable power of the diamond seal, which had dispatched the water python with such ease. Is it dead? Huang Jihong stared blankly at the skeletal remains on the ground, forgetting to flee. It is dead. Su Mo approached and patted his shoulder. Your legs are numb, aren't they? Oh dear. He fell back down again, gasping for breath, utterly terrified. What on earth is this? Huang Jihong was on the verge of tears. I merely intended to fish. Why is it so perilously thrilling? Thank you, my friend. If it weren't for your timely arrival, my life would have been forfeit. Huang Jihong smacked his lips, suddenly recalling something, and scrambled towards the shore to retrieve his fish net. The big carp is still here. Sumo. Truly a dedicated angler, still thinking about the fish at such a moment. Quite plump. He pointed to the 3 bodies floating not far away and remarked, perhaps your fish has nibbled on those 3 corpses. My friend, ugh. Huang Jihong's face contorted in horror as he frantically opened the fish net. He dared not claim that fish. The fish was gone, and so was the fishing rod. Huang Jihong despondently sat down beside Su Mo and lamented, I swear I shall never fish again. What shall we do now? Su Mo replied, let us head home. This place will have someone to manage it. He took out his phone and called Lin Xianxian. Mr. Su, Team Leader Lin, are you off duty? Don't mention it. I just dealt with 3 ghostly entities. I'm about to grab a late-night snack. Care to join? My treat. You might miss out on that snack. At the Dagwar Reservoir, I just took care of a water python grudge. Could you come and handle it? With that, he ended the call. On the other end of the line, Lin Xianxian, seated in her car, felt somewhat bewildered. Had she misheard? Mr. Su had slain a water python ghost? Turning around, she exclaimed to the Dagwa Reservoir. Captain Lin, what's going on? Wang Lang, leaning back in his chair, stirred from his drowsy state. Mr. Su has dispatched a water python ghost. We must go and clean up the aftermath. Lin Xianxian replied. What? A water python ghost? Wang Lang jolted Avaka, exclaiming. The conditions for the formation of such a ghost are exceedingly stringent. It is at least a level 4 spirit. How could such a creature possibly exist in the Dagwa Reservoir? They have already investigated the area for drownings and found no useful clues. We can only try to dissuade the fishermen from going there. Lin Xianxian took a deep breath and said, I initially thought it was a water ghost at work. I never anticipated it to be a water python ghost. How peculiar, Huang Jihong mused, trudging behind Su Mo. Why didn't those 3 ghosts simply eliminate me? Perhaps they sought assistance in retrieving their bodies? You just happened to be there, Su Mo responded. But I went fishing, not body fishing. Huang Jihong replied, feeling quite disheartened. The image of 3 corpses was something he would remember for a lifetime. Suemo chuckled. Isn't that what they say? You fishermen catch everything but fish. Oh, it seems my luck was exhausted last night. Huang Jihong lamented, his voice heavy with sorrow. How painful. That was a hefty carp, and just like that, it vanished. The fish is gone, and I nearly lost my life as well. Suemo had just vanquished a level 4 specter, his spirits soaring, and inquired what transpired last night. Upon mentioning this, Huang Jihong's eyes sparkled with indignation as he exclaimed, Ah, just thinking about it infuriates me. Last night, while I was fishing by the riverside, I encountered a scoundrel who resorted to dynamiting the fish. I ended up drenched from head to toe. Suemo replied. So you were the one I encountered last night by the river. What an absolute nuisance. Huang Jihong continued, and you won't believe what happened next. A colossal yellow eel plummeted from the sky, weighing at least 4 or 5, or perhaps even 7 or 8 pounds. It was astonishingly long and thick. I have never seen such a massive yellow eel in my life. He gestured animatedly. Suemo regarded him with a peculiar expression, questioning, was the eel truly that large? I had no idea. Huang Jihong, assuming Suemo was skeptical, hastily pulled out his phone to show photos, insisting, see for yourself. Isn't it enormous? Suemo nodded, acknowledging its considerable size. Pointing toward a distant taxi, he suggested, shall we share a ride back to the city? No need. Huang Jihong waved his hand, declaring, I drove here. My car is parked over there. By the way, could I have your number? I would like to treat you to a meal. Suemo waved his hand dismissively, taking a few steps before turning back with a playful smile, saying, Oh, by the way, I was the one dynamiting fish opposite you last night. That yellow eel was a gift from me. It was hardly 7 or 8 pounds, more like 3 or 5 at most. Do refrain from exaggerating in the future. Keep tonight's events to yourself. Get a good night's rest, for someone will come looking for you tomorrow. With that, he departed. Wait, what? Ah. Huang Jihong stood in a daze, gazing at Suemo's retreating figure, feeling as though his heart was shattering. With a sorrowful expression, he pleaded, Big shot, I didn't mean it that way. Please let me defend myself. No. Allow me to explain. I was not implying that you're lacking in virtue. I was referring to the person who catches fish. No. Mr. Su, is everything sorted? Shindagong, noticing Suemo's arrival, hurriedly exited the vehicle to open the door for him. Sorted. Suemo replied as he settled into the car, a smile gracing his lips. You truly waited for me? Did it impede your work? Shindagong waved his hand dismissively, saying, Not at all. You're going to cleanse that filth. I am more than willing to assist. And I am rather excited about it. I only lament my own lack of ability. Otherwise, I would be driving a taxi daily to vanquish spirits. Suemo thought to himself, Do you think dispatching spirits is an easy task? It is perilous indeed. Members of the 749 Bureau constantly have their lives hanging by a thread. One careless encounter with a formidable spirit could lead to fatal consequences. Reflecting on the 3 deceased team members from the Tianka Group's construction site, a wave of solemnity washed over him. If only. Suemo still hoped that this world was devoid of spirits, tranquil and serene. Mr. Su, where are we headed now? Shindagong inquired, tilting his body slightly. West City Hospital. Understood. Captain Lin, over here. Lin Xianxian, accompanied by her team, swiftly arrived at the Dagua Reservoir, where they discovered the decaying corpse of a serpent. Indeed, it was a level 4 spirit, the water python wraith. Lin Xianxian lowered her head to inspect the situation and remarked, Fortunately, Mr. Su discovered it in time and resolved the issue. Otherwise, had he allowed it to continue, several more would have perished, their souls consumed. He might have ascended to a level 5 specter. Team Lin, there are corpses in the water. Dive in and retrieve them. Exercise caution. Look over there. A team member lifted a fishing rod from the ground, gently tugging it, causing the bodies on the water surface to drift toward the shore along the fishing line. In no time, 3 corpses were brought ashore. The crowd gathered around the remains, staring at the fishhooks lodged in their mouths, enveloped in an eerie silence. Had they been caught by someone? Chapter 62, West City Hospital. Do you wish to meet her? Indeed, the fisherman could catch anything besides fish. Quite remarkable, a member of the 749 team voiced, his tone filled with admiration. Team Lin, we have detected 3 distinct residual energies of malevolent spirits. Someone reported. Lin Xianxian nodded, stating it must belong to those 3. Notify their families. In a certain neighborhood, Huang Jihong wearily opened the door, his eyes reflecting a mix of terror and exhilaration. He was frightened by the fact that he had encountered a ghost while fishing. Yet, he was thrilled to have met a prominent figure today, one whose presence was more commanding than any portrayal on television. Huang Jihong felt as though this world had unveiled a uniquely magnificent door to him. How thrilling! Oh, you returned so early today? Another fruitless outing? A woman in pajamas emerged from the room. Wife. Huang Jihong offered a weary smile. How did things come to this? What has transpired? The woman, upon seeing his appearance, was taken aback. It's nothing. Huang Jihong shook his head, resolute in his decision not to worry his wife. I had a little fall while fishing. Oh, my back. The woman hurriedly approached him, concern etched on her face. I warned you against night fishing, yet you wouldn't listen. I'm not forbidding you from fishing, but should we go to the hospital? Huang Jihong embraced her tightly and whispered, My dear wife, I love you. I shall never go fishing again. Having narrowly escaped disaster, he realized that fishing was far less significant than the person before him. Is something wrong? The woman, alarmed, questioned his sudden display of affection. Really, it's nothing. Just as Huang Jihong was about to speak, a knock echoed through the door. Is Huang Jihong at home? Upon opening the door, he found 2 individuals clad in black standing at the threshold. Who are you? Hello, Mr. Huang. They exchanged glances with the woman behind him and continued. We are friends of Mr. Su and wish to inquire about a matter. There is no need for concern. Friends of Mr. Su? Huang Jihong quickly pieced together that these were likely officials come to visit. Wife, I'll step out for a moment. The 3 of them moved to the stairwell, where the 2 men produced identification. Hello, Mr. Huang. We are from the 749 Bureau. The 749 Bureau? Is such a department real? Huang Jihong was astonished. He frequently stumbled upon legends regarding the 749 Bureau online. Recently, a film about the 749 Bureau was released, yet it was executed with such poor quality it resembled a heap of refuse. Despite this, he spent money to watch it in the cinema, narrowly avoiding a bout of nausea. Soon after, Huang Jihong realized that this world is indeed filled with peculiarities. The existence of the 749 Bureau seemed less strange than he initially thought. Mr. Huang, could you share with us the circumstances surrounding the Dagua Reservoir at that time? Upon hearing this, Huang Jihong's demeanor brightened, and he began, I initially set out for a night of fishing, only to unexpectedly encounter 3 individuals who were also angling. Ghosts. I truly believed I was on the brink of death. Subsequently, a massive python emerged from the water bearing a human head. It was terrifying. Had it not been for Mr. Su's timely arrival, I might have found myself adrift in those waters. Huang Jihong possessed a remarkable eloquence, vividly recounting the events of that night. Mr. Su descended like a celestial being, radiating golden light, and with a mere gesture, he vanquished that enormous python. The 2 representatives from the 749 Bureau listened, momentarily taken aback. You gentlemen have no idea. Mr. Su was extraordinarily fierce at that moment. The 2 men felt a headache coming on. His tales were a bit excessive. Mr. Huang, we have understood the specifics. One staff member interjected, his tone grave. Please refrain from disseminating these matters online casually, as it may instigate unnecessary panic. Do you comprehend? Huang Jihong, bewildered, nodded in agreement, realizing that while such stories might serve as entertaining embellishments over drinks, they must not be recklessly shared. After the 2 departed, Huang Jihong finally returned home, leaving the woman in a state of utter anxiety. Darling, you haven't gotten yourself into trouble, have you? Perhaps we should go surrender and plead for leniency. Both our child and I will wait for you. Huang Jihong replied, What nonsense are you spouting? I merely went to an inappropriate place to fish and got a lecture. I shan't fish again. Mr. Su, we have arrived at West City Hospital. Chen Dagong's voice broke the moment, prompting Su Mo to slowly open his eyes. Through the car window, he gazed at the hospital outside. West City Hospital was quite large. Its sign illuminated brightly, yet the nighttime atmosphere was rather desolate. Brother, you can drive off now. Su Mo alighted from the car, smiling as he added, "Don't wait for me. After this appointment, I'll head straight home." "Understood. Mr. Su, take care." After watching Su Mo depart, Shin Dagong took out his phone to send a voice message. Irwa, no matter how busy you are, listen to me, listen to me." As Su Mo approached the entrance of the hospital, a chill enveloped him, penetrating his pores. A hospital is a rather unique place, embodying the essence of arrival and departure, the cycle of life and death. "Mr. Su?" A voice, both startled and delighted, called out, and Su Mo turned to see two members of 749. "What brings you here?" Su Mo smiled and replied, "I heard this place is haunted, so I came to take a look." "I see." The two laughed in response. In the steel mill, they had witnessed Su Mo's formidable nature, and thus they anticipated that tonight's task would be rather effortless. "What exactly is the situation?" The elderly woman who committed suicide bore the surname Wang. Stricken with a terminal illness, she succumbed to despair and leapt to her demise. Fortunately, no fatalities have occurred thus far. However, several patients and healthcare personnel have been deeply unsettled. If her disturbances continue, an unfortunate incident is inevitable. "Mr. Su, do you see those individuals over there?" A member of Team 749 gestured towards the lobby. Su Mo glanced in that direction and observed several individuals sprawled on the floor. Asleep, both men and women. These individuals were the children of the late Mrs. Wang, insisting that the hospital bear responsibility, and they have been causing a commotion for several days. Returning at every opportunity, the hospital engaged in discussions with them, proposing a humanitarian resolution with a compensation of 50,000. Yet they refused, arguing that human life ought to be worth at least 1 to 2 million. Su Mo found their greed rather exasperating. He had heard that the elderly woman had spent her own money for medical treatment, and during her hospital stay, no one had come to care for her. "Who was the last person to see her?" Su Mo asked. "Dr. Zhou, her attending physician. He happens to be on duty tonight, and we have already contacted him." Just then, as the three conversed, a slender doctor clad in a white coat emerged from the back door, glancing around. Upon noticing Su Mo and the others, he approached them. "Dr. Zhou, greetings. Are you the ones dispatched to address this matter?" Dr. Zhou adjusted his glasses, revealing signs of fatigue and resignation. "Indeed." A member of the 749 group nodded and introduced, "This is Mr. Su." Dr. Zhou glanced at Su Mo, somewhat taken aback by his youth, yet refrained from questioning further. After all, the director had stated that those who arrived tonight were professionals. "Let us proceed to my office," Dr. Zhou suggested, eyeing the individuals in the hall with a hint of exasperation. The prospect of encountering them again was daunting. The group ascended the stairs and entered the office, where Dr. Zhou finally remarked, "You must expedite her departure. She visits me every night, making it impossible for me to work." "Every night?" Su Mo inquired. "Has she mentioned anything?" "She didn't say anything a couple of days ago. However, yesterday she did speak, though I could not discern her words, only observed her lips moving." Sumonadith, understanding that the entity's power was insufficient to manifest fully and communicate with humans. Strictly speaking, it could not be classified as a ghost, but rather a mere wraith. If left unchecked in a place like the hospital, where the energies of life and death entwine, it would not be long before it truly transformed into a ghost. "When does she typically seek you out?" Su Mo asked. "Not consistently," Dr. Zhou replied, shaking his head. "The first time she approached me, I was in the operating room, preparing to perform surgery on a patient. She appeared suddenly, startling me so much that I couldn't proceed with the operation. Just last night, while I was making my rounds, she followed me the entire way. Sigh. If it weren't for the overwhelming number of patients, I would have considered taking a leave of absence." Su Mo felt a deep admiration for Dr. Zhou, recognizing him as a commendable physician. Encountering such situations and still enduring night shifts while attending to patients requires no small measure of courage. Their offspring are truly exceptional. When it comes time to collect payment, the phones are unreachable. Even now, the elderly woman's medical expenses remain unpaid, amounting to several tens of thousands. In truth, her illness was treatable, with at least a 5-year survival prognosis. The elderly woman herself wished for treatment, yet her children forbade it, even seizing her savings passbook. Overwhelmed by despair, she took her own life by jumping from a height. Now that she is gone, her children have become remarkably proactive. One must wonder, what is the purpose of raising so many children? Dr. Zhou lamented, his tone laced with resignation, as such occurrences have become all too familiar in the hospital. Just as he spoke, a chill swept through the office, and the overhead lights flickered ominously. The office door creaked open, then quietly closed again. Dr. Zhou, somewhat accustomed to this, spread his hands and remarked, "See, just as I mentioned, here it comes. It must be her." Su Mo's gaze turned towards the source of the cold presence, faintly perceiving a swirling mass of shadow, weak and pitiful. "Mr. Su?" Two members of Team 749 looked at Su Mo, silently inquiring whether action should be taken, suggesting that vanquishing it would be simple. Su Mo shook his head, intrigued to understand why this elderly woman clung to Dr. Zhou, without posing any threat to his life. "Madam, why have you returned?" Dr. Zhou expressed his exasperation. "This daily occurrence is depriving me of sleep." The shadow gradually twisted and transformed into a hunched figure, an elderly woman standing approximately 1 meter 40 tall. Her form was faint, her face a tapestry of wrinkles. Rough hands gestured as lips moved, uttering something. "Do you wish to see your children?" Su Mo inquired. The elderly woman paused, then turned her head towards Su Mo, seemingly astonished that he could perceive her. She nodded in response. Su Mo continued, "You've been wandering the hospital for so many days. Haven't you thought to look downstairs? They're all down there." The old woman shook her head, murmuring something, her expression tinged with urgency. Su Mo added, "If you were to leap from the building, it would be an end to your suffering. Your children would come in a frenzy, demanding compensation from the hospital, claiming it drove you to despair, that Dr. Zhou was responsible for your demise." The resentment emanating from the elderly woman began to tremble, intensifying in its essence. Moments later, her figure appeared somewhat clearer. She began, her face wrinkling with emotion. "I have come to apologize to Dr. Zhou." This revelation finally reached Su Mo and the others. "It was all my fault. In a moment of impulsiveness that night, I surely caused trouble for the hospital and for Dr. Zhou. I am truly sorry." The elderly woman appeared somewhat reserved, tinged with shame. Dr. Zhou's gaze was filled with compassion as he gestured, uncertain of how to respond. "A life has been lost. Now, transformed into a spirit. She comes to offer her apologies? I truly appreciate it, but such sentiments are better left unsaid. Dr. Zhou, may I see them?" The elderly woman clearly referred to her children. "This." Dr. Zhou glanced towards Su Mo and the others. They were the professionals, and it was imperative to heed their expertise. In the 749th case, the two individuals turned their gaze towards Su Mo. "Mr. Su, what do you propose?" "If we adhere to the regulations of the 749th case, the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate the threat immediately to prevent any future repercussions. You've been loitering in the hospital for days. Why not take matters into your own hands?" Su Mo inquired. The elderly lady replied, "I wish to, but as I approached the first floor, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped me, rendering me unable to proceed. During the day, I dare not emerge when night falls. They spread their bedding downstairs. Even if I wish to see her, I cannot." Su Mo pondered that perhaps her frailty rendered her incapable of withstanding the bustling energy of the first floor. "Dr. Zhou, please summon them upstairs," Su Mo instructed. "Very well." Dr. Zhou responded, rising to descend stairs. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed outside the office, accompanied by a man's loud protest. "You unscrupulous doctors, if you refuse to compensate. This matter is far from resolved. We will prolong this indefinitely." Indeed, as the office door swung open, the elderly lady's aura suddenly dissipated. The 3 or 4 individuals who entered paused upon seeing Su Mo and the others. "What do you want?" "Somebody please." "We are here to address the matters concerning your mother." "Oh, representatives from the hospital, I see. Do your words carry any weight?" The leading middle-aged man, with a calculating glint in his eye, boldly seated himself and declared, "I demand 800,000. Then we can consider the matter settled. Otherwise, we shall prolong this. We siblings will each take 20,000, It is a fair division. As the man spoke, a woman behind him began to weep, her sobs echoing. Oh, my poor mother. Why did you leave so abruptly? I hadn't even had the chance to fulfill my filial duties to you. It's all the fault of those doctors and hospitals. You were not ill, yet they managed to inflict suffering upon you, leading to your demise. My heart aches. Dr. Zhou, experiencing a slight headache, turned to close the door and remarked, keep your voice down. The patient is resting. Why should we be quiet? If you had compensated us sooner, we wouldn't have had to come here at all. Suddenly, Su Mo inquired, if given the chance, would you like to meet her? Huh. A few of them were taken aback, then began to wail, that is my mother, the one who gave me life. I never even got to see her one last time. Mother, I miss you dearly. If you are aware from beyond the grave, please come back and see us. Oh, Su Mo smiled. That indicates a deep connection between you and your mother. She actually wishes to see you too. What? Su Mo's words left them in stunned silence. What does she mean she wishes to see us? Brother, why do I suddenly feel a chill? Our mother won, T truly return. Will she? A woman shivered slightly. Don't be ridiculous. A man scolded, our mother is dead, lying in the morgue. What is there to see? Ghosts. The woman, somewhat frightened, whispered, Haven T, there have been rumors circulating in the hospital lately. They say it's haunted, and it's our mother. Are you foolish? The man rolled his eyes and scoffed. This is entirely a ploy by the hospital, intended to scare us away. I want to fall for it. Consider this. If we were to acquire 800,000, our family would receive 200,000. Will we still be fearful? It seems, not so much anymore. The woman beams with joy. Chapter 63. Do not take us away. We implore you. Indeed, the man chuckles and remarks. This fellow must be in cahoots with the hospital, deliberately trying to frighten us. Are there really ghosts in this world? If there are, they are but the wretched souls of the impoverished. Brother, you speak the truth. We shall heed your words. The group huddles together, murmuring for quite some time, ultimately arriving at a consensus. Money is paramount. You, lad, are in league with the hospital, aren't you? The man fixes his gaze on Su Mo, scoffing. I am not afraid. If you possess the courage, summon my mother back. She hasn't left. She never departed in the first place. Su Mo gestures toward the corner. The others exchange nervous glances, hesitant to look in that direction. What nonsense! The man turns to face the corner, seeing nothing. I told you, this fellow is merely trying to scare us. He laughs heartily, and the others follow suit, glancing over. Indeed, the corner is empty. There is no mother to be found. Just as they exhale in relief, a tremulous, haunting voice resonates in their ears. Child, mother misses you dearly. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the group shift dramatically. They cannot forget that sound. It is unmistakably the voice of their mother. Ah! A woman suddenly let out a piercing scream, trembling as she pointed towards the corner. Brother, brother! The oppressive atmosphere in the office thickened, enveloped by a faint mist. Mother, mother, oh my! The man turned, only to behold a familiar, hunched figure, his face drained of color, his heart racing in terror. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, his trousers dampened. Having committed a heinous deed, the sight of his resurrected mother rendered him utterly petrified. Mother, please listen to me. It is not that I refuse to allow you treatment. It is simply that your ailment is beyond cure. I have consulted the doctors. Continuing with the treatment would only deplete both your health and wealth. It would be more prudent to allocate your funds for our benefit. We would remember you fondly. Rest assured, we shall ensure that your funeral is both dignified and beautiful, preserving your honor. He spoke with a gaze filled with dread directed at the elderly lady. Ghost! The woman who had spoken earlier turned pale, suddenly shrieking and bolting towards the door. She grasped the handle, only to find it immovable, spinning around. She felt her knees. Mother, it's not my fault. It was all the elder brother's idea. Yes, it was entirely the elder brother's plan. Mother, this is not our doing, echoed the other two offspring of the old lady. What nonsense! At this juncture, you still seek to absolve yourselves? Given the depth of your mother's grievances, do you not realize she could drag you along with her? If someone must be taken, let it be the elder brother. The man was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, this was all agreed upon by you. How has it now become solely my idea? A heated argument erupted among the group. Mother, Listen to me. The stooped old woman stepped forward, approaching the man, who gradually retreated until he was cornered against the wall, with nowhere left to escape. Let us step back and watch the drama unfold. Su-Mo crossed his arms, creating space. Then let us observe. Dr. Zhou and two members of the 749 team also took a few steps back. Isn't this action somewhat against protocol? One member of the 749 team whispered. What are you afraid of? Another responded. The head has already stated that if we encounter Mr. Su during the mission, we shall heed his instructions. Furthermore, he gestured towards the old woman, saying, Look at her. Does she seem like someone who intends to take away her children? The individual shrugged and fell silent. Oh, my child. The elderly lady wore a benevolent expression, striving to gaze up at her most beloved eldest son. She slightly raised her hand, reaching towards the man's face. Mother, please, don't. From the man's perspective, the old woman appeared intent on suffocating him. Someone please help me, he cried, turning to see his siblings had already hidden away in the corners. Mother, I have erred. The man decisively admitted his fault, kneeling on the ground and beginning to bow his head. I should not have taken your savings. I should not have coveted that money. I do not blame you for this matter. The elderly woman's gaze was filled with sorrow as she spoke. In any case, we are all destined to die. There is little difference between sooner or later. Really? The man appeared somewhat taken aback, quickly bowing his head several times, thanking her. Mother, thank you. I shall return now to arrange your affairs. You may rest in peace. Having said this, he attempted to depart. Come back. The elderly woman suddenly called out. The man's steps froze, and with a forced smile, he replied, Mother, is there anything else? There is much to attend to at home. Slap. The elderly woman abruptly raised her hand, delivering a sharp blow to the man's face. The man felt a sting on his cheek, his neck twisting in response. By the time he turned around, a dark, ominous handprint marred his face, betraying the force of her strike. You dare strike me? The man protested with a hint of grievance, exclaiming, Throughout my life, you never struck me while alive. Now that you are deceased and transformed into a spirit, what gives you the right to hit me? The elderly woman, filled with anger, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, was enveloped in a chilling aura. She pointed to the doctor and said, You are fully aware that I took my own life. Why then do you trouble Dr. Zhou? Why cause a disturbance in the hospital? When you were absent, it was Dr. Zhou who arranged for others to care for me. Your actions leave me unable to rest in peace. Do you know what I regret the most? Having leaped from the hospital. The incident entangled not only the physician, but also the institution itself. I ought to find a secluded river and end it all, the man murmured. It is clearly their fault. Had you not come to this hospital for treatment, you would not have jumped. As the attending physician, how could he possibly be uninvolved? You. The elderly lady slightly straightened her posture, trembling as she pointed at the man, clearly having spoiled you lot. With that, she slapped him once more, causing him to wail immediately. And you all come here. The old woman transformed, her temper having hardened considerably. Mother, the group cried out, shaking their heads in desperation, fearing to approach. If you do not come over, I shall take all of you with me today for a family reunion. The old lady declared ominously. No, the group rushed forward, sliding to their knees. Mother, if there is something to discuss, we are all ears. We will absolutely heed your words this time. Yes, yes, as long as you do not take me away, I will follow your lead. The old lady pointed at Dr. Zhou and said, having caused such great trouble for others, quickly apologize. Dr. Zhou, I am truly sorry. The group bowed repeatedly, pleading, we will no longer cause a ruckus. Please persuade my mother not to take us away. We beg you. Chapter 64. The Tale of a Black Cat. Dr. Zhou opened his mouth, but chose to remain silent. This is your mother, not mine, and she is a specter. How could I possibly persuade her? What if she takes me along as well? I still need to preserve my life to treat and save others. I cannot become entangled in this matter at all. Dr. Zhou mentioned that you still owe me for my medical expenses? The elderly lady inquired once more. Ah, the man responded hesitantly, Mother. We truly have no money left. The funds in your account have long been depleted. Your grandson wanted to buy a car, and I gave him 50,000. Did you not say that Mother only has 20,000? How can you be so heartless as to siphon off Mother's money? Indeed, that money should be shared among us. Why should you use it to buy a car for your son? The siblings were on the verge of quarreling again, but a stern glance from the elderly lady silenced them, and they bowed their heads in submission. Go, pay the medical fees. But, mother, I truly spent that money. The man lamented, his face a mask of despair. As the elderly lady grew furious, an ominous aura began to emanate from her, casting an unsettling shadow. Then let it be. I'm lonely anyway, so come and keep me company, the elderly lady declared. No, no, no. I will pay the money. The man sprang to his feet and rushed to the door, adding, Mother, please open the door. With a faint smile, the elderly lady replied, My dear son, no one knows you better than I do. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Are you planning to run away? If you dare to leave, I shall visit you every night. The man was nearly in tears, pleading, Please don't. Mother, rest assured. I will go pay the medical fees right away and return promptly. With a creak, the office door opened slightly, and the man slipped out. Hurry, pay the fee. The man approached the payment window on the first floor, drenched in sweat, startling the attending physician. Payment, he exclaimed, producing a card to hand over. Is this for Wang Xiao's outstanding balance? The doctor inquired, a wave of confusion washing over him. Had the moon risen from the west today? What prompted this man to settle the payment so willingly? Quickly, the man urged, settle it all, not a penny less. The doctor soon grasped the situation, swiftly processing the card and entering the password, 55,000 paid in full. The man felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Give me the receipt, he demanded, hastily rushing back to Dr. Zhou's office. Before he even knocked, the door swung open. Mother, it's all paid. He handed over the receipt, his face a mask of despair. 55,000, not a penny less. My son is so obedient, the elderly lady smiled, asking, Will you cause any more trouble at the hospital? No more, no more. They shook their heads vigorously like a rattle drum. Mother, Dr. Zhou, we were wrong. We shouldn't have been greedy. Tomorrow, no, tonight, we will take your remains home and give you a proper burial. Yes, mother, please forgive us. We shall not dare again. The elderly lady remained silent, her eyes surveying the group before she said, There's one more thing. None of my belongings shall be touched. Everything must be placed in my coffin. A woman grasped her wrist, feeling a twinge of reluctance. It was a golden bracelet, weighing over 20 grams, secretly given to me by my mother during her severe illness. Third sister, I am speaking to you. The old lady glared. With a sorrowful expression, the woman removed the bracelet, exclaiming, Mother, I understand. I shall place it in your coffin. Moreover, you must kneel before my spirit for 3 consecutive days. If you fail to do so for even a single day, I shall return to seek you out. Do you comprehend? A peculiar light glimmered in the old lady's eyes. Understood, understood. The others nodded vigorously. You may leave now. With a wave of her hand, the office door swung open, and they fled in haste. Is there truly a ghost? I felt an unsettling aura about our mother today. She has never been so harsh with us before. A man shot him a glare and retorted, What do you know? Once mother has become a ghost, she cannot possibly behave like a living person. We must keep this matter to ourselves. No one is to speak of it. Furthermore, the expenses for the funeral must be evenly divided among the 4 families. In the office, the atmosphere remained heavy with gloom. The old lady gazed at the tightly shut door, lost in thought, her eyes reflecting sorrow. Now that they have departed, it is time for me to unveil your true nature, Su Emo suddenly spoke. Dr. Zhou and the 2 members of Team 749 were taken aback. What do you mean? The old lady turned her head, fixating her gaze on Su Mo. Have you discerned something? Su Mo replied. Old Lady Wang would rather sacrifice herself than burden her children. Do you truly believe she would resort to coercing them in such a manner? Are you not going to reveal yourself? Sumo's tone turned frigid, and a searing heat radiated from his body, causing the temperature in the office to surge. Alas! The elderly lady sighed softly, her ghostly aura beginning to shift, her form increasingly hunched. Ultimately, her body collapsed onto the floor. In an instant, she transformed into a large black cat, exuding an ominous energy with 2 bright, glimmering eyes. Is it her? I recognize it. Upon seeing the black cat, Dr. Zhou exclaimed, When old Mrs. Wong was hospitalized, this cat often sneaked into the ward, and the other patients complained about it several times. Once, while I was in the ward, I saw it staring at me, its gaze eerily human-like. Yes, it's precisely that very gaze. Suddenly, Dr. Zhou recalled something and added, when the old lady jumped from the building, it seemed to have leaped down as well, although it was quickly taken away. No one noticed. Upon seeing the black cat, Dr. Zhou finally realized that it had come to avenge its owner. She had cared for me for a decade. The black cat lifted its sparkling eyes and spoke slowly, still using the old lady's voice. That day, amidst the heavy snowfall, she found me in the snow, carried me inside, and placed me in her warm bed. So cozy, she said, henceforth I would be your master, even giving me the rather unappealing name Cole Ball, which I adored nonetheless. I grew day by day, and she aged alongside me. She cherished me dearly, even preparing fish soup for me. Though in truth, I never liked fish at all, my true delight lay in devouring ham sausages. Yet she remains unaware that each visit to the market, she would procure a crucian carp for me, simmering it lovingly in a pot until the broth turned a milky white. I would perch by the stove, observing her as she prepared the fish soup, her gentle laughter accompanying the affectionate ruffling of my fur, as she would say, "Cole Ball, do you see how white the fish soup is today? Be careful when you drink it. Don't let the fish bones get stuck in your throat." In those moments, I thought that if death were to come, I wished to depart this world alongside my beloved owner. Should reincarnation exist, I would choose to be a cat once more, but this time, I would meet her in her youth. When she found me, she was already quite elderly, and I longed to witness her in her vibrant days. Chapter 65. Teacher, it seems we have stumbled upon something extraordinary. One day, she fell gravely ill, confined to her bed, unable to rise. Yet, she merely patted my head and said, "Cole Ball, there will be no fish soup today. Who will take care of you after I am gone?" My heart ached with concern for her. I caught mice, snakes, and even birds from the sky, desperately hoping they could cure her ailment. I simply wished for her swift recovery. Eventually, she was hospitalized. I could not bear to leave her side and stealthily followed her, narrowly escaping detection on several occasions. One day, her children arrived, pressuring her in the hospital room for her bank book, hurling cruel words at her, declaring her a burden, a liability, and that her existence would only drag them down. It would be better to end it all sooner, perhaps by leaping from the hospital's upper floors, a final resolution. I could see in that moment her heart had truly given up. She dragged her ailing body up to the high windowsill, squeezing herself through the narrow gap. The height was daunting. I clutched at her sleeve, desperately attempting to pull her back, yet she had resolved not to live any longer. She gently stroked my head and softly murmured, "What have I gained from raising children all my life? It would be better to be a mere cat. Cole Ball, I must leave. What will you do? Where will you go for your fish soup?" But I had no desire for fish soup. I only wished for her not to jump, not to die, not to abandon me. The black cat lifted its head, its tone growing increasingly sorrowful, tears brimming in its bright eyes. It muttered to itself, continuing to speak. Yet still, she leapt, and the pool of blood was a vivid red. Piercing my eyes with pain, I yearned to save her, and so I followed her into the abyss. When I regained consciousness, I discovered I had transformed. I seemed to have become her. Elation surged within me as I found her body, diving in, believing this would bring her back to life. But she did not awaken. Instead, I frightened those around me, perceived as a monster. Fear enveloped me, and I fled from her body, seeking refuge. In the hospital, I encountered those who had caused her demise, her children. At that moment, I thought to cast them all from the heights, every last one of them. Yet I understood that if I were to do so, she may feel discontent. She might reject me. Perhaps she will come to despise me and avoid my presence. In the next life, I may never encounter her again. I am merely a cat. A pet. How could I possibly compare to her cherished one? I cannot fathom it. She is undeniably wonderful. Why do they treat her this way? The large black cat lamented. I cannot allow them to go unpunished. I wish to exact retribution on their behalf. I know precisely what they desire most. They crave those crimson papers, which can be exchanged for an abundance of fish and a myriad of colorful medicines. I shall not let them succeed. I transformed into her likeness, yet I found myself unable to utter a word. I searched the hospital until I encountered Dr. Zhou, and I realized that being near him instigated a peculiar transformation within me. Dr. Zhou, in truth, during your night shifts while you rest, I have been lying beside you. Your presence brings me immense comfort. Dr. Zhou, no wonder I Haven Tea needed the air conditioning to sleep these past few nights. I've had an ice-making machine beside me. Until today, when you all arrived. The black cat gazed at Suemo and said, "The moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly terrified. It seemed as though you were ablaze, your fire far more intense than that of a stove. The closer I drew, the more unbearable it became. Yet, I could not flee. I yearned to punish them on her behalf. And then, to my astonishment, I discovered that I could speak. It felt as though I had truly become her. At long last, I can do something for her." The black cat appeared to be weary, slowly lying down on the ground. Murmuring, "It seems she has come to fetch me." A radiant glow began to emanate from the cat, disintegrating from its tail into a cascade of sparkling starlight that gradually faded away. Its eyes gazed out the window as it softly whispered, "Meow, mama." This voice was no longer that of the elderly Mrs. Wong, but rather a youthful tone, imbued with a sense of longing and the anticipation of wishes fulfilled. With a sudden rustle, the figure of the large black cat shattered, transforming into a luminous orb that floated gently towards the window. Suemo and the others looked up. Beneath the silvery moonlight, the orb of light slowly dispersed, becoming a sky filled with fireflies, akin to a flurry of snowflakes. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a shadow emerged, revealing a stooped old woman. She bent down to retrieve a dirty, frail little black cat from the ground. Cradling the tiny creature, she examined it closely, a kind smile gracing her face. "Little one, you shall follow this old woman from now on. Would you like some fish? At such a tender age, the bones might choke you. Perhaps fish soup will be better. With such a dark coat, your name shall be Coalball. It sounds warm, doesn't it?" The elderly woman lifted the little black cat high, declaring, "Little Coalball, you are to accompany me from this day forth." The scene of the woman and her cat froze amidst the celestial starlight, only to gradually dissolve. In the office, the biting chill began to dissipate, leaving the space eerily empty, as if the black cat had never existed. Alas! Dr. Zhou adjusted his glasses, his eyes slightly reddened, lamenting the fact that those individuals were indeed less reliable than a mere cat. It was perplexing how they could claim to be dutiful offspring. Suemo gazed at the myriad stars adorning the night sky and remarked, "Unfilial children are devoid of blessings. When they grow old, their own offspring shall treat them in the same manner. There is no escape from this fate." After exiting the hospital, Suemo proceeded towards home, fortuitously encountering two malevolent spirits blocking his path. The road ahead vanished in an eerie manner. He. We're the roadblock ghosts. You cannot escape. Are you afraid? If so, scream." They cackled. How foolish. Suemo summoned the vital energy within him, condensing the golden Buddha seal in his palm, surging forth like a radiant sun towards the two specters. How absurd with a resounding impact. The two punches struck, transforming the apparitions into wisps of green smoke. In their final moments, they could only ponder, was it truly necessary to unleash such ferocity for merely obstructing our path? Feeling a sense of relief, Suemo exhaled a heavy breath, watching as the dark mist gradually dissipated and the road re-emerged before him. He lifted his gaze towards the firmament, where the stars began to brighten, heralding the dawn. Daybreak was upon them, 300 kilometers outside the urban area of Yuqing in Wuyan County. The first light of dawn heralded the thunderous roar of machinery. A tunnel was under intense construction, heavy equipment ruthlessly burrowing through the mountainside. A deafening crash resounded as a severe collapse occurred, causing the entire mountain to tremble, startling everyone in the vicinity. Xiaojian, where are you? Quickly evacuate." The site's supervisor, Zhang Wulong, hurriedly made his way over. Such commotion was certainly an ominous sign. Should the tunnel collapse, numerous lives would be at stake. Under these circumstances, it was no longer appropriate to continue excavation. A professional safety assessment was imperative. Upon reaching the source of the noise, he found many workers gathered, gesturing animatedly. "Teacher, A young man wearing a white hard hat approached him with an expression of naive excitement. Xiao Jian, what is going on? Zhang Guolong inquired. Xiao Jian's eyes sparkled with restrained enthusiasm and curiosity. Teacher, it seems we have unearthed something extraordinary. Chapter 66. The Cost of Curiosity. Zhang Guolong's heart tightened at the thought of having discovered something within the tunnel. This segment of the project was bound to become more complicated. What is it? Take me to see. He adjusted his hard hat and followed Xiao Jian towards the site of the collapse. Before they could draw near, the sound of workers engaged in fervent discussion reached them. My goodness, this place resembles a tomb. Could it possibly be an imperial mausoleum? An imperial mausoleum? Look at this hill. Does it seem fitting? At most, it could belong to a marquis. A marquis? Then surely there would be a considerable number of burial items. What is the matter? Do you wish to descend further? That is truly reckless. Ah, I merely suggested it. Xiao Jian called out. Make way, the teacher is coming. The workers promptly parted to create a path, all exclaiming, Zhang Zong. Zhang Guolong nodded in acknowledgement, then stepped forward to gaze into the depths of the collapse. The ground revealed a sunken, circular pit, approximately several square meters in area, appearing quite profound. Zhang Guolong squinted, vaguely perceiving that something lay deep within the abyss, though he could not discern it clearly. Teacher, could it possibly be a tomb? Xiao Jian exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, excitement evident in his voice. Transforming tunnel excavation into archaeology sounded thrilling. That shouldn't be the case. Zhang Guolong furrowed his brow, remarking that the tunnel sites were meticulously chosen, with preliminary investigations undertaken to eliminate certain possibilities. This mountain appeared rather ordinary, seemingly not a site for significant tombs. However, the current scenario, indeed, resembled the unearthing of an ancient sepulchre. Teacher, should we toss a couple of cold flares to take a look? Xiao Jian inquired. No. Zhang Guolong shook his head, asserting, we are unaware of what lies beneath. There may be wild beasts lurking. If we disturb them, it could pose a danger. We must leave and report the situation. Zhang Guolong decisively gestured for everyone to depart. Why is the teacher so timid? Xiao Jian muttered under his breath, casting another glance at the shadowy cavern, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Surely, a brief glimpse wouldn't he hurt? Seizing the moment while Zhang Guolong was distracted, he stealthily broke a cold flare and tossed it into the depths. Whoosh! The cold flare illuminated a path through the darkness, casting a faint glow around. Ah! Xiao Jian gasped in astonishment. As the flare streaked through the void, he thought he glimpsed a human face, accompanied by a pair of blood-red eyes. Xiao Jian, what are you doing? Zhang Guolong approached, delivering a sharp slap to his face, his voice laced with anger. You are my most valued student. How could you act so impulsively? Do you intend to put everyone in peril? Zhang Guolong's concerns are not unfounded. Within such a cavern, who knows what ferocious beasts may be lurking? Should a python emerge, it would spell doom for us all. Xiao Jian tilted his head slightly before turning, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Teacher, are you truly not going to take a look? Absurd. Zhang Guolong was infuriated. This fellow was not typically so foolish. What has caused such a lapse in judgment today? Let us go. He tugged at Xiao Jian, but the latter stood rooted as if his feet were anchored to the ground. Just a glance. Just one glance. Xiao Jian echoed. Zhang Gong. Something seems amiss, a worker said, his face pale with fear. Could he have encountered something sinister? Indeed, if you ask me, Xiao has disturbed whatever lies beneath. We may not find peace again. According to tradition, he must descend so that the entity below may quell its wrath. Zhang Guolong, now seething with rage, bellowed. What nonsense are you spouting? Silence. Xiao Jian, you will come with me at once. What are you doing? Come back. As he turned, he beheld Xiao Jian standing at the precipice of the cavern, turning to face the crowd, his back to the abyss. Just a glance. Just one glance. Someone remarked. Look at his eyes. He truly seems to have encountered something otherworldly. The onlookers, upon closer inspection, noticed that Xiao Jian's eyes had lost their luster, faintly glimmering with a blood-like sheen. It was akin to a bout of conjunctivitis. With a loud splash, the crowd recoiled by considerable distance, with one person exclaiming, "Quick, douse him with the urine of a young boy. It might just save him." What a ridiculous notion. Where in this place would one find such a thing? No matter. Let us just throw something. A few individuals hastily unfastened their trousers, filling their flasks, and without hesitation, doused Xiao Jian. Splash! Xiao Jian found himself immersed in a scalding shower, drenched from head to toe, steam rising around him. He paused momentarily, then lifted his head, revealing a peculiar smile to the crowd, before leaning back and allowing his entire body to tumble into the cavern. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, reminiscent of meat being violently pierced. A calamity had occurred. The crowd erupted in panic, exclaiming, "A student has jumped. He must be dead." Xiao Jian. Zhang Guolong gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for the sudden plunge. What was to be done? Xiao Jian was his student. He had been in good spirits when he left, and now he had vanished. How would he explain this to his parents? Grabbing a flashlight, Zhang Guolong rushed to the cave's edge, shining the beam into the abyss. The cavern was shrouded in darkness, seemingly enveloped in mist, and the flashlight's beam was quickly swallowed. Only the distant cold flares flickered dimly. Xiao Jian, can you hear me? Zhang Guolong shouted in desperation. Teacher, I'm here. A faint cry for help emanated from the depths. Zhang Guolong directed the flashlight towards the sound, finally managing to discern a hazy figure. His own student was brutally impaled by a spear as thick as an arm, suspended in midair. At that moment, he lay on his back, blood gushing forth, clearly beyond salvation. A copious flow of blood cascaded down the spear, which resembled a straw, with someone below greedily siphoning it. Coughing, Xiao Jian summoned the last vestiges of his strength and weakly uttered, "Do not look into its eyes." With that, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Xiao Jian, are you all right? What did you just say? What eyes? Zhang Guolong shouted in desperation. There was no response from Xiao Jian. Mr. Zhang, the university student, is dead. What? What should we do? Should we stay or leave? One of the onlookers inquired among the workers. To see the living or the dead. I cannot allow my student to remain hanging there. Zhang Guolong clenched his flashlight and declared, "Who will go down and retrieve Xiao Jian's body? I will personally offer a reward of 20,000. I'll go." One person proposed, only to be restrained by a close friend. Are you insane? Is this about money? Something is clearly amiss down there. Be careful, or you may escape with your life, but lose it all. As the saying goes, the most agonizing plight for a person is to be alive while bereft of wealth. Yet, there is an even greater torment, to be dead while riches remain. Do not act foolishly. Isn't your daughter preparing for university? If something were to happen to you, what would become of her? Chapter 67. The Human-Faced Demon. At last, he fell into the trap. The man pondered for a moment, then lowered his hand, offering an apologetic smile. It seemed to embody a certain truth. Those 20,000 yuan. One could possess them, but could not spend them if life itself were at stake. Observing the university students, one could only lament their tragic fates. Will no one intervene? Zhang Guolong cast aside his safety helmet, declaring, "I shall descend. Bring me the safety rope." The crowd gasped in astonishment, hastily exclaiming, "President Zhang, this place is too perilous for you. What if? It's not worth it. Enough with the idle chatter." Zhang Guolong swiftly donned the safety harness, instructing others to secure the rivets in a solid location before he gradually began his descent towards Xiao Jian. With a background in technical work, he had once excavated tunnels under conditions far less favorable than those of today, often traversing mountains and rugged terrains. He was quite adept at rappelling. After a brief acclimatization in midair, Zhang Guolong brandished the cold flame and quickened his descent. The workers gathered at the edge of the cave, peered curiously below. Wow, who would have thought President Zhang possessed such prowess? He is not just a connoisseur of Mao Dai. You know nothing. In his youth, President Zhang was the exemplary model of our team, excelling in every skill. Look, he is nearing the position of the university student. The crowd focused intently as they witnessed Zhang Guolong inch closer to Xiao Jian, reaching out his hand. Just a meter away, he was on the verge of grasping Xiao Jian's hand. "Xiao Jian, hold on," Zhang Guolong shouted, fully aware of the slim chances of success, yet still fervently hoping for his student's survival. The cold flame-esque glow illuminated Xiao Jian's face, rendering it pallid. Devoid of color, his eyes widened, reflecting a mix of defiance and profound regret. If given another chance, he would likely refrain from such reckless actions. Xiao Jian, the teacher will take you home. Zhang Guolong felt a pang of guilt, believing he had failed to properly guide his student, leading to his demise. He stretched out his hand, but there was still some distance to cover. With determination, Zhang Guolong propelled his body backward slightly, using that force to finally reach Xiao Jian's form. Yet, at that moment, a familiar voice echoed beside him. Teacher? Zhang Guolong was taken aback, his hand retracting as if struck by lightning, fear coursing through him as he gazed at the ashen face before him. It was Xiao Jian's voice. Teacher, over here. The voice resonated again, seemingly emanating from a corner not far below him. He could not resist glancing in that direction. Teacher, Xiao Jian truly emerged from the darkness, vividly alive. Teacher, come down. The things here are so fascinating. But he was not Xiao Jian. Zhang Guolong's head spun, as if drowsiness had overtaken him. He bit down hard on his tongue, a sharp pain coursing through his body. The fog of lethargy in his mind dissipated instantly. He looked again at that corner, but there was no trace of Xiao Jian, only a grotesque visage resembling that of an elderly man, adorned in bizarre, colorful patterns. A human-faced monster? Once Zhang Guolong recognized that face. His complexion turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. The name human-faced monster was something he had heard from the older generation of tunnel workers. Approximately 30 years ago, when Zhang Guolong was still a young man, he had been excavating tunnels around the New River, where an old worker had recounted tales of such creatures, beings resembling humans, marked with red patterns, thriving in darkness, and dwelling perpetually within tombs. When tunneling, what everyone fears most is encountering such a creature. Xiao Zhang, if you ever come across this entity in the future, remember this. Never look into its eyes. It possesses the uncanny ability to bewitch those who gaze upon it. Once you lock eyes with it, you will be ensnared, and your fate will be sealed. Zhang Guolong recalled the advice given 30 years prior and finally understood why Xiao Jian had suddenly leapt down. He too had succumbed to its allure. Without hesitation, Zhang Guolong shut his eyes tightly and shouted, "Quick, pull me up." However, after several desperate calls, there was no response from above. When he dared to glance upward, a wave of terror washed over him. The workers who had been gathered at the mouth of the tunnel had vanished. Only a solitary rope dangled beneath him, swaying precariously. Where had they gone? Panic consumed him as he attempted to climb up, when a familiar voice echoed from behind. It was his father's voice. "Son, what has happened to you?" "Dad." Zhang Guolong instinctively lowered his head, only to remember that his father had passed away many years ago. How could he possibly be here? He seeks to deceive me. I cannot fall for it. Zhang Guolong clenched his eyes shut, gripping the rope tightly as he continued to ascend. Yet, the rope seemed interminable, and he could not reach the summit. At the edge of the cavern, a dozen workers were gathered, peering down. Why has Zhang not moved? Could he be dead? One worker could not help but utter. In their line of sight, Zhang Guolong appeared on the verge of grasping the college student when suddenly he became motionless, suspended in midair. "No, it cannot be." All faces turned ashen. "What are you standing there for? Quick, pull him up." Someone shouted, and everyone immediately began to exert their strength. "Hurry, Mr. Zhang. Reach out, we see you, come up." "Mr. Zhang, over here. What happened to you just now?" A cacophony of chaotic voices resounded above. Zhang Guolong breathed a sigh of relief as he ascended. He opened his eyes and looked up, only to be met with sheer terror. What workers were there? It was clearly a group of grotesquely masked figures, their blood-red eyes glistening with malevolence as they fixated on him. Finally, he had been deceived. The man-faced demon grinned ominously and beckoned him with a breath. "Come, join us. We are so lonely." They pulled him up. Above the cavern, a swarm of workers frantically hoisted the rope, finally catching sight of Zhang Guolong. "Mr. Zhang, give me your hand." One worker leaned down, reaching out to him. Zhang Guolong stood frozen in place, staring vacantly into the abyss below. "Mr. Zhang," the worker cried out again. He finally seemed to awaken from his stupor. a relaxed smile breaking across his face as he suddenly unfastened his safety harness. "Mr. Zhang, no," came the terrified exclamations, but it was too late. Zhang Guolong plummeted, landing with a dull thud. His body collided perfectly with a vertical spear, becoming ensnared alongside that college student. "Ghost! There's a ghost! Run!" A startled cry pierced the air as someone took flight, prompting a swift scattering of the crowd, frantically fleeing in all directions. They remained oblivious to the pairs of crimson eyes that illuminated the depths of the tunnel. In the city of Chongqing, at the 749 Bureau, Wang Lang hurriedly burst into the office, exclaiming, "Captain Lin, we have news about the missing girls." Chapter 68. The Stench of Corpses and Straw. "Really?" Lin Xianxian set aside her notes on the red envelope ghost and looked up intrigued. "Have they been found?" "One of them." Wang Lang handed over a photograph. Lin Xianxian recognized the girl immediately. Her name was Wenwen. A third-year student at the Communication University, she was strikingly beautiful. Her family had been inconsolable upon learning of her disappearance. It was said that her family, not particularly affluent, had invested considerable resources into her artistic education, aspiring for her to one day star in films. Last night, during a raid on a hotel suspected of illicit activities, the girl was discovered among those involved. A den of vice? Lin Xianxian furrowed her brow. So, she wasn't abducted by supernatural forces, but rather fell prey to human traffickers? "Captain, if you go see for yourself, you'll understand," Wang Lang replied, his mouth agape at a loss for words. In no time, Lin Xianxian arrived at the police station where she was awaited. "Finally, you're here," exclaimed the officer who greeted her, his expression a mixture of anxiety and relief. "Where's she?" Lin Xianxian inquired. "This way." The officer led the way inside, remarking, "This matter is truly bizarre. We are unable to handle it." Upon arrival, he gestured towards a distant room, indicating, "The person is inside. You may go in and see. I shall not accompany you." With that, the officer covered his mouth and fled. Lin Xianxian peered through the glass and beheld a girl lying at an angle, her visage serene as though in slumber. Scattered about were clumps of withered yellow straw, starkly incongruous with the surroundings. A faint, unpleasant odor infiltrated her nostrils, the stench of decay. Without hesitation, Lin Xianxian advanced, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Her gaze fixated on the girl, causing her to gasp in shock. The girl's abdomen was bared, her hand embedded deeply within it. Ordinarily, such a situation would be accompanied by copious bloodshed. However, the floor was pristine, devoid of any traces. Kneeling, Lin Xianxian gently lifted the girl's garments, extracting her hand bit by bit from the abdomen. In her grasp lay a handful of withered yellow straw. "Straw?" Wang Lang interjected from his side. Last night, she suddenly let out a horrifying scream. The officer on duty rushed over and witnessed her reaching in her own belly, pulling out handfuls of straw, which terrified everyone present. By the time they managed to disperse the crowd, she had already emptied her own stomach, collapsing on the ground without a breath. After a thorough examination, Lin Xianxian rose and declared, "Her internal organs have been extracted. These straws are imbued with ghostly energy, sustaining her movements. She has long since transformed into a corpse spirit." With a swift motion of her palm, a talisman materialized in Lin Xianxian's hand, which she then struck against the girl. A resonant hum echoed as the talisman radiated a brilliant light, causing the girl's form to undergo a grotesque transformation, swiftly shifting to a pallid blackish hue. Her body withering away, the once golden straw on the ground morphed into a deep obsidian shade. Sighing deeply, Wang Lang could not suppress a shudder. Witnessing the unfortunate metamorphosis of the girl who had appeared perfectly fine moments ago, clearly, the malevolent spirit controlling her possessed formidable power. Lin Xianxian deduced that this was an attempt to sever their thread of investigation. Any further discoveries? Yes. Among the individuals she interacted with prior to her disappearance, there is one named Li Tian, a wealthy heir who also vanished last night. I have already dispatched personnel to investigate. Let us proceed to Li Tian's residence. Before long, Lin Xianxian arrived at Li Tian's home, where his mother was weeping inconsolably. "My son is a good boy," He is also a victim. This incident has nothing to do with him. I implore you, you must find him. We are willing to offer any amount of money. Lin Xianxian maintained a stoic expression as Wang Lang approached her, whispering in her ear, Captain Lin, we have received news. This matter is undoubtedly connected to Li Tian. All the missing girls have had either direct or indirect contact with him. Lin Xianxian inquired, where is Li Tian gone? His mother replied, I do not know. Last night, in the dead of night, he suddenly left without saying where he was headed. Although my son may seem frivolous and is fond of beautiful women, he possesses a kind heart. Lin Xianxian interjected, what I wish to hear is not this. Reflect carefully. Has he recently mentioned any particular individuals or events? Or perhaps a specific location? Please consider thoroughly before responding, for this matter pertains to his very survival. Li Tian's mother pondered for a moment, then hesitantly replied, about a few days ago, my son returned in high spirits. I inquired what was the cause of his joy. He told me, Mom, I will soon become an immortal, and he mentioned wanting to share a life of comfort with me. At that moment, I thought he had become overly engrossed in novels. Becoming an immortal? In any era, when someone suddenly utters those two words, it heralds trouble. Is there anything else? None. Let's go. Lin Xianxian rose and exited the grand villa, stating, we must investigate immediately. We cannot overlook any trace of the individuals Li Tian has interacted with or the places he has visited. Beyond 100 miles from the heart of Yuqing lies Yunmu Mountain, perpetually shrouded in mist, giving the entire mountain a surreal appearance. Within its depths rests a small, desolate temple, where a young acolyte sweeps the ground. Suddenly, a pallid young man hurriedly approached the temple, breathlessly declaring, I must see the master. The young acolyte glanced at him and cautioned, be careful. The goods you delivered are insufficient, and the master is quite displeased. I understand. The young man nodded. Has Li Tian arrived? A deep voice emerged from the depths of the small temple, and as the temple door swung open, a woman clad in light attire stepped out, beckoning him. Li Tian hurriedly followed her inside. After navigating several twists and turns, he finally beheld an imposing old monk seated in the courtyard. His bald head gleamed, and his fierce countenance was accentuated by a golden robe that seemed somewhat incongruous. Behind him stood a line of women, each draped in sheer fabric, their figures voluptuous. Master, Li Tian exclaimed, kneeling with a thud. The situation has been exposed. They're searching for me. The monk's eyes widened as he knocked over a fruit platter held by one of the women. What on earth is happening? With a mournful expression, Li Tian replied, Master, Wenwen has been captured. I triggered the ghost curse, and she perished. The girl named Wenwen was exceptionally beautiful, and Li Tian felt a profound sense of loss. Fool! The monk resumed his seated position. The ghost curse I taught you is undetectable even by the people from the 749 Bureau. If you had remained patient, Wenwen would have been released in a few days. Instead, you have created a dilemma. Does anyone know you have come here? Li Tian shook his head. I haven't even mentioned this to my mother. I always come alone. Very well. The monk pondered for a moment. Then for now, stay here and lay low. Also, summon those few individuals back. Refrain from stirring up any trouble during this period. Yes, yes. Li Tian retrieved several talismans from his pocket, gesturing with them towards the air, yet the charms exhibited no response whatsoever. Master, the distance is too great. I seem unable to control them. The monk chuckled derisively. Fool! In the stillness of the night, in a tranquil alley, Su Mo halted his steps, gazing at a partially opened roll-up door not far ahead. A beautiful woman emerged, bending slightly, her eyes sparkling as they met his. Handsome. Care for a massage? 20% off. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mo approached her. Sure. I could use a bit of relaxation. With a whoosh, the roll-up door closed, and the woman cast a sultry glance his way. Stay right there. Suddenly, Su Mo pointed toward the corner. Huh? The woman appeared taken aback, perplexed. Isn't this a massage? He scrutinized her for a moment before speaking. Your name is Li Mengmeng, isn't it? You've been dead for several days now. Boom. An aura of malevolence surged within the room, the lights flickering ominously as a wave of dark energy emanated from the girl. How did you figure it out? Li Mengmeng inquirat. Somebody play. I happened to see a missing persons notice, and your name was on the list. I was merely passing by when I stumbled upon you." He pulled out a chair and sat down. "Now, tell me, how did you meet your demise?" Chapter 69, Blood Butcher. Corpse Demon Li Mengming's eyes flickered as dark energy swirled around her, seemingly contemplating whether to eliminate the person before her. Unfazed, Su Mo advised, "Before you act, I suggest you think it through. It will be quite painful." He summoned his internal vitality, causing the room's malevolent energy to ignite, akin to a furnace. Li Mengming let out a piercing scream as her skin began to decay, retreating into a corner, trembling in fear. I said. Li Mengming's eyes widened in terror as she recounted, "I started working right after graduating from high school, serving in a KTV. A couple of weeks ago, I met a wealthy heir named Li Tian. He took a liking to me, showering me with money and insisting I stay with him. I have never seen so much money in my life. After resigning from the KTV, Li Tian rented an apartment for me and bought me numerous gifts, treating me with such sweetness every day. I believed I had found true love, naively. I thought perhaps I could marry into a wealthy family and become a lady of luxury. But all of this was a fade." As she spoke, tears of blood streamed from her eyes. "He deceived me. He never loved me. He even sought my life." Li Mengming abruptly lifted her shirt, and Su Mo gazed down to see a long gash across her abdomen, extending from between her breasts to just below her navel. "One night, he brought me to a secluded courtyard and drugged me. When I awoke, I found myself bound hand and foot on a bed. That monster, he took a knife and slowly sliced open my belly. The pain was excruciating. I thought I was going to die." Li Tian said, "Don't be afraid. You will soon attain eternal life. He is a monster." He extracted my innards and then took a bundle of withered yellow straw from his bag, stuffing it into my abdomen. When I regained consciousness, the pain in my belly had vanished. I rose to find my intestines strewn around me. I could sense that I was no longer human. Li Tian approached, informing me, "Congratulations, you have achieved eternal life," and then he led me to meet someone. Su Mo inquired, "Who shall we meet?" "A monk." Li Mengming continued, "There I also saw a dozen girls, each one, like me." The monk declared that I was now a ghost. I had become his pet. He commanded my existence and my demise at will. Terror gripped me. I did not wish to die, not even as a ghost. The monk stated that if I desired to live, I must offer him a living heart each day. I had just arrived today. You're my first guest." Li Mengming shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "I do not wish this either, but I want to live. I want to live." As she spoke, her eyes began to redden, and waves of malevolent energy surged forth from her being. "I must live." She abruptly leaped to her feet, frenziedly lunging towards Su Mo. At that moment, Su Mo's spirit stirred, and the atmosphere within the room thickened with vitality. Li Mengming shrieked in agony, her body seared by the intense energy, revealing gaping wounds. "Tell me, where is that monk?" Su Mo rose and approached her, declaring, "I shall grant you release." "I do not know." Boom! A burst of golden light erupted, and Li Mengming's body was liberated, lifeless and beyond revival. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a level 2 ghostly entity, the Corpse Ghost. You have earned 500 merit points. Upon exiting the dwelling, Su Mo lowered the roll-up door once more and placed a phone call. "Mr. Su?" came the voice of Lin Xianxian from the other end. "I was just about to seek you out." "The case of the missing girl?" inquired Su Mo. You have leads as well, Mr. Su?" Lin Xianxian responded. "In the alley behind Huayan Road in the central urban area, I encountered the missing girl. She had transformed into a corpse ghost, which I have eliminated." Su Mo disclosed. "Understood. I shall arrive post-haste. We shall discuss further upon meeting." Lin Xianxian concluded before hanging up, gathering a few individuals, and swiftly heading towards the central urban area. Su Mo stood still, and before long, he noticed several furtive youths approaching. "Is this the place?" "How could it not be? I saw her. That girl was stunning. Definitely worth it. Wow, it's my first time. I never expected it to be in such a place." "That's the spot." As the group neared, they were taken aback upon seeing Su Mo standing at the entrance. "What is going on? Why is there a man here? Who are you looking for?" Su Mo inquired with a half-smile, fully aware of their intentions. Never mind. We must have taken a wrong turn, they said, quickly turning to leave. Su Mo remarked from behind. In barren lands, exquisite blossoms emerge. Are you not afraid of the poison? A few young individuals seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation and hasten their steps. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xianxian arrived with her companions, first entering the dwelling to conduct a thorough inspection. Upon emerging, she stated, "The stomach is filled with straw and the breath is nearly identical. This is the work of the same individual who created the corpse demon." She continued, "A man named Li Tian is responsible for this, and he even took me to meet an old monk." Su Mo replied, "That aligns perfectly." Lin Xianxian added, "We have also traced this back to Li Tian. That scoundrel has vanished. We inquired with his dubious acquaintances, who mentioned that Li Tian has been acting mysteriously and remains tight-lipped about his activities. One individual mentioned that he had arranged a meeting with a girl at Yunwu Mountain a couple of days ago, and indeed, he was seen there. The mastermind behind these sinister deeds, that very monk, is likely concealed within Yunwu Mountain. Deep within Yunwu Mountain lies an abandoned temple, long forsaken due to its inaccessibility and lack of worshippers. The individual responsible for creating the corpse demons must be hiding there. I suspect this person to be the notorious evil cultivator we have been pursuing for some time, Blood Butcher Zhouhan." "Blood Butcher?" Su Mo remarked. "That name has lingered on the leaderboard for quite a while. It is a Tier 3 task. What are we waiting for? Let us confront him," he urged, gesturing towards the interior where the corpse demon I had slain lay, stating, "The other girls are right there. Like her, they have all become demons." Lin Xianxian organized her team to temporarily seal off the area, clearing the chaotic remnants inside before she and Su Mo set off towards Yunwu Mountain. It was 11 o'clock at night. A black sedan was parked at the foot of the mountain, where an emaciated old man had been waiting for some time. "Leaders, are you truly planning to venture into the mountains? It's not a wise endeavor at this hour," he remarked, his thick rural accent evident, his yellowed teeth betraying a long-standing habit of smoking. "Here, old man, have a cigarette." Su Mo stepped forward, producing a cigarette from his bag and lighting it for him. The old man took a deep drag, exhaling with a smile. "Ah, this is splendid. Leaders, I do appreciate the smoke." Su Mo casually handed him the remaining cigarettes, saying, "Take these with you, old man." "How could I possibly?" The elder chuckled, yet he pocketed the cigarettes with delight. Chapter 70. The 4th level malevolent cultivator. "So, you're indeed a ghost. Are you really going to Kushi Temple?" The old man inquired once more. "To protect cultural relics," Su Mo replied. "I must tell you, that place is quite sinister. It is best to go during the day. It's exceedingly dark at night," the old man said, relishing a couple more puffs and producing a few elegant smoke rings. "What makes it so sinister?" Wang Lang interjected. "What is so sinister about it?" The old man glanced at him, took another drag, and finally explained, "Kushi Temple has existed for decades. I visited to burn incense when I was a child. There was only one old monk inside, and he has long since passed away. The place is too remote. No one goes there anymore. It has fallen into disrepair. Just a few days ago, I was chasing some wild rabbits with my dog. Leaders, you want to find me for this, will you?" Wang Lang, amused and exasperated, replied, "We are not concerned with that matter." The old man finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Those rabbits were quite plump and incredibly swift. I chased them for quite a while, but couldn't catch a single one. When I regained my senses, I realized I had arrived at the Bitter Water Temple, where the sound of girls' laughter echoed. I was taken aback and fled. Tell me, how could there be girls in such a place? Surely it must be." He lowered his voice, "Female ghosts." Su Mo chuckled and replied, "Old man, we must believe in science. Perhaps they are merely tourists camping there. Please lead the way. We wish to explore that area. By the way, there's a reward for guiding us. 2,000 yuan." Su Mo exchanged a meaningful glance with Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian immediately nodded. "Old man, there's indeed a reward. Didn't the village chief mention it? We will deliver it to your home tomorrow." The old man rubbed his hands together and asked, "Will there be a banner to hang on the door?" "Certainly," Lin Xianxian assured him. The old man glanced at the vehicle and said, "The car cannot go that way. I will take you through a small path." 2 hours later, the old man stopped and pointed ahead. "It's just over that hill." "Thank you, old man. We shall begin our work now." You may head back, Lin Xianxian instructed, arranging for someone to escort the old man down the mountain. Before he left, the old man reminded them, leaders, don't forget the banner and the reward. After walking for a while longer, Su Mo and the others finally spotted a temple, which was not as dilapidated as they had imagined. Rather, it possessed a certain ancient charm. The temple's grand gates stood firmly shut, devoid of any flickering lights, and absent the joyous laughter of the girl spoken of by the old man. Mr. Su, what shall we do? Lin Xianxian inquired, casting her gaze towards Su Mo, the most formidable among them, who would naturally take command. Let us proceed directly, Su Mo declared, stepping forth towards the temple. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few strides when the dimness of the temple was suddenly illuminated and the tightly closed doors swung open. A resonant voice echoed, honored guests. We apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. See, they were anticipating our arrival, Su Mo remarked with a shrug. The group entered the temple, and with a resounding bang, the doors closed behind them. A humble attendant appeared before them, stating, the master awaits you in the backyard. Upon reaching the backyard, they were greeted by a chorus of laughter and song. A dozen maidens, draped in sheer veils, twirled and danced, while a robust monk reclined lazily in a chair, being fed grapes by several of the women. How despicable! He seems to be reveling in his indulgences, Lin Xianxian observed, her eyes narrowing in disdain. The women exuded an aura of death, unmistakably having been transformed into ghastly specters for his pleasure. Welcome to the Bitter Water Temple. The monk's gaze fixated on Lin Xianxian, a glimmer of greed flickering within his eyes. What splendid material for a corpse demon, he mused. With a look of revulsion, Lin Xianxian brandished her peachwood sword, pointing it at him. Blood Butcher Zhou Han. Am I mistaken? The monk's expression shifted, revealing a hint of embarrassment as he pushed away the woman beside him, his wine cup trembling in his grasp. How did you know? I thought I had assumed a new guise. Lin Xianxian retorted. You have likely forgotten that you are left-handed. Since your arrival, you have consistently indulged in libations with your left hand. The monk, casting a glance downward, noticed that indeed he was holding a cup of wine in his left hand. You have truly transformed. I merely sought to deceive you momentarily, yet I did not anticipate your candid admission. Lin Xianxian's expression hardened as she declared, you have committed a heinous act, transforming dozens of women into wraiths. And you still refuse to surrender? The monk's gaze swept over them before lingering intently on Su Mo, then shifting away. Captain Lin, with your capabilities alone, I fear you may not possess the requisite qualifications. The monk's countenance darkened, a formidable aura emanating from him, causing the temple to be enveloped in a chilling wind, filled with vengeful energy. A level 4 cultivator's presence? Lin Xianxian's complexion shifted subtly. In less than half a year, this individual had ascended from a level 3 to a level 4 cultivator. Moreover, this aura surpassed her own, suggesting he was but a step away from attaining level 5. Are you surprised? Did you not expect that I had never truly departed from Yuqing? This is what one calls the darkness beneath the lamp. The monk chuckled with satisfaction, stating, I must thank you all. Had you not pressed so relentlessly, compelling me to abandon my physical form, I might not have achieved level 4 so swiftly. To be frank, when that fool Tian arrived today, I knew my concealment was futile. Do you understand why I remained? He fixed his gaze on Lin Xianxian, pointing to his chest, and declared, I await your retribution for the grievance of a sword strike from half a year ago. Rest assured, I shall transform you into the finest wraith, to keep by my side for endless amusement. A voice suddenly echoed, abandoning the corporeal form. If that is the case, could it be that you too are a corpse demon? How valuable. Huh? The monk directed his gaze towards Su Mo, perplexed by the fervor in his tone. Captain Lin, is this newcomer from your 749 unit? He inquired, pointing at Su Mo. He doesn't seem particularly impressive. Lin Xianxian smiled mysteriously. The Blood Butcher. You are mistaken. Mr. Su is not one of the 749 personnel, yet he possesses a peculiar fascination for ghostly entities. Upon finishing, he waved his hand, and several members of the 749 unit understood immediately, retreating a few steps to grant Su Mo space. Mr. Su prefers solitude when dealing with specters. The monk was taken aback, then seethed with fury. Very well. Allow me to see what manner of person this Mr. Su truly is. With a commanding gesture, he ordered, "Kill him." In an instant, the previously dancing girls transformed into ghastly figures, their eyes aglow with a menacing red. These spectral beings shrieked and charged towards Su-Mo. Indifferent to their advance, Su-Mo summoned the nine-sun divine art, his vitality surging forth, exuding a scorching aura. It was as if a sun had risen behind him, flames swirling around. The temperature within the temple soared, and those rushing corpses collapsed, wailing in agony as wisps of green smoke emanated from their decaying forms, their skin rapidly deteriorating. Chapter 71, A Single Strike, Ruthless Domination. Perish. Su-Mo unleashed his vitality, the searing energy erupting forth, leaving a trail of lamenting specters in its wake. In a mere moment, the ground was strewn with lifeless corpses, the undead having been utterly incinerated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a level 2 ghoul. You are awarded 500 merit points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing another level 2 ghoul. You are awarded. The notification chimes resonated incessantly in his ears. Su-Mo felt a surge of delight. These insignificant creatures had already bestowed upon him several thousand merit points. Astonishing, is it not? Standing a short distance away, Wang Lang's eyes widened in disbelief. It appeared that Mr. Su had grown even stronger. Do not fear, Qing. We are allied with Mr. Su. He will not harm you. Wang Lang reassured, sensing the tremors of the ghoul within him. Such formidable vitality. Lin Xianxian was equally taken aback, discreetly wiping her eyes and catching a fleeting glimpse of golden light. Looking again, she beheld Su-Mo enveloped in a tempestuous dark red flame, radiating an intense heat in all directions, akin to a blinding sun. She quickly averted her gaze. To refine one's vitality to such an extent, Mr. Su's prowess must have reached level 5, she mused. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as a figure stumbled from the shadows. It was the missing Li Tian, utterly terrified. Humph! The monk, upon seeing him, was filled with ire. Fool, do you still wish to flee? With a mere wave of his hand, Li Tian's running form froze, and a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Looking down, he was horrified to see his belly torn open, with clumps of straw emerging from the gaping wound. I too. He barely had time to entertain such a thought before Su-Mo struck him with a powerful slap, sending him crashing to the ground, lifeless. To vanquish so many undead in an instant, you are indeed formidable. How utterly surprising. The monk gazed fixedly at Su-Mo, slowly speaking. Though a sense of alarm brewed within him, he had believed that his peak 4th-level prowess would ensure his safety. Little did he expect this individual to be so dreadfully strong. It seems I may be in peril tonight. Is that so? Su-Mo lunged forward with a swift motion, exclaiming, there is even more surprise in store. The diamond seal. A burst of golden light erupted, suffused with an aura of lethal intent. This is... The monk was taken aback. The intensity of this energy was utterly terrifying. Should he be struck, it would spell his doom. A torrent of dark energy surged from his body, coalescing into arc-shaped shields to protect his form. Bang! As the diamond seal made contact with the dark energy, it was as if spring melted snow, effortlessly obliterating the monk's defenses. The diamond seal from Su-Mo struck him squarely in the chest. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as the monk's body was hurled backward, exploding mid-air into countless fragments. A specter emerged, swiftly darting out like a shadow. Su-Mo had anticipated this. He forcefully propelled himself from the ground, causing it to fracture, and soared up to pursue the phantom. Come down. Su-Mo once again concentrated the diamond seal, bringing it down with great force upon the ghostly figure. No! The specter turned, its gaze falling upon the shimmering golden seal descending towards it, eliciting a terrified scream. Bang! The diamond seal crashed down with tremendous force. Without any surprise, the shadowy figure was brutally torn apart by the formidable power of the Vajra seal, dissipating into smoke. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 4 ghostly entity, the corpse ghost. Reward: 5,000 merit points. Wow. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Sumo's eyes. This fellow was indeed valuable. Killing him yielded a remarkable 5,000 merit points. Sumo felt a twinge of regret for having dispatched him so swiftly. He should have inquired whether this creature had any relatives, friends, or fellow disciples. Done. Sumo clapped his hands, content with the bountiful harvest of the night. Turning around, he noticed the crowd from the 749th Bureau gazing at him with peculiar expressions. What's the matter? Do I have a flower on my face? In a cheerful mood, Sumo asked. No, you look very dashing. Wang Ling quickly gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, Mr. Su, you are astonishing, truly impressive. Heavens! The blood butcher had transformed himself into a corpse ghost, possessing formidable strength. It was assumed that even with Mr. Su's intervention, it would take several hundred exchanges to defeat him. To their astonishment, in just one exchange, the blood butcher was flattened, utterly powerless against the onslaught. Lin Xianxian was even more astounded. The blood butcher's strength had nearly reached the pinnacle of a level 4 cultivator, and his methods were exceedingly cunning, likely capable of grappling with level 5 cultivators. Yet in front of Sumo, he was as fragile as paper. One strike, and it was over. Lin Xianxian silently assessed that Mr. Su's prowess was likely not that of a level 5 cultivator. At the very least, he was at level 6. Perhaps even a level 7 cultivator? Lin Xianxian dared not ponder further. If she continued down this line of thought, Sumo would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a grandmaster. Mr. Su, leave the aftermath to us. Lin Xianxian stepped forward, her tone increasingly respectful. The reward points for the blood butcher will be promptly distributed to you upon our return. Rest assured. Sumo waved his hand, saying, whether or not I accumulate points is not of utmost importance. In the future, should such apparitions arise, do not hesitate to call me. You know I cannot resist these little cuties. His words were sincere. How endearing they were. The 4th level corpse demon, transformed from the blood butcher, had granted him a substantial 5,000 merit points, coupled with the 2nd level corpse demons he had previously vanquished. He had amassed over 10,000 merit points in less than half an hour. Sumo took a moment to glance at his merit value. Delightful. He had officially surpassed 20,000 points. The crowd exchanged glances, understanding his sentiment. Indeed, he had a peculiar fondness for these little cuties, a penchant for annihilating them. While they could not comprehend Sumo's peculiar hobby, they respected it nonetheless. Rest assured, Mr. Su, should such circumstances arise, we will certainly inform you. Lin Xianxian replied with a smile. As Sumo waved goodbye, he had not ventured far when he was called back. Mr. Su, Lin Xianxian, holding her phone, wore an expression of helplessness. It seems your luck is remarkably fortuitous. There's a matter at hand that I wonder if you might find intriguing. Do tell. Wuyan County. Lin Xianxian continued. A construction team encountered some trouble while excavating a tunnel, and 33 individuals are trapped. Those who managed to escape reported that they unearthed an ancient tomb. And ghosts. After the rescuers entered, they never emerged again. The mountain is now shrouded in thick fog, emanating an eerie atmosphere. Our team assessed the situation and suspects that the malevolent beings they encountered are formidable, likely no less than level 5. Level 5? Sumo's eyes lit up. Lin Xianxian, noticing his expression, quickly interjected, Mr. Su, you won't be going alone this time. Reinforcements from Kyoto will be dispatched as well. After rendezvousing in Wuyan County, you will enter the tunnel together with them to vanquish the evil entities within. Chapter 72. Strengthening the vital essence of the sun. What are you running for? Huh? Is it a team-based mission? Sumo furrowed his brow, contemplating whether those individuals would seize his experience points. That would be unacceptable. If they kill a malevolent being before him, how much merit would I squander? Mr. Su, the situation inside remains uncertain. It would be prudent to wait for the higher-ups to enter together, Lin Xianxian advised. She recognized Sumo's strength, yet having additional experts would undeniably enhance their safety. You understand, Sumo nodded. As he observed Sumo's retreating figure, Wang Lang approached and asked, Captain Lin, do you think Mr. Su will attempt to confront them alone? Should Shun Tihi? Upon returning home, dawn had barely broken. Su-Mo gazed at his accumulated merit of over 20,000, feeling quite pleased. He opened the app to inquire, "Is the lightness skill ready?" There was no response from the other side. "Never mind. There's no need to rush. Let me first condense the second vital essence of the sun." With determination set, Su-Mo directly chose to enhance the 9 suns devouring heaven technique. Ding! Enhancing the target. 9 suns devouring heaven. Boom! A formidable aura emanated from Su-Mo as a blood-red sun gradually materialized behind him, blazing fiercely. The enhancement was a success. The blood sun expanded in size, and Su-Mo felt a surge in his physical strength, his vital energy becoming increasingly potent. Once more, enhance. Ding. Enhancement successful. Remaining merit, 3,000 points. After 2 enhancements, the blood sun he had conjured became even more vibrant, radiating like the morning sun. With a thought, the sun slowly descended into his dantian, burning fiercely. After 8 more enhancements, he would be able to summon a second blood sun, and his power would undoubtedly soar. Sumo's heart brimmed with delight. Nightfall. A young couple strolled along the street, lost in their sweet affections. Unbeknownst to them, a child trailed closely behind, devoid of a shadow, floating in midair, rubbing his hands as he fixated on them. 1, 2, 3. The child quietly approached the couple, silently landing a hand on the young man's left shoulder. An invisible flame extinguished. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through the young man's shoulder, and he felt an intense chill enveloping him. Why was it so cold? Before he could react, his right shoulder felt heavy as well. The chill intensified. Feeling cold, are we? I've snuffed out the sunfire on your shoulder. It's no surprise. The child mischievously lingered behind, gazing at the flickering flames still burning atop the young man's head, albeit weakly. The child extended his hand and gently tapped it. The flames atop the young man's head have extinguished. Achoo! He sneezed abruptly, shivering as he remarked, "It seems I may have caught a cold." "Ah." The young woman looked at him with a peculiar expression, stating, "You don't mean to suggest that I should escort you to a hotel, do you?" "What a scoundrel!" The young man, on the verge of tears, protested, "That is not my intention at all. Can you not see that my nose is running?" Just as the young woman was about to retort, she suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder and began to feel cold. "Hiss! Am I also?" "Achoo!" She sneezed. They exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Could it be that this has spread so swiftly? Surely there cannot be a ghost involved, the young man stammered. Goodness! Both were startled by their own thoughts, letting out a scream before bolting away. Ha ha! Once they had fled, a child emerged, hands on hips, laughing heartily. "That will teach you to flaunt your affection. You'll meet a swift end." Ha ha! He vanished again into the night, drifting aimlessly. Suddenly, he spotted an individual walking alone down the street. The person was remarkably handsome. He. Snuffing out his fiery aura will surely be delightful, he mused to himself, stealthily trailing behind. Just wait until I extinguish your light and blow a breath of chilling air upon you, leaving you weeping and sniffling. How amusing that will be, the child whispered to himself, inching closer, seemingly unnoticed by the young man ahead. I knocked. He reached out and tapped the shoulder of the man. His palm. Why did it sting a little? Confused, he withdrew his hand, and suddenly, a blaze erupted from the man's shoulder, soaring high. My goodness! He was utterly terrified. The man's fiery aura was so intense, far more than what he had witnessed at the crematorium that day. Is it amusing? Su-Mo turned around, the searing heat swirling around him, and the child could no longer conceal his presence, screaming as he revealed himself. Big brother, I was just playing. I didn't mean to harm you. The child, trembling, took a few steps back. In his eyes, Su-Mo appeared to be enveloped in a terrifying inferno. Getting too close would be unbearable. What sort of being is this? It was akin to a walking sun. Surely, this man's fiery energy could not be extinguished even with a fire extinguisher. Oh, did your mother never tell you that playing with fire comes with consequences? As Sumo's breath shifted, the heat surged, and the malevolent spirit was instantly engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 mischievous spirit. Reward: 100 merit points. Amijiga. Su Mo approached a house where murder had occurred. The sounds of arguing and objects being thrown still echoed within. He politely knocked on the door. Is anyone there? The argument inside ceased abruptly, plunging the space into silence. Su Mo could even sense someone stealthily approaching the door, peering through the peephole to gaze outside. After waiting a few seconds, he suddenly pressed his eye against the peephole, only to be met with a terrified scream from within. Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. Su Mo smiled faintly, realizing that you were at home. I shall enter now. With a single punch, the security door before him exploded. A torrent of sinister energy surged forth, engulfing the corridor in an impenetrable veil of darkness. Su Mo strode in confidently. A couple stood in the living room, their eyes fixed upon him with unwavering intensity. The man brandished a bloodied kitchen knife, the blade still dripping crimson, while a gaping wound marred his abdomen, blood oozing profusely. The woman clutched a pair of scissors, equally stained with blood. Greetings to you both, Su Mo acknowledged, saying, your nightly quarrels have become a severe disturbance to the neighborhood. The couple exchanged cautious glances before replying, shall we keep it quieter from now on? Absolutely not. Silence is preferable, Su Mo asserted. With a thunderous roar, a searing aura emanated from Su Mo, enveloping the entire room in an instant, igniting all the malevolent energy within, including that of the tumultuous couple. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a level 1 malevolent spirit. The Vengeful Ghost. Reward, 100 merit points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a level 2 malevolent spirit. The Vengeful Ghost. Reward, 500 merit points. Su Mo turned and departed from the community. Not long after, he collided with a figure donned in a red hat. What the? The individual glanced up, and suddenly, their expression shifted dramatically, as if they had seen a ghost, prompting them to flee at an astonishing pace, leaving behind a blur. Su Mo, why are you running for no reason? Chapter 73. Are you an undercover agent? In the chaotic game of the 749th round, Su Mo gave chase to the fleeing figure. The boy, moving with remarkable speed, emitted wisps of smoke, undeniably a specter. My goodness! Little Red Riding Hood glanced back, and, upon seeing Su Mo closing in, felt a surge of terror that made her heart race. She accelerated once more. Good grief! Su Mo was taken aback. Was I truly that frightening? Do not run. If you keep fleeing, I shall have no choice but to end you. Su Mo bellowed, his aura intensifying, causing Little Red Riding Hood to let out a sharp cry and sprint even faster. Onward, Su Mo edged closer, then, with a powerful leap, delivered a spinning kick to her back. Ouch! Little Red Riding Hood stumbled forward, rolling several times before Su Mo's foot pinned her down. Why are you running? He inquired. Little Red Riding Hood was on the verge of tears as she replied. The higher-ups instructed me to run upon sighting you, or face dire consequences. How can I not flee? The higher-ups? Su Mo questioned, puzzled. The 749th round, she trembled. I am an undercover agent. Su Mo was taken aback. Was the 749th round truly so extravagant? Could they even recruit specters as informants? Surely she was not deceiving him. With renewed determination, Su Mo pressed on, prompting Little Red Riding Hood to hastily exclaim, I would never dare deceive you. I know your name, Su Mo, the Great Su. My superior is Wang Lang, the one who plays as a ghost in the 749th round. You must have encountered him. The Axe Gang from the steel mill. Do you remember? I infiltrated them as an undercover agent, providing them with crucial information. The Axe Gang? Su Mo mused, reflecting that he had not seen her during that time. Having provided the clues, a sense of trepidation gripped my heart. Although the 749 Bureau assured me of my safety, I could not shake the feeling of unease. Thus, I concocted an excuse to make an early exit. Su Mo understood. This fellow was aware of his own predicament and had mentioned Wang Lang's name, indicating he was indeed a ghost. It would be troublesome to eliminate him. Rise. Su Mo reluctantly withdrew his foot, his gaze filled with sorrow. Surely, this individual could be worth a few hundred merits, right? Grateful for the mercy shown by the powerful figure, the little red hat promptly got to her feet, her expression shifting as she gazed at Su Mo, nearly paralyzed with fear. She had been warned that this Mr. Su had a penchant for exterminating ghosts. Back at the steel factory, had she hesitated even for a moment, the 749 Bureau would have been there to collect her remains. But wait, having already become a ghost, her body was beyond recovery. At best, they could fill a water bottle with residual ghostly essence as a token of consolation. Why have you become an undercover agent? I had no choice, the little red hat shrugged. Not long after my death, I transformed into a ghost and was captured by the 749 Bureau, nearly facing extermination myself. Fortunately, I was clever enough to offer them leads on other ghostly entities, striving for a sliver of hope. Subsequently, after evaluation, they deemed me worthy of cultivation and thus recruited me. I find satisfaction in this role. They send money to my mother every month, assuring her that should I ever fall in the line of duty, she would not suffer a loss. Su Mo nodded in agreement. The 749 Bureau certainly knew how to win the hearts of ghosts. Esteemed one, may I take my leave now? Little Red Riding Hood pointed towards the distance and spoke cautiously. Remaining in the presence of such a fearsome figure was overwhelmingly stifling. He feared that should Su Mo take umbrage, he might swiftly meet his demise at the hands of a single strike. Go ahead. Su Mo waved his hand, stating, in the future, you need not hide when you see me. You are your own ghost. I shall not bring about your end. Thank you, esteemed Su. Little Red Riding Hood exclaimed joyfully, turning to flee. Yet, after taking just a few steps, he was called back by Su Mo, esteemed one. Do you have further instructions? Su Mo stepped closer, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, and with a cheerful demeanor said, you must be quite familiar with the ghostly realm of Yuching. Am I right? Well, somewhat. Little Red Riding Hood nodded. Then here's the plan. Su Mo tightened his embrace slightly. This evening, you will accompany me to locate 20 ghostly beings. Is that too much to ask? 20? Is that a problem? And no, not at all. Little Red Riding Hood forced a smile, adding, I just mentally tallied a few leads on ghostly beings, though I am uncertain if they will suit your taste. As long as the quantity is substantial, it will suffice. Shall we then? Indeed. Su Mo patted Little Red Riding Hood's shoulder, and together, the human and the ghost made their way to the street. Hailing a taxi with ease, a yellow Ferrari came to a gentle stop, and a familiar voice rang out. Ah, Mr. Su? Upon closer inspection, Su Mo realized it was none other than Chun Dagong. Brother Chun, it's you again? Chun Dagong chuckled, asking where to. I shall take you. Sound good. As Su Mo was about to open the car door, Little Red Riding Hood swiftly stepped forward, taking the initiative to assist him. Mr. Su, please get in, she urged. Wait. Be careful of your head. Little Red Riding Hood delicately supported the door frame. This young lady certainly possesses remarkable talent. It is no wonder she is able to infiltrate the ghostly realm. Mr. Su, she gestured to herself, acknowledging her spectral nature. The driver seemed quite familiar with Mr. Su, and she hesitated to board the vehicle recklessly. Get in, Chun Dagong called out enthusiastically. Upon seeing Su Mo nod, Little Red Riding Hood opened the passenger door and took her seat. Master, take us to the Starlight Bar in the downtown area, she declared. All right, Chun Dagong replied, pressing the gas pedal and causing the car to accelerate rapidly. Why does it feel a bit chilly? The air conditioning is quite potent today, he muttered to himself, sensing an unusual coldness within the vehicle. Could the air conditioning be malfunctioning? Little Red Riding Hood felt a bit embarrassed, thinking, well, I am a ghost. How could you not feel cold sitting next to me? I've absorbed some ghostly energy too. Brother Chun, why do I keep running into you? Su Mo quickly diverted the conversation, realizing he could not disclose that he had a ghostly customer today. Otherwise, he might find it difficult to continue his driving endeavors in the future. Hee. Chun Dagong grinned proudly, saying, I've switched to the night shift. I specifically come out at night to pick up passengers, thinking perhaps I might encounter you again. Look at that. He removed both hands from the steering wheel and made a clapping gesture, exclaiming, what a coincidence. Brother Chun, please keep both hands on the steering wheel. I'm feeling a bit anxious. Su Mo cautioned. I got a little carried away, my apologies. Chun Dagong hastily grasped the steering wheel, offering an apology as he glanced at the passenger in the little red hat, murmuring, Mr. Su, Are we engaging in that sort of activity again tonight? Suemo replied. Quite so. Chun Dagong continued. The Starlight Bar is the largest in the central district. With a multitude of people, surely there are such entities present? Suemo chuckled. Those things are not particular about their surroundings. Perhaps they are already in your vehicle. The little red hat remained silent, donning a mask of distress, too timid to respond. With you around, do those things dare to enter my car? One slap from you would suffice to dispatch them, Chindagong said, unfazed. Patting the steering wheel, the little red hat simply replied. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Starlight Bar. Suemo tossed 500 yuan into the air. Mr. Su, is that really necessary? Take it as a tip. If you refuse, I shan't ride in your vehicle again. The fare for a ghostly excursion is naturally different. Mr. Su, please take care. The little red hat had already exited the vehicle and opened the door with great initiative. Thank you so much. Shindagong leaned out of the window, feeling quite pleased. Mr. Su was exceedingly generous. Oh, it's not cold anymore. Is the air conditioning working? Shindagong, still uneasy, resolved to visit a repair shop the following day, for a malfunctioning air conditioner could be quite the ordeal. Mr. Su, I'll just confirm that there should be 2 ghostly entities lurking here, with a penchant for male beauty, draining vitality from their victims. With your appearance, you should attract them effortlessly upon entering. I shall refrain from entering. After all, I must continue to fulfill my undercover duties, and finding employment nowadays is no easy feat. I trust you can empathize. Little Red Riding Hood gestured toward the nearby CAF and said, I shall await you there. Chapter 74. Do you wish to have it all? Very well. Suemo nodded in understanding. Indeed, securing a job is challenging, with university graduates crowding the market. He cautioned, do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. Otherwise, you know what I mean? Suemo patted Little Red Riding Hood on the shoulder before turning to enter the bar. How could I dare? Little Red Riding Hood replied, her face a mask of despair. She fully grasped Suemo's implication. Should she attempt to escape, he would undoubtedly eliminate her, and the 749 Bureau could not offer her protection. With a sigh, Little Red Riding Hood made her way to the CAF, settling into a corner to doze off. Why is the air conditioning so chilly? She wondered. Oh, it's not the air conditioning. It's the ice in my dear head coffee melting. I suspect you are being suggestive, yet I possess no evidence. As Suemo stepped into the bar, a cacophony of thumping music enveloped him, with youths dancing wildly in the midst of the dance floor. He found the noise overwhelming. Were it not for the specters, he would likely never frequent such a place. Sir, would you like a booth? A server shouted as they approached. Find me a spot. Suemo waved his hand dismissively. Soon, he settled into a booth, only to be approached by several young women seeking to share a drink, which he declined. How disappointing. So handsome, yet clearly a pauper. Indeed, so stingy. A few girls walked away, grumbling. Handsome, would you buy me a drink? A sweet voice echoed in his ear. Suemo looked up to see a girl in a JK uniform, appearing to be around 17 or 18, exuding a lively aura. Suemo smiled. Please have a seat. He patted the chair, and the JK girl sat down, her gaze sparkling as she studied Suemo's face. Here's the thing, Suemo said with a melancholic expression. I haven't had a drop of water in 3 days. I'm terribly thirsty. Would you be so kind as to buy me a drink? The girl stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Are you pulling my leg? 3 days without water? You'd be dead by now. I'll treat you. She called over the waiter, who brought 24 beers. Suemo and she clinked their glasses, drinking several bottles without a hint of embarrassment. Do you have a sister? Suemo suddenly inquired. Huh? The JK girl looked at him in confusion. Suemo set down his beer, grinning. With your beauty, it would be a shame not to have a sister or two. Oh, the JK girl leaned in closer, whispering, what if I do have a sister? Are you hoping to enjoy both? Is that so wrong? Sumontak replied, leaning in, their faces mere inches apart. He chuckled as the JK girl smiled mysteriously. I just fear you might not be able to handle it. Such a big appetite. Unfazed. Suemo retorted, how would I know unless I try? So, you do have a sister? With a playful toss of her head, the JK girl stood up and left the booth, disappearing swiftly. She returned with another girl, who appeared to be of similar age, yet her attire was strikingly more provocative. Wow, sisters in arms. Suemo chuckled. I heard you desire to indulge completely? As the alluring sister sat down, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Suemo replied, It's not merely a desire. It's a necessity. Quite a bold statement. I wonder if you can handle it? The enchanting sister giggled softly. This place is crowded. Shall we find another venue? Suemo suggested. Certainly. The two sisters exchanged a glance and rose simultaneously. Suemo, accompanied by the two beauties, swaggered away, eliciting envy from the surrounding men. Damn, I've been trying to catch the attention of these sisters for 2 days, only to see them taken by him. You know nothing. They are all about appearances. Do you possess any charm? How can I not? Don't I resemble Wu Yinzu? You clearly look like Su Jisheng. The man was left speechless when suddenly his phone buzzed, revealing a news alert. Sisters found dead in a vehicle late at night, huh? He glanced at the blurry images, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the clothing, and his expression shifted dramatically. This isn't that the sister who just left with that man? Could it be Suemo strolled with the two sisters until they finally arrived at a secluded park where silence enveloped them? Is this the place? Suemo halted his steps. Here? The two sisters exclaimed in surprise. Is this appropriate? Shouldn't we go to a hotel instead? This place feels unsettling. Suemo shook his head and replied, The ambience is exquisite, perfect for two lovely ladies to transcend their mortal existence. What do you think? With a sudden change in expression, the sisters took a few steps back as dark mist began to swirl around them. Who are you? Miss J.K. shouted, her appearance morphing into something far from the alluring figure she once portrayed. Instead, she revealed a terrifying visage with crooked eyes and a pallid complexion, reminiscent of a ghostly specter. Suemo lunged forward, delivering a powerful slap to Miss J.K.'s face, unleashing the force of the Vajraseal. With a sickening sound, she was torn to shreds, not even letting out a cry. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 ghost, the drunken spirit. Reward, 100 merit points. The fiery female ghost screamed and turned to flee, but before she could escape, Suemo seized her by the hair and yanked her back. Spare me. Suemo smiled slightly. I've already stated that I take them all. How could I possibly spare you? I'm a man of my word. With a resounding slap, the ghost met her demise. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 ghost, the drunken spirit. Reward, 500 merit points. Though the merit points were modest, they were certainly better than none. In the distance, hidden behind a tree, Little Red Riding Hood trembled at the sight. Realizing the truth in the earlier warnings, Mr. Su was indeed ruthless and should not be crossed. Come out. Suemo clapped his hands, as if brushing off the dust from his clothes, prompting Little Red Riding Hood to hurriedly emerge from her hiding place. With a swift motion, a flattering remark was directed towards Mr. Su, whose prowess was undeniable. These two entities, no, these two malevolent beings must be eradicated, lest they transform into instruments of destruction. To the next location, lead on. Little Red Riding Hood guided Suemo to a cemetery, where the cunning beings lurked, seldom revealing themselves. This task is straightforward. Stepping forward, Suemo emanated an intense, searing aura, causing piercing wails to erupt from the graves. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a level 1 specter. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a level 1 specter. Having distanced herself earlier, Little Red Riding Hood wiped the cold sweat from her brow, relieved at her swift escape. This is excessively formidable. Mr. Su, over there, she exclaimed, pointing towards a distant restroom. There lies a repugnant creature. Once you enter, it will inquire if you need toilet paper and even offer to assist you. It is nothing short of perverse. Suemo, astonished, inquired, How do you know this so well? With a hint of embarrassment, Little Red Riding Hood confessed, Well, before I met my demise, I visited this restroom. That day, I had forgotten to bring any paper. Chapter 75. To be a ghost, one must possess aspirations and a drive for self-improvement, right? It is indeed a rather novel experience. Suemo patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort before striding toward the restroom. Naturally, he had no intention of disrobing. As Suemo entered the restroom, he heard a commotion within, a chilling voice echoing, Do you need paper? Then, a drunken voice emerged from the stall, followed by a retching sound. Silence ensued. The voice grew more sinister. You vomited on me. Do you need some tissue? Why do you always throw up on my head? A chilling aura enveloped the restroom, soon accompanied by a foul stench as the stall door swung open. A man, red-faced from intoxication, stumbled out with his pants in hand, only to collapse nearby. He mumbled, "This restroom is quite considerate, even provides tissue service," before dozing off with a snore. Suddenly, a man emerged from the stall, covered in filth and clutching a pack of tissue. Upon stepping out, he was taken aback upon seeing Su-mo. "Why are there still people waiting? Do you need tissue?" The man raised his hand, casting a sinister glance at Su-mo. "Get away from me." Su-mo, feeling utterly disgusted, summoned his energy, and in an instant, the entire restroom was engulfed in crimson. The entity had no time to react before being dissolved. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 ghost, the toilet ghost. Reward, 500 merit points. Ugh! Su-mo turned on his heel and left, pondering the absurdity of these spirits. Could it be that this fellow sought revenge through him? Inside the restroom, the drunken man groggily opened his eyes and murmured, "Is it dawn already?" He turned over and fell asleep once more. Upon exiting, Su-mo took several deep breaths of fresh air to suppress the lingering sensation of nausea. "Mr. Su, is it done?" Little Red Riding Hood hastened forward, thinking to himself how remarkably swift that was. It had scarcely been a minute. Done. Next location. Throughout the night, under the guidance of Little Red Riding Hood, Su-mo vanquished a total of 29 specters. Among these, 10 were classified as second-level specters, while the remainder were first-level, modest in rank yet plentiful in number. As a result of this endeavor, Su-mo's merit points soared once again past the 10,000 mark. "Mr. Su, the information I have regarding specters is all I possess." Little Red Riding Hood stammered as dawn approached. He couldn't shake the feeling that Su-mo was not yet satiated. He wouldn't resort to self-harm, would he? "Well done." Su-mo patted his shoulder in encouragement, assuring him, "Rest easy. I am not a sadist. I wouldn't slay my own kind." Little Red Riding Hood finally exhaled in relief. However, Su-mo's tone shifted as he continued, "You must strive harder. Just look at the company you keep. All low-level specters. To be a specter, one must have ambition and aspirations. Wouldn't you agree? You should aim for higher echelons, seeking to meet and befriend some advanced specters." Little Red Riding Hood replied, "What are you even saying? I am merely a second-level specter. Where am I to encounter advanced specters? Is it really that challenging?" Su-mo shot him a sidelong glance. "No, not at all." Little Red Riding Hood shook her head, her face contorted in sorrow as she remarked, "I am striving to uncover leads on the high-level specters." "Precisely," Su-mo replied, feeling a sense of relief. "Go forth, work diligently, and remember, should you acquire any information regarding the specters, inform me at once. Have you noted my address?" "Indeed, I have. Off I go." With the cover of night, Little Red Riding Hood dashed away. Am I truly so terrifying? Su-mo mused to himself, feeling that Little Red Riding Hood still did not grasp his true nature. Goodness, a harbinger of doom. Once Little Red Riding Hood realized Su-mo was not in pursuit, she finally felt at ease. Being near him always made her heart race. Oh no, today is the day of the rendezvous. Transforming into a wisp of shadow, she sprinted away. Why the delay? What could have happened? In the gloom, Wang Lang emerged, furrowing his brow. This individual was typically punctual, yet today he was hours late. "Boss," Little Red Riding Hood exclaimed hastily. "What news of the specters? Have you gathered any intel?" Wang Lang inquired. "I have indeed. However, I believe it may be unnecessary for you to proceed," Little Red Riding Hood replied. "What do you mean?" She continued. "I just encountered Mr. Su." "Ah, Wang Lang gasped in astonishment. "Well, you must consider yourself fortunate to have returned unscathed." "Indeed, I was terrified," Little Red Riding Hood lamented before continuing. "The specters I had managed to discover have all been eradicated by Mr. Su." "Boss, Mr. Su has requested that I promptly inform him of any news regarding supernatural entities. He also urged me to strive for personal advancement and to familiarize myself with more sophisticated spirits." Can you believe this is how a person speaks? Could you kindly convey to Mr. Su that I would prefer not to be contacted in the future? I am genuinely terrified. Wang Lang pondered for a moment and replied, since Mr. Su has expressed such wishes, you might as well dedicate yourself to serving him henceforth. Ah, this. Little Red Riding Hood turned pale, pondering the implications. As for your remuneration, rest assured, we will pay you doubled. There will also be year-end bonuses. Furthermore, I have already submitted your application. From this moment onward, you are an intern spirit at the 749 Bureau. Work diligently and aim for a permanent position within 3 years. Should you encounter a suitable spirit master, we will gladly introduce you. Your primary task is to ensure Mr. Su's satisfaction. He favors advanced spirits, so strive to elevate your social circle and enhance your spiritual prowess. Of utmost importance, however, is the principle of non-harm. Failure to adhere to this will result in the 749 Bureau taking decisive action. Wang Lan spoon an intichintade, painting a grand vision while offering sweet promises. Little Red Riding Hood's eyes sparkled with hope. Is it true? Will my salary genuinely be doubled? Will the bonuses be directed to my mother? Can I really secure a permanent position? Wang Lang nodded affirmatively and said, although this role carries its dangers, we truly compensate well, unlike some companies that exploit their employees without proper remuneration. If you're truly reluctant, I could always find someone else. Or should I say, another spirit? Little Red Riding Hood eagerly nodded, exclaiming, I am willing. I am willing. There exists a trivial request. I implore you, if you ever introduce me to a spirit master, could you kindly prioritize the ladies? Wang Lang, you haven't even begun, and yet you are already being choosy. Su Mo returned home and, after a brief respite, received a phone call from Zhou Yuanshan early in the morning. Mr. Su, do you have a moment? What is it? As promised, I have prepared your compensation from our last agreement. If you are available, I would like to visit you. Chapter 76. Zhou Yuanshan's Gift. Ancient Broadsword. Su Mo provided Zhou Yuanshan with his address, and shortly thereafter, he received a call from Lin Xianxian. Mr. Su, there has been a development regarding the matter in Wuyun County. The authorities will arrive tonight. Tonight's operation? Su Mo inquired. Indeed, Lin Xianxian affirmed. We will send someone to escort you. All right, Su Mo replied. I have no issues on my end. Excellent. Shall I come to pick you up? Wait for my call. After hanging up, Su Mo waited for approximately an hour before Zhou Yuanshan's vehicle stopped outside the Guanhua Villa. Accompanying him was Lu Qingmei. General Manager Lu, what a generous gesture, Zhou Yuanshan remarked, gazing at the distant traditional villa with a smile. This estate must be worth quite a sum. At least 20 million, wouldn't you agree? Lu Qingmei chuckled softly, responding, building a connection with a person as extraordinary as Mr. Su renders money somewhat insignificant. She cast a glance at the girl trailing behind Zhou Yuanshan, who held a long, rectangular sandalwood box in her hands. Mr. Zhou, what gift have you prepared for Mr. Su? Zhou Yuanshan replied with a mysterious smile. You'll find out shortly. Mr. Su is coming out, the driver exclaimed excitedly, now a fervent admirer of Su Mo. Of course, the Three Thunder Taoist is impressive as well. Not even lightning can harm him. Forgive the intrusion, Mr. Su. Zhou Yuanshan and Lu Qingmei quickly stepped forward with smiles. Su Mo nodded and glanced at Zhou Yuran, who appeared much more spirited, having regained her youthful vitality. It's good to see you again, Su Mo greeted. Zhou Yuran shyly called out, Mr. Su, then lowered her head, falling silent. This girl has just begun to recover. Upon hearing of my visit, she insisted on joining. Zhou Yuanshan chuckled. Let's head inside. The group entered the house in succession. Once seated, Zhou Yuanshan instructed the driver to present a document before Su Mo. Mr. Su. This represents 15 of the shares of Yuanshan Group. All that is required is your signature. 15 of the shares? Lu Qingmei gasped in surprise. Yuanshan Group was indeed a prominent company, and the significance was substantial. She gritted her teeth. You, Zhou Yuanshan, boast of grand gestures while being even more generous yourself. By comparison, my small gift of a little villa seems rather insignificant. Noticing Su Mo's confusion, Zhou Yuanshan added, You saved my daughter's life. This token is but a trifling matter. Once more, these shares originally belonged to him. Now that he resides in a mental institution, possessing them is of no use. I present them to you as a token of gratitude. Suemo was well aware that the here referred to by Zhou Yuanshan was his good brother. Zhou Yuanshan's ability to expand his business to such heights undoubtedly stemmed from his shrewdness, as he swiftly acquired his good brother's shares. Thus, I express my thanks. Sumo, not one to be overly sentimental, recognized the gesture and understood that refusing would seem ungracious. Naturally, he comprehended Zhou Yuanshan's intentions. He sought to bind himself to Suemo with a 15 stake. After signing the documents, Zhou Yuanshan's tense demeanor finally relaxed, and he proclaimed, "From this moment forth, Mr. Su and I are family. Rest assured, I shall not intrude on your affairs, and the annual dividends will be promptly deposited into your account. However, should there arise matters beyond our capacity to resolve, I kindly request your assistance." Suemo nodded in agreement. "That is only natural." Sighing, Zhou Yuanshan shook his head and continued, "I initially intended to allocate 5 of the shares to Daoist Lei, but regrettably he declined, insisting that accepting $200 from me sufficed to settle the karmic debt. What do you think of that?" Suemo replied, "Daoist Lei is indeed a person of high moral integrity. By the way, I have a small gift to present to you. I wonder if it might catch your interest." Zhou Yuanshan beckoned, and his daughter approached, delicately placing a wooden box before Suemo. "What could this mysterious object be?" Suemo inquired with a smile. Zhou Yuanshan chuckled. "Open it and take a look." Suemo gently lifted the lid of the wooden box, revealing a quietly resting, ancient black saber. The entire blade, including its scabbard, was enveloped in a deep ebony hue. With a swift motion, Suemo drew the blade, its gleaming white edge shimmering instantly, casting a chilling light throughout the room. Sharp and imposing. What a magnificent weapon! So Montag exclaimed in admiration. Though he lacked expertise in blades, it was evident that this was no ordinary piece. The saber was slightly longer than a standard one, measuring approximately 100 centimeters in total, with a 20-centimeter handle. Its elegant form and flowing lines made it a delight to wield, and Suemo found himself quite enamored and thoroughly satisfied. "How wonderful that you appreciate it, Mr. Su," Zhou Yuanshan remarked with a grin. "On that day, I observed your exceptional skills and presumed you to be the fabled martial arts master. Coincidentally, I have an old friend who delights in collecting such treasures, and I sought his favor to acquire this saber. He once mentioned that this blade belonged to an ancient general, having claimed innumerable lives, imbued with a latent lethality beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. He has kept it in his collection for nearly a decade without ever drawing it from its sheath, and to behold it in its true form today, still radiating that chilling brilliance, is indeed extraordinary." Suemo understood that the favor Zhou Yuanshan referred to undoubtedly came at a steep price. After all, who would willingly part with such a fine weapon? "Thank you," Suemo said, gracefully wielding the saber a few times before sheathing it, causing the room to momentarily dim as the chilling light receded. "In that case, we shall not intrude upon you any longer, Mr. Su. You're on. Aren't you supposed to express your gratitude to Mr. Su?" Zhou Yuanshan turned his gaze towards his daughter. Zhou Yuran approached quietly, murmuring her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for saving my life." Suemo replied with a smile. "One must repay the kindness of others. Zhou, the general manager, has already expressed her thanks." Zhou Yuran clenched her teeth, casting a furtive glance at Zhou Yuanshan. He hastily stepped forward, saying, "Well, we are now family. Let us dispense with such formalities, right, Mr. Su?" Once outside the courtyard, Zhou Yuanshan leaned in closely to his daughter and whispered, "We have plenty of time ahead, my dear." Zhou Yuran nodded gently, saying nothing, her gaze drifting back to the figure admiring the broadsword with delight, a myriad of unexpressed feelings swirling within her. After walking a short distance, Lu Qingmei remarked, "General Zhou, you are rather inconsiderate, not giving me a heads up. It makes me seem rather petty." "What do you mean?" Zhou Yuanshan chuckled heartily. "Isn't it customary to announce an offering? Miss Lu, shall I present one to you?" Lu Qingmei, swaying her hips, climbed into the car, taking a seat beside Zhou Yuran, feeling a twinge of regret. Yet, with Zhou Yuanshan's prior generosity as a benchmark, Bringing mere trifles now would only invite ridicule. At least my modest gift has surely touched Mr. Su's heart, she reassured herself. Su Mo gazed at the broadsword in his hand, captivated by its allure. The gift from Zhou Yuanshan resonated deeply with his desires. He promptly expended 10,000 merits to redeem an enhancement. Enhancement. Target. Broadsword. Chapter 77. Enhancement. Weapon. Soul-eating blade. Commence the enhancement. The target weapon, Xiangdao. A radiant golden light surged forth, enveloping the black blade held by Su Mo, causing it to levitate gracefully in midair. Within the confines of the room, the golden light blossomed. A low hum resonated as the Xiangdao quivered gently, and in an instant, it unsheathed itself, standing poised before Su Mo. The golden light hammered upon the blade as if wielded by a master craftsman, relentlessly forging its essence. The blade shuddered slightly under the force. After several breaths, the golden radiance gradually faded. Su Mo reached out to grasp the Xiangdao, scrutinizing it with care. There appeared to be no remarkable alterations, save for a slender golden thread that ran from the hilt to the edge of the blade, lending an air of mystery. Ding! The enhancement of the weapon Xiangdao has been successfully completed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the weapon, the Soul-Devouring Blade. Soul-Devouring Blade. Highly effective against malevolent entities. Upon vanquishing such beings, this blade can consume their sinister essence. Remaining merits, 2,300 points. Hiss. Upon reading the description, Su Mo was taken aback. How peculiar it sounded. The ability to consume the dark essence of malevolent spirits? Did this imply that in future confrontations with ghosts, he could reap dual benefits? Not only would he gain merits, but he could also nourish his blade with the essence of the defeated spirits? How delightful! Su Mo mused that this expenditure of 10,000 merits was indeed worth it. Zhou Yuanshan's gift was remarkably well suited to his needs. With a weapon in hand, he needed to swiftly acquire a suitable sword technique. Returning to the room, Su Mo rummaged through a pile of manuals for an extended period, finally locating a tome entitled Raging Wood Sword Technique. This one shall suffice. Su Mo resolved firmly that in the next enhancement, he would endeavor to learn this sword technique. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived. Su Mo made a phone call to Lin Xianxian, who promptly drove over. Mr. Su, I shall escort you, she said once he got into the car. Are you coming along? Su Mo inquired. Lin Xianxian shook her head and replied, this incident at Wuyun Mountain has been classified as a level 5 event. And considering that there are 5 participants, your capabilities, to be frank, I am not entirely certain. However, it is undoubtedly above level 5. Seeing that he did not deny it, Lin Xianxian thought to herself that her assumption was indeed correct. She continued, among the remaining 4, 3 are level 4 practitioners, while 1 is also a level 5 practitioner. Including you, there are 2 level 5 practitioners and 3 level 4 practitioners in total. You and the level 5 practitioner from Kyoto will primarily handle the significant threats within the tunnel, while the others will assist you by dealing with the relatively weaker spirits. My assignment is merely to transport you there. I will not be participating in the operation. Su Mo asked, surely there are many high-ranking officials in your Bureau 749? Why not directly send a master to eliminate the entities in the tunnel? Lin Xianxian sighed with a wry smile. You make it sound simple. The pressure on Bureau 749 has been immense in recent years, with increasingly formidable spirits emerging everywhere. They must suppress even more terrifying existences. Very well, Su Mo said, choosing to remain silent and closing his eyes to rest. Several hours later, the car came to a steady halt, and Lin Xianxian's voice resonated beside him. Mr. Su, we have arrived. Su Mo opened his eyes to find himself in a luxurious 5-star hotel, eerily quiet with not a soul in sight. We have reserved this hotel as your temporary refuge. All expenses are covered by the 749 Bureau, Lin Xianxian elucidated. Understanding dawned upon him, and Su Mo nodded, opening the car door to alight. Suddenly, a joyful laughter echoed through the air. Sister Xianxian. Almost immediately, a pink figure dashed from the distance, leaping onto Lin Xianxian and playfully clinging to her. The impact of their 4 plump spheres colliding sent ripples through the atmosphere. Don't be so rowdy. Lin Xianxian sighed in exasperation, but still embraced her, saying, Come down, you wouldn't want Mr. Su to find this amusing. Mr. Su, it's been a while. Mono, with her pink twin ponytails, remained nestled against Lin Xianxian, turning to greet Su Mo. You're here too? Su Mo was taken aback, not expecting this girl to possess such prowess to partake in a level 5 incident. Indeed, Ma Anna huffed as Lin Xianxian gently pried her off. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. I am a peak level 4 practitioner, merely a hair's breadth away from level 5. This incident might just present me with an opportunity for breakthrough. Su Mo remarked, What if a demon king lurks in the tunnel and takes a fancy to you, whisking you away as his consort? Your cultivation would undoubtedly soar. Yuma Anna was flustered, indignant at his words. What kind of talk is that? Demon king? Goo. Her gaze shifted, landing on the imposing sword in Sumo's hand, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Wow, what a stunning blade. May I have a look? Suemo shook his head, resolutely refusing no. Such a miser. Ma Anna muttered, It's just a knife. Why are you guarding it so closely? Is she your wife? Lin Xianxian felt a bit awkward standing by. Perhaps it was due to Ma Anna's previous impulsive actions that had irked Mr. Su, who had never been particularly fond of her. Umeba, a voice of reverence echoed, prompting everyone to turn and see a stout, dark-faced monk approaching. The monk possessed a round face and large ears, the lobes nearly touching his shoulders, smiling benignly like a Methria Buddha. Master Ijia. Lin Xianxian hurried forward to introduce. Mr. Su, Anna, this is Master Ijia. He is leading this operation. Umeba. Master Ijia smiled warmly, his palms pressed together in greeting. I am Ijia from the Fawn Temple in your esteemed city. It is an honor to meet you both. He then glanced at Ma Anna and remarked, The Ma family of exorcists truly produces exceptional talents. Shifting his gaze to Su Mo, he added, Mr. Su is indeed quite distinguished. Oh. Master Ijia noticed a knife in Sumo's hand, his expression shifting slightly. That blade is quite intriguing. I hope you handle it with care, Su Benefactor. Su Mo felt speechless, thinking to himself, Are all monks so superstitious? He replied, No need for concern. Before long, 2 more practitioners arrived, a man and a woman, both members of the 749 Bureau. The man is named Zhao Fei, and the woman is Huang Yining. Both are clad in efficient combat attire, possessing the strength of 4th-level practitioners. After exchanging introductions, they became acquainted. As for the malevolent spirits lurking within the tunnel, we entrust their handling to you all. Lin Xianxian, having said little, performed a respectful gesture and departed. Master Ijia, what shall we do next? Huang Yining inquired. Well, Master Ijia glanced at the sky and replied, This matter cannot be rushed. We shall discuss it after nightfall. How about we first satisfy our appetites? Chapter 78. Are you here to exorcise spirits or to dine? The group entered the hotel restaurant, where the manager promptly approached them. He cast a glance at Master Ijia and said, Gentlemen, we have prepared the meals. Would you like some vegetarian options? This latter remark was clearly directed at Master Ijia. No vegetarian dishes, please, Master Ijia replied with a smile, turning to add, Kindly serve us more meat and wine. By the way, do you have lobster? Or perhaps hairy crabs? The manager hesitated, yet wisely refrained from probing further. Simply nodding, Yes, I will arrange that right away. Once the manager departed, Master Ijia remarked, What? Did you all assume I was inclined to vegetarianism? The group chuckled in silence. Master Ijia pointed to his own nose and continued, Do you know why I am called Ijia? They all shook their heads. Master Ijia elaborated. This name was bestowed upon me by my master. He instructed me to refrain from engaging with the pink skulls, which in simpler terms means to abstain from lust. Apart from that, there is no need for abstinence. As for wine and meat, I am indiscriminate in my indulgences. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers were peculiar, as they mused to themselves about the amusing monk, who truly seemed to embrace the notion of detachment. Soon enough, the feast was laid before them. The monk, with a silent prayer of Amitabha, I beg your pardon, rolled up his sleeves and seized a generous pork knuckle, diving into his meal with unrestrained enthusiasm. Grease dripped from his mouth, utterly devoid of any semblance of a monk's demeanor. How can one vanquish ghosts without a hearty meal? He chuckled, resuming his feast. The others, feeling the pangs of hunger, took up their chopsticks and joined in. As they dined, a sense of disquiet began to settle over the group. The monk wielded his chopsticks with dexterity, one hand grasping the pork knuckle while the other savored lobster, his cheeks never pausing in their voracious consumption. Suemotu was no slouch. His plate towered high, and soon the dishes on the table began to dwindle. "Are you here to exorcise spirits or merely to feast?" someone inquired. "Hey," Ma Anna called for the manager, who was taken aback by the rapid pace of their consumption. "Prepare 2. No, 3 more tables." "Understood." The manager had barely taken a few steps when he heard the monk bellow, "Bring me 2 bottles of Wuliangya." The manager, unfazed, figured it was not his concern since someone was footing the bill. He had the servers quickly bring 2 bottles of liquor to the table and then clapped his hands in the kitchen. "Brothers, let us get to work." This banquet lasted over an hour, with most of the time spent watching Suemo and the monk devour their meals, a spectacle of gluttony and delight. "Ah, my humble self has filled the temple of my belly, and I am thoroughly satisfied." Master Igia, with great satisfaction, drained his wine glass in one gulp. 8 parts full. Suemo also set down his chopsticks. "I admire your prowess, benefactor." Master Igia wiped the grease from his mouth, once more adopting his cheerful demeanor. "The master is quite commendable as well," Suemo replied. The two exchanged smiles, their appetites thoroughly sated. It was time to get to work. Master Igia rose first, declaring, "Let us confront the malevolent entities lurking within the tunnel." Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, gazing upward to find the peak shrouded in mist, obscuring the interior completely. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge for the group. They swiftly ascended the mountain, following the established road until they reached the tunnel entrance. "This is the place," Master Igia remarked, staring intently at the pitch-black tunnel. "The fortunes within are uncertain. All must exercise caution and remain vigilant." With a flourish of his wide sleeves, Master Igia led the group into the tunnel. Upon entering, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. The darkness was so profound that one could not see their own hand before their face. It felt as if a dense, ominous cloud loomed, obscuring their view. Even Suemo could barely discern objects in the near distance, a clear indication of something amiss. "Be cautious. There is a sinister presence in the air," warned Ma Anna, sniffing the air delicately. With a swift motion, she snapped her baton. Members of the 749 Bureau tightened their grips on their weapons, alert and prepared. This was the domain of spirits, and a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. "The tunnel's entrance has vanished," Huang Yinin observed, turning to glance back. The group followed her gaze, only to discover that the entrance had inexplicably disappeared, leaving behind an impenetrable shroud of darkness. Upon entering this place, Master Igia seemed to have undergone a transformation. Feeling bold enough to confront mere phantoms in front of this humble monk, with a commanding shout, he invoked an unknown technique, suspending a string of prayer beads before his chest. A soft, golden glow emanated from the beads, creating a remarkably dazzling effect. With a swift motion of his hand, the beads began to spin in midair, hurtling towards the distant darkness. Wherever they passed, the golden light illuminated the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. "What a remarkable skill, Master Igia," Zhao Fei praised with a thumbs up, promptly retrieving a high-powered flashlight from his bag and clicking it on with a resounding snap. The beam shot forth, casting light over a considerable area before them. Master Igia remarked, "With such advanced technology, why didn't TU produce it earlier?" Zhao Fei shrugged. "Master, you acted too swiftly for me to keep up." "Never mind." Master Igia waved his hand, stating, "The presence of malevolent spirits here is thick. My prayer beads can discern phantoms, so my efforts are not in vain." The group proceeded deeper into the tunnel, which seemed endless, with no sign of an end in sight. Something felt amiss. Ma Anna halted, whispering, "We're being deceived by spirits." "Master," yet, when she looked up, her expression changed drastically. Before her lay an empty expanse. They had fallen into a trap. Her face paled slightly, as she quickly retrieved several small stars from her bag and scattered them before her. Instantly, the stars erupted with brilliance, surrounding her like a galaxy in homage to the moon. "Master, Mr. Su," she called out twice, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. Enveloped in a stifling darkness, gripping her baton tightly, she advanced cautiously, turning a corner when suddenly a figure stumbled forth. It was Zhao Fei from the 749 Bureau. At this moment, Zhao Fei was drenched in blood, his arms hanging grotesquely before him, clearly injured. "Anna," Zhao Fei shouted as he rushed towards her. "There are numerous malevolent spirits over there. Master and the others are surrounded. Come quickly to help." "What?" Ma Anna's expression shifted. "Where?" "Let me there. Right over there." Just as Zhao Fei drew closer, his words were cut short as he witnessed Ma Anna shout sharply, her hands sweeping forward. The small celestial lights swirling around her shone brilliantly, shooting forth like bullets. Thoof, thoof, thoof. The force of these little stars was indeed formidable, transforming Zhao Fei's body into a sieve, blood gushing profusely from his wounds. Zhao Fei looked up in astonishment. "You!" Ma Anna stepped forward, raising her baton and striking him forcefully on the forehead. Zhao Fei's head crumpled under the blow. "Bah!" Ma Anna flicked the sticky residue from her baton and remarked, "I could smell the stench on you from 800 meters away. Did you think you could deceive me?" Chapter 79. Su Mo, what happened? I have eliminated all my teammates. The Zhao Fei who had been knocked down by Ma Anna collapsed onto the ground, his form beginning to shift. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a beast covered in fur, with a face resembling that of a human. The face demon? Ma Anna recognized it. This creature was particularly adept at ensnaring the human heart, and she had fallen into its trap the moment she entered. It was evident that a formidable face demon lurked within the tunnel. She pondered the fate of Mr. Su and the others. Ma Anna dared not let her guard down. She scattered a handful of starlight as she ventured deeper into the tunnel. "Inin, Master Ijia?" Zhao Fei tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, while his other hand held a flashlight, illuminating the encroaching darkness. In the blink of an eye, the other four had vanished from sight. The flashlight flickered, as if it were running out of power, before suddenly extinguishing, plunging the surroundings into obscurity. "Zhao Fei, over here!" A voice echoed, belonging to Huang Yinin. "Yinin?" Zhao Fei took a few steps forward, catching sight of a hazy figure beckoning him. "Master Yi Jie and the others are over here. Hurry!" Huang Yinin called out to him. Zhao Fei remained vigilant. He had encountered numerous bizarre events as a seasoned team member. The sudden appearance of Huang Yinin surely bore treachery, yet he hesitated to act rashly. "Hurry over!" Huang Yinin implored again. "Coming." Zhao Fei deliberated for a moment before proceeding towards Huang Yinin's direction, though his grip on the knife tightened with each step. "Faster," Huang Yinin urged. "Something feels off." As Zhao Fei approached, Huang Yinin never turned her head. He immediately halted. "Yin, turn around." "All right." Huang Yinin's tone suddenly turned sinister, her head beginning to crack ominously as it slowly rotated on her neck. "I have turned." Huang Yinin sported a sinister smile and beckoned. "Come here quickly." "Cursed!" Zhao Fei's expression shifted dramatically as he swung the knife directly at Huang Yinin, but her figure vanished in a flash. "Zhao Fei, I am right here." "Kulme." Her voice echoed from a distance. "Umph." Gripping the knife, Zhao Fei retrieved a talisman from his pocket and waved it gently. The talisman ignited in flames, illuminating the surroundings. He followed in pursuit of Huang Yinin's footsteps. With each strike, he slashed relentlessly, as if Huang Yinin were an endless specter. After advancing further, he once again caught sight of her form. "Embrace your doom." Zhao Fei urged his energy, drawing his blade, and with both hands, he struck fiercely towards the distant Huang Yinin. "Zhao Fei, you." Huang Yinin turned, only to see the gleam of the knife. Her countenance changed, and with no time to utter more, she swiftly drew her own blade to parry. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out as Huang Yinin let out a muffled groan, staggering back several steps before barely regaining her stance. "Zhao Fei, have you lost your mind?" "It's me," she shouted. "Trying to deceive me again?" Zhao Fei sneered, advancing swiftly, and before long, they were locked in combat. After a brief skirmish, Zhao Fei sensed something amiss. He hastily leaped away from the fray and called out, "Huang Yining, is it truly you?" Panting slightly, Huang Yining replied incredulously, "Of course it is me. Have you gone mad? Why would you draw your blade against me? Then tell me, what is my favorite snack?" "Little bear biscuit. Yining, is it truly you?" Zhao Fei swiftly sheathed his knife, exclaiming with surprise, "I thought I was once again ensnared by some malevolent spirit." He took a few steps forward and began to speak, but before he could finish, he heard Huang Yining's startled shout, "Be careful." In the next instant, a beam of light whizzed past his ear, followed by a piercing scream and the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Zhao Fei quickly turned around, only to discover a long-haired humanoid creature lying not far behind him. A knife was lodged in the creature's neck, blood spurting forth as it writhed in agony. It was a human-faced monster. Huang Yining rushed forward, extracting the long knife from the creature's neck, and said cautiously, "It seems we are surrounded." Zhao Fei then noticed that in the surrounding darkness, countless scarlet lights began to flicker ominously. They prepared for battle, standing back to back, weapons raised, steeling themselves for the oncoming onslaught of the human-faced monsters. Monk, come and enjoy." Master Yi Jie gazed ahead, spotting a scantily clad woman. Her skin, barely concealed, sprawled on the ground. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like rippling autumn waters. "Come here," she beckoned with her delicate fingers, exuding a teasing allure. "Umaba." Master Yi Jie remained unfazed, his gaze steady as he replied, "My dear, there is no need for such antics. In my eyes, you resemble a mere skeleton. With that," he declared, "I shall send you on your way." Having spoken, Master Yi Jie bellowed fiercely, forming a madra with his hand, and directed it towards the alluring woman. Pressing through the air, suddenly, a whistle pierced the darkness nearby, and a string of Buddhist beads rushed towards him at great speed. Alas, the beguiling woman, caught off guard, found herself ensnared by the beads, as wisps of blue smoke began to rise. Master Yi Jie's eyes blazed with fury. He clenched his palm, causing the beads to tighten instantly, eliciting a shriek from the woman as her body was severed in twain, meeting her demise. Umapa. Master Yi Jie's gaze softened with compassion as he gently retracted his hand, causing the beads to whirl back into his grasp. The surroundings were exceedingly eerie, despite being a fifth-level cultivator. He was unaware of the path he had traversed. Moreover, he pondered the fate of Sue and her companions. Striding forward, he kicked aside the corpse obstructing his path and vanished into the shadows. Soon after, his furious roar echoed again, "Demon, do not linger in death." Su-Imo lifted his gaze, only to find himself utterly alone. The other four had inexplicably vanished. How fierce! His heart raced with excitement. The formidable illusion technique displayed indicated that the spectral entity was indeed formidable and undoubtedly valuable. "Suimo," a voice called out, prompting him to look up and see Ma Anna stumbling toward him. Master Yi Jie and the others are in danger. However, before Ma Anna could finish her sentence, she felt a flash of steel before her eyes, leaving her stunned in place. Lowering her gaze, she noticed a crimson line stretching from her left shoulder to her right waist. Thud! The two severed bodies collapsed to the ground. Clang! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a level 2 ghostly entity, the face-devouring fiend. You have earned 500 merit points. Su-Imo curled his lip in disdain. Did they think him a fool? In such circumstances, the sudden appearance of a familiar figure could only mean one thing, if not a ghost. Then who? Mr. Su. Zhao Fei emerged once more from the shadows, stumbling forth, his face etched with terror. Inside, it was all puffed. He was cleaved in two by Su-Imo Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a level 2 ghostly entity, the face-devouring fiend. You have earned 500 merit points. Su-Benefactor. Puffed. Master Yi Jie lost his head at the hands of Su-Imo Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing Su. Puffed. Huang Yining was severed in two by Su-Imo Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing. Su-Imo, wielding his blade, was nearly speechless. Within a mere 5 minutes, he had annihilated all his teammates. Chapter 80. Stand still and do not move. Merit points surge. Save me. I beg you. Please save us. A cacophony of wails echoed from ahead, and Sumo lifted his gaze, spotting 7 or 8 workers donning hard hats rushing towards him. They're ghosts. Help! The workers screamed, rushing toward Sumo, their eyes wide with terror. Sumo stepped forward, knocking 2 of the workers to the ground. Yet they sprang back up with a whoosh and continued their frantic advance. How troublesome. Sumo comprehended that these individuals had perished. At this moment, they were merely corpses under the dominion of malevolent spirits. He summoned the power of the 9 suns, and a searing aura surged outward, transforming the previously shadowy surroundings into a vivid crimson. As the workers came into contact with this fervent flame, tendrils of black smoke erupted from their bodies, and they swiftly collapsed, motionless. A piercing wail echoed from the dark corner to Sumo's left, as a colossal shadow, towering over 3 meters, surged upward and fled into the distance. Attempting to escape, Sumo brandished his blade and pursued. Within mere breaths, he caught up to it, only to discover it was a beast covered in dark fur. Upon seeing him chase after it, the creature let out a shrill cry, and the air was filled with the sound of scuttling. Countless red dots emerged around Sumo, encircling him. Once more, Sumo channeled his internal vitality, dispelling the surrounding darkness, and to his astonishment, he found himself surrounded by grotesque beings with human faces, at least 100 of them. The gigantic humanoid face lurking in the distance let out another shriek, prompting the swarm of human-faced creatures to surge toward him like an overwhelming tide. Come forth, then. Sumo raised his blade and executed a sweeping strike, instantly vanquishing 7 or 8 of the human-faced fiends. A series of notifications resounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 1 ghostly entity, the human-faced fiend. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 2 ghostly entity. With a powerful stomp, Sumo propelled himself from the ground, charging into the throng of human-faced fiends like a ravenous wolf. With a single stroke, 3 to 5 faced demons met their demise. The soul-devouring blade, enhanced by the system, was extraordinarily sharp, cleaving through these monsters as effortlessly as slicing tofu, devoid of any delay. In just a minute, all 100 faced demons surrounding Sumo had been vanquished, resulting in a staggering increase of over 10,000 merit points. What a thrill! In high spirits, Sumo flicked the blade, the foul blood sliding off the edge without staining it. Now it's your turn. Sumo charged forward, the blade in hand, directly colliding with a towering face demon, which had no time to evade and was sent sprawling. With a clang, Sumo, along with his blade, pierced through the creature's skull, pinning it against the distant tunnel wall. As he withdrew the blade, the face demon slowly toppled to the ground, a fine wound on its forehead oozing blood. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 5 ghostly entity, the face demon. Reward: 10,000 merit points. The notification chimed in his ears, and Sumo was elated, his merit points surpassing 30,000. To his surprise, this face demon was indeed a level 5 entity. Quite formidable. With the death of the level 5 face demon, the oppressive aura around began to dissipate, and Sumo could faintly hear the sounds of combat behind him. He hurriedly ran back, navigating through the twists and turns, until he spotted Zhao Fei and Huang Yining, each flanking the other, engaged in a fierce battle against a throng of face demons. The strength of Zhao Fei and his companion was impressive. The ground was already strewn with the corpses of face demons, yet the struggle had clearly taken a toll on them. Such a waste. Sumo felt a pang of regret at the sight of the fallen foes, lamenting the merit points they could have earned. Allow me to assist you. With a powerful shout, Sumo charged forward, brandishing his blade towards the face demon. Mr. Su, Zhao Fei and his companion were startled by the commotion, their hearts racing with anxiety. Was this truly Mr. Su? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the face demon crumbled into fragments, leaving not a single whole piece behind. It seemed as though the veil of darkness had vanished. It is indeed Mr. Su, Huang Yining exclaimed joyfully. Mr. Su, we are here to assist you. Zhao Fei shouted, ready to join the fray, but was halted by Su Mo. Stay put. Focus on your breathing. You are both exhausted. Allow me to handle this. Su Mo urged urgently, aware that these were all merits to be earned. Mr. Su, the two were moved, perceiving Su Mo's imposing stature at that moment, embodying remarkable righteousness. They wiped the blood from their faces and said, Mr. Su, we are fine and wish to aid you. Please do not approach. Su Mo hastened his assault, a flurry of strikes echoing in the air, and finally felled the last face demon. With a sigh of relief, he assessed his merit points, which were quite impressive. The dozens of face demons had granted him a substantial 3,000 points of merit. Remarkable indeed. Zhao Fei and his companion gazed at the scattered corpses, momentarily dazed. Was the slaughter executed so swiftly? Were the others? Su Mo flicked the blood from his soul-devouring blade and inquired, What happened? We do not know, they replied, shaking their heads. As soon as we entered, our eyes were shrouded Ba. A resonant chant of Buddha echoed as Master Ijia emerged from the shadows. Esteemed guests, it appears we have finally escaped the clutches of the specters, he remarked. His gaze shifted to the ground, where numerous fragmented corpses lay, momentarily taken aback. Why are there so many? Zhao Fei pointed at Su Mo, saying, We only dispatched a small fraction. The majority were slain by Mr. Su. It seems fortune has favored me. Master Ijia chuckled lightly. I encountered only a few human-faced monsters, one of which had already attained the 3rd level of power. Sumo's eyes brightened with intrigue. Where is it? That creature transformed into a pink skull, attempting to entice this monk. But I have sent it to its final resting place. Master Ijia replied with a smile. Such a pity. Sumo clicked his tongue. What Master Ma? Master Ijia scanned the surroundings but could not locate Ma Anna. I am here. Ma Anna appeared, surrounded by starlight, her form marred by traces of blood, evidently having endured a fierce battle. Thank goodness you are safe, Master Ijia said, his expression growing serious. The human-faced monsters are masters of deception. Upon entering this place, we were instantly blinded. That monster's power likely reached the 5th level, although we are currently unaware of the reason for the disappearance of the illusion. We must tread with utmost caution in the path ahead. We cannot afford to be careless. Should we encounter that creature, I shall lead the charge. The group nodded in solemn agreement, and Su Mo interjected. Master Ijia, the 5th level human-faced monster you mentioned. It's already dead. Chapter 81, The Monk. Occasionally, I indulge in a couple of cigarettes. What? Is he already deceased? Several gazes turned sharply towards Su Mo. Su benefactor, do you mean? Master Ijia began to inquire. Over there. Su Mo gestured towards the depths of the tunnel, stating, That fellow led a group of lackeys to ambush me, and I dispatched him. Let's investigate. Upon arrival, they were met with a gruesome scene of countless faces of the humanoid creatures piled together, the stench overwhelming. Good heavens! How many are there? Zhao Fei exclaimed, his gaze towards Su Mo transformed. There! Su Mo pointed to a corner, where a colossal figure lay at an angle, covered in dark fur, bearing a human face. Master Ijia stepped forward with haste, examining the creature closely before rising to declare, Indeed, it is a 5th level face demon. He glanced at the wound on the creature's forehead, expressing admiration. Su benefactor, what a remarkable skill in wielding the blade. Master Ijia felt a twinge of astonishment. Although the 5th level face demon is not renowned for its offensive capabilities, it remains a formidable 5th level malevolence, capable of ensnaring hearts and commanding lesser face demons. In a mere half hour, Su Mo had single-handedly vanquished the 5th level face demon, along with a significant number of its kin. Such power is indeed formidable. It was merely a haphazard endeavor. Su Mo chuckled heartily, for he had no knowledge of any blade techniques, relying solely on brute strength and the swift knife in his hand. Aside from them, I also dispatched all of you, he added. I must admit, it was rather exhilarating. Su benefactor displas a remarkable humility. Master Ijia clasped his hands in reverence and spoke. I never anticipated that such a multitude of human-faced demons would be concealed here. My esteemed companions, have any of you encountered the workers who remained in this place? Ma Anna nodded, Her gaze tinged with melancholy as she replied, I saw a dozen or so, but alas, they have met their demise, ensnared by malevolent spirits. I have dispelled the ghostly energy from their bodies and laid their remains to rest nearby. Master Igia remarked, I too encountered several, and their plight was no different. Sumo recounted his own encounter with the workers, and a somber silence enveloped the group. The survival rate for ordinary individuals in such dire circumstances was exceedingly grim. Setting aside this grim matter, Master Igia directed his attention deeper into the tunnel, stating, aside from this human-faced demon, there are likely more formidable evils lurking within. The group proceeded along the ground, venturing further into the depths. Such a dense aura of malevolence. Ma Anna wrinkled her nose, promptly covering it again, her expression revealing her discomfort. The stench was overwhelming. As they turned a corner, they beheld a vast pit in the distance, from which a plume of ghostly energy surged upward like a fountain, forming a small, ominous mushroom cloud. Look! Zhao Fei shone his now functional flashlight into the pit and discovered a long black spear, upon which two figures were impaled. It's Zhang Wolong, the overseer of this area. Zhao Fei exclaimed as he recognized one of the lifeless faces. He directed the beam of light deeper into the pit, but all that met his gaze was an impenetrable darkness, concealing the bottom's mysteries. Esteemed companions, the situation here remains uncertain. I shall descend to scout the path ahead. You must remain here and keep watch. Master Igia pondered for a moment before exclaiming, No? Su Imo immediately shook his head and insisted, I shall descend as well. There is much merit to be gained below. Master Igia nodded, recognizing that this individual had the capability to single-handedly vanquish a level 5 human-faced demon, suggesting that his prowess was likely on par with his own. Then, Su Benefactor, let us descend together. You three must guard this place diligently and refrain from any rash actions. After a brief pause, Master Igia continued, If within 3 hours, neither Su Sir nor I have returned, you must depart swiftly and report the situation here. The three nodded gravely, fully understanding Master Igia's intentions. If neither he nor Su Mo could manage the situation, it would indicate that the malevolent entities below exceeded their control, necessitating external assistance. Master Su Sir, please take care, they said, clasping their fists in respect, aware that their presence below would only serve as a burden. Stay safe. Master Igia unfurled his form, his robe billowing as he plunged into the malevolent mist like a great bird, vanishing from sight, exuding the aura of a master. Sumo's actions, in contrast, were rather unrefined. He took 2 steps back before launching himself into a long jump, crashing into the sinister fog with a splash. The three exchanged glances, and Zhao Fei chuckled awkwardly. Su Sir's movements are quite rather wild, aren't they? More like graceful. Suddenly, Master Igia, light as a swallow, gracefully landed on the ground, surrounded by darkness, and the surface beneath his feet felt somewhat rigid. Upon looking down, he realized he was standing on a slab of bluestone. Why has Su Benefactor not yet descended? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he witnessed a figure plummet swiftly downward, landing with a resounding thud upon the stone slab. The bluestone floor cracked under the impact, revealing its considerable height. Suitamo slightly crouched to absorb the force of the fall before standing upright, only to find Master Igia regarding him with an unusual expression. Master Igia, what does that look you have? Suitamo inquired. With a gentle smile, Master Igia replied, Su Benefactor, your technique is indeed quite unique. I am in admiration. Suitamo retorted, I have yet to master it. Do you think I intended to descend so rigidly? The abundance of ghostly energy here is quite troublesome. With a flicker of thought, Suitamo summoned the yang energy within him, unleashing a scorching aura that surged outward. In an instant, the surrounding ghostly energy ignited, wildly retreating and forming a vast vacuum of spectral essence. What a vigorous display of yang energy, Master Igia marveled, recognizing that merely emitting this aura was sufficient to incinerate and repel the surrounding yin energy. Truly formidable. Over here, Master Igia gestured toward a nearby structure, and Sumo's gaze fell upon a towering stone gate, standing 3 zhang high. The gate was adorned with intricate carvings depicting various images, including cranes, pine trees, and immortals gazing at the clouds. It presented a scene imbued with ethereal beauty, yet in this eerie locale, it seemed rather out of place. At the lower left corner of the gate, a gaping hole, large enough for a person to pass through, was evident, with fragments of the stone scattered all around. The ghastly visage had undoubtedly emerged from this very passage. Master Yi Jie approached the site for a closer examination and declared, "Su benefactor, let us venture inside to uncover the truth." The two individuals stepped through the breach and soon discovered a lengthy corridor, its walls meticulously constructed from stone slabs. Along both sides of the corridor, an endless row of oil lamps dangled from the stone walls, extending deep into the shadows. Su Mo, with precision, gently wielded his knife, causing the blade to scrape against the stone wall, igniting a shower of sparks. The first oil lamp on the left flickered to life, casting a dim, golden glow, followed by the subsequent lamps lighting up in succession like a string of dominoes. Suddenly, a clattering sound resonated through the corridor. Su Mo turned his head to see Master Yi Jie, inexplicably producing an electronic lighter from seemingly nowhere. Holding it delicately, he ignited the row of oil lamps on the right. "What a surprise," Master Yi Jie remarked with a slight smile. "Even a humble monk indulges in a few cigarettes now and then. Do not take offense, Su disciple." The corner of Su Mo's mouth twitched. "You monk seem quite well equipped. Why not reveal the lighter sooner?" "Master, have you ever heard the saying?" "What saying?" "Regarding smoke. It ought to be shared for the benefit of all, rather than solely for one's own enjoyment." Su Mo replied. Master Yi Jie paused, then chuckled. "Indeed, Su disciple, you possess a keen intellect. Should you choose to enter my Buddhist fold, you would surely attain enlightenment." Su Mo hastily waved his hand. "No, thank you. The path you speak of is beyond my humble means." The two continued along the dimly lit corridor for quite some time, the sound of their footsteps resonating crisply against the blue stone slabs. "Su disciple, we must be nearing our destination," Master Yi Jie stated, halting in his tracks and gazing into the distance. Su Mo lifted his gaze and beheld an expansive chamber at the end of the corridor, dominated by an imposing black sarcophagus, adorned with intricate carvings that mirrored those on the earlier stone door. The sarcophagus presented an unsettling sight, suspended in midair. A chain, as thick as a man's arm, dangled from above, binding the sarcophagus securely. In this windless space, the sarcophagus hung silently, devoid of any movement. Only a swirling mass of obscure, malevolent energy enveloped it, starkly contrasting with the ethereal elegance of the carvings. This scene diverged from Su Mo's expectations. He had envisioned an ancient tomb brimming with gold and silver. Yet, upon closer inspection, the chamber revealed itself to be stark and empty, save for the solitary sarcophagus and its chains. It was evident that this was the focal point. Master Yi Jie cautiously removed the prayer bead from around his neck, his eyes filled with wariness. The presence of so many face-stealing spirits suggested that whatever lay within the coffin was likely formidable. Suddenly, an inexplicable gust of chilling wind surged forth, causing the sarcophagus to sway slightly, as if stirred by some unseen force. The chains creaked ominously, perhaps rusted from prolonged suspension, producing a jarring sound that reverberated throughout the tranquil, cavernous space. "Who disturbs my celestial slumber?" A somber voice emanated from within the coffin, laden with discontent. The sarcophagus began to tremble with an unsettling rhythm. "Demon, are you not emerging?" Master Yi Jie bellowed, his voice resonating with authority as he hurled the prayer beads forward. A burst of golden light erupting in an instant. Boom! As the Buddha beads struck the stone coffin, a brilliant light erupted, causing the coffin to sway violently backward, reaching its zenith before crashing down with a heavy thud. With a swift motion, Master Yi Jie grasped the rebounding beads in his palm, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the quaking coffin. "Monk, you shall perish!" A piercing and anguished roar resounded, intensifying the tremors of the coffin. In an instant, a jet-black flame erupted with a resounding boom. Before long, the chains suspending the coffin were severed, and it fell heavily to the ground, producing a deafening sound. The lid of the coffin flew open with a whoosh, and a surge of dark green mist erupted forth, coalescing in the air to form a ghastly visage. The malevolent green fog rapidly expanded, lunging towards the two individuals with the ferocity of a tempest. Wherever the toxic mist swept by, the floor was instantly corroded, bubbling ominously. Be cautious. This mist is poisonous. Master Jie retreated 2 steps, positioning himself in front of Suemo as he abruptly formed a hand seal, causing a subtle shimmer before him. An unusual incantation flowed from his lips. Suemo observed as resplendent golden light emanated from Master Jie, who then extended his left foot, causing a golden arc to illuminate the ground, encircling both of them. The malevolent green mist collided with an invisible wall, producing a hissing sound as it was repelled, akin to sulfuric acid splashed upon the ground. How spectacular, thought Suemo, realizing this monk possessed remarkable abilities. Monk, how long can you hold them off? A chilling sound emanated from the coffin, followed by the gradual emergence of a handsome visage. He extended his arms, slowly supporting himself on the coffin's edge, rising inch by inch to reveal a well-defined chest and sculpted abdomen. However, as one's gaze descended further, it became apparent that his lower half was that of a serpentine tail covered in glistening scales, presenting an eerie spectacle. The tail was not particularly large, about the width of a human waist, with a bifurcated end resembling 2 sharp hooks. A hook snake? As noted in the continuation of the natural history, in the mountains, there exists a hook snake, measuring 7 to 8 zhang in length, with a forked tail. The snake dwells in mountain streams, using its tail to ensnare the cattle and men on the shore. Upon observing the creature's lower half, Master Jie's expression shifted dramatically. You have transformed yourself into a serpent spirit? Hearing the term serpent spirit, the handsome figure's countenance darkened. He enunciated each word with precision. I am a serpent immortal. Were it not for your intrusion upon my celestial dreams, preventing me from shedding this serpentine form entirely, I would not appear as I do now. It seems fortuitous that I may use you both to satiate my hunger before I seek a more suitable place to rest. This situation had become rather troublesome. Master Jie swiftly warned Suemo. This creature possesses an unsettling aura, having fused his soul with that of the hook snake. Though he appears to be a level 5 specter, he may prove far more formidable than that human-faced fiend. Before Suemo could articulate a response, he witnessed the serpent spirit's tail flick with a swift motion, launching 2 serpentine hooks toward them like lightning. Crack! The invisible barrier conjured by Master Jie was instantly shattered, as one hook aimed directly at his face, while the other hurtled towards Suemo. Be cautious, Su benefactor! The monk Jie roared, his hands spreading apart the Buddhist beads, and with a swift motion, he ensnared the hook that threatened him. The beads trembled incessantly, emitting a piercing sound, the sharp tip of the hook perilously close to Jie's nose. A shiver of fear coursed through him as he turned back, only to be startled by the sight before him. The hook aimed at Suemo was firmly grasped in his hand, struggling fiercely. What formidable strength! Jie's heart raced with alarm. The hook snake was renowned for its power, its barbed tail as swift as lightning. In that moment of haste, he had nearly fallen prey to its attack, yet Suemo had effortlessly intercepted it. In a swift counter, Suemo drew his blade, its gleam flashing as a spray of crimson erupted forth. The tail of the hook snake was severed cleanly. A cry of anguish rang out as the tail recoiled rapidly. The handsome youth glared fiercely at Suemo, his face twisted with malice, the severed tail beginning to regenerate slowly. Well, hook snake, I see you as nothing more than a mere trickster. Suemo disdainfully discarded the severed piece of tail. As a toxic mist surged towards him, Suemo focused his thoughts, golden light radiating from his being, followed by the ethereal image of an ancient bell encircling him. The moment the toxic mist touched the bell's illusion, it was instantaneously dissolved, failing to encroach upon him. Chapter 83. A level 5 ghost snake? A decapitating strike. A bounty of merit. The instant the golden bell enveloped him, Suemo surged forward, raising his blade with the speed of lightning. Damn it! The serpent demon, engulfed in a torrent of malevolent energy, swelled in size with alarming rapidity. In the blink of an eye, its tail, which had previously been no thicker than a human waist, transformed into a formidable, robust appendage, stretching several yards in length. The colossal serpent tail reared up, towering above, and with a fierce flick, it lashed out at Sumo like a massive pillar crashing down. A tempestuous wind howled, and as the tail swept through, stones were sent flying, creating a cacophony of thunderous sounds. "Be careful, Su Master," the monk Jie exclaimed, hastily launching the Buddhist beads from his hand. Yet, in an instant, a cloud of toxic mist surged forth once more. "Master, protect yourself. This beast is mine to handle." Sumo's voice resonated through the poisonous haze. The monk, resolute, retreated and retrieved the beads, positioning them defensively before him. A radiant golden light emanated, warding off the venomous fog. Narrowing his eyes, Iji peered through the dense mist, catching sight of Sumo's silhouette, encircled by a golden bell and wielding a long blade. With a determined leap, he charged towards the oncoming serpent tail. A soft, slicing sound echoed as Iji witnessed Sumo's blade effortlessly carve through the serpent's tail. In an instant, the robust appendage severed, spewing forth a torrent of putrid blood. The serpent demon shrieked in agony, desperately unleashing a wave of toxic mist towards Sumo. Yet the ethereal golden bell surrounding him thwarted the assault. Sumo declared, landing heavily upon the serpent's thick tail before crouching slightly and unleashing his strength in a powerful leap. In a flash, he soared to the same height as the serpent demon. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed, slicing through the air with the speed of thunder. Sumo's figure appeared behind the serpent demon and crashed down forcefully onto the ground, shattering the floor beneath him. The serpent demon gaped in horror, its hand raised high, its expression frozen in disbelief. He slowly placed his hand on his neck, yet before he could utter a word, his head tilted and rolled away. Hiss! The eyes of Master Ijie, who was observing from a distance, quivered as he glanced at Sumo. His perception of the man shifted dramatically. This individual possesses strength far beyond my expectations. The formidable serpent demon before him, seamlessly fused with the soul of the snake spirit, boasted unparalleled defenses. Yet, it was cleaved in two by Sumo's blade. Bang! Sumo strode forward, delivering a powerful punch before the head could even touch the ground. That handsome visage shattered instantly, dispersing into a cloud of crimson mist. Boom! The massive serpent body, still connected to the upper half of the human form, collapsed onto the ground, gushing forth a torrent of foul blood. Indeed, Su Shizhu is truly formidable, effortlessly dispatching this fiend with a single strike. I am in awe. Master Ijie stepped forward and spoke. Sumo shook his head and replied, "It's merely pretending. It is not yet dead." Indeed, the warning tone has not even sounded. What? Master Ijie braced himself, his gaze shifting to the serpent body, where he beheld black flames igniting. A ghostly figure slowly emerged from the dark fire, enveloped in a terrifying aura. "So you discovered me, in that case." Whoosh! Sumo, uninterested in further dialogue, drew his blade and dashed forward with swift steps. In a flurry of chaotic strikes, the ghostly figure was dismembered before it could articulate a complete thought. Following this, Sumo unleashed the nine-sun divine art, as searing flames roared to life, engulfing the specter's form in flames. The ghostly apparition let out a piercing scream, its breath gradually fading. The blade in Sumo's hand began to tremble ever so slightly. He could sense the soul-devouring blade's insatiable yearning for the entity before him. It desired to consume it? Go! With a swift motion, Sumo raised his hand, and the crimson thread upon the blade erupted in brilliance, sweeping forth like a tongue, ensnaring the ghost's head. "No!" The apparition cried out, but its voice was abruptly silenced as the red thread constricted, shattering its head into oblivion. Whoosh! The crimson thread recoiled, returning to the blade, its radiance dimming. This, Master Ijie, standing nearby, was taken aback, gazing at Sumo's blade, astonished that it sought to devour a ghost. How malevolent! Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the 5th-level ghost, the serpent ghost. Reward: 15,000 merit points. The notification finally rang out. Sumo's spirit's sword, indeed. This was worth its weight in gold. He landed heavily on the ground, creating a substantial crater as the immense serpent's body began to decay, swiftly transforming into a pool of putrid liquid. Task accomplished. Sumo patted the blade, sheathing it with remarkable grace. Su benefactor. Impressive. Master E.G. exclaimed, casting a spell to survey the surroundings before speaking again. The ghostly aura began to dissipate, indicating that the primary entity was indeed this serpent ghost. Task completed. Sumo was elated. The rewards from this endeavor were extraordinarily bountiful, not to mention the lower-level human-faced monsters. The 5th-level human-faced monster and the serpent ghost alone had granted him a remarkable total of 25,000 merit points. What a thrill! On the way back, Master E.G. could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. Sire Su, your weapon. Sumo glanced at the ancient sword and replied, it has a penchant for this, and there is little I can do. Master E.G. cautioned, Sire Su, be wary of its potential backlash. Sumo chuckled, though. Do not trouble yourself, Master. I am well aware of my limits. What a jest. This is a divine weapon forged through my own merits. Backlash? Such a notion is unfathomable. Meanwhile, at the pit, Ma Anna and the others were anxiously awaiting. Ever since the two descended, silence had enveloped them. Why is there still no sign? Zhao Fei inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. Do not fret. Ma Anna reassured. Only half an hour has passed. Mr. Su and Master E.G. possess formidable strength. They will surely be fine. Just then, the trio observed the ghostly mist in the pit swirling restlessly, and moments later, a figure soared out, landing not far from them. Be cautious. They immediately took a defensive stance, squinting to discern the figure, which turned out to be Master E.G. Master? The three of them did not dare to let down their guard. Having previously suffered at the hands of the man-faced demon, they remained vigilant towards Master E.G. Umeba. Master E.G. proclaimed loudly, Dear patrons, do not be alarmed. It is indeed I. At the end, down the mountain, I indulged in 8 large crabs, 22 lobsters, and 3 bottles of Wuyangya. Master, it truly is you. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to inquire, Where's Mr. Su? Are there any spirits below? Master E.G. pointed towards the specters and remarked, They should be arriving soon. As his words fell, a furious roar echoed from within the ghostly mist, followed by the abrupt emergence of Sumo. With a thud, Sumo landed heavily, creating a sizable crater in the ground. Damn it! Sumo straightened himself, thinking he ought to diligently practice a form of lightness skill. Leaping about in this manner was far from graceful. Chapter 84. Mr. Su's power is as tall as a 3-story building. Wow, it is indeed true that Mr. Su effortlessly dispatched that 5th-level ghost serpent with a single stroke. Impressive. If I had known Mr. Su was this formidable, I too would have ventured down to witness it firsthand. It would surely serve as excellent fodder for bragging later. Master E.G. briefly recounted the events that had transpired below, leaving the three in a state of astonishment, particularly Zhao Fei, who could not suppress his exclamations of disbelief. His gaze towards Sumo was filled with admiration. This was the true essence of mastery. Master E.G. chuckled. Is there any doubt? I witnessed it with my own eyes. What was that saying? My journey down was merely to run errands. Truly embarrassing. As for the matter of Sumo's broadsword-devouring ghosts, Master E.G. refrained from elaborating. He glanced at the 2 corpses still suspended on the spear, pondered for a moment, and then flicked his hand with the prayer beads. The 2 bodies became bound. A gentle tug from his palm caused them to be extracted from the spear and descend slowly to the ground. Umeba. Master E.G. approached, tenderly stroking the foreheads of the 2 individuals, closing their eyes gently. This matter is resolved. Let us depart. Without the interference of the faceless demon, the group swiftly discovered the bodies of all the workers within the tunnel. Regrettably, none had survived. They were all deceased. Umeba. Master E.G. clasped his hands together, and murmured a few incantations before slowly stating, they were instantaneously deprived of their souls by the faceless demon. Thus their passing was devoid of suffering. As the group exited the tunnel, the mist enveloping the mountaintop began to dissipate, revealing the distant thicket. Please wait a moment. Benefactor Sue, I must inform them, Master EGS said, producing a mobile phone from seemingly nowhere and initiating a call. What? All matters have been resolved? Lin Xianxian, waiting in Wuyan County, received the notification. The authorities in Kyoto informed her that all the specters within the tunnel had been eradicated, and the one responsible was none other than the individual she had recommended. Su Mo Captain, what is the situation? Wang Lang, engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors with the specters, noticed Lin Xianxian's unusual expression and instructed the specters to retreat into his body to inquire. The tunnel incident has been resolved, Lin Xianxian replied. So soon? Wang Lang was taken aback. Wasn't this a level 5 incident? Master Yi is indeed formidable. Lin Xianxian shook her head. It was not Master Yi who intervened. It was Mr. Su. The higher-ups indicated that Master Yi had already reported, and he had merely been a bystander. Mr. Su single-handedly felled a level 5 faceless demon and also a serpent spirit transformed from a snake demon. Wow! Wang Lang's eyes widened in astonishment. Is Mr. Su truly that powerful? Is it possible that his strength surpasses that of Master Ijia? Master Ijia is a distinguished figure among the 5th-level practitioners, wielding formidable Buddhist techniques to vanquish demons and spirits with remarkable ferocity. Could Mr. Su truly be more powerful than him? If so, does that not imply he is a 6th-level practitioner? How impressive! Wang Lang exclaimed. Team leader Lin, just how formidable is Mr. Su's prowess? Lin Xianxian turned her gaze towards the night sky and playfully remarked, perhaps about the height of 3 stories. Wang Lang responded, all right, enough of this discussion. The personnel who went missing in the tunnel have all been located. You must immediately lead a team to clear the tunnel and handle the aftermath. I will go fetch Mr. Su and the others. Understood. As they exited the building and gazed at the myriad lights illuminating the dark night, both felt a sense of relief. However, Lin Xianxian could not help but recall the blood-soaked corpse that Mr. Su had slain, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. If Li Wuxia were to seek revenge, could Mr. Su withstand it? The two drove to the foot of the mountain and soon spotted several figures approaching, engaged in cheerful conversation. Sister Xianxian. Maiana's eyes sparkled upon seeing Lin Xianxian, and she dashed over in excitement. Lin Xianxian, with a hint of exasperation, extended her arms to embrace her, saying, all right, enough of that. Let go now. Reluctantly, Maiana withdrew her legs and stepped aside. Thank you all for your hard work. Lin Xianxian expressed her gratitude. We hardly suffered at all. Maiana shook her head, adding, we merely dispatched a few face-splitting demons. The rest was all Mr. Su's credit. Zhao Fei and the others chuckled. Indeed, this journey owes much to Mr. Su. Our contributions were rather insignificant. Umaba, Master Yi Jia stepped forward and remarked, during this expedition, I exerted considerable effort. Might Team Leader Lin arrange for a late-night meal? I find myself quite famished. That is only natural. Master Yi Jia smiled and continued, very well. Let us agree that the reward for this operation shall be this late-night feast. He gestured towards Su Mo and added, he was responsible for slaying both 5th-level spectral beings. I had no part in it. Lin Xianxian understood his implication. Master Yi Jia would not claim the reward points from this mission. Neither shall we. Zhao Fei and Huang Yimin chimed in, expressing their reluctance to accept rewards for merely being bystanders. Sister Xianxian, Maiana interjected, I am merely a mercenary. I truly did not contribute thus. I shall decline as well. Lin Xianxian turned her gaze towards Su Mo and stated, this matter is beyond my authority. It depends on how the higher-ups decide. Let us go. It is time for our late-night meal. The group arrived in the county and returned to the hotel, where the manager had already prepared several tables laden with delicacies, along with a case of wuliangya. Let the feast commence. Master Yi Jia approached the table and instantly shed his noble demeanor, rolling up his sleeves to dig in. His appetite was insatiable. Naturally, Su Mo was unreserved as well. and the two engaged in a spirited contest at the dining table, relishing the meal with great enthusiasm. Manager, bring out the dishes. The manager swiftly made his way to the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves and bellowing, "Gentlemen, let us get moving. The guests have placed their orders." After declaring this, he personally approached the stove, expertly tossing the ingredients in the wok, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "What are you staring at?" The manager retorted with a playful smirk. "I am a proud graduate of the prestigious New Oriental, trained in the culinary arts." Once the guests had feasted to their heart's content, Master Igia bid farewell to Sumo. With a slight nod and hands clasped together in reverence, he expressed, "Su benefactor, should you find yourself in my city, I would be honored to treat you to some delightful potato cakes, and I assure your satisfaction." Sumo smiled and nodded in agreement, adding, "Master, in the future, if you encounter any of our acquaintances, do remember to seek me out. Make sure you don't forget." Master Igia was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, "Indeed, Su benefactor possesses a heart for the world. I am truly in awe." "Mr. Su, we must return to report." Zhao Fei and Huang Yining approached, requesting Sumo's contact information before taking their leave. "Mr. Su, what about us?" Lin Xianxian inquired. "Please take me home," Sumo replied. A few hours later, a sleek black car came to a steady halt outside the Guanhui courtyard. Sumo opened the car door and waved, saying, "Thank you," before turning to head inside. "What is this? Not even inviting us in for a cup of tea?" Ma En appeared through the window. "Oh, you." Lin Xianxian shook her head, remarking, "Mr. Su is quite busy. He hardly has the time to offer you tea." "Indeed." Ma Anna withdrew her head, yawned, and said, "Sister Xianxian, tonight I shall sleep at your place." "Absolutely not. I shall sleep on the sofa, donned in my pajamas, not in the nude, and certainly not squeezed in with you." "Really? More genuine than pure gold." Upon returning home, Sumo began to assess the gains of the evening. Current merits, 48,000 points. What are we waiting for? Let's get started. Sumo extracted the tome titled Burning Wooden Sword